I awoke with the strongest S-rank talent in the world, only to be claimed by a wealthy second-generation heir who demanded I relinquish it back to him. The Academy elders, far from defending me, brought in the nationally wanted Spirit Thief Association to forcibly strip my S-rank talent and transplant it into the rich heir, just when I thought I was doomed to become useless and swallow my grievances for a lifetime. The loss of my talent upon awakening accidentally triggered an unprecedented fusion of 3 S-rank talents. Not only could I fuse any item, material and magical beast, but the effects of the fusion were also amplified 100-fold. However, I did not rush to seek revenge but ventured into the perilous monster forest, knowing full well that I lacked combat abilities and needed to gain strength from magical beasts as soon as possible. With a hypothesis in mind, Fong Ming immediately set out to experiment. The best subject for this experiment was naturally himself. However, after the experimentation it was unclear whether it was due to the fact that his talents were drawn from the system, but the slime creature failed to mimic Fong Ming's own talents, yet Fong Ming's ideas were far from being quashed. Perhaps it was worth trying with other beast tamers. The gathering point for the special training camp was still at Beast Taming High School 1. After all, most of the candidates attending the special training camp were students from the school. At this moment, as the major exams had concluded, the school was on holiday, thus, the usually bustling surroundings of the school were now somewhat deserted. As Fong Ming leisurely walked towards the school, he was calculating the gap needed for upgrading his talents. To upgrade the special fusion beast to level 3, 5 types of materials from different categories were needed, which roughly amounted to over 500 million. Excluding the materials provided by Zui Yi and Sure 2, Fong Ming still needed about 200 million. Additionally, there was Xiaohong's beast that could be upgraded, and the materials required for this upgrade were becoming increasingly obscure. Mist Hidden Grass, for instance, was really hard to find. While Fong Ming was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Fong Ming. The voice carried a tone of uncertainty, as if just the silhouette was not enough to confirm his identity. Fong Ming turned around and his eyes met a young man with purple hair. It was the hunter he had encountered at the Beast Taming Guild, who had provocatively challenged him. If he remembered correctly, his name was Wu Liang, right? What is it? Fong Ming looked at him indifferently, recalling that this guy was impulsive and irritable, not someone Fong Ming was fond of. Hey, it really is you. Wu Liang laughed heartily, quickly catching up. Fong Ming's gaze turned colder. I didn't expect it. Fong Ming is also Yi Jin, and Yi Jin is Fong Ming. I was from the 3rd middle school. I've heard of you but never saw you, which caused the mix-up. What do you really want to say? Fong Ming asked him. Remember the bet we had? I lost and I accepted wholeheartedly, Wu Liang said. Nonsense. Fong Ming turned around and walked away, not wanting to deal with him at all. Hey Fong Ming, don't go. What about the bet? It's 1 billion. Fong Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at him. Do you really admit defeat? Wu Liang earnestly promised. Of course, my word is my bond. All right then, bring the money, Fong Ming said, always ready to take advantage of an opportunity handed to him. Coughing, Wu Liang suddenly started coughing, clearly not expecting Fong Ming to be so direct. He explained, I don't have that much money right now, but once I finish the special training camp I will have enough, I promise. Fong Ming turned and walked away, dismissing such assurances as foolish. Don't go, Fong Ming, let's stick together. Behind him, Wu Liang hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, at the gate of the 1st middle school, some early arriving students had already gathered. By the time Fong Ming arrived, there were already about 20 or 30 people scattered around. Look, Tower Master Fong has arrived. Fong Ming received a warm greeting from everyone as he arrived, marking a stark contrast to their previous attitudes. He responded with a nod and a smile, mindful of the image he represented for the Sky Tower sect as previously advised by the gray-robed man. He knew the importance of keeping up appearances. Such opportunists, muttered Wu Liang, who was walking beside him and clearly disdained the scene. Fong Ming glanced at him but chose to ignore him, heading straight to the registration area of the special training camp to sign his name. Participation was voluntary, so everyone signed in themselves. After verifying his identity, a teacher nearby gave Fong Ming an approving look. At that moment, Ji Bian also arrived. Young Master Fong of the tower, she greeted him with a slight smile, her dignified aura shining as brightly as the morning sun on a blooming peony. Greetings, teacher Ji. Fong Ming replied respectfully, not daring to slight the visitor from the capital. Despite her beauty, she was far from being a mere figurehead. I'm glad to see you've come. Remember my previous proposal? Ji Bian said, winking at him. Thank you for the invitation, teacher Ji. I am honored, Fong Ming responded with a polite smile. Suddenly, Ji Bian leaned closer and whispered, this training camp is specially sponsored by the Wang family, so be careful. Fong Ming's heart tightened. As he was about to reply, he found himself distracted by the close view of Ji Bian's immaculate attire pressing against her white blouse. Clearing his throat and averting his gaze, he thanked her. I appreciate your warning, teacher Ji. Hopefully we'll meet again under brighter circumstances. Ji Bian nodded and left. Wu Liang, who had been hanging back, came forward and quipped, "Teacher Ji is really something, isn't she?" Their destination was a secret base outside Jiang City. As the students assembled and moved out of the city, they attracted many onlookers. Now let me explain the rules of this training camp. This is a wilderness combat training adopting a solo combat mode lasting for 10 days. You will need to confront beasts on your own, and points from killing beasts will determine your final evaluation. Additionally, we neither oppose nor encourage the competitive mode of eliminating other contestants. One may fully inherit the points of others. Upon hearing this, a look of mutual bewilderment swept over the students below. They clearly hadn't expected that the so-called special training would simply be a matter of laissez-faire competition. Before the official start of the training camp, we also invited a special guest to serve as the lecturer for the opening ceremony. Please give a round of applause to welcome her. The applause that followed was somewhat sparse. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang couldn't help but start complaining. He assumed it would just be some unknown big shots backed by resources coming to show off their superiority. "So the Wu family you mentioned, is it the city Lord Wu?" Fong Ming suddenly asked again. "Is there another Wu family in Jiang City?" Wu Liang continued with a playful smile. "Fong Ming, you are from the Sky Tower sect, and my father holds you in high regard. Allying with me against the Wang family?" Fong Ming's gaze deepened. "We can't just talk recklessly. Our Wu family in Jiang City has always been non-partisan. Making friends just means making good friends. Don't misunderstand." Wu Liang quickly coughed twice and waved his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to leave the city. Please stay close to the group and be ready for combat at any time." Just then, the leading teacher at the front finally gave the notice. Fong Ming glanced at Wang Tong, who was standing not far away in the queue, and Wu Liang, who was beside him, his expression obscure. This wilderness training camp was probably not going to be simple. Outside Jiang City, deep in the beast forest and away from the safe zone, several fifth-order beastmasters led the team. The usual sections of the beast forest were relatively safe. On the way here, there had been no danger, and the training camp base was soon in sight. It was a specially chosen open area in the forest with the perimeter fully secured and guarded at intervals. What they called a training camp looked more like a rugged campsite that had just been set up. "All right, students, the training camp is right here," the lead teacher announced to the students. Behind him, by now all the students participating in the camp should have gathered. Fong Ming looked around and was surprised to find no sign of Yiningshuang. He frowned, remembering that Yiningshuang had made a promise to meet him here. Could something have happened? This training camp isn't for practicing basics but to train you in real combat. However, if you all persist and complete this training, you will surely reap great rewards. We have prepared many prizes for you, such as A+ grade pet eggs, spots and special squads at top universities, and extremely rare materials that can enhance the rarity of your pets. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Now let me explain the rules of this training camp. This is a wilderness combat training adopting a solo combat mode lasting for 10 days. You will need to confront beasts on your own, and points from killing beasts will determine your final evaluation. Additionally, we neither oppose nor encourage the competitive mode of eliminating other contestants. One may fully inherit the points of others. Upon hearing this, a look of mutual bewilderment swept over the students below. They clearly hadn't expected that the so-called special training would simply be a matter of laissez-faire competition. Before the official start of the training camp, we also invited a special guest to serve as the lecturer for the opening ceremony. Please give a round of applause to welcome her. The applause that followed was somewhat sparse. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang couldn't help but start complaining. He assumed it would just be some unknown big shots backed by resources coming to show off their superiority. But before he finished speaking, a girl with short hair walked straight up to the stage. It wasn't some bald old man, but a stunning girl. Wu Liang was shocked. "Hello everyone, I am your senior sister Li Qingyin, a former student from Guanghua Academy." The short-haired girl waved at the crowd, her demeanor brisk and sunny. "Also, I am now a member of the Hunter Squad, the Night Shadow Team." At this, Wu Liang let out a shout. The Night Shadow Team? Not just Wu Liang, a large number of students below exclaimed in surprise, and several excited girls couldn't help but start cheering for the Night Shadow Team. Fong Ming also narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the short-haired girl in front. The Night Shadow Team, though a hunter squad, had a reputation and strength that had spread across 13 main cities, far surpassing ordinary teams. Rumors had it that this was the youngest S-rank team in the Hunter Association, ranked within the top 5. A year ago, in the Cloud City Magical Beast incident, which was officially designated as an S-rank mission, it was the Night Shadow Team that took on this task and ultimately resolved the crisis. Thus, the originally a +-rank Night Shadow was officially upgraded to an S-rank team, becoming the 5th S-rank team in the entire Dragon Country. Such a legendary team member appearing at this training camp. Could this be the surprise Ji Bai mentioned earlier? Senior sister Qingyin, is it just you here, or is Captain Yefeng also present? the fans below couldn't help but start asking, "Sorry girls to disappoint you, but the captain isn't here." It's just Li Qingyin smiled at the questioning girl, making a cute shrugging gesture. "Senior sister is awesome too. From now on you are my idol." Unexpectedly, Li Qingyin patiently answered her question, causing the girl's face to flush with excitement. "Thank you, just work hard and you'll definitely be no less than me." Li Qingyin made a fist-pumping gesture which immediately drew more shouts from the male students. "Senior sister, too cute, that's cheating." "Senior sister, I want to have your babies." "Senior sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Bold questions flew one after another, and Li Qingyin coolly gestured a big X with her arms. "Those questions are out of line." But Li Qingyin paused, then suddenly changed the topic. "The student who ranks first in this training camp can ask me one question and I will answer it honestly." Oh, the crowd below burst into cheers, and the passion of everyone seemed to be fully mobilized at this moment. "Alright, let's get back to the main topic. I know that the students who can stand here today are definitely the best among their peers. However, I want to tell you something." Li Qingyin pressed her hands down to quiet the cheers, her commanding presence instantly taking control of the whole venue. "The results of the big exam are only your theoretical scores." "What are theoretical scores?" "They are scores that have not been truly tested in battle with magical beasts. Even the Sky Tower assessment is just an illusion inside the tower, and you know, even if you fail you won't lose your life, so you always lack the fear of death." At this point, everyone in the venue had completely quieted down. Only the crisp voice of Li Qingyin echoed in the hall. "Therefore, for this field training camp we have decided to set the location in the Beast Forest to let you face real magical beasts, because without experiencing life and death one cannot be considered a true beast master. Finally, my only advice to you is, don't die." The venue fell silent, everyone staring blankly at this short-haired girl. At this moment, they finally began to clearly realize the significance of this field training camp. Feeling the low pressure of the crowd, Li Qingyin did not explain further but just smiled slightly. "Now make your final decision, stay or leave." Silence again. Li Qingyin seemed to have anticipated this and continued to speak calmly. "My fellow students, you have only 1 minute to decide. If no one wants to leave, we will officially start in 1 minute." As soon as these words fell, there finally was some commotion. Eventually, someone could not hold back and stood up. I want to leave." And this voice seemed to trigger a switch as one by one more people stepped out of the line. 10 seconds left. Li Qingyin calmly watched the crowd. Finally, the previously enthusiastic fangirl also bowed her head, trembling as she left the line. "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Li Qingyin smiled slightly. "It's okay, I respect each of your decisions." Fang Ming watched silently. In this world where magical beasts and humans coexist, humans are actually at a real disadvantage. At this moment, these Ivory Tower students are finally leaving their protection, facing the harsh world for the first time. "Time's up." Li Qingyin glanced over the remaining crowd. "Congratulations, you have withstood the first test, but this is not enough. I hope that in 10 days, all of you can safely return here. Now what you need to do is turn around, face the forest and set off." The opening class of the training camp under Li Qingyin's guidance ended briefly and swiftly. All the students, after putting on their scoring identification devices, began to face the forest, ready to set off. Fang Ming swept a glance. About 90 people remained, and at this moment his gaze inadvertently met Wang Tang's across the way. Wang Tang said nothing, only giving him a cold look before quickly shifting his gaze. But Fang Ming knew if Wang Tang wanted to make a move, this was definitely the best opportunity. With the Wang family's character, they would certainly not miss it. But after all, who is the real hunter? Who can say for sure? Fang Ming smiled faintly. Since breaking through to the third tier, Mao Mao had indeed been yearning for a real battle. "How about it, Fang Ming? Shall we join forces?" Wu Liang, standing nearby, had naturally noticed this development. "No need." Fang Ming flatly refused his proposal. "Hey, although this training camp is supposedly for solo combat, there's no rule against forming teams at the start. You don't really think your only opponent is Wang Tang, do you?" Wu Liang was taken aback by Fang Ming's immediate refusal and was momentarily stunned. "Just a rabble," Fang Ming said indifferently. "Alright, you're tough, truly the only man who can defeat me." Wu Liang gave him a thumbs up, hoping they would meet again in 10 days. Fang Ming nodded. "Just don't die." Wu Liang, the purple-haired youth, turned and walked away. When it came to Fang Ming, he could neither outfight nor outtalk him. Fang Ming chose a different direction and went forward alone. Many around recognized him and immediately extended invitations to team up, which Fang Ming directly declined, swiftly distancing himself from the main group. Solo combat suited his style best. A day later, Fang Ming stopped by a stream in the Demon Beast Forest. He had just killed a D-tier, third-tier demon beast with his fluffy spider, and the score on his wristwatch now showed he had reached 182 points. "Seems a bit slow," he mused. Having just left the training camp base, the nearby demon beasts had likely been cleared out with no high-tier ones around. The deeper he went, the greater the potential rewards. Also, the wristwatch displayed not only his points but also the number of competitors still in the game. From the initial 91-inch it remained unchanged, indicating no one had been eliminated yet. Perhaps it was because everyone recognized Fong Ming and deliberately avoided his direction, or perhaps he was advancing too quickly, he hadn't encountered anyone else along the way. In fact, Fong Ming knew that the fastest way to rack up points in this competition model was not through hunting beasts, but other competitors. Thus, while forming teams could increase safety, it also made one a bigger target. Strong teams were somewhat safer, but weaker teams grouping together could be safe only in the early stages and might become vulnerable later. After all, these were all walking points. Fong Ming surveyed his surroundings to ensure there were no dangers before he took some water and mixed it with his dry food to eat. Food was a major issue in this 10-day wilderness training. It was fortunate that Fong Ming had prepared food in advance, requiring only a bit of water to settle matters. The stream babbled on, bringing with it a leisurely charm of the wilderness. Just then, a deep presence rapidly approached. Fong Ming sighed. There was never a moment of peace. Mao Mao, go, you handle the tough jobs. After breaking through to the third tier, the fluffy spider had grown tremendously. Now, it didn't even need any materials to merge. For these common third-tier magical beasts, it was simply a matter of toying with them. Thus, Mao Mao did not pamper the incoming beast. Being a notable predator in the forest, it decisively dealt with the attack. In a matter of seconds, it killed the approaching leopard and, out of habit, extracted its magical core. Xiaohong, your turn. This is an easy job for you. The slime monster opened its mouth and swallowed the leopard's corpse whole. Soon, a brand new energy crystal was in hand. Fong Ming looked at the additional 16 points on his score watch and nodded in satisfaction. Drinking water and eating his meal, he managed to earn both points and money. Indeed, being a beast master was a fine profession. He wondered if he could incidentally find traces of mist-hidden grass or shadow tentacles. The materials needed for Mao Mao and Xiaohong's next upgrades were quite special. Mist-hidden grass required a nest of powerful dark magical beasts to absorb sufficient dark energy to form. Shadow tentacles were from a rare 5th-tier magical beast. He had asked Stone Brother to look for them before, but to no avail. Now that he was in the wilderness, he might as well keep an eye out for any powerful dark magical beasts and try his luck. Moreover, previously Lefty had expressed a significant need for A-grade materials and had even provided him with a rare materials list reportedly crafted by a master appraiser from the treasure line, highly reliable. He could keep an eye out for these materials in the wilderness. Encountering even one would be like winning the lottery. Honestly, on the precious materials list, most were S-grade, totaling 72 types, while there were only 36 types of A-grade. Ranked first among the A-grade materials was dark or magi-polarized bloodstone with energy comparable to S-grade and a very special formation process extremely rare. Ranked 9th was a dark material shadow dragon scales exclusively produced by the unique magical beast the shadow dragon. Ranked 17th was a dark herbal material mist-hidden grass, exactly what Fong Ming was aiming for. Fong Ming furrowed his brow thinking. Previously at the Hunters Guild, he seemed to recall a message about an A+ level task once prominently displayed on the big screen. The task was to capture a black moonfox cub. The black moonfox was an A-grade dark magical beast which upon reaching maturity consistently possessed the strength of the 6th tier. This task had remained uncompleted for at least half a month before it was possibly withdrawn by the poster. But from this Fong Ming gleaned a piece of information. There was a den of black moonfoxes in this magical beast forest. Perhaps it was worth taking a chance. And now, being already at the 3rd tier, he still had a slot open for a 3rd magical beast. After all, the black moonfox is an A-level magical beast. If one could somehow luck into finding a cub and forming a contract, it would truly be a massive win. Fong Ming immediately took out the hunter's special navigation compass from his storage space and checked the general distribution of magical beasts in the area. He then searched for that previous mission, rummaging around for a while until his eyes lit up with excitement. Found it. Black moonfox cub capture location range. The range is quite large, about 10 kilometers away from Fong Ming's current position, a bit far. Fong Ming guessed that although the outdoor training was supposed to be for students to practice on their own, teachers must be secretly following them to reduce student casualties. If he ran off that far, probably no one could really look after him. Thinking of this, Fong Ming shook his head with a smile. No one to look after him? Isn't that just perfect? Mao Mao, let's go. He directly transformed the fluffy spider into its battle form, and Fong Ming climbed onto the back of the fluffy spider, commanding it to move quickly. Destination: northeast direction, the territory of the black moon fox. The magical beast forest at night is far more dangerous than during the day. Many magical beasts have the habit of being dormant during the day and active at night, therefore Fong Ming did not dare to be careless. As he approached the territory of the black moon fox, he made the fluffy spider stop immediately and found a cave to temporarily settle in. The cave seemed to have been the lair of some magical beast, but it was now abandoned, and even the scent of the beast had dissipated. Fong Ming implemented some concealment measures at the entrance of the cave and did not start a fire. After tidying up a bit, he rested against the cave wall. The fluffy spider and the slime monster dutifully guarded the entrance to prevent any accidents. The first half of the night was uneventful, but by the latter half Fong Ming's sleepiness completely overtook him and he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. He seemed to hear some rustling and crackling sounds by his ears. A sudden alertness arose in his heart and Fong Ming immediately opened his eyes. The cave was pitch black with no flames and he had blocked the entrance so not even the moonlight could enter. It was completely pitch dark, unable to see even his own hand in front of him. The fluffy spider and the slime monster at the entrance showed no signs of alarm, so it seemed nothing was amiss. But where did that inexplicable chill come from? Just after waking up with his brain not yet fully alert, Fong Ming suddenly felt a tugging sound from behind him. Fong Ming was startled, not even bothering to look back. He immediately summoned Xiao Hong and had it attached to his body at once. The anticipated attack did not occur. Fong Ming only felt cold sweat soaking his back. At that moment he turned on the flashlight on his phone and looked behind him. On the ground behind him a purple vine about as thick as a finger had sprouted up at some unknown time. Could this be a plant type? Magical beast? Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. When he had entered the cave he had not noticed any trace of plants. Where did this purple vine come from? Fong Ming's guard remained unyielded as he instructed Xiao Hong to use the mimicry skill. With a soft chirp Xiao Hong vocalized, leaving Fong Ming momentarily stunned. It failed to mimic. It became apparent that the purple vine was no ordinary beast. Could it have grown on its own? Following the vine's trajectory, Fong Ming noticed it sprouted from a crevice in a cave wall. Could there be something hidden behind this wall? Spurred by curiosity, Fong Ming feared the wall's simplicity was deceptive. He summoned the fluffy spider to take the lead, though breaking through seemed a more fitting description than leading the way. The spider raised its dark, lengthy legs and struck the cave wall ferociously. A clang resounded, as if it had hit metal, failing to breach it immediately. Fong Ming paused, bewildered. Given the spider's third tier strength, even real steel alloy couldn't withstand such force. What was this wall made of? Try again, Mao Mao, Fong Ming commanded. Without needing further instruction, the stubborn spider attempted once more, resulting in a crisp echo. The spider silently withdrew its trembling legs. If it had a face, it would surely be grimacing. After a moment of silence, Fong Ming stepped back and extended his hand towards the wall. Considering the wall's unusual nature, it must contain a spiritual circuit. He wanted to feel it himself, just as his hand nearly touched the wall. A crisp voice suddenly called from behind, "Don't move." Startled, Fong Ming recognized the voice as familiar. He positioned the fluffy spider defensively in front of him, using the light from his phone to illuminate the area. To his surprise, it was Li Qingying, a member of the Night Shadow Squad he had met earlier that day. Her friendly demeanor had vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Fong Ming stepped back, Li Qingying urged, seeing him unmoved. Instead of retreating, Fong Ming calmly faced her. "Before I step back, could you explain why you are here, Senior Qingying?" "Step back first and I'll explain," she replied, her voice growing urgent. "We can talk now." He stood firm. In the pitch-dark cave, he could barely discern her true features. He was mostly going by her silhouette and voice. "Don't you trust me?" she pressed, taking a step forward. "Stop, Senior. Otherwise I can't guarantee I won't attack." Fong Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering with light. "Do you think your attack could harm me?" Li Qingying's face was tight, her presence overwhelming, as if her aura filled the entire cave. This demeanor, it truly seemed like the real Senior Qingying. Fong Ming coughed dryly, as if realizing a mistake. While speaking, he subtly moved his feet away from the wall. "Humph." Li Qingying merely hummed softly in response to his earlier distrust, calming the spiritual energy fluctuations around her. Worthy of being the top scholar of Jiang City, she was cautious and meticulous in her approach. Fong Ming remained silent, retreating a bit but not getting too close to Li Qingying. "You should know why I came here," she said, "simply because you're too far from the special patrol camp." Li Qingying stared intently at Fong Ming, as if trying to discern something special about him. "You're the first to run this far on the first day of training. The senior is indeed serious and responsible, coming all the way here for one candidate," Fong Ming remarked. "Normally, I wouldn't show myself unless there was a situation, but now there is a situation." Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Li Qingying knew something about this wall. "This type of wall, also known as the recollection wall, is not a beast but is more formidable than one," Li Qingying explained, looking at the wall with a complex expression in her eyes. "It grows vines, bears fruit, or forms crystals. In any case, once touched, it drags people into endless recollections." Fong Ming blinked, having already guessed it was this phenomenon. Getting trapped in it, unable to extricate oneself, one would eventually be devoured by the recollection wall. "That's also why this cave is so clean," continued Li Qingying. "So, junior brother, it's better to stay away from it." Upon hearing this, Fong Ming simply smiled faintly. "But as far as I know, if one can break free from the recollection wall's memories, then one can take this wall." The recollection wall, he added, is listed as the 67th S-tier material on that precious materials chart. Although it has no life, it can devour and grow, making it an extremely rare material. It can also be used to create the core of a formation essential for the 7th level recollection resonance formation. Once completed, it can match a 7th tier, which is quite terrifying. He had stumbled upon such a thing in his sleep, which was incredibly fortunate. To miss it would be a pity. Li Qingying was momentarily stunned by Fong Ming's words. What are you thinking of doing? Fong Ming smiled slightly. Such a good thing, how can I not try? Are you mad? Li Qingying couldn't believe her ears. If you can't break free, you will truly die. Your spirit will be trapped within, and within just 1 day and night you will never be able to return to your body. Didn't the senior say it before? How can one become a beast tamer without experiencing life and death? Fong Ming calmly stated. Idiot, the life and death I spoke of isn't about challenging the recollection wall. Li Qingying felt that Fong Ming was in a dangerous state now, and she moved to pull him back. However, she was too slow. Fong Ming simply stepped forward and raised his hand, placing it gently on the recollection wall with a smile. Ming Ming, wake up, a frantic voice echoed in his ears. Fong Ming struggled to open his eyes, greeted by a small pitch-black face. You. His head was splitting with pain and he couldn't help but cover it with his hands. You are. Fong Ming stared at the small face before him, feeling both familiar and strange. I'm little monkey Fong Ming. You must have slept silly. Hurry, follow me, there's a fire in the front yard. A fire? Upon hearing this, Fong Ming shivered. For some reason the word struck a deep-seated fear in him. Hurry, we need to get out fast. Aunt Lu has already called the fire trucks. Little monkey wiped off the soot from his face, revealing more of his original appearance. Fong Ming, somewhat dazed, stood up. It felt as though he had been in a long dream, but everything in front of him was undoubtedly reality. Long-lost memories suddenly came vividly back to life. Little monkey, little stone, little Ashwang, all his little friends, and the fiercest of them all, Aunt Lu the matron. All right, let's go. Fong Ming nodded, finally snapping back to reality, and followed little monkey out the door. The corridor was already filled with smoke. As soon as he stepped out, thick smoke choked him, causing him to cough painfully. A vague fear in his heart began to inexplicably expand. The smoke in front of him seemed like shackles trapping him in place, suffocating him severely. Little monkey turned back, glanced at him, and grabbed his hand. Fong Ming, don't be scared, keep close to me. While speaking, he handed over a towel. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised. Usually fidgety, little monkey was now remarkably calm. Covering his mouth and nose with the towel, he felt much better. He followed little monkey through the corridor. Everywhere they passed was engulfed in thick smoke. The situation didn't seem like just the front yard was on fire. It was as if the entire orphanage was ablaze. And when they finally reached the front yard, Fong Ming saw the towering flames. The fire had started to spread in the front yard, encircling the orphanage, and the exit was completely engulfed in flames. It's all blocked, no way out. Little monkey panicked, his legs going weak. Change course, let's go out through the windows in the rooms. Fong Ming made a quick decision. Okay, little monkey nodded repeatedly. They ran directly to the nearest cafeteria, where there was a large window, but as soon as they entered the cafeteria, both were stunned. The whole place was ablaze, perhaps even more severely than the exit. What do we do now? Little monkey turned back, his little face wrinkled in worry. Upstairs, to Aunt Lu's bedroom. The first floor was almost entirely engulfed by flames, but the second floor was relatively safer for now. Fong Ming led the way, relying on the memories of the routes while continuing forward. Right, where are Xiaoshi, Xiao Ashwang, and Aunt Lu? Xiao Monkey quickly explained. Aunt Lu's legs aren't good and they just went upstairs to help her. I was responsible for calling them. They must have already left. No, with Aunt Lu's speed coming down from the second floor, she wouldn't be quicker than us who are on the first floor, Fong Ming said with a serious expression. They must still be upstairs. Xiao Monkey decisively suggested. That's perfect, we tell them we can't leave from the first floor, we all go down from the second floor together. The two headed upstairs, one after another. The fire on the second floor was slightly less intense, but the smoke was still thick and the situation was not good. This time Fong Ming took the lead. Just as he rounded the corner from the stairwell, he collided with a small figure coming from the opposite direction. A small cry of surprise also startled Fong Ming. Xiao Ming, you're okay, thank goodness. The figure was a little girl wearing an old dress, her entire body dirted by soot. She was dancing with joy upon seeing Fong Ming, her bright eyes especially sparkling. Fong Ming's memory seemed to short-circuit for a moment, then quickly recovered. Xiao Ashwang, where are Xiaoshi and Aunt Lu? They are all in Aunt Lu's room, she said. Aunt Lu said from upstairs, it looks like the orphanage nearby is all on fire, there's no way out. Xiao Ashwang initially looked happy to see Fong Ming but soon became somewhat disheartened. Take us to see them, Fong Ming said sternly. He felt that since waking up his mind had become much clearer and he was handling things more calmly. Xiao Ashwang blinked at Fong Ming and nodded firmly. Aunt Lu's room was on the eastern side of the second floor? The three small figures, nimble in their movements, quickly reached the place. Fong Ming looked at the limping woman in front of him and for some reason felt a sudden sting in his eyes. "Aunt Lu," he called out loudly. Aunt Lu turned around, her expression stern as she looked at Fong Ming. "Xiao Ming, why do you oversleep again? If Xiao Monkey hadn't come to find you, you'd have been trapped on the first floor." The woman was already over 50, and the years had left wrinkles on her face, making the birthmark on her left cheek appear even more fierce. However, Fong Ming inexplicably felt that the once fearsome Aunt Lu now seemed not at all scary. He hurriedly rushed over and threw himself into Aunt Lu's arms. Aunt Lu, seeing the circle of young friends around until he saw Xiao Oxuang, saw that face both vague and clear in his memory. He finally remembered, this place, it was his dream. On the day of the accident, only he, the mischievous one, happened to be outside the orphanage and escaped the fire. Unexpectedly inside the orphanage on that day it was like this. "Aunt Lu, I really miss Xiao Monkey, Miss Xiao Shi, Miss Xiao Oxuang. I really miss you all," Fong Ming murmured to himself. It was after that fire that he truly became his own person. From being mischievous to striving diligently, he had to live on for all of their sakes. Aunt Lu could see that Xiao Fong Ming had always been a bright child. She looked at him kindly. "With such a fierce fire outside, it's safe here with me. How about we stay here forever?" Fong Ming stared at the person opposite him and the circle of young faces around him. His voice hoarse, he said, "Aunt Lu, I'm sorry." Aunt Lu was visibly taken aback, then her expression softened and she gently patted Fong Ming's head. "Silly boy, there's nothing to apologize for. Sorry. Fong Ming kept repeating softly. He wanted to stay, but he couldn't. This was the world behind the memory wall. Once he stayed, he could never return. The little girl who had been silently watching came over and hugged him from behind. "Xiao Ming, don't be afraid, Xiao Oxuang will cheer for you." Looking at the girl whose features seemed more and more familiar, Fong Ming smiled softly, suddenly realizing, "So it's you, Xiao Oxuang. I didn't expect we knew each other so early. With her talent of frost, how could she possibly die in a fire? Perhaps it was this very fire that truly awakened her." Sadly, he never found anyone from the orphanage again after that. There must be some secrets with Xiao Oxuang. Next time they met, perhaps he should give her a hug. Fong Ming sighed softly, let go of his embrace and waved goodbye to everyone in the room. "Goodbye, Aunt Lu and friends. You shouldn't be here, but in my heart, I will live well for all of you to shine the brightest light for us all." He smiled, opened the window, and then leapt into the raging fire. Deep in the beast forest inside the memory wall cave, Fong Ming snapped back to reality, feeling a tremendous sense of weakness, nearly collapsing. Suddenly a surprised voice came from behind. "You actually made it out alive?" Fong Ming gave a wry smile, recognizing the voice of his senior, Li Qingying. "It's tough, but Senior Li is still waiting here for me." Li Qingying looked at him deeply. "You are reckless, but I must say you are quite capable." Fong Ming shook his head. "I thought Senior would praise my luck. How could it be just luck to escape from the memory wall?" Li Qingying eyed the plain wall in front of her with deep wariness. A 7th-tier beast master once tried to harvest this mysterious material and ended up trapped within the memory wall forever. "Isn't it said that once you escape from the memory wall world you can harvest it?" Fong Ming said, subtly moving away from Li Qingying. This was a genuine material ranked S-class number 67, a treasure not available for purchase. Even if Li Qingying was honest, it would be hard not to covet it. "You just need to place your hand back on the wall, think a thought, and the memory wall will shrink into your palm." Li Qingying glanced at him and spoke indifferently. Fong Ming nodded, yet he didn't step forward to retrieve it immediately but instead asked, "Senior, how many hours have I been reflecting in the wall?" "Hours?" Li Qingying looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "A whole day and night have passed. If you didn't come out now you might never have been able to." "What?" Fong Ming was also startled. That tiny area affected by the fire had already seen a day and a night pass. Regrettably, he hadn't discovered the real cause of the fire. During this return, "It's already the 3rd day of the training camp. You better hurry up," Li Qingying said, and then with a flash she exited the cave entrance. "Don't worry, I will keep the secrets of this place." After she left, her voice carried back from a distance. Fong Ming silently watched her departing figure, and only after a moment was he sure she had truly left. But to be safe, Fong Ming first took out an energy crystal, then circulated his spiritual power to replenish the deficits in his own. He summoned both Mao Mao and Xiaohong before he dared to approach and retrieve the reflecting wall. He was cautious throughout the process. Fortunately, Li Qingying's method was correct and she indeed did not reappear. "She's actually not bad," Fong Ming thought as he stored the reflecting wall into his spatial storage. The material alone was worth at least several hundred million, and at auction it could even reach $1 billion. Now, instead of setting up arrays or enhancing his strength selling, it seemed like a good option too. With money he could buy materials to continue upgrading and merging the talents of his creatures. With this thought it seemed more tangible. However, now was not the time for daydreaming. Fong Ming dared not linger any longer. Remembering his original objective, he continued towards the territory of the Dark Moon Fox. The day was bright outside, and it was almost noon by the time he checked his watch. Despite spending a day and a night, his score was still at 198 points. Given the time spent, he feared that the gap in points might have widened significantly. He was now deep in the beast forest where traces of powerful beasts could be seen everywhere. However, the furry spider was fearless, even emitting an aura that seemed to seek battle. Along the way, he gradually accumulated more points. The Dark Moon Fox, being an A-class powerful dark beast, naturally had a large territory. Entering a silent zone of the beast forest, Fong Ming realized he had truly entered the territory of the Dark Moon Fox. It seemed that the clue provided for the mission was correct. Fong Ming thought to himself, becoming even more cautious in his movements. Even the furry spider sensed Fong Ming's intent, and its aura was confined within a few meters radius. As darkness fell, everything was gradually enveloped by the night. The night became the best veil for movement. Not long after, Fong Ming heard the roaring sound of water. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be a waterfall. Fong Ming furrowed his brow. Theoretically, as a top-tier dark beast, the Dark Moon Fox should reside in a dark, shadowy place rich with dark aura. This waterfall and river setting hardly seems like the chosen territory for a dark beast. Fong Ming expanded his spiritual sense, continuously sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations around him while gradually moving toward the direction of the waterfall. His cautious, stealthy approach did not attract any attention. As Fong Ming arrived at the waterfall, he looked up at the inverted galaxy of water and was immediately taken aback. In the pool beneath the waterfall, there actually was a giant black fox taking a bath. Its fur was pitch black, emitting an intensely dark aura with a bright silver crescent moon conspicuously present on its forehead. No doubt this was the overlord of this territory, the A-rank Tier 6 Black Moon Fox. Fong Ming suppressed his breathing, fearing to draw any attention. Fortunately, the Black Moon Fox was merely enjoying the impact of the water flow, oblivious to its surroundings. Clearly, as this was its territory, it was recognized by the surrounding beasts, and under normal circumstances no one would dare to disturb it. Unsure if the mission was accurate, if the Black Moon Fox truly had cubs, Fong Ming observed secretly but could not find the exact location of the Black Moon Fox's den. As for another target, the mist hiding grass, it was supposed to be near the den. Only by finding the den could there be a chance to find the mist hiding grass. Woo! As Fong Ming pondered, the Black Moon Fox seemed to have finished its bath and started to chant softly towards the sky, as if in praise of something. The moonlight just began to rise, casting endless cold frost from the sky to the earth. The black fox howling at the moon, both solemn and ghostly. Fong Ming silently took out his phone. Indeed, there was no signal now, but that didn't stop him from taking a photo as a keepsake. Just at that moment, through the camera lens, Fong Ming suddenly noticed a detail he had missed before. Across the lake under the waterfall, there was also a faint glimmer. Could it be someone else was also observing the Black Moon Fox? Fong Ming thought it over and did not act rashly. It was night and he probably hadn't been exposed. With some luck, there might still be a chance to take advantage of the situation. In the small lake, the Black Moon Fox was wailing and dancing under the moon. Its figure had completely detached from the lake's surface. Slightly hovering above it, its massive figure was extraordinarily agile, creating a strange dance that seemed both mysterious and devout. Tier 6 peak. And was it breaking through? Fong Ming's heart shook. Only Tier 7 creatures could fly, a consensus in the beast tamer world. This applied to magical beasts as well. Apart from flying magical beasts, other magical beasts could use the spiritual energy within their bodies to start flying once they reached Tier 7. Fong Ming hadn't expected this Black Moon Fox to have such exceptional talent, almost breaking through the constraints of its bloodline by virtue of its own cultivation. After all, generally speaking, magical beasts contracted by humans with various spiritual materials and pet beast spaces assisting in cultivation often had an advantage in breaking through compared to wild magical beasts. But this Black Moon Fox was clearly utilizing the power of the moonlight, attempting to break through to the 7th rank. It was at this moment that magical beasts were most vulnerable. Just then, a flash of light suddenly erupted across the lake. Fong Ming's heart skipped a beat. Someone was indeed coming. Under the cover of night, with the bright moon overhead, a flash of light suddenly tore through the darkness. Someone had actually launched an attack on the Black Moon Fox during its breakthrough. Fong Ming's eyes widened. The attackers were definitely no ordinary foes. Before long he understood the confidence of the attackers. It turned out it wasn't just one person but a whole group, a complete team of hunters. Fong Ming felt a bit odd about this. He hadn't expected to encounter such a major battle just by joining a training camp. A battle involving a rank 6 magical beast was a rare sight in all of Jiang City. The Black Moon Fox's strength was indeed astonishing. Being interrupted mid-breakthrough seemed to have greatly irritated it. It unleashed a burst of shadow power, engulfing the attacking hunter team entirely. This was the Black Moon Fox's signature skill. shadow world. It created a realm of absolute shadow around the Black Moon Fox. Within this realm, the power of all non-darkness skills was halved while the power of darkness skills doubled. Under such conditions, the Black Moon Fox could almost completely dominate its peers within the shadow world. Fong Ming watched everything clearly from the sidelines. Besides the 5 figures rushing towards the Black Moon Fox, there was clearly another figure sneaking towards the waterfall behind. Fong Ming's mind raced. Could it be that the Black Moon Fox's den was behind that waterfall? There was no time to delay and Fong Ming knew he would regret it if he missed this opportunity. In fact, he didn't hesitate at all. He chose to take a detour, avoiding the main battle zone, and took another path closer to the waterfall. The closer he got, the more he could feel the oppressive dark aura. Fong Ming even felt that the spiritual energy within his body was somewhat suppressed. Was this the full combat power of a rank 6 magical beast? Fong Ming took a deep breath as he approached the edge of the waterfall. The roaring water cascaded down from above and the vast mist filled the air, seemingly refreshing him entirely. He saw the sneaky figure monkey-like scrambling up the cliff face and then swiftly diving into the waterfall. For several minutes, there was no sign of them reappearing. Following the same path, Fong Ming let his furry spider carry him and they too plunged into the waterfall. Whoosh, his whole body was instantly soaked, but it didn't last long. After crossing through the turbulent flow of the waterfall, there was indeed a cave in mid-air behind it. If it weren't for the figure leading the way, he might never have found it. Inside the cave, there was a very deep passage. Ahead, the path delved into an unknown depth, shrouded in an almost palpable darkness. Even at the entrance of the cave, it seemed that Fong Ming had indeed arrived at the right location. Squinting slightly, he could sense the overwhelming presence of dark energy, a prime environment for the growth of the elusive misty grass. Perhaps this trip might prove fruitful after all. Treading softly, Fong Ming allowed the furry spider to lead the way, guarding against any unforeseen threats, particularly from the shadowy figure encountered earlier. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, a hallmark of dark magic's terrifying suppression. Dark energy had the ability to erode the normal spiritual energies in the air, making even beast masters of the same level feel as though their powers were being stifled when facing dark magical beasts. About 5 minutes into their journey, Fong Ming suddenly heard a series of urgent cries. Fox cries? He paused, looking down only to see a small pitch-black fox cub rushing towards him, a Black Moon Fox cub. Even with Fong Ming's composed disposition, he couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement, such an unexpected boon. Yet, knowing that even a cub like this possessed the strength of a second-tier creature, he remained cautious. He instructed the furry spider to block the passage, standing in front of the little fox. Strangely, the fox showed no intention of attacking and instead, quite familiarly, jumped onto the back of the furry spider. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment, sensing that the cub's spiritual energy fluctuations harbored no aggression, and he stopped the furry spider from any rash actions. "Boy, put down that fox," a sudden urgent voice called out. Fong Ming frowned and looked up to see a middle-aged man in a battlesuit with thick eyebrows and a square face exuding a powerful aura. "Why should I?" Fong Ming calmly met his gaze and countered. "Because that's our Wolf Hawk Squad's prey," the square-faced man retorted with a sneer. "I don't know why you're here, kid, but let me give you a piece of advice. This isn't a place for youngsters like you." Fong Ming shook his head. "The territory of the Black Moon Fox isn't up to you to decide." The man smirked. "Seems you're not the obedient type. Well, that's unfortunate, because I don't mind having a new prey." At that moment, a shadowy humanoid beast emerged from the darkness. Fong Ming's pupils shrank. It was a ghost ape of 5th tier. Class B magical beast known for its agility and ability to momentarily vanish into shadows, a perfect assassin. Running low on supplies and having not restocked for a while, Fong Ming decided to use a magic core, knowing it still contained substantial energy despite the scarcity of materials. System: use 2 different 5th tier magic cores on furry spider. It was still some leftover inventory from Lao Wu. These magic cores must have been saved from usual tasks. Fong Ming didn't mind using them at all. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Monster 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy Spider has temporarily gained the strange abilities Void Break and Supersonic. It has also grown to a 5th stage maturity. Effective time: 10 minutes. As the system's voice fell, the fluffy spider underwent a drastic change. Its dark black shell suddenly cracked open and 2 sharp metallic wing-like blades emerged. Lucky, perhaps? Is Void Break for flying? Is Supersonic for scouting? These 2 abilities are indeed hard to come by. With the sudden mutation of the fluffy spider, the little fox that was originally standing steadily on its back was clearly startled. It jumped down from the fluffy spider's back and leaped onto Fong Ming's shoulder. Fong Ming was startled and subconsciously summoned Xiao Hong. Fortunately, the little fox just lazily lay on his shoulder like a warm little shawl, even dispelling much of the dark aura around him. Fong Ming's mouth twitched slightly, deciding to deal with the man opposite first. "Mau Mau, take him down." the square-faced man had witnessed the originally unremarkable Mau Mau suddenly turning into a bizarre and terrifying form, a fluffy spider suddenly mutating and growing wings. Ridiculous answer, still just ants. The square-faced man spoke disdainfully. Ghost ape, just finish it, don't waste time. The captain and the team outside can't hold on for too long, we need to retreat quickly. Fong Ming frowned upon hearing this. This place was clearly not meant for a prolonged battle. Both sides thought of a quick decision. The fight was naturally without any reservations. Ghost ape's speed surprised Fong Ming. If the target was himself, without any preparation he probably would have been defeated instantly. Fortunately, the fluffy spider's strange ability, the supersonic wave, somewhat restrained the opponent's sudden appearances. Its 8 long legs wildly swung in the cave, turning the tables and continuously forcing the ghost ape out from the shadows. The square-faced man's brow furrowed. Clearly Fong Ming's combat ability far exceeded his expectations. You guys must not have returned to Jiang City for a long time, right? Fong Ming looked at the man opposite and suddenly spoke with a smile. The square-faced man was stunned. What do you mean? You probably don't know my identity. Then let me introduce myself. I am a student from this session's major exam training camp. If you really touch me, the examination committee won't let you off. The square-faced man laughed. Kid, you are really joking with me. It seems you truly are out of the loop. Not knowing the reputation of our Wolf Hawk squad, Fong Ming was slightly startled, then remembered these teams that mixed in the wilderness were probably like the ancient bandits, brutal beastmasters who committed all kinds of evil, completely detached from the main city, only having certain dealings with some fixed merchants when needed. The Wolf Hawk squad, it seems, is such an existence, order, and identity mean nothing in their eyes. Big Mountain, have you succeeded on your side, eh? Somewhat anxious voice suddenly came from the pager of the man with the square face. Fong Ming's heart sank. The Wolfhawk squad was truly formidable, managing to communicate remotely even under such poor signal conditions in the wilderness. The square-faced man's response only worsened the situation. Captain, a kid has followed me here, but don't worry, I can handle it. Guard the exit just in case the kid really runs. Help block him. Speed up. Have you guys touched the little fox? This mother fox is about to go crazy. We can only hold on for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's enough, the square-faced man sneered as he looked towards Fong Ming. Kid, I don't have time to play with you. As his words fell, a powerful surge of spiritual energy fluctuated again. Fong Ming's heart skipped a beat and he instantly dodged. A piercing cold wind slashed fiercely through the spot where he had just been standing. It was a close shave. After advancing to a 3rd-tier beastmaster, his physical fitness had greatly improved, allowing him to evade this sudden assault. Little Red Eye, Fong Ming shouted lowly, instantly summoning the slime monster. Use mimic camouflage. The slime monster immediately transformed into the image of the attacking beast encountered with the same move. Although Little Red's attributes were relatively weak under the effects of Fong Ming's 100-fold fusion and mutation, it mimicked the movements of the opposing beast and managed to not show much disadvantage in a short time. At this moment, the little fox that had been quietly sitting on Fong Ming's shoulder suddenly moved. Like a streak of black lightning, it suddenly slashed through the entire passage. The square-faced man was startled and instantly pulled out a spiritual blade from his storage ring, slashing fiercely into the void in front of him. The force unleashed was no less than a full-strength strike from a 5th-tier beast. Fong Ming's expression also became solemn. The square-faced man was indeed not simple. His actual combat ability was also extremely terrifying. With such strength, the square-faced man clearly did not take the newly 3rd-tier Black Moon Fox cub seriously. But in an instant, the little fox directly entered the void. This ability far surpassed the ghost ape's skill to merge into the shadows. It was a true disappearance into thin air. Black Moon Fox innate skill. Spatial leap. The square-faced man's blade cut through the air, losing the initiative. The little fox had already appeared behind him and fiercely swung its claw. Arg. The square-faced man roared angrily, taking the hit directly, and his back was instantly bloody. Die. He turned around and slashed mercilessly with even more force than before. The little fox, having just completed its sneak attack and with its skill on cooldown, could not evade and had to withstand the strike. A crisp sound of metal clashing ensued. The square-faced man cracked a smile. It's my turn. Before he could finish his harsh words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events even made the little fox, who was still fending off the blade, freeze for a moment. Fong Ming's expression remained indifferent as he withdrew the spirit light sword from his hand, leaving a hole in the square-faced man's body. You? The square-faced man turned his head in disbelief. Clearly he had not expected that a weak student beastmaster would dare to strike him directly. Rest in peace. Fong Ming added another sword stroke emotionlessly, ensuring the square-faced man was beyond dead. As the square-faced man died, his 2 beasts also vanished unwillingly. At the same time, the ongoing fierce battles among several beasts also subsided instantly. Fong Ming quietly observed the little fox in front of him and spoke softly. "Little guy, were you planning to sneak attack me too?" The little fox looked obediently at Fong Ming, clearly having no intention of making a move. Then, in the next moment, it jumped onto his shoulder, showing no intention of running away. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised. This little fox was quite interesting, but now was not the time to waste. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield and obtained a 5th-tier Beastmaster's storage ring. He glanced at it and his eyes showed a hint of disgust. Among the collection of the square-faced man, although there were many beast prey, there were clearly many human beastmasters as well. These guys were the real bandits and scum. Fong Ming glanced at the time of the square-faced man's last communication. There were still 3 minutes left until the 10-minute mark. He could go in for another look. Although the value of a black moon fox cub was good right now, the mist-hidden grass was what he really wanted. The dark aura in the depths of the cave became increasingly intense. Fong Ming found it somewhat difficult to proceed. As a 3rd-tier beastmaster, resisting the dark spiritual energy invasion from a 6th-tier beast's lair was quite challenging. Fortunately, the little fox stood on his shoulder, helping him withstand much of the pressure. Before long, Fong Ming reached the depths of the cave. The innermost part of the cave had obviously been scavenged by the square-faced man already, and there were no other precious materials. However, the little fox suddenly leaped down from Fong Ming's shoulder to a corner and started digging. Fong Ming watched quietly, not stopping the little fox's actions. Just 10 seconds later, the little fox dug out a shiny treasure. In the dim cave, the glowing object in the little fox's paws was particularly conspicuous. Fong Ming's eyes brightened instantly, recognizing the origin of the object in the little fox's hands. Sacred Light Shadow Stone, a holy attribute A-grade material, ranked 13th on the precious materials list of the treasure line, a quite rare material. That's odd. Fong Ming thought, this is the lair of the Black Moon Fox. How could there be such a holy attribute mineral stone here? In just an instant, a great doubt arose in his heart. Moreover, it was clear that the little fox had hidden the object itself. Aren't dark creatures known for their hatred of holy properties? Fong Ming was somewhat surprised as he watched the little fox trot up to him with the holy light stone in its mouth, shaking its head adorably like a cute puppy begging to be petted. Ding! The system notification suddenly rang out. The Black Moon Fox Cub requests to form a contract with you as its beast companion. Do you accept? Current slots available February 3rd. The sudden alert gave Fong Ming a start. To think there were creatures that actively sought out contracts. Honestly, Fong Ming had initially intended to use this little fox for a quest to earn some money, never considering the matter of forming a contract. However, he had just advanced to the 3rd tier and had a slot for a beast companion, which seemed serendipitous. Fong Ming gave the little fox a slight smile. Accepted. Contracts solicited by the beasts themselves didn't even require a beast tamer to perform the ritual, they were sealed directly with spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully contracted the Black Moon Fox Cub. Name it Xiaohei. Ding! Black Moon Fox Cub has been successfully named Xiaohei. Xiaohei species, moon inviting fox. Rank, a plus, tier, 3rd, attributes, holy plus dark, strength, 2800, agility, 3300, magic, 2700, defense, 2100, skills, spatial leap, A, holy light breath, A, shadow 100. Claws, A. Fong Ming gasped in awe at Xiaohei's attributes. These powerful attributes were nearly twice as high as Mao Mao's were they not set to soar. Moreover, Xiaohei turned out to be a mutated beast, truly a treasure found. If successfully grown to maturity, an A+ ranked beast generally reaches the 7th tier. Perhaps sensing Fong Ming's gaze, the little fox directly jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing affectionately against him with the holy light radiance stone. This stone, it wouldn't happen to be your accompanying spirit stone, would it? Fong Ming asked hesitantly. Mutated beasts often arise due to external factors, and even in the same environment such mutations are hit or miss. Understanding Fong Ming's words, the little fox nodded and then, like offering a treasure, held out the glowing stone. This thing should not be misused. Fong Ming could not dismiss the little fox's goodwill. The accompanying spirit stone might not be of much use to it now, but its symbolic significance was quite clear. He promptly stored it in his storage space. Unfortunately, there was no trace of mist concealment grass or shadow tentacles here. Time is pressing. Let's go out and see. Fong Ming glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had almost passed. Having contracted the little fox, could he possibly claim some kinship with the Black Moon Fox outside? But Fong Ming knew that was a joke. Beasts never cared for such sentiments. What was more crucial was the situation outside. How was the battle faring? And outside the cave, the melee had reached a fever pitch. 5 figures each bearing wounds, and several great beasts were similarly marred with severed limbs and injuries. The Black Moon Fox, caught in the midst of battle, was clearly struggling. Though as a formidable Tier 6 magical beast its strength far surpassed that of any Tier 5 creature, potentially by more than tenfold, it was still suffering injuries under the coordinated assault of the Wolf Hawk squad. Initially its power in the Shadow Realm was overwhelming, but sustaining it drained a vast amount of energy. Feeling its young threatened, the Black Moon Fox launched relentless attacks, sparing no cost. It was during this assault that it heavily injured numerous hunters, but eventually its spiritual energy waned and the Shadow Realm faded away. Once it dissipated, the fox's decline became evident. Shamelessly, the opposing hunter team employed pills and formations, clearly aiming to trap it decisively. In desperation, the Black Moon Fox darted left and right, unable to break through the encirclement, and finally, unable to restrain itself, it howled towards the moon and the sky. At the same time, a mysterious and powerful fluctuation began emanating from within it. "Watch out, Captain, the Black Moon Fox seems to be attempting to continue the breakthrough ritual it started," one of the team members noted. "It's at the end of its rope. Entertaining thoughts of a breakthrough in this state is mere folly. Everyone stay calm and maintain the formation. This is just its final struggle." A powerful spiritual force burst forth from the Black Moon Fox, sending everyone flying and solidifying into a silver halo around it. This was its unique skill, Moon Fox Halo, which could only defend and not attack. "We just need to wait it out," the captain said calmly. "Keep the formation, and once its attempt to break through fails, it will be ours to capture." Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the waterfall behind them. Fong Ming, slightly dazed by the scene before him, wondered, wasn't there a 10-minute limit? Yet, instead of retreating, the Wolf Hawk squad seemed leisurely, as if merely waiting for their prey. At that moment, Xiaohei, still perched on Fong Ming's shoulder, became visibly anxious upon seeing the scene. Understanding Xiaohei's thoughts through a mental connection, Fong Ming realized it was pleading for help for the trapped Black Moon Fox, its mother. Fong Ming hesitated, unsure whether he should confront fellow beast tamers just for the sake of a magical beast. Sensing Fong Ming's hesitation and seeing the formidable arrangement of the beast tamers, Xiaohei suddenly calmed down, signaling Fong Ming to leave quickly to avoid being noticed. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ming made a decision. "Xiaohei, we're not leaving. Let's wait for a good opportunity. Perhaps we can truly be of help." Simultaneously, a crisp notification sounded in Fong Ming's mind. "Ding, special side quest, Pact of the Moonlit Bond activated. Board of the Moon, walking with the moon. This is both redemption and rebirth. Quest objective: fulfill your pet's wish, aid the Black Moon Fox in its breakthrough. Quest reward: a drop of sacred dew." There was a mission. After all, it was initially just an impulsive decision, but it seems the system really responded. Fong Ming felt even more reassured. Hearing Fong Ming's words, the little fox paused slightly, tilting its head slightly dazedly as it looked at him. As a human's pet beast, everything must prioritize the beast master's interests. If at this moment Fong Ming had ordered it to battle the Black Moon Fox in front of them, it would not have hesitated. But the little fox truly did not expect Fong Ming to make such a decision. Yelp, the little fox nodded decisively. It promised this was the first and only time it would be willful. Fong Ming smiled faintly, concealing his and the little fox's forms as they moved closer to the battlefield ahead. The bright moon hung high in the sky and the silver lake shone brilliantly. Waterfalls thundered down, churning through the night. A huge black fox floated quietly above the silver lake, dancing gracefully and majestically. Several figures surrounded the fox, silent as if on a pilgrimage. Stronger and stronger auras continuously emanated from within the fox. As the dance neared its end, it seemed as if it could break through at any moment, yet it always fell just short. Its dance was nearing its end. It had no more chances. The team leader chuckled, eyeing the exceptionally beautiful large fox with a sparkle of greed. "Everyone ready?" At his command, including the surrounding pet beasts lying in wait, all bared their sharp fangs. Woo! Just as the wolf eagle squad's leader had said, the Black Moon Fox's moon invocation dance was indeed almost over. Waves of spiritual energy fluctuations continued from within it, but they never helped it overcome the final barrier. The Black Moon Fox raised its head and softly crooned, sounding melancholic and almost sighing. The ring of moon foxes around it gradually faded away into nothingness. The last layer of protection at this moment had also lost its effect. The Black Moon Fox knew it had lost its only chance for a turnaround, and at that moment a figure suddenly burst from a corner. Fong Ming laughed loudly. "Big Fox, don't be afraid, I'm here." Along with this unrestrained shout, a small figure also leapt straight from Fong Ming's shoulder. a spatial leap brought it directly beside the black moon fox. This was naturally the little fox cub, Yelp, seeing its own child suddenly appear unharmed before it. The black moon fox showed a hint of anthropomorphic surprise. The little fox didn't hesitate at all, directly stuffing a small, sacred dewdrop into the big fox's mouth. The big fox, seeing it was something given by its own child, naturally did not refuse. And at the moment that small dewdrop entered its mouth, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from within it. The breakthrough that was just a step away under the impact of this terrifying spiritual energy was almost instantly achieved. Woof! Vast and pure lunar energy poured down from the sky, infusing into the body of the black moon fox. This horrifying scene unfolded as if between heaven and earth, forming a massive cyclone of spiritual energy. At the same time, the once entirely black dark moon fox began to transform from the top of its head, sprouting silver white fur that shimmered gloriously under the moonlight. Ding! A special side quest, Moonlit Friendship, has been completed and the reward has been issued. Fong Ming, witnessing this scene along with the system's notification, finally took a deep breath of relief. It really worked. This must be the fastest quest he's ever completed. Instant trigger plus instant completion. What he had sent over through Xiao He was of course the S-grade material known as holy dew drops produced by the system. Initially he only wanted to test if the pure energy could help the big fox break through, but he hadn't anticipated it would trigger a chain reaction. The state of the dark moon fox now was certainly more than just a simple breakthrough. What has this kid done? The surrounding Wolf Eagle squad was dumbfounded. They had no idea what this newcomer had done to the big fox, which was already at its last legs, to cause such a spectacle. Oh no, it seems the dark moon fox has successfully broken through, and not just that, it appears to have mutated. It's all that kid's doing. Why hasn't Deshaun come out yet? Could the trouble he mentioned be this kid? Damn it, Finghua Bird, kill him. The captain of the Wolf Eagle squad was infuriated. Just as they were about to succeed in their hunt, suddenly this kid had thrown everything into disarray, and the duck that was cooked ready to eat had truly flown away. In a fit of rage, he directed his magical beast to shift its attack target, charging towards Fong Ming rapidly. Fong Ming on the sidelines was naturally prepared. The velvet spider was ready to strike, just about to make a move. However, the newly advanced dark moon fox, with movements far beyond his expectations, was almost a blur as it dashed by. The Finghua Bird, just about to pounce, was swept out of the air and then exploded with a boom. The force of this strike instantly blew up a 5th-tier magical beast. Almost everyone present felt a chill run down their spine. The newly advanced dark moon fox was terrifyingly powerful. Ing. Seeing its mother succeed in the breakthrough, the little fox was overjoyed, crying out as if to cheer her on. The dark moon fox glanced at Fong Ming, then bypassed him and charged towards the Wolf Eagle squad. It was as furious now as it had been desperate before. At this moment it wanted to kill all these detestable humans. Fong Ming instinctively stepped back. Although both Mao Mao and Xiao Hong had advanced to the 3rd tier, they were nothing compared to the 7th tier big fox demon. The difference was merely whether they would be swiped with one claw or two. Fortunately, the big fox demon seemed to have no malice towards him, and the Wolf Eagle squad, now the primary target, was obviously in a much more tragic state. Xiao He, let's go. Although the newly advanced black moon fox bore no ill will towards him, the relationship between magical beasts and humans was still fundamentally hostile. Given that this was a 7th tier magical beast, Fong Ming couldn't possibly remain in its territory. It was far too dangerous. Being able to form a contract with an A+ grade young fox cub was already an unexpected gain. The obedient little fox jumped onto his shoulder, casting a reluctant gaze towards the black moon fox that was pursuing the Wolf Eagle squad not far away. However, it made no further fuss. Clearly, having already formed a contract with Fong Ming, it had begun to consider issues from his perspective. Such a sensible little fellow. Fong Ming patted its head and silently moved away from the waterfall, vanishing deep into the forest. It was a pity that he hadn't found the mist-hiding grass this time. The little fox lay on his shoulder, its head drooping, seemingly disheartened. Fong Ming, however, was not in the mood to comfort the little one. With nightfall, the forest was fraught with dangers, and it was best to find a place to stay safe for the time being. The shapes of the trees around him were strange and eerie, and the wind passing through the forest rustled the leaves. At that moment, Fong Ming suddenly felt a sensation. The little fox on his shoulder also abruptly raised its head. At that instant, the air seemed to be completely suppressed by a terrifying presence. Even the wind that had been blowing seemed to have stopped. Simultaneously, a huge black figure slowly appeared in front of Fong Ming. a strand of silver-white hair on its originally pitch-black forehead looked oddly magnificent. It was the terrifying 7th-tier magical beast, the Black Moon Fox, that had just advanced. The forest fell silent. Under the oppression of the 7th-tier magical beast, the area within several miles was eerily quiet. Fong Ming watched the proudly standing Black Moon Fox opposite him, feeling a chill in his heart. A gentle and seemingly tender hum under the moonlight appeared somewhat gentle. The little fox on Fong Ming's shoulder, which had already pricked up its ears, had a face full of eagerness to pounce, but upon hearing its mother's call, it hesitated for a moment, looking at Fong Ming. Through their spiritual connection, Fong Ming could clearly feel the little fox's thoughts. He smiled slightly. Go on. With the contract in place, he was not worried about the little fox running away. The little fox rubbed against his shoulder, then leapt joyfully towards the large fox in front of it. The Black Moon Fox, seeing the small one in front, no longer bore the ferocity of its slaughter. It was clearly the gentle demeanor of a mother. As the two foxes shared a tender moment, Fong Ming also took a deep breath, relieved that it seemed he was no longer needed. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, he heard Little Black make a whimpering sound which, translated through their spiritual connection, meant for him to stay. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment, then stopped in his tracks. The Black Moon Fox scrutinized him carefully, seemingly with a bit of disdain, and very human-like rolled its eyes at him. Fong Ming was somewhat speechless. Upon reaching the 7th rank, these magical beasts indeed underwent a significant transformation, particularly this Black Moon Fox seemed to have mutated, its intelligence almost comparable to that of humans. With a soft whimper which carried no hint of threat, the Black Moon Fox suddenly swiped its paw, causing numerous items to appear on the ground out of nowhere. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. These were clearly some storage rings and some precious materials. Had the Black Moon Fox just slaughtered the Wolf Eagle squad and then claimed their spoils for itself? While Fong Ming was still conjecturing, the Black Moon Fox seemed to urge him to collect the items. With no choice, Fong Ming gathered the storage rings and glanced inside. Sure enough, they contained typical hunter's gear and a lot of, just like the broad-faced man before, many dirty spoils of war. This hunter squad was thoroughly devoid of humanity, a truly evil beast tamer. Another pile, apart from the spoils, clearly contained some precious dark materials, obviously the personal collection of the Black Moon Fox. Were these also for him? Fong Ming looked puzzled, but then he saw Xiao Hei also turning its head, blinking at him. He understood then. Once a beast taming contract was signed, it could not be amended or cancelled. Furthermore, following a human beast tamer, magical beasts indeed had better opportunities for development. It seemed the Black Moon Fox intended for him to take good care of the little fox. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, Fong Ming assured the Black Moon Fox with a slight smile. Hearing Fong Ming's words, the Black Moon Fox rolled its eyes at him and turned its head to seriously take care of its cub. With such a forest overlord around, the dangers of the night were naturally not a concern for the time being. Fong Ming picked a clean spot, leaned against a tree trunk to rest, and meanwhile checked the gains that the Black Moon Fox had just delivered. The storage rings contained a mishmash of items, primarily spirit-enhancing pills and energy stones, which Fong Ming found rather unimpressive and simply converted into Dragon Kingdom currency. However, these were after all the collections of 5th-rank beast tamers who typically didn't treat materials as disposable like Fong Ming did, so they had accumulated quite a few precious materials usually used to help magical beasts break through or evolve. As a result, there were plenty of grade B materials and a total of 3 grade A materials. Not to compare with the Shadow Killers, even the 3rd and 5th leaders of the Navigator Association couldn't match up. After all, as a squad type of bandits, they simply couldn't compare to legitimate hunters in terms of foundation. Though they were all 5th rank, those who relied on pills and energy stones to reach this level typically had a much smaller pool of spiritual energy. Their intrinsic quality was also significantly inferior. Consequently, the basic attributes of the magical beasts they summoned were also discounted. Moreover, such beast tamers with poor control over their spiritual power could barely manage to summon 2 magical beasts for combat at the same time. If it really came down to a fight, too, people might not necessarily defeat one regular beast tamer, yet there were gains to be had. 3 A-grade materials were obtained, 2 water-based herbs and 1 square poison-type scale. With these, Fong Ming's collection of A-grade materials finally reached 10 again. However, this was still far from enough to upgrade his talents. Nevertheless, his current fusion and mutation combat abilities were already quite exceptional. Fong Ming was not in a hurry to succeed. Thinking this, he slowly closed his eyes to rest, allowing his tense spirit to relax slightly. His faithful fuzzy spider and slime monster remained diligently at their posts, guarding him. Not far away, a large and a small black moon fox seemed to be whispering secretly to each other, their heads raised towards the moon as if imparting some mystical technique. The next day, Fong Ming opened his eyes to find the young fox squatting on a bush nearby, intently staring at him. The large black moon fox had already disappeared without a trace. The last bit of tension in Fong Ming's heart finally relaxed completely. Although he was resting that night, he could hardly afford to relax completely, but now with daylight breaking, it was time to set off again. Fong Ming glanced at the score watch on his wrist. It was already the fourth day of the special training camp and his score was still below 400 points. This score was somewhat lagging behind. Fong Ming's spirit control and spirit thickness were definitely among the best, as he could easily summon 3 pets to fight at the same time. The slime monster could even devour monster corpses and purify magic cores into energy stones, replenishing his energy. Sustaining through combat was entirely feasible. Now it was time to officially start the sweep mode, as Fong Ming, leading his 3 magical beasts, marched back in the direction they came from with great fanfare. Meanwhile, at the camp, several special training camp supervisors were looking at the score rankings on their monitors, exchanging glances. The scores for this special training camp were updated in real time at the camp's central control. For the first 3 days, it had been Wang Tang's stage to perform. Wang Tang's ability to do so wasn't just because of his individual strength. Although the camp had made it clear that this was a solo competition, the financial power of the Wang family couldn't be underestimated. Wang Tang had formed a small team right there and headed into the forest, almost sweeping through the various monsters in the vicinity. Moreover, it was mostly Wang Tang who finalized the kills to obtain the scoring rewards. Continuing this way, Wang Tang's score compared to others naturally formed a staggering lead, 2,148 points, indeed a somewhat terrifying score. The second place Wu Liang had only 668 points up to now. In comparison, Wang Tang's farming was excessive. Honestly, our special training camp isn't a major exam, although there are some rewards, and the 4 major universities might consider these results a bit, but for the Wang family, these probably aren't very significant, right? Oh, this is simple. You must have forgotten the grudge between the Wang family and that top scholar Fong Ming. Wang Tang is really gearing up to put Fong Ming in his place. And these past few days Fong Ming's score has been rising very slowly. Right now, it's barely under 400 points. I think his chances are slim. Regarding the competition among these new Beastmasters, several instructors are just watching the show with great interest, but suddenly a faint voice arises from behind them. Don't be so sure, you might be guessing wrong. In the camp tent of the training ground, the instructors turn around upon hearing the voice and they see a slender tall figure, Instructor Qing. The newcomer is naturally Li Qing. Since graduating from college, she has been working with a hunter team and hasn't done much in terms of teaching. But as a special guest, she also counts as an instructor for this training camp. That kid is quite strange. Make sure you don't get fooled by him, Li Qing says, her lips curving into a peculiar smile. It seems Instructor Qing has high hopes for this kid. If there's anyone I'm looking forward to in this session, he might be more interesting to me than those from the hidden families. Li Qing recalls the moment when Fong Ming calmly placed his hand on the memory wall, slightly sighing. The instructors exchange looks, their gaze turning odd as they look at Li Qing. Instructor Qing, you're still single, right? You're not. Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately knows what these guys are thinking and her lips curve into a dangerous smile. It seems like you instructors have been too relaxed in your usual work. I don't mind loosening up your bones a bit. The instructors quickly respond, no, it's a misunderstanding, really just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Fong Ming is making his way back vigorously, finally encountering other participants of the training. Without hesitation he strikes. This is a method allowed within the rules and also the fastest way to catch up on points. Wanting to test the combat ability of his little fox, Fong Ming does not use materials for 100-fold fusion against these ordinary students, letting the little fox fight on its own. And the combat power of the little fox truly surprises Fong Ming. Those who can enter this elite training camp are definitely extraordinary talents in Jiang City. They start at least at the 2nd tier, with many having already broken through to the 3rd, but whether they are 2nd or 3rd tier beasts, none can withstand a single blow from the little fox. Fong Ming's journey along the way stirs up cries of terror. God Fong, spare me. Fong Ming, my uncle is. God Fong, I'll give you money, isn't money enough? God Fong, I took the wrong path, just give me a chance, let me retrace my steps, can I? The answer of course is no, but since this is a training camp, Fong Ming naturally does not go for the kill, he simply plunders their points. Amid this terrifying sweep, Fong Ming's score had rapidly broken through 1,000 and was swiftly approaching the 2,000 mark. In this exaggerated pace of scoring, Fong Ming finally encountered someone he knew. They had met previously during the offline registration at Yizhong and again under the Sky Tower. Counting today, this was their third encounter. Mo Yushin, facing Fong Ming, couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Although he was known as the rain god among his classmates after their previous encounter at the school gate, he was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Fong Ming. Old classmate Fong Ming said indifferently, looking at Mo Yushin without mockery or anger, "You must have quite a few points, right? Just 382 points a moment ago, probably about to be zeroed out soon." Mo Yushin gave a wry smile, looking at Fong Ming. "If I give you some information, could you let me off the hook?" Fong Ming glanced at him. "You don't have the privilege to bargain with me. Speak the information directly, I'll judge its value." "As expected, you're still as dominant." Mo Yushin sighed. "This information is about Wang Tong. Are you interested? Aren't you afraid of offending the Wang family by speaking about Wang Tong?" Fong Ming tilted his head, scrutinizing the young man across from him. "This information isn't exactly a secret, it just happened recently and I happened to know about it a bit earlier," Mo Yushin said without hesitation, continuing. "Wang Tang has formed a small team to help him sweep through demonic beasts for points, and basically all the candidates in the same direction have been cleaned out by him. It's something he would do." Fong Ming nodded. "Anything else?" "This information to me is neither here nor there. An hour ago, they discovered and injured a level tier 5 demonic beast and are currently all out besieging it. If someone were to mess with them now, it would definitely catch them off guard," Mo Yushin said, directly pointing out the direction. "It's about a kilometer east from here. I know this because I just came from there and they didn't notice me." Fong Ming smiled. "That's quite coincidental. So, are you going?" Mo Yushin wiped the sweat from his forehead, asking nervously, "You seem a bit nervous." Fong Ming glanced at him, speaking indifferently. "How can I not be nervous? After all, if you say this information still holds no value, I might just get eliminated." Mo Yushin replied with a bitter smile. Fong Ming noncommittally said, "It's best that way." With that, he turned and walked away. Mo Yushin watched Fong Ming's departing figure, his eyes turning dark, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up. Deep in the dense forest, a fierce battle was already heating up. Wang Tang stood behind the crowd, watching numerous pets attack the central demonic beast, his eyes calm and undisturbed. "Wang Xiao, there's news from over there." Someone behind him suddenly spoke up, a hint of surprise in his voice as he reported to him. "Oh, the fish has finally bitten the bait." Wang Tang's lips curled up, a cruel murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Everyone remembers what I instructed before, right?" "Yes, I've repeated it to them several times already," the person behind him replied with a forced smile. "When the time comes, we'll all stick to the same story. The beast went mad and caused the incident which we all witnessed together." "Good, once this is done, the Wang family will not let them go unrewarded," Wang Tang said with a smug smile. "But if I find out that anyone can't keep their mouths shut, I'll personally show them how to keep a secret." "Understood, young Master Wang. Now, go and prepare. We've been baiting and casting the net for so long, and finally, it's time to haul it in," Wang Tang said, stretching lazily. "Fong Ming, with such a great opportunity and knowing your character, you surely won't miss it. After all, the stage for this grand play is set, just waiting for your entrance. You better not disappoint me." In the dense forest, roars echoed through the sky. At the center of the encirclement was a gray gold brown bear, a gold class grade A beast yet to reach maturity, barely at the 5th tier. Even so, the power of the gray gold brown bear was not to be underestimated. With its massive bear claws and roaring battle cries, it was a one-sided slaughter against the students' 2nd and 3rd tier beasts. But even the mightiest elephant can't withstand the ant's tactic of overwhelming numbers. The points for a grade of 5th tier beast were over 500, a score none of the students had yet accumulated. Wang Tang had even promised that he didn't want any points from this beast and there would be extra rewards afterward. How could they not be thrilled? Amidst their relentless attacks, the already injured gray gold brown bear gradually began to slow down. Watching from a distance, Wang Tang smiled slightly. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst from the surrounding crowd, charging straight at the gray gold brown bear. Foolish, thinking the brown bear could be killed in one hit. With the current situation, it would take at least another hour. It was unclear who had foolishly commanded their beast to rush to its death. Good, one less competitor for the points, he thought. The small figure seemed utterly disproportionate to the massive bear, and those around wore mocking expressions on their faces. However, the next second a painful roar burst from the gray-gold-brown bear. That small figure was also sent flying by a swipe of the paw, but the onlookers wore faces of disbelief. On the bear's neck there appeared a terrifying wound. It was a cut along an existing injury, forcibly tearing open the gray-gold-brown bear's neck. With a final roar, the gray-gold-brown bear glared at that small figure before collapsing powerlessly. Dying at the hands of an A+ grade beast was far more satisfying than dying by these ants. The small figure landed on the outskirts of the circle, finally revealing its form. Surprisingly, it was a rather cute black fox. This little creature is quite adorable. Whose pet is it? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see the power of that creature just now with its swipe? Stay back. There go my 500 points. The crowd was in an uproar, yet not far away Wang Tang watched the scene unfold with a slight squint of his eyes. He didn't recognize the little fox, but at this special training camp, the only person who could surprise him was that one individual, Fong Ming. I know you're here, come out. Wang Tang suddenly called out, staring into the dense forest behind him. Fong Ming. At the sound of this voice, all the noisy students quieted down almost simultaneously. Their hunt for a grade A magical beast was just a facade. A more significant purpose lay in wait for the true protagonist to appear. To their surprise, he actually dared to show up. The once noisy forest fell silent as everyone looked around searching for that figure. This scene was both comical and eerie, and it was apparent that something was amiss even to the ordinary observer. But Fong Ming slowly emerged from the forest. He looked at Wang Tang and smiled slightly. It seems you have been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? Wang Tang's pupils shrank instantly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ha, don't tell me that after all the preparations, seeing me has scared you into inaction. Fong Ming gazed lightly at Wang Tang, waving his hand as the little fox hopped back onto his shoulder. Wang Tang glanced at the fox on Fong Ming's shoulder, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Having already investigated Fong Ming's background, he knew that Fong Ming's original pets were only a spider and a slime. Looking at this setup, Fong Ming had broken through to the 3rd rank. Wang Tang clenched his teeth. This speed indeed, he must be eliminated quickly to prevent future troubles. What does it matter if it's the 3rd rank or if he can fight across ranks? Today's net of heaven and earth, no matter how crafty your methods, Fong Ming, you won't leave here alive. Thinking this, Wang Tang sneered. Fong Ming, since you already know, then there's no point in hiding anymore. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a team emerged from the forest, clearly not the students participating in the training but a squad of experienced hunters. Undoubtedly, in a sense, these were the Wang family's private soldiers. I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or foolish, knowing it's a trap and yet you walked right into it so easily. Wang Tang laughed loudly, looking at Fong Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Knowing it's a trap, I would still come. Fong Ming looked at Wang Tang, then at the squad closing in behind him, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fong Ming, you don't really think you're safe in this training, do you? Wang Tang looked at Fong Ming with a hint of mockery. It doesn't matter where, if you offend the Wang family, you only have one way out, death. Fong Ming ignored Wang Tang's mockery, simply waving his hand, summoning Momo and Little Red as well. In the battlefield, one must never be careless. He definitely didn't want to be distracted by Wang Tang only to be sneak attacked. Fong Ming, today is the day you die, Wang Tang roared, swinging his hand as the 5 members of the hunter squad quickly encircled. This was a veteran hunter squad led by a 5th-tier beast master, with all members being 4th tier or higher. Their reputation was well known throughout Jiang City. At the same time, several students nearby exchanged glances and stepped back in unison. They were not even considered a challenge by Wang Tang. Their presence was merely to serve as a convenient false witness to a murder. Young man, I'm just fulfilling a duty entrusted to me. I'm sorry, said the leader of the hunters, a middle-aged man with a fearsome scar across his face, a testament to his survival of real battles of life and death. As he apologized, his actions were ruthlessly unforgiving. In a mere thought, 2 5th-tier magical beasts appeared on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the members of the surrounding teams each used their skills, and soon the field was overrun with magical beasts charging at Fong Ming. Fong Ming watched as the hunter squad rushed madly towards him and then glanced at Wang Tang, who seemed confidently relaxed not far away. Finally, he slowly spoke. You think having more people makes you in control, but little do you know, I alone am enough to turn the tide. The multitude of 4th and 5th tier magical beasts in front of him, even if combined 100 times, would not be easy to defeat. However, Fong Ming had already prepared his strategy, he was just waiting for this opportunity. If I don't use a major move now to deal area damage, wouldn't it be a waste? Fong Ming slightly smiled and pulled out a moon medal from his storage space. Seeing this, Wang Tang burst into laughter. Fong Ming, isn't it a bit too late to be pulling rank now? Let me teach you a lesson, the dead have no status. In the dense forest, everyone looked at Fong Ming as if he were a fool. What use was pulling out a moon badge at this time to beg for mercy? Similarly, Fong Ming looked at the opposing hunter squad as if they were fools. Of course, the moon badge wasn't just for show, it was for use. Within it lay the power of a strike from a 7th tier master of the Sky Tower. The magical beasts were already close at hand. Fong Ming did not hesitate and activated the moon medal. A surge of powerful magical energy passed, and the medal briefly illuminated. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom appeared behind Fong Ming. An overwhelming aura of terror instantly filled the area. The magical beasts were startled by the sudden appearance of this phantom's imposing presence and halted in their tracks, daring not to advance further. Fong Ming turned around perceptively. Before his eyes stood a phantom several dozen stories tall, its mere presence exuding an immense pressure. Was this a titan? Troll, a monstrous beast nearing the terrifying rank of S, begins at level 7 as an adult, possessing the power to shatter mountains and cleave seas. Everyone, including the Beastmasters on the opposing side, was left in shock. The Titan Troll is almost a symbolic large combat beast well known to any seasoned Beastmaster. This must be fake, right? Just an illusion, one of them muttered, convinced it was a trick. But this presence, it's quite frightening. Captain, what should we do? The members of the hunter squad all turned their gazes to the middle-aged man standing at the forefront. The man scoffed coldly, use your brains, you fools. That kid is just a 3rd tier. How could he possibly possess a 7th tier Titan Troll? Wang Teng, equally unfazed, calmly reassured, gentlemen, this is merely Fong Ming's scare tactic. He is indeed powerful, but at most he can fight across 1 or 2 tiers. A 5th tier should be more than enough to handle him. There's no need to fear. The students around them, who had been scared away from the battlefield, listened and remained skeptical, maintaining a cautious distance. Fong Ming watched the group coldly, saying nothing. The hunter squad, thinking they had seen through his trick, burst into laughter and commanded their beast to charge again. Shaking his head, Fong Ming unleashed his prepared strike. With a roar that pierced the sky, the Titan Troll lifted its fists and smashed them down vehemently. This simple, unadorned blow was the Titan Troll's signature A-level skill, Titan Hammer. It could double the already terrifying destructive power. The strike covered a radius of 10 meters in front of Fong Ming. With a booming crash, the ground collapsed as if struck by an earthquake, forming a deep pit 10 meters deep at the center of the forest. The surrounding earth, blasted as if by a violent bomb, lifted up, creating fissures and toppling a swath of trees in utter chaos. Fong Ming had anticipated this and had dodged in advance. The hunter squad, directly in the strike zone, had no time to react and were obliterated into thin air. The high-tier Beastmasters, who had worn smug expressions, left not even corpses behind. Only the terrifying pit in the ground testified that what had happened was no illusion. Wang Tang, who had not charged forward, had reacted quickly enough to retreat in time when the strike occurred, narrowly escaping disaster, but now his face showed no joy of having survived, only endless horror and anger remained. Fong Ming, what have you done? Not just Wang Tang, but all the surrounding onlookers were stunned by the scene before them. Fong Ming, is he even human? It was terrifying. I swear I'll never cross Fong Ming again. This guy, is he really just a 3rd tier? Could he be some old monster in disguise? No wonder he became the master of the Sky Tower. You can't judge him by ordinary standards. Fong Ming, hearing the exclamations around him and feeling those fearful, horrified gazes, remained utterly unmoved. He simply looked at Wang Teng with a calm gaze. Now I've broken your setup. What will you do? After the Titan Troll expended all its power, it completely dissipated into the air. But it didn't matter. Its mission was complete, and now it was up to Fong Ming himself. Wang Teng, with a grim expression, faced Fong Ming. Fong Ming, do you really think that with some external help you can do whatever you want? That strike of yours was terrifying, but I guess it was just a one-time thing, right? Wang Teng, being the legitimate heir of the wealthy Wang family, naturally had insights and experiences far beyond ordinary people, and he could see the reality behind Fong Ming's recent attack. However, Wang Teng's hunter squad's trump cards had indeed been countered by Fong Ming, and currently the combat power on the scene did not favor him. The Wang family is large and powerful. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. No need for idle talk. Fong Ming's gaze remained steady, merely looking at Wang Tang, the murderous intent in his eyes never wavering from start to finish. Arrogant. Wang Tang could no longer keep his composure and suddenly pulled out a small white jade array disc. The Wang family heir, how could he not have a means to save his life compared to those despicable people? An A-grade spirit array, the 1000 spirit sword array. Wang Tang roared loudly, infusing spiritual power into the array, causing it to manifest and rapidly encircle Fong Ming. Sure enough, he had such a thing. Fong Ming's eyes narrowed. An A-grade spirit array could completely trap a 6th-tier magical beast. The Wang family's resources were indeed vast. Moreover, with Wang Tang's swift action, the A-grade spirit array's automatic locking feature left no chance of escape. Once unfolded, Fong Ming was thoroughly trapped within the spirit array. Seeing this, Wang Tang finally relaxed and smirked with satisfaction. Fong Ming, for every clever move there is a countermove. Unexpectedly, you still ended up in my hands. Trapped in the spirit array, Fong Ming's expression remained calm, just coldly looking at him. Observing Fong Ming's demeanor, Wang Tang, who thought he held the winning ticket, felt an inexplicable unease rising in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the attack mechanism of the spirit array. Countless sword lights crisscrossed within the array, a display of power and formation that even a 6th-tier magical beast would struggle against, let alone Fong Ming, a mere 3rd-tier beast master. Wang Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fong Ming, rest assured, in your death, I will ensure a good end for you. Dying in the special training camp while fighting magical beasts, you can also be considered to have died in battle. Is that so? Then I really have to thank you for your thoughtful consideration. A faint voice sounded from behind Wang Tang. That voice? Wang Tang was startled. The voice was so familiar. Almost the instant he heard it, the hairs on his body involuntarily stood on end. He suddenly turned around, and as if seeing a ghost, there stood Fong Ming right behind him. How is this possible? How could you be outside? I clearly saw with my own eyes that you were trapped in the channeling sword formation. Fong Ming gave a slight smile. Guess. As his words fell, he wasted no more time, directly sending the invitation moon fox charging towards Wang Tang. The one trapped in the formation was actually Xiaohong, a slime monster using mimicry skills. From the moment he appeared, he had Xiaohong replace him amidst the chaos. The purpose was to lure out the trump cards in Wang Tang's hands. Now, with Wang Tang unguarded, it presented the perfect opportunity to attack. Such opportunities were fleeting and should not allow Wang Tang any time to catch his breath. System used 2 5th-tier magic cores on Xiao He. The 5th-tier magic cores were of course the spoils from the Wolf Eagle Squad storage ring. They didn't have many treasures of heaven and earth, but as hunters often mingling in the wild, they had quite a number of magic cores, tens of 5th-tier cores and hundreds of those below 5th tier. Although a 5th-tier core was worth 1 million, there was no hesitation in using them against Wang Tang. Ding Fusion successful. Special effect Fusion Beast 100-fold effect active. Invitation Moon Fox has enlarged to 5th tier. Mutation effect Dual Tails effective time 10 minutes. With the combat form of a 5th tier magical beast and the slime monster still desperately holding on inside the formation's spiritual power within Fong Ming surged like water bursting through a dam. Fong Ming took a deep breath and without hesitation took out a pure energy stone, holding it in his hand to replenish his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the fox's claws like lightning fiercely swung towards Wang Tang. Such might even the most experienced old hunter could hardly cope with, yet Wang Tang just laughed loudly. Fong Ming, you indeed have some skills, but do you think I really have no more tricks up my sleeve? As his words ended, a huge fan-shaped spiritual weapon appeared in his hands, the Qianghua fan. This is a high-priced combat-type spiritual weapon that my father bought for me. Its real combat power is comparable to a 5th-tier magical beast, Wang Tang said while channeling spiritual power and forcefully fanning. The Qianghua fan burst into a white light, instantly transforming into a floral-shaped magical beast blocking in front of the invitation moon fox. The two magical beasts collided fiercely, then split apart to either side. Fong Ming's expression remained calm. This Wang Tang indeed had many life-saving items, but whether it was spiritual formations or spiritual weapons, they were all external forces, relying on external forces. How could one last long? Wang Tang looked at Fong Ming with a vicious face. Fong Ming, I know your abilities are great, a mere 3rd tier able to rely on brute strength to fight against 5th tier and even forced out almost all of my trump cards. You should be proud enough. Proud enough? Fong Ming heard this, suddenly chuckled, looking at Wang Tang in front of him. You say this as if you've already won. I know you still have a spider beast, but so what? As a 5th tier beast, Master, you can only summon 2 beasts to fight and you really think you're a war god? Wang Teng sneered as he looked at his opponent. That spider beast of yours, you probably don't have the extra spiritual power to summon it anymore, do you? Now you only have one path left, waiting for death right where you stand. As he spoke, Wang Teng unhesitatingly summoned his own beasts, 2 third-tier beasts, both A rank, Valia and the spring-treading rabbit, both rare wood-type monsters. In his generation his strength was undoubtedly leading by a tier and invincible existence. Fong Ming watched coldly, his hand flickering as he drew a spiritual weapon from his storage ring, a C-rank spirit light sword. What, at the end of your rope and ready to step up yourself? Seeing this, Wang Teng wasn't shocked. Instead he became even more complacent and burst into proud laughter. Fong Ming, since that's the case, I'll grant you a dignified death. Oh, and Fong Ming, your wood-type A-rank talent, growth of myriad woods, is really quite handy, huh? With that said, Wang Teng didn't hesitate to activate his talent. Growth of myriad woods, talent level, A rank, talent effect. All wood-type beasts permanently gain a 10% growth speed increase and all wood-type beast skills gain a 100% power boost. Under the effect of the talent, the 2 third-tier beasts bypass the battling Invite Moon Fox and Xianghua beast, swiftly attacking Fong Ming. At that moment a glint flashed in Fong Ming's eyes. After a long silence he finally spoke. System: use 2 5th-tier monster cores on Mao Mao Ding Fusion. Successful special effect: fusion monster 100-fold effect active. The cotton spider has mutated to 5th-tier mutation effect. Soft body, effective duration 10 minutes. The spiritual power inside him suddenly felt like it had been torn open, leaking out rapidly. Maintaining 3 beasts in battle simultaneously is a tremendous test for any beast master, demanding precise control over one's spiritual power. A slight mishap could cause the spiritual energy to become chaotic, potentially leading to a disrupted Zhou Tian cycle. At the lighter end, this could cause the beast to lose control. At the worst, it could permanently damage the beast master's own growth. But Fong Ming was supremely confident. His control over his spiritual power, honed through long practice, had reached a state of perfection. Moreover, with a continuous supply of 100% pure energy stones, a resource others could never even dream of, his issue with depleting spiritual power was also resolved. Thus, multi-line control was Fong Ming's greatest weapon in his ongoing growth. Once the cotton spider appeared, it rapidly grew from a silly little spider into a massive creature several meters in size. Normally hard carapaces under the mutation effect turned eerily soft. However, with 5th-tier strength, facing 2 third-tiers was regardless a scenario of overwhelming dominance. Fong Ming didn't even consider the beast's confrontation from the start. In his eyes, there was only Wang Teng. The clash of the beasts was a different battlefield altogether. In the clash between individuals, Fong Ming was determined to resolve the conflict with his own hands. Clutching the radiant sword tightly, his speed, honed through long-term training, matched that of an ordinary magical beast as he rapidly closed the distance to Wang Teng. Wang Teng's face paled, clearly taken aback that Fong Ming could indeed summon his third magical beast. The battle was ever-changing, and in just a moment Fong Ming had already reached Wang Teng. With a grim expression but an equally sinister disposition, Wang Teng was not the type to fear Fong Ming. Despite both being third-tier beast tamers, a flash of his hand revealed a spiritual weapon, the A-grade divine gold-splitting sword of a quality far surpassing the worn sword in Fong Ming's hand. Fong Ming, if you are here to court death, I will oblige. Wang Teng sneered, swinging his sword fiercely at the approaching Fong Ming. In the world of beast tamers, battles are usually decided by their beasts. Such a direct blade-to-blade combat was exceedingly rare. Fong Ming, to achieve this moment, had tricked the hunter squad, the formation array, and Wang Teng's 2 A-grade beasts, earning himself this opportunity for a direct confrontation. Under these circumstances, how could the difference between A-grade and C-grade spiritual weapons be a hindrance? For the first time, a fierce expression appeared on Fong Ming's calm face. Facing Wang Teng's slashing sword, he did not dodge but instead mustered his spiritual power, channeling it fully into his sword. The clash of metal was a fundamental test of skill, allowing no room for flair. With one strike, Fong Ming sent Wang Teng reeling, his assault even more aggressive. Wang Teng's complexion drastically changed as he staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Impossible. The A-grade divine gold-splitting sword can double the burst of spiritual power. You are merely a third-tier beast tamer like me. How can your power surpass mine? Fong Ming, expressionless, retorted. Only the inept rely solely on external aids. With it, he swiftly struck with another sword thrust. Both were third-tier beast tamers, but their foundations were entirely different. Since beginning his formal training, Fong Ming had taken every step seriously, never slacking in crafting his spiritual circulation smoothly. Naturally, when bursting with spiritual energy, his flow was exceptionally smooth, often exceeding his expected combat abilities. On the other hand, Wang Tang, merely a bottom-tier student in beast taming, had never progressed in his spiritual cultivation, relying solely on pills and energy stones. Even his third-tier status was achieved by forcibly breaking through with high-grade pills before major exams. With such a foundation, how could he compare to Fong Ming? Discarding any reliance on innate talent and using only fundamental combat skills, how could he possibly match Fong Ming, the once practical master of the academy? Now was the time to collect interest. Fong Ming advanced another step, delivering a swift sword strike. Wang Tang in panic raised his sword to block, but this move was even more disastrous. Completely anticipated by Fong Ming, a single stroke targeted his wrist. Although the special training uniform Wang Tang wore was of no ordinary material and the sword did not pierce through, the pain caused Wang Tang to panic and lose his grip on his sword, which clanged to the ground. What garbage! You can't even hold your sword steady and you dare to call yourself a beast master, Fong Ming spoke mockingly, his frustration evident as he considered how this fool had nearly ruined his life. Thinking this, the light from the sword in Fong Ming's hand suddenly vanished and he strode towards Wang Tang, delivering a direct punch. Wang Tang, swordless and already distraught, tried to block in haste only to receive Fong Ming's fierce punch on his arm. A scream escaped Wang Tang's lips. His special training suit could withstand blades, but it was no match for this kind of brute force. Fong Ming, you're dead. Wang Tang howled as his right hand twisted grotesquely out of shape from the blow, clearly disabled by Fong Ming's punch. He glared malevolently at Fong Ming, cursing wildly. I'll return to Jiang City and mobilize the full force of the Wang family against you. You won't be able to take a single step in Jiang City without trouble. The moment you leave the city, endless assassins will pursue you. I want you to die in perpetual fear. Very well said, Fong Ming replied, his face unchanging, his mocking expression even more pronounced. But before that, how do you plan to get back to Jiang City? This is the training camp. Do you really think you can touch me? Wang Tang, despite his confidence, clutched his injured arm, smirking at Fong Ming. Such nonsense. Fong Ming sneered and without hesitation threw another punch. Fong Ming, you wouldn't dare. Wang Tang was certain Fong Ming wouldn't kill him, but these punches were unbearable. The punch hit Wang Tang square in the face, a thick gush of blood spewing out. Fong Ming did not pause. Another punch flew, knocking several of Wang Tang's teeth out. Fong Ming, you can't kill me. Today's humiliation I will repay 100-fold. Wang Tang garbled his words, his face twisted in pain, yet he still wore a smug expression. Could you still have the energy to talk nonsense? Fong Ming nodded and delivered another punch. Fong Ming, you stop hitting me. Screams filled the air. The surrounding students watched this scene in shock. Was this the same haughty Wang Tang they knew? Beaten to the point of nearly begging for mercy, the image of the Wang family began to waver in their minds for the first time. Fong Ming really doesn't hold back, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Although they didn't know the reason behind Fong Ming's grudge against the Wang family, they found it quite satisfying. Give me a break, you weren't saying that when the Wang family was paying one debt, one payment. That's why Fong Ming dared to strike at Wang Tang. The Sky Tower lineage was indeed capable of going toe-to-toe with the Wang family. However, Fong Ming wouldn't dare to actually kill Wang Tang. At most, he'd beat him to vent his anger. The Wang family's power covered the skies in Jiang City, and this was a special training camp after all. If Wang Tang were truly killed, Fong Ming wouldn't even make it out of this forest. As some spectators watched the scene unfold, they already anticipated the outcome. Damn, just thinking about it made them angry. Wang Tang had really intended to kill Fong Ming. Some grumbled in discontent. The Wang family could afford to cover up anything with money, but what could Fong Ming alone do? Indeed, it was best to just let off some steam. This sentiment was echoed by most people present, showing that rationality still prevailed among the majority. The battlefield remained chaotic. The battle between the Moon Fox and the Porcelain Beast continued, and the Velvet Spider casually fought against two third-tier magical beasts. Meanwhile, the slime monster was still holding its ground. Amidst the hushed discussions around him, Fong Ming paid no heed, merely letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Then he threw another punch, breaking Wang Tang's nasal bone. Wang Tang screamed in agony, completely drained of any strength to beg for mercy. Being a pampered young master, he was no tough nut and had long been unable to withstand the beating, but unfortunately Fong Ming showed no mercy. Standing up, Fong Ming withdrew his bloodied fist, looking down at Wang Teng, who was disfigured and semi-conscious. Finally, he spoke slowly. Wang Teng, I'll ask you one last time, did you steal my talent? Wang Teng, groggy and barely conscious, heard the question and numbly confessed, I stole it. I want to be the family head. That confirmed it. Fong Ming nodded, then delivered another fierce punch to Wang Teng's head. A crunching sound of breaking skull echoed. In the dense forest, amidst the chaos and noise, this small sound of fracture struck like thunder, heavily cleaving into everyone's heart. Disaster struck, everyone's eyes widened, hardly believing what they had witnessed. In the center of the battlefield, Fong Ming's final punch, infused with spiritual power, was merciless. A third-tier beast tamer's full force hit to an unguarded face. What would be the consequence? Human skulls are hard, but at this moment Wang Teng's head cracked open like a smashed watermelon, spilling out a gush of crimson fluid. Wang Teng, already unconscious, made no sound, but his body twitched twice and then was still. Fong Ming, expressionless, withdrew his hand, looking down at the corpse below. Wang Teng, you stole my talent, so I've taken your life. We're even now. Yes, Wang Teng is truly dead, his psychic powers completely dissipated. The most compelling evidence is the array that trapped the slime monster, the spirit weapon beast fighting the moon-inviting fox, and the two third-tier monsters all began to fade. This is a phenomenon that occurs only when a beast tamer dies. Ding, the host has triggered a legendary prequest. This is just the interest. Meanwhile, as Wang Teng's death became absolute, Fong Ming suddenly received a system notification in his mind. This is just the interest. Quest description: slaughter can resolve hatred, but trouble will follow. Quest objective: resolve the ensuing trouble. Quest reward: a drop of holy dew. The trouble with the Wang family. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes. Having made this decision, he naturally had no regrets. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding today's events, Wang Teng must have already instructed you on what to say, right? Fong Ming looked around and suddenly spoke out loud. At this moment, his formidable presence completely overwhelmed the crowd. After all, they were just students who had recently graduated from middle school. None had seen such a scene before, and for a moment no one dared to speak. You can stick to the original story, but the roles of both parties can be switched. Fong Ming spoke indifferently. The Wang family can offer you benefits which I cannot, but before trouble arrives I can indeed offer you some disadvantages. The crowd was silent. The atmospheric pressure in the area became terrifyingly low. With so many people, it was naturally impossible for Fong Ming to silence them all. If he really did that, not only the Wang family but even the monitoring team would not let him off. Everyone, casualties are inevitable in outdoor battles with beasts. It's best to prioritize your own safety. Leaving these words behind, Fong Ming directly mounted the back of a velvety spider and quickly left. The center of the field was a mess. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, looking at each other, no longer in the mood for jokes. This was serious trouble. It was best to stay away from trouble as soon as possible. No one wanted to get involved in such trouble, and they all dispersed like birds and beasts. Meanwhile, at the center of the special training camp, the examiners had completely lost control. Because just a moment ago two serious incidents occurred. Two candidates' scores were cleared, which by all accounts meant they should have quickly returned to camp, but an hour passed with no return. The monitoring team immediately searched according to the locations indicated by the score trackers and found two bodies that had been devoured by beasts. This was the first casualty incident in this practical training camp. The examiners immediately took it seriously and started to strengthen patrols and security, but the troubles continued to increase. Casualties began to occur one after another, though fortunately most candidates had stayed close to the camp for safety and quickly moved towards the camp when injured, so the death rate was not very high. But it was only the fourth day, and 7 people had already died, the highest death rate in years. Li Qingying furrowed her brows. With her years of experience in hunter teams, she felt something was amiss. Bad news: instructor Qingying Wang Teng, who was leading in points, has also had his score cleared just now. Suddenly, an instructor monitoring the examinees yelled out, "What?" Li Qingying was shocked, and in the next moment she appeared in front of the monitor as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. So fast, the male instructor stared dumbfounded at the woman before him, momentarily unable to react. "Pull up Wang Teng's location for me," Li Qingying demanded, her face stern as she stared intently at the monitor. "Okay, right away." The male instructor brought up the current location on the score indicator, about 10 miles north of the camp. I'll head there first, you guys follow as quickly as possible. Li Qingying glanced at the screen and without hesitation she took off. The male instructor paused for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and hurriedly relayed the information upwards. What, Wang Teng's points have been reset? Hearing this news, the chief instructor with thick eyebrows nearly jumped up. Damn it, Wang Teng had a whole hunter team with him and that team's level could sweep the area who could touch him. But the score monitor clearly showed it. Instructor Qingying had already rushed over. This is insane, damn it, I'm also heading over now and also inform the Wang family first about this and keep communicating any intelligence. Yes, let's hope nothing happens. If something really goes wrong, the trouble will be huge. Fang Ming left the original battleground and continued heading north. Along the way he glanced at the storage ring he had casually taken from Wang Tang. It contained various elixirs, especially several types that seemed to have been specifically requested from an alchemist with a unique talent. Tier 5 cyan pattern sublimation pills, which Elder Wang had used before his death. Fang Ming still had one, but here Wang Tang had an entire bottle. Tier 3 burst chi pills, which could double the spiritual power of a beast master, and most importantly to Fang Ming, a large amount of precious materials. Mist hidden grass. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang had this rare herb. Since he had a wood-based talent, he must have collected this herb as a special evolutionary material for magical beasts. Now, the conditions for the breakthrough evolution of the slime monster were met. System used the mist-hidden grass for Little Red's breakthrough. Fang Ming commanded without hesitation. Having resources in hand and directly converting them into actual combat strength was the most practical approach. Ding, material used successfully. Variable slime monster breaking through. Please wait. Ding, variable slime monster successfully broken through. Little Red species, variable slime monster rarity, C grade, upgradable. Next upgrade material required. Shen steel gold, tier 3 attributes, none strength, 830 agility, 920 magic, 1050 defense, 860 skills. Devour, S grade, mimicry, E grade, camouflage, C grade, enlargement, A grade. Shen steel gold. Fang Ming remembered the name at once. It was indeed on the rare materials list, ranked 13th among A-grade materials, or with super toughness from the metal series. It was rumored to be an essential evolution material for metal series magical beasts breaking through to S grade. Fang Ming sighed, looked at the slime monster skill tab, and his eyes finally lit up slightly. After breaking through, Xiaohong gained another ability to grow gigantic? Fang Ming's mind raced with inklings of speculation. For now, though, he thought it best to focus on accumulating points. Unfortunately, the capabilities of the slime creature he controlled were still limited by its rank. It could only devour and digest magic cores and beast corpses up to the 3rd tier. Along the way, he decided to collect energy stones as well. Fang Ming had just surpassed 1,000 points, and by his estimate, he still had a long way to go to reach the top. However, as he proceeded, something felt off. Why did it seem like the number of magical beasts around him had increased? With the furry spider and moon-inviting fox providing protection, normally he'd only encounter 2 or 3 beasts bold enough to attack him outright during a mile's journey. But now, having walked less than 100 meters, wave after wave of magical beast assaults appeared. And these weren't particularly powerful beasts, even 1st and 2nd tier creatures which typically avoided confrontations were launching suicidal attacks on the moon-inviting fox. The fox, cute but fierce, responded mercilessly, potentially maxing out the proficiency level of its Shadow 100 Fierce Claws if such a thing existed. Fang Ming found the situation odd, yet with points literally walking up to him, he saw no reason to refuse. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up from the point counter on his wrist. There was no cell signal in the wild beast forest. The point counter used a special communication line, the only way the training team could reach them. Fang Ming opened the message, which was directly from the official training team. A level 1 red alert, all personnel retreat immediately. Frowning at the message on his point counter, Fang Ming knew that the military-style field training was serious business. A level 1 red alert was the highest emergency level in military operations. With no explanation, just a direct order, it seemed that the situation had reached a critical moment. His expression turned peculiar. Could this be because of Wang Tang's incident? The Wang family might have intervened. He pondered briefly but chose not to flee. Instead, he turned toward the direction of the training camp and started moving forward. Why run? As the system's mission stated, Wang Tang's life was merely collateral. At that moment, in a clearing in the forest, Li Qingying stood with a serious expression, her brows tightly furrowed as she observed the giant pit and the corpse on the ground. The traces suggested that a magic beast of at least 7th tier had been involved in the attack, but the corpse was clearly victim to a brutal man-made death. Suddenly, the sound of air braking came from behind. Li Qingying turned to see the bushy-browed instructor from the monitoring team approaching rapidly on a magical beast. Instructor Qingying, it seems there has been a disturbance among the magical beasts here. We've issued a red alert ordering all participants to return immediately. Instructor Li Qingying nodded, her expression grave as she surveyed the scene in the woods. A minor demonic beast disturbance would have been manageable, and your decision wasn't wrong, but... She trailed off, her gaze falling on the corpse lying before them, uncertain of what to say next. Another instructor who had arrived later only noticed the body upon getting closer and immediately widened his eyes in shock. Could this be Wang Tang? The face of the corpse had been obliterated, the head burst open like a watermelon, blood and gore scattered all around, making it nearly impossible to identify the person. It's unclear for now. We'll have to wait for the Wang family to arrive. They'll surely have a way to confirm it. Li Qingying shook her head, her face tense with concern. This special training camp is likely in trouble now. The instructor sighed deeply. Though there have been casualties in past camps, this incident is far too grave. Moreover, this person presumed to be Wang Tang seems to have died from foul play. We must investigate this thoroughly. Suddenly, a fierce roar shook the heavens. Li Qingying's eyes widened dramatically. That's the aura of a 7th tier demonic beast. Although the training camp was overseen by instructors, they were only capable of handling up to 5th tier beast masters. A 7th tier demonic beast was beyond their ability to manage. Impossible. We've only ventured slightly deeper from the safe zone, nowhere near the heart of the demonic beast forest, nor anywhere close to a 7th tier beast's territory. The lead instructor with bushy eyebrows exclaimed in disbelief. The beast's aura is unmistakable. This disturbance might be more than just a simple uprising, Li Qingying said with a deep look. The bushy-browed instructor's face paled as he swallowed hard. This could be a minor beast tide. While speaking, Li Qingying swiftly moved to return to the camp. Instructor, please take care of the body. I'll call for reinforcements. If this truly is a minor beast tide led by a 7th tier demonic beast, without external help, no one here might make it out alive. Watching Li Qingying's retreating figure, the instructor looked back at the unrecognizable corpse, his face twisted with worry. Fang Ming meanwhile made his way back to the camp, dealing with various rampaging demonic beasts along the way. Despite his strong foundation, the continuous battles were taking their toll. Energy stones could replenish spiritual power, but his body struggled to cope with the high-frequency cycles of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he managed to return to the camp without any mishaps. Upon his arrival, he found the camp on high alert. Most of the trainees had returned, but there was no sense of relief, only tension visible on everyone's faces. Some lowered their heads in silent agreement as Fang Ming walked into the camp. Sitting in a corner, Mo Yushin's eyes widened when he saw Fang Ming. According to his plan, with all the effort Wang Tang had put into the setup, Fang Ming was supposed to be dead. So at that time he was not afraid of offending Fang Ming and sent messages to lure Fang Ming into a trap. Unexpectedly, Fang Ming returned, but it was Wang Tang who did not. Mo Yushin was shocked and immediately lowered his head, fearing that Fang Ming would notice him. However, Fang Ming did not look at anyone. He silently walked to a corner of the camp, sat down and began to recuperate from the fatigue of continuous battles. It wasn't long before the figure of the thick-browed instructor and his group appeared at the entrance of the camp. Everyone recuperate on the spot, maintain your spiritual power and be on guard at all times. The thick-browed instructor's first words made everyone's already tense nerves even more strained. There might be a small beast tide, and with your current strength it is impossible to break through and return to the city. Therefore, we have decided to defend based on the camp and wait for reinforcements from Jiang City. The next sentence from the thick-browed instructor was even more shocking, suddenly turning the previously quiet camp into an uproar. Beast tide? How could there be a beast tide? Why would the beast tide stay in the wilderness when returning to the main city is the wisest action? Forget it. If it really is a beast tide, no one here can survive. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming, who had his eyes closed, opened them for the first time and looked towards the figure in the center of the field. In the history of Jiang City, small beast tides were countless, but there had been 3 major beast tides, each time almost leading to the city's fall. These were the records in the history books, but even through these cold lines of text, Fang Ming could imagine the tragic scenes of those times. Silence. Now is not the time for you to discuss nor Is it the time to question my decisions? The thick-browed instructor shouted, his powerful aura instantly covering the whole field. This special training camp is conducted according to military standards, and I am now your commanding officer. You must execute my orders unconditionally. Now I issue temporary regulations. First, assist in defending the camp while ensuring your safety. Second, form teams of 5 according to the Hunter Squad standards in the order of your initial registration. Third, if the camp cannot hold, please break out on your own. After the instructor's words, the previously somewhat noisy camp instantly fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the thick-browed man standing at the front, seemingly truly feeling the bloody brutality that was about to come. Now execute the first step. All candidates move quickly, form teams according to the registration order. The arrival of the beast tide was much faster than anyone had anticipated. Almost as soon as the teams were formed and even before defensive positions could be arranged, the first wave of the beast tide had already surged forward. All units alert, shouted the thick-browed instructor. In an instant, countless beasts howled out, guarding around the camp, facing the oncoming beast tide army ready for battle. No one knew the cause of the sudden beast tide, but in the face of this disaster, apart from banding together for defense, they had no other choice. Boom, the great battle was about to erupt, accompanied by a fireball crashing into the camp like a meteor. It was as if gunpowder had been instantly ignited. Countless skills were hurled towards the monster camp. Roars, angry and ferocious bellows rose and fell among the beasts as if venting their rage and savagery. Fong Ming looked up to see a massive figure darkening the sky. The meteor spell had been cast by this very monster, a super A-grade 7th tier amethyst dragon lion king. Thick-browed instructor's face changed drastically. He bellowed, air unit attack. We must stop him from casting another meteor spell or our camp is doomed. Yes, sir. At his command, numerous flying pets along with anti-air weapons fearlessly initiated a kamikaze attack on the Amethyst Dragon Lion King. Under the command of the 7th tier Beast King, countless lower tier monsters also surged forward as the first wave of the assault, launching a frenzied attack on the camp. Fong Ming, I never thought we'd fight side by side one day. Wu Liang approached Fong Ming with a grin, showing little sign of tension. They had enrolled together and being ranked closely, they were naturally placed in the same team. Aren't you afraid of dying? Fong Ming asked indifferently, watching the battle unfold. Their task was to rotate with the Beastmasters at the front, so they weren't yet in the line of defense. What's there to fear in death? I'm only afraid it won't be thrilling enough. Wu Liang laughed heartily. Fong Ming, I can tell we're cut from the same cloth, not the type to sit still, only keen on battling. Fong Ming glanced at him, his opinion unchanged. Lunatic. In the few minutes they spoke, the battle had reached a critical intensity. The training camp held its ground, waiting for reinforcements. With limited forces, the Beastmasters dared not let their pets fight to the death, switching them out at critical moments to prolong the defense. Even so, the casualties from the first wave of battle were far beyond anyone's expectations. The Beastmasters were temporarily safe, but the casualty rate among the pets had reached 1/5. It was as if the monsters were stimulated by something forceful. The thick-browed instructor, the commander of the battle, looked towards the sky, his worry deepening. Above, countless flying monsters attacked the massive airborne fortress like small bombers, only to fall in droves. Boss, we can't hold on. We need to rotate. My spiritual energy is almost depleted. Numerous voices cried out. Reluctantly, the instructor had to issue the order. First rotation in 1 minute, everyone prepare. Following this command, all the students in the back felt a jolt in their hearts. Finally, the moment had come for them to enter the battlefield. Facing the wild beasts, the students swallowed nervously and clenched their fists. Fong Ming squinted his eyes towards the not-so-distant battlefield. The first wave of beasts, mostly of 3rd tier or lower, were not particularly high in rank, but their desire to attack was overwhelmingly strong. This caused the peripheral defense soldiers with their conventional weapons to be unable to hold back the onslaught. And with only a few beast tamers stationed in the camp, their struggles were palpable. The students, numerous and well-trained, were all professionally educated beast tamers. If they could coordinate well, resisting the first wave of beasts should not be a problem. A minute passed in a flash. Groups of 5 students each summoned their pets and stepped forward proactively. The retreating guards and beast tamers breathed a sigh of relief. However, the thick-browed instructor's heart was in his throat. Could these youngsters really hold the line? Yet the students did not disappoint him. After all, they were among the top 100 elites of Jiang City, and with several days of special training in the wilderness, they faced the magical beasts with nerves but no panic. Countless pets roared into battle, their momentum tremendous: fire, ice, lightning, shadow, holy light. Various elemental attributes took to the stage in a display as dazzling as fireworks. This sudden surge of living force even managed to stall the fierce tide of beasts momentarily. Some of the defensive squads were even able to push back against the beasts' onslaught. Fortunately, the thick-browed instructor promptly ordered everyone to maintain their psychic energy and not overexert themselves, which curbed the students' excessive excitement. Fong Ming, observing the scene, thought to himself, this beast tide is not so formidable after all. Wu Liang, watching his own pet slash through the enemies like chopping vegetables, looked over at Fong Ming with a raised eyebrow, somewhat smugly. Yet Fong Ming's expression remained calm, a stark contrast to the excitement of the other students. You're celebrating too early. This is just the first wave of the beast tide. We'll rest and conserve our energy. Bring on several more waves, it doesn't matter. Wu Liang, his purple hair flowing elegantly, declared confidently. Fong Ming shook his head, saying nothing more. These students still had spirit now, but after 2 or 3 waves everyone would be exhausted to the point of collapse. The casualty rate could even become frighteningly high. He had seen records of several beast tides before and knew well their terror. However, looking ahead at the piles of beast corpses, Fong Ming's gaze was deep, as if he was pondering something. Ahead, the fluffy spider and the moon-inviting fox were having a blast chopping down these second and third tier low-level magical beasts. The thrill of overpowering weaker opponents made the two creatures almost reluctant to stop. Fong Ming sighed and summoned a slime creature. This scene was almost a paradise for the slime, devouring the corpses of the beasts, purifying their magical cores and producing pure energy stones on the spot. This could help those beast tamers who had drained their psychic energy to quickly recover and return to the battlefield. It was a revelation for Fong Ming. On the battlefield, the devouring skill of the ever-changing slime monster is monstrously powerful. It is a veritable war machine. In a prolonged battle, the slime monster can turn the tide with its miraculous effects. Fong Ming had Xiao Hong lie on his shoulder, silently observing his students, who were still lively and vigorous at the moment. Outside the special training camp in the demon beast forest, the scene resembled a slaughterhouse. Flesh and blood were flying everywhere and the ground was slick with blood. Countless demon beasts were colliding wildly, their roars shaking the earth. The students, initially in a state of excitement, quickly calmed down under the high intensity of the battle, followed by the fatigue of continuous fighting. Psychic energy was being drained wildly and pets were getting injured repeatedly. Fortunately, it seemed that the first wave of beast tide attacks was nearing its end, allowing the students a brief respite. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Ming released the slime monster Xiao Hong, letting it quietly begin cleaning up the battlefield. Now at the strength of a level D tier 3, Xiao Hong was fully capable of protecting itself. It also had the skill of mimicry, which allowed it to blend in with the other demon beasts, utterly inconspicuous amidst the chaos. As the beast tide temporarily subsided, the thick-browed instructor finally roared, "Everyone take the time to rest. The second wave of the beast tide will be arriving soon." The students, who had been tense, finally relaxed and slumped down. Not all pets were recalled, they rested in turns based on the principle of group-based shifts for vigilance. "Fong Ming, why do you look so relaxed?" Wu Liang said, already sitting down on the ground. Fong Ming glanced at him and chose not to engage. However, several teammates looked at Fong Ming with awe. "You all rest. I'll keep watch for you," Fong Ming told them, guessing that their psychic energies must have been nearly depleted. "Fong God, you'll always be my hero. Praise be to Fong God. It's so cool to have Big Boss Fong leading the team." The teammates, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly brightened up at these words, sparing no praise. Wu Liang also looked at Fong Ming with a moved expression. "Fong Ming, from now on you're my brother. We've been through a battlefield together now." Fong Ming was speechless, wondering how things had escalated to this point. Leaving the furry spider around the perimeter of the team, Fong Ming and the little fox headed towards another corner of the battlefield. They were responsible for the northwest corner of the camp, where others were resting and paying most attention only to the demon beasts, naturally not minding Fong Ming's movements. Reaching an inconspicuous position, Fong Ming summoned the slime monster Xiao Hong back to him. Upon its return, Fong Ming was startled. The slime monster, compared to before they set off, had swelled dozens of times larger. Originally no bigger than a wash basin, it now almost filled an entire room. "Xiao Hong, how much did you eat?" Due to time constraints, Fong Ming naturally couldn't let the slime monster eat and digest simultaneously. Instead, he had it eat as much as possible first, then come back to digest everything together. Even with some mental preparation, the appearance of the slime monster still gave Fong Ming a shock. Chirp meow. Little Red's voice was still quite cute, but its body size and the voice were just too mismatched. Hurry up and digest, Fong Ming urged as he glanced around. Fortunately, no one had noticed them yet. The slime monster then began to gurgle and soon energy stones started spewing out of its mouth one after another. Fong Ming watched the scene with glee. After all, these were real money. The brief lull in the monster tide did not last long. The Beast King in the sky, constantly harassed by various flying magical beasts and modern missiles, was annoyed beyond measure. These nuisances, while not able to injure it, buzzed annoyingly around its ears. At that moment, the Amethyst Dragon Lion King roared, unleashing a powerful sonic attack that sent countless attacking magical beasts and modern shells flying. Another roar echoed through the entire forest. With this roar, the just calmed monster tide surged violently again, everyone on alert. The burly instructor's face changed dramatically as he immediately rushed to the front line of the camp, everyone's expression tensed. They had just rested less than a short period since the last wave of the monster tide. Could it be happening again? Their hearts couldn't help but palpitate. During the battle, they hadn't been afraid. It was the reflection on the battle afterward that had truly scared many of them. Now, a new wave of the monster tide was rapidly approaching the camp, causing many faces to turn pale. With such frequency and intensity, how could they possibly hold on? Stop joking, gathering everyone here will only attract more magical beasts. You're right, we should split up and break through. At this moment, before the new wave had even arrived, many were already mentally unstable. Fong Ming watched coldly from the sidelines. This was a scene he had anticipated. At this moment, he had already collected the first wave of spoils from the slime monster and had released Little Red again. He instructed it to continue scavenging on the battlefield. Even a simple glance at the spoils from this wave of war had caused ripples in Fong Ming's usually calm heart. Therefore, at a critical moment, he wouldn't mind lending a hand to the entire camp's team. However, if the team dispersed just because of this shock, it meant that these people weren't worth saving in his eyes. Fong Ming was confident. With Little Red's help in disguise, escaping wasn't difficult, just a bit disgraceful. Just then, the burly instructor finally stood up again. Everyone be quiet. What is there to fear in death? But don't die like cowards. He stood in front of everyone facing the oncoming tide of beasts and took a deep breath. Kill. Following that, a roar erupted into the sky. A huge figure suddenly burst forth from in front of him, swinging a paw and sweeping away countless demonic beasts in an instant. Fong Ming squinted his eyes and saw, to his surprise, it was a 5th-tier peak stone behemoth. Unfortunately, it was only 5th tier. The thick-browed instructor's combat skills were definitely not for show, but clearly he was not the hero-type beast master. He was more suited to be the commander of the whole team. The proactive counterattack by the 5th-tier stone behemoth momentarily established a significant military achievement, sweeping away much of the fear among the many students. At this moment, what they lacked was just a catalyst for boiling blood. The thick-browed instructor bellowed, "Everyone listen to my command, prepare to fight." In the camp, the fighting spirit soared once again. Fong Ming's lips slightly curled up. Now it seemed a bit more interesting. Just then, he suddenly felt a premonition, as if sensing something familiar yet distasteful in the air. Fong Ming abruptly looked up towards the depths of the forest. There a particularly familiar and disagreeable aura seemed to linger. A sudden palpitation like a flash of insight vanished in an instant. Fong Ming watched the depths of the distant forest, his eyes churning with dark currents. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for him to venture deep for exploration, but Fong Ming glanced at the crowd that had once again surged forward and took a deep breath. He hoped it was not the worst-case scenario. The frenzied battle, the bloodshed in such a brutal environment, no one could stop. Even the furry spider, killing these increasingly higher-tier demonic beasts, was becoming uncontrollably stronger in its desire to kill. This was just the beginning of the second wave of the beast tide, and the intensity of the battle had already surpassed the previous one. The terrifying casualty numbers were also crazily increasing in an instant. Everyone was bearing an immense defensive pressure, sweat and blood flowing together. "It seems I need to act sooner," Fong Ming muttered to himself, turning to walk towards the thick-browed instructor. "What are you doing, Fong Ming?" Wu Lian yelled, his face distorted with intensity. The fierceness of the battle leaving him no room to breathe. To think Fong Ming at this moment would desert the battlefield, idiot. Fong Ming couldn't be bothered with him, letting the furry spider continue to hold the front as he moved swiftly without a hitch in his step and approached the thick-browed instructor. Fong Ming looked at the two guards who rushed out, his expression calm. You're Fong Ming, right? The thick-browed instructor's expression was not pleasant. Seeing Fong Ming approaching, he waved his hand, dismissing the guards to the side. At this time you're not with your team members but coming to find me. Why? Right now, in the thick-browed instructor's eyes, whether Fong Ming was a top scholar or a successor of the Sky Tower made no difference to him. On the battlefield everyone was equal and no one had any privileges. You've misunderstood, instructor. Wait till you see what I've got, then you can reprimand me if needed. Fong Ming remained utterly unfazed by the bushy-browed man's words, his expression stoic as ever. Raising an eyebrow, the bushy-browed man challenged, "Oh, then let's hear what you have to say. I'm in a hurry and have no interest in seeing any ID or medals of honor. Show me, instructor." Fong Ming opened his palm. As the bushy-browed man peered closer, nestled in Fong Ming's palm was a pure white energy crystal, an energy stone. What are you implying? Such items were familiar to the bushy-browed man, who had often seen them before. He had always disdained relying too much on external aids for cultivation and didn't pay much attention to it, showing a hint of disdain instead. Fong Ming remained patient. "Perhaps, instructor, you might want to take a closer look. Kid, we're in a crisis right now, we don't have time for your riddles," interjected a guard, glaring at Fong Ming. "A frog in the well," Fong Ming replied dismissively. "Wait," the bushy-browed man suddenly gestured, stopping the guard from scolding further. The guard's mouth hung open, his words swallowed back. Though he looked unconvinced by Fong Ming, he remained silent due to respect for the bushy-browed man. "The purity of this energy stone is unusual," the bushy-browed man noted. Though he rarely used such stones, his years of cultivation had honed his discernment. Silently smiling, Fong Ming offered no explanation. "What could possibly be unusual about its purity?" scoffed another guard. "I've heard that even the most skilled alchemists can only purify energy stones to 90% at most with his level. This energy stone has been purified to a purity of 100%, declared the bushy-browed man, his words falling heavily. The guard's speech halted abruptly, his expression dumbfounded. The other guards also stared, as if seeing a ghost, their eyes glued to the energy stone in the bushy-browed man's hand. At this moment even the roaring and fighting of the outside world seemed irrelevant. Throughout the history of beast tamers, there had never been a report of an energy stone with 100% purity. This was a qualitative change. Previously, no matter how pure, extensive use of energy stones still impacted a beast tamer's cultivation, but now with a stone of 100% purity, its existence could completely revolutionize the cultivation methods of the entire beast tamer community. Such an item. The bushy-browed man's eyes burned intensely as he gazed at the small crystal in Fong Ming's hand, the heat in his eyes almost tangible, nearly scorching Fong Ming's hand. The emergence of such a stone not only presented a chance for research but also hinted at the possibility of replication. In that moment, the bushy-browed man even felt an impulse to snatch the crystal from Fong Ming's hand, and should he break out from this place, his entire life would be transformed beyond recognition. However, the instincts of a soldier managed to suppress the evil within him. He turned his head sharply, forcing himself not to look at the small crystal in Fong Ming's hand any longer. "Classmate Fong Ming, please put it away." "I can pretend I didn't see anything," he said firmly. Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh at the remark. "Instructor, why say such things? Seeing is seeing, how can you pretend not to have seen?" he retorted, amused. The instructor, with thick eyebrows, unable to restrain himself, turned back angrily and scolded Fong Ming. "Do you understand the saying, a man is not guilty, but possessing a jade makes him guilty?" Unperturbed, Fong Ming shrugged and casually tossed the energy stone towards the thick-browed instructor, who caught it awkwardly, clearly startled. "Boy, are you mad? Do you realize what this means for the entire Beastmaster community, for all of humanity? What does it mean to..." Fong Ming, seeing the cautious look on the instructor's face, couldn't help but smile. "It means the future of all mankind," the instructor declared solemnly, clutching the energy crystal carefully in his palm. "If you're using this to request my help to get you out, I might agree," he added, a statement that left the guards on both sides utterly stunned. For the upright and just instructor to make such a statement indicated the true importance of the energy crystal. Could this seemingly fearful boy really manage an escape? At that moment, the instructor looked at Fong Ming with a serious expression, clearly not joking. "A deserter, huh?" Fong Ming scoffed, shaking his head. "I never had such intentions." The instructor was momentarily taken aback, obviously surprised by Fong Ming's reaction. The guards nearby, hearing this, also had a slight change in their expressions. But Fong Ming seemed utterly indifferent. With a casual flip of his hand, he revealed a new batch of pure white energy crystals, this time a handful of them. The instructor could barely maintain his composure, his eyes nearly popping out. "Kid, where did you get all these from? Don't tell me this is the legacy of the Sky Tower." Fong Ming smiled slightly, acknowledging the instructor's astute guess. "You're right, instructor. This is indeed the secret refining formula from the Sky Tower, previously unmastered by anyone. I was just fortunate to have grasped its essence." The instructor's eyes widened even further. "You refined these?" Fong Ming nodded, his expression modest. "I am ashamed." The instructor's look changed significantly, and if it weren't for the circumstances, he would likely have pulled Fong Ming aside to discuss in detail. "Fong Ming, you need to evacuate the battlefield immediately. I'll arrange for personnel to protect your breakout. For the entire Beastmaster community, your importance has now risen to a national strategic level." And this recognition was exactly what Fong Ming had wanted. If exposing the energy purification stones was the ability of a slime monster, it would only bring envy. However, if this ability were attributed to Fong Ming himself, it would bring recognition and protection. Yet, the purpose of Fong Ming taking out the energy stones at this moment was certainly not just for his own safety. "No need, instructor, I want to protect the camp with my classmates," Fong Ming said, looking at the thick-browed instructor with a determined look and firm words. "You know your value now is more important than mine." The thick-browed instructor was quite appreciative of Fong Ming's attitude, but reason still made him reject Fong Ming's proposal. "Instructor, I know you also want to protect the camp well and not let these students sacrifice in vain," Fong Ming suddenly continued. "That's why I am appearing before you at this moment." "What do you mean?" The thick-browed instructor frowned, looking uncertainly at Fong Ming. At this moment, the shouts and killing outside intensified, leaving no time to delay further. His heart was filled with anxiety. "These energy stones, I can take them out to help my classmates protect the camp." Fong Ming, guessing what was on his mind, said decisively. "What?" Upon hearing this, not just the thick-browed instructor but the guards on both sides also looked at Fong Ming differently. "Do you know how many energy stones it would take to sustain so many people in continuous combat?" The thick-browed instructor asked seriously. "Fong Ming, this is no time for jokes. There are less than 150 students and beast taming guards left in the camp, and I can provide about 500 third-level energy stones," Fong Ming said straightforwardly, pulling out his bargaining chips to the thick-browed instructor. The others present were dumbfounded, staring at the pile of energy crystals. 500 third-level energy stones, even at a normal purity of about 80%, the price is about 10 times that of a similar tier magic core. That puts the market price of a third-level 80% purity energy stone at least in the high hundreds of thousands. Not to mention these are 100% purity energy stones. Even priced at 1 million Dragon Kingdom currency, they would still be in high demand and lead to a buying frenzy. What does 500 stones represent? That's a value of 5 billion. This kid, what a big move. The thick-browed instructor, upon making a quick calculation, looked at Fong Ming with a newfound depth in his gaze. "However, right now, these 500 energy crystals are life-saving. What value can compare to 5 billion? Rest assured, young man, with such courage you won't be at a loss." The thick-browed instructor's usually grim face slowly showed a hint of a smile for the first time. A single energy crystal could fully replenish a beast-taming master of the same rank for one battle. On average, each person present could receive at least 3 energy stones, extending their fighting endurance by at least 3 more rounds. In the current situation of holding out for reinforcements, time is life indeed. "Instructor, you handle these things. There's no need to explicitly reveal me," Fong Ming said nonchalantly as he waved his hand and turned around. "I need to hurry back to my squad, where those teammates of mine will really start to think I'm playing deserter." Watching Fong Ming's dashing departure, Instructor Nongmei glanced at the pile of crystals accumulated there, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. "Our dragon nation has such young talents, how can we not prosper in the future?" With Fong Ming's proactive offering, the subsequent battles undoubtedly improved significantly. Under Instructor Nongmei's arrangements, the team, originally on the verge of collapse from exhaustion, received this timely assistance and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The once chaotic frontline defense, bolstered by this support, finally began to stabilize. Mud monster Xiaohong continued to conceal itself, constantly devouring and bringing wave after wave of gains to Fong Ming. Amidst such perseverance. The third wave of the beast tide was finally repelled by the people. But even as the situation eased, Fong Ming felt an inexplicable sense of unease that did not improve. In the sky above, the purple crystal dragon Lion King finally cleared those annoying pests and fixed its fierce gaze on the center of the camp. Instructor Nongmei, sensing something, looked up and locked eyes with the terrifyingly powerful beast. A palpable killing intent filled the air between man and beast. With a low growl, the purple crystal dragon Lion King then plunged fiercely towards the camp, almost as a signal for a total assault. As it moved, the previously calmed beast tide became agitated once again. By this time, all modern weapons had been exhausted. The ordinary human soldiers had lost their role in holding the line. The beastmasters, who had just caught their breath, had no choice but to summon their pets again and rush to the front lines. At this moment, a tremendous oppressive force came from above, bending almost everyone's backs with its devouring presence. Before even engaging, the aura of the purple crystal dragon Lion King nearly broke through the camp's defenses. "Beast, your opponent is me," Instructor Nongmei roared, summoning his petrified giant once again and charging fearlessly towards the purple crystal dragon Lion King. A fifth tier facing a seventh tier, the outcome was almost certain. Without thinking, upon clashing, it was like an egg striking a rock. The mighty petrified giant was sent flying by the purple crystal dragon Lion King with a single swipe of its claw at their first contact. Instructor Nongmei's face paled. Even with some mental preparation, he hadn't expected that the petrified giant would stand no chance at all. He could even see a mocking smile on the face of the dragon lion across from him. Without hesitation, Instructor Nongmei summoned another of his combat monsters, a pitch-black rhinoceros beetle. Its body, sheathed in a shell as hard as steel, shimmered with a deep blue luster. Its wings unfolded rapidly, wide and powerful, each flap thundering like roaring thunder. Atop its head, a long sharp horn glinted with a mysterious light. In an instant, the beetle was whipping up a powerful storm with its wings, charging forward with its horn leading the way towards the amethyst dragon Lion King. The dragon Lion King swiped its paw, disdainfully foregoing the use of any skills, meeting the beetle's horn head-on. With a crisp snap, clear and distinct above the din of battle, the beetle's strongest and hardest horn was split in two by the king's single swipe. Beads of sweat silently rolled down the thick-browed instructor's forehead. Nearly everyone's eyes were fixed on this clash between leaders. The terrifying might of the amethyst dragon Lion King shattered all the beast tamer's illusions. With a mighty roar, the dragon Lion King declared its victory. As its roar echoed, the morale of all the beasts soared to its peak, launching a fearless all-out assault on the camp. With a boom, the long-standing defenses finally began to crumble under the pressure. The camp gates, like torn paper, were utterly shattered in the moment the beast swarm arrived. As the outer barriers of the camp were breached, countless beasts swarmed in. Teams were instantly scattered, forced to fend for themselves in small groups. Fong Ming knew the situation had reached its worst. Under such circumstances, the phased defense strategy devised by the thick-browed instructor had completely failed. Everyone was now surrounded by beasts, with no chance for rest or rotation. Even as the initial wave of beasts surged in, some beast tamers, caught unprepared, were almost instantly overwhelmed. The fluffy spider and moon-inviting fox were fighting fiercely. Protected by his two pets to his left and right, Fong Ming had managed to avoid being dispersed by the massive wave of beasts. On the other side, Wu Liang and a few teammates who had witnessed Fong Ming's strength were quick-witted, immediately moving to join him. Fong Ming was unfazed. Having more people was beneficial to share the pressure coming from all directions, simultaneously, as the beast tide surged. He had already sent a mental command to Xiao Hong to digest and then return to him. "What now, Lord Fong? Should we break out? It doesn't seem safe to stay in the camp anymore." "Yes, all the beasts are swarming this way. We're too big a target here. It might be less pressure if we move away." "Lord Fong, you decide. We'll follow your lead." His teammates were all clamoring, evidently looking to cling to Fong Ming, their pillar of strength. Ding, an urgent side mission, Race Against Time, had been triggered. Race Against Time mission description: time is of the essence. Do you withdraw from danger timely or stand and confront the crisis? Mission requirement: fight for an extra 3 minutes to aid the rescue. Mission reward: 1 drop of holy dew, 1 piece of stardust sand. Fong Ming was momentarily stunned. The system had issued another mission at such a critical moment. His gaze deeply set on the purple crystal dragon Lion King, which had already stormed into the camp wreaking havoc. He said, "What you all said earlier makes sense. We really should flee." Wu Liang opened his mouth, hesitating. "Hey Fong Ming, are we really going to abandon this place and break out?" Fong Ming shook his head. "You guys go ahead, I'm not leaving." Why, upon hearing Fong Ming's words, several teammates who had resolved to stick close to him suddenly became anxious. Yeah, Fong Dashin, you agreed with our analysis, there's no benefit in staying. They clearly couldn't fathom Fong Ming's thoughts. If everything was always about personal gain, I would have abandoned you all long ago, Fong Ming said calmly. That statement made his teammates fall silent. The purple crystal dragon Lion King was rampaging through the camp. The stern-faced instructor was leading a group of trainers trying their best to block it, but even at the cost of bloodshed they could only slow down the beast, not stop it. Please go ahead, I'm going to help, said Fong Ming, his eyes narrowing as he dashed towards the purple crystal dragon. Lion King without hesitation. Help? The others exchanged glances. Even Wu Liang couldn't grasp Fong Ming's intention. After all, the only ones needing help in that direction were the instructors fighting the purple crystal dragon Lion King. But Fong Ming, despite his extraordinary abilities, was just a third-tier beast master. Against a seventh-tier monster, what help could he possibly offer? However, Fong Ming's actions were beyond all their expectations. System: use 2 5th-tier magic cores on my pets Mao Mao and Xiao Hei for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special fusion beast 100-fold effect activated. Fluffy spider has evolved to 5th tier. Mutation effect gigantism activated, effective for 10 minutes. Ding! Fusion successful. Special fusion beast 100-fold effect activated. Moon inviting fox has evolved to 5th tier. Mutation effect flash spirit activated, effective for 10 minutes. The fluffy spider swelled up almost instantaneously, exuding a majestic aura. The moon inviting fox's form seemed to meld into the air, its presence vanishing from sight. Light and shadow. Such potent 5th tier auras were especially conspicuous among the 3rd tier monsters. From not far away, Wu Liang watched this scene, murmuring to himself, wow, so this is your real strength, you're not holding back anymore. Yet even the 5th tier aura, in front of the overwhelming presence of the purple crystal dragon Lion King, could hardly catch its attention. Without hesitation, the fluffy spider and moon inviting fox launched their most powerful skills at the dragon Lion King. Fluffy spider's B-grade skill, Thundering Flash Burst. Moon inviting fox's A-grade skill, Holy Light Rainbow Breath. Sensing the strong aura, the purple crystal dragon Lion King finally swept a glance over, as if looking at death itself. Simultaneously, a dragon wave lion's roar attacked the two beasts. The skills exploded in a burst of impact. Fong Ming hadn't anticipated that even with the combined forces of the velvety spider and the moon inviting fox, they would fail to block a casual sonic attack from the amethyst dragon Lion King. Both magical beasts were sent flying simultaneously. Even with the velvety spider already enlarged, enhancing its overall attributes significantly, if not for this, the blow would have been more than just a knockback, it would have caused injuries. The moon inviting fox, on the other hand, swiftly activated its flash spirit ability, vanishing into the air to deftly dodge the rebounding shockwaves. Fong Ming's expression remained tense. The power of a 7th tier magical beast was far beyond his expectations. It seemed there was no chance to hold back any longer. Muttering under his breath, Fong Ming no longer hesitated. He pulled out the holy dew and stardust gravel from his storage space. Both were S-grade materials, and their combined power would certainly be much more than just additive. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fong Ming's gaze settled decisively on the little fox he had only recently contracted. Now known as Xiao Hei, the little fox, already an A+ tier beast, surely had higher base attributes and potential power than Mao Mao. Xiao Hei, it's up to you, Fong Ming said through gritted teeth. System: apply the holy dew and stardust gravel to the pet beast Xiao Hei for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: fusion beast 100-fold effect activated. Moon inviting fox evolves into S-tier holy demon sky fox and has enlarged to the 6th tier. Effective duration 5 minutes. As the system's notification sound ended, the originally all-black little fox began to evolve. Luxurious silver fur sprouted abundantly, covering its body in an instant. The once fluffy and cute short tail grew rapidly, and under Fong Ming's astonished gaze, split into 3 enchanting long tails. In that moment, the adorable little fox was gone. In front of everyone appeared the holy demon sky fox, an S-tier magical beast embodying both divine innocence and captivating evil. With the appearance of the S-tier beast, a powerful aura instantly swept across the field. The coexistence of holy and dark forces, combined with a strange stardust aura, made the holy demon sky fox undoubtedly the focus of attention. Fong Ming, staring at the 3-tailed giant fox in front of him, was slightly dazed. Meanwhile, a blue-hued panel automatically displayed before him. Xiao Hei species, holy demon sky fox, countdown, 10 minutes, level, S-tier. 6th attributes, Holy plus Dark Power skills, Spatial Leap, A-tier, Holy Light Breath, A-tier, Shadow 100 Claws, A-tier, Holy Demon Slash, S-tier, Holy Light Him, S-tier, Shadow Judgment, S-tier, Falling Star, S-tier, Enchant All Beings, S-tier. Fong Ming, looking at the panel filled with question marks, couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be due to the S-ranked magical beast last time? When Mao Mao evolved into the Luo Tian Holy Spider, it seemed to be the same situation where the specific attribute values were always invisible. This kid, at this moment, even the bushy-browed instructor who was originally fighting against the purple crystal dragon Lion King, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, gazing at the magnificent and splendid holy demon fox, slightly lost in thought. Fong Ming. Wu Liang was completely dumbstruck, even momentarily forgetting what he initially wanted to say. Is this the Sky Tower lineage? Numerous veteran beast tamers watching this scene felt their own beasts trembling. It was due to the overwhelming aura emanating from the bloodline suppression of the S-ranked magical beast, Fong Dishin, truly a godly figure. Countless students looked towards Fong Ming, who stood facing the purple crystal dragon Lion King from afar. In their eyes, there was no longer envy for a peer but admiration for someone on another level. The purple crystal dragon Lion King, at this moment, finally felt the threat from the holy demon fox. For the first time, it turned its head to face this unfamiliar magical beast appearing before it. The aura was peculiar, and its appearance was unlike any seen before. Interest surged in the eyes of the purple crystal dragon Lion King. Simultaneously, the holy demon fox, not wanting to show weakness, met the gaze of the purple crystal dragon Lion King fearless. This was its pride as an S-ranked magical beast. Even though the purple crystal dragon Lion King was a rank higher, it was only a plus rank, and the pride of its bloodline did not allow the holy demon fox any retreat. A 6th rank facing a 7th rank, was there a chance? Fong Ming clenched his teeth hard. He knew that even though it was only one rank apart, the gap between ranks became like a chasm as one advanced further. In that moment it seemed as though even the air stopped flowing. The two magical beasts at the top of the forest's food chain, the battle intent visible in their eyes, even if it was just a faint aura, was enough to make all the magical beasts present tremble incessantly. Although the beast tied below continued at this moment, all eyes were involuntarily focused on these two beasts. Finally, the purple crystal dragon Lion King made the first move, A-ranked skill attack, Purple Crystal Shockwave. This was the purple crystal dragon Lion King's exclusive skill, where the powerful purple crystal energy could completely melt all defenses of the opponent upon contact. The holy demon fox, seeing the purple crystal dragon Lion King's attack, showed no sign of weakness. Numerous enhanced claw strikes converged into beams of flashing light, frantically tearing towards the purple crystal dragon Lion King. S-rank skill, Holy Demon 100 Slashes. The collision of skills from both sides created a massive shockwave that far exceeded any previous clash. For a moment, those who were close, whether they were magical beasts or beast tamers, were all thrown off their feet. Instructor Bushybrow also realized that his squad couldn't be much help at the moment, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed to Fong Ming's side and immediately took him under protection. Fong Ming, you've kept yourself well. Hidden Bushybrow said, looking at him with admiration. However, after speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that in the end we would still need to rely on a student to save the day. The legacy of the Sky Tower. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. The final life-saving measure, just a one-time thing, but it seems it's still not enough. Fong Ming frowned deeply as he observed the situation at the center of the battlefield. As the swirling dust settled, a clear burn scar was visible on the shoulder of the holy demon fox. Droplets of fresh blood continuously dripped from the wound, gathering into a small pool on the ground. In this clash, the holy demon fox was defeated. A 6th tier battling a 7th tier was indeed too much of a stretch. Bushybrow sighed upon seeing this scene. Regardless, you've exceeded my expectations, he said. With the power of a 3rd tier beast master to unleash such strength, if you can actually make it out of here alive, I can't even imagine your future. Fong Ming just smiled faintly. His future, he couldn't even imagine it himself. And besides, making it out alive was not a matter of if, but a must. Just as Fong Ming was about to grit his teeth and let the holy demon fox exhaust all the integrated power within, a loud laugh suddenly echoed from the depths of the dense forest. Persistence pays off. I've finally seen the results. This voice clearly didn't come from within the camp but from the deepest part of the beast tide. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Someone had survived from the depths of the beast tide? Only Fong Ming's eyes flashed darkly. The presence that had been unsettling him all this while originated from this aura, and that figure didn't hide for long. Amidst everyone's shock, he stepped out of the beast hide and slowly walked towards the camp. The reason everyone was shocked wasn't that he was particularly extraordinary, but rather that all the magical beasts not only did not attack him, but they even actively moved out of his way as if he was the king of the beast hide. But this figure was clearly a human. Bushy Brow also furrowed his brows, watching the approaching figure. Today's beast tide is filled with anomalies. Could this person be a magical beast transformed into human form? The transformation of beasts into humans was just a folk tale. In the historical records, no one had ever truly witnessed a transformed magical beast. Fong Ming slowly shook his head. No, he's not a transformed beast. He is a human. Hearing this, Bushy Brow couldn't help but glance at Fong Ming. You can sense it? Fong Ming nodded solemnly. I'm afraid today's beast tide has everything to do with him. Bushy Brow opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. What he really wanted to ask was if Fong Ming knew this person. Given the current situation, this person was very likely the mastermind behind everything. The figure approached and everyone could finally see his appearance clearly. It was a young man with a pale face, frail body, and even his steps seemed somewhat unsteady. Fong Ming? The figure looked at the silhouette standing in the center of the camp, suddenly cracked a smile and gently uttered that name. Fong Ming instantly fixed his gaze on him. An icy chill, like maggots boring into bone, crept up his spine with the young man's words. In the forest the fighting had unknowingly ceased. It was at this moment that the frenzied beast tamers realized that the bodies around them, unknown to them, had long been lifeless. Blood covered the ground, and the pungent, strong smell of blood only now belatedly entered their nostrils. But now no one cared about these matters anymore. All eyes were focused on the young man who stood before the monster tide. He appeared sickly and frail, yet his presence was eerily sinister. Especially the purple crystal dragon Lion King, even though it had repelled the holy demon fox, did not pursue the victory but instead returned humbly behind the sickly young man. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes at the bizarre scene in front of him, suppressing his palpitations as he spoke. Who are you? Since you asked so sincerely, I will kindly tell you. The sickly young man smirked devilishly, his face showing pure triumph. To disrupt the world's order, to carry out the evil of love and truth, to steal spirits from all over, to worship the true God. Shadow grouping Fong. These cliché lines, yet no one present could laugh. Fong Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Spirit Thieves Association. Another with bushy eyebrows also had a grave expression. It's the Spirit Thieves Association. Ever since the National Beast Tamers Association officially issued a warrant, the reputation of the Spirit Thieves Association had not weakened but had grown more notorious, nearly becoming universally known. The sickly young man smiled slightly, his eyes showing satisfaction. When the true God's faith is sung among the people, the great divine light will once again reveal itself to the world. No one praises your name anymore. You're rats crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit you, and you still dream of basking in the sunlight. Hearing the sickly young man's words, the man with bushy eyebrows couldn't help but angrily rebuke him. Shut up! The sickly young man glanced over, and behind him a shadow flashed and disappeared. The next moment the bushy-browed man was swept away by an unknown light and shadow. The speed was so fast no one saw what it really was. With a thud, the bushy-browed man fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and then fainted, not knowing if he was alive or dead. The guards and several beast tamers paled and rushed over. The bushy-browed man was the mainstay of the entire camp at the moment. If he fell, the team present would no longer have a leader to rely on. The team without a leader was like brittle dry branches, easily broken. Alarm bells went off in Fong Ming's mind. The strength of this sickly young man was absolutely terrifying. He could directly send the fifth-order bushy-browed man flying several meters away with just a flickering shadow. Such power likely surpasses the 6th tier, definitely reaching the 7th. Interesting. I was wondering how Ing Sha died, and seeing your S-class magical beast today, I've got a bit of a clue. The sickly youth looked at Fong Ming as if he didn't care about what he had just done, his expression as simple as if he had crushed an ant. His gaze fell on Fong Ming and their eyes briefly met in the air. Fong Ming took a deep breath and showed no sign of backing down. Although the purple crystal dragon Lion King had the upper hand in the skill clash, it didn't mean that the holy demon fox had no fighting chance. So Fong Ming looked at the sickly youth and spoke coldly. Even if it was me who did it, if you want revenge, just try. Ha! To his surprise, the sickly youth started laughing crazily. Revenge? What revenge? Good kill. His face turned a bit red from the burst of mad laughter, seemingly a bit short of breath. Killing him gave me the chance to come out. Fong Ming watched the youth warily. This person was definitely a madman. However, your talent caughting Shazai definitely a fine collectible, said the sickly youth, his eyes filled with greed. I've waited so long and finally I see your trump card and class magical beast. You didn't disappoint me indeed. Fong Ming knew his time was limited. Another minute had passed with no time to delay further. He never relied on reinforcements or left his fate in others' hands. Xiao He, take action, Fong Ming ordered coldly. The holy demon fox, having been knocked away and already restless, charged out immediately upon Fong Ming's command, challenging the purple crystal dragon Lion King. You naive boy, do you really think an S-class can sweep everything away? The sickly youth shrugged, his eyes fixated on the magnificent holy demon fox, a glint of obsession passing through. Lion King, take action, but don't damage that beautiful fur. I want to make a blanket out of it, a collectible that will make others green with envy. The holy demon fox was furious upon hearing this. At their level, they could understand human speech very well, if not speak it. The youth's words undoubtedly touched its raw nerve. Facing limited time, the holy demon fox didn't hesitate to unleash its ultimate move, S-class skill, Holy Light Chant. This skill, previously mastered by the Luo Tian Holy Spider, unfortunately had no chance to be used. This was Fong Ming's first time witnessing the actual effects of the release. The holy demonic sky fox threw back its head and howled, a strange and indescribable sound resonating across the forest canopy. Accompanied by a holy chant, a flash of white light suddenly filled the entire world, as if purifying everything into the purest of light. As the first target of the attack, the purple crystal dragon Lion King showed no fear, opening its mouth wide to release a powerful burst of purple crystal energy. Boom! Unlike the massive shockwave from before, this collision was eerily silent, dissolving cleanly away. Through his mental perception, Fong Ming immediately understood that it was the disappearance of the holy light song. Holy light, the purest of energies, could dissolve all destructive forces. Interesting, however, the light had not yet dispersed. The sickly youth's voice, tinged with manic excitement, once again carried over. Fong Ming's expression grew colder. He had long marked the soul-stealing association for death, yet the strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations. He had no choice but to resort to that method. Just as Fong Ming clenched his teeth, about to reveal his final trump card, a faint voice suddenly emanated from the sky. Soul-stealing association, you dark rats, bullying the weak, feeling proud? The voice from the sky was like the fragrant breeze of a secluded valley wafting across the forest. Fong Ming's eyes lit up. The newcomer was an old acquaintance. The sickly youth looked up, squinting at the sky, and chuckled. Interesting, very interesting indeed. The shadow faction is overtly mad and the dark faction is secretly insane, no doubt about it. Finally, the figure in the sky slowly descended. Wearing a purple orchid dress that split the skies, her arrival scattered colors as magnificent as rosy clouds in the fierce wind. Gongsun Jilan descended from the sky, and at that moment, to everyone present, she appeared like a goddess. It's President Gongsun, we're saved, thank goodness, thank goodness. Gongsun Jilan's prowess had already been recognized by the entire Jiang city. To put it bluntly, she was now the top beast master in Jiang city. At her arrival, countless students who idolized her felt a tremendous relief from the aftermath of disaster, tears of joy streaming down their faces. To them it seemed that in front of Gongsun Jilan not even a beast tide could stir a ripple. Gongsun Jilan's gaze swept over the crowd and then over the man with thick eyebrows lined to the side, finally settling her focus on Fong Ming, or more precisely on the holy demonic sky fox in front of him. It's you again, always causing trouble, she noted. Fong Ming gave a light cough. President Gongsun, thank goodness you're here. Gongsun Jilan gave him a deep look, then lightly turned away to face the sickly youth. This small beast tied today, it must be your masterpiece, isn't it? The sickly youth smirked with pride. President Gongsun, such discernment you have, since you already know, why bother stepping into these troubled waters? Gongsun Jilan looked at him impassively. With your level of strength you think you can trouble me? I know President Gongsun's capabilities are extraordinary, undefeated since your debut, but this is no fair dueling ground. The sickly youth suddenly let out a bizarre laugh and clapped his hands. Clap, clap, and with his clapping, several hooded figures in black emerged slowly from the dense forest. President Gongsun, after all the shadow killers faced setbacks in your Jiang city, did you think my spirit thieves guild wouldn't be prepared at all? The youth's eyes twinkled with mirth as he regarded Gongsun Jilan. I have always respected the Gongsun family and I've always admired beauties. Withdraw on your own and I will not make things difficult for you. Just then a strong wind rose abruptly. A formidable aura burst forth from those shadowy figures, all revealing the strength of 5th tier or higher, undeniably real. Such a lineup, along with the sickly youth coordinating in the middle and the looming beast tide, would likely be too much even for Gongsun Jilan alone to contend with. For a moment, the clouds that had just cleared above the forest seemed to gather once more, casting a gloom. The boulder in everyone's heart that had just been set down was suddenly hoisted up again, even heavier than before, from 100 jin to 1,000 jin. A greater pressure weighed instantly on everyone's hearts. It seemed that from the beginning there was never a chance to resist. Despair rose in the hearts of many. Gongsun Jilan watched coldly, not uttering a word. Fang Ming furrowed his brows. The full force of the opposing shadow group was plainly evident. It seemed that no one present could stand against them. The situation was impossible. Perhaps breaking out was the only way. Hey, Shadow Wind, right? At that moment, Gongsun Jilan suddenly spoke again. The sickly youth paused, turning to look at the tall woman before him. President Gongsun, it's not too late to withdraw now, he chuckled. Gongsun Jilan scoffed. I thought your shadow group was truly mad. In the end, it's just the old game of using power to oppress. Boring. The color drained from the sickly youth's face as if that remark had struck a nerve. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all. Actually, I'm quite curious what all this fuss is really about. Gongsun Jilan leaned lazily against a tree trunk, arms crossed over her chest, her black hair fluttering freely in the wind. No need to trouble yourself on that account, sighed the sickly youth. What a hassle, Gongsun Jilan muttered, mimicking the youth's earlier gesture. She lightly clapped her hands. Old fellows, can you come out and do your job now? If there are questions, you can ask them yourself. What? The sickly youth was suddenly startled, his eyes widening in an instant. As Gongsun Jilan finished speaking, several figures with strong presences unexpectedly appeared on the outskirts of the camp. Unlike the few shadowy figures from the shadow group, these new figures were clearly older, but fortunately, they seemed spirited and stood quite upright. Fang Ming focused his gaze and then saw beside these figures a familiar figure, none other than Li Qingying. No wonder this legendary team member hadn't been seen defending the camp earlier. It turned out she had gone to summon help. Guanhua Academies, Ouyang Xiu Lingyu Academies, Yi Beiwand Beast God Academies, Deng Xian and Si Sol Academies by Suhua. All 4 major academies were represented. Impossible, how could people from the 4 major academies appear here? The sickly youth screamed, his face gloomy. The black-robed figures from the shadow group also suddenly turned towards the newcomers from the academies, as if facing a great enemy. Just admit that your shadow group is crazy, Gongsun Jilan said with a smile, curving her lips, finding the situation somewhat amusing. However, her smile slowly faded as her eyes passed over Fang Ming. Still, her face remained composed, coldly confronting the sickly youth. While Fang Ming was observing the situation, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, though his gaze swept around and found nothing unusual. Haha, even if they are from the 4 great academies, do you really think a bunch of nearly dead old folks are of any use? The sickly youth arrogantly laughed. Looking at the aged figures, old men and old women, instead of resting in the academies, you choose to come out and cause trouble. Well, don't blame us for bullying the elderly then. The shadow group members also laughed arrogantly, releasing their summoned beasts. It seems we have been hidden from the world too long, almost forgotten. An old man from the group retorted. Ignorant youngsters causing chaos in the world today. I shall act as the heavens agent. The Soul Stealing Association, I've heard you've caused quite a lot of trouble these past few years. Today, since we've encountered you, we cannot let you escape. The old men and women, despite their peaceful appearance, turned out to be quite temperamental. As soon as the people from the shadow group started their taunts, they could barely hold back, almost ready to roll up their sleeves and charge into the fray themselves. Fang Ming watched the bizarre scene unfold, his mouth twitching slightly. The recruitment teachers from the 4 major academies were quite different from what he had imagined. The battle prowess of this group of suddenly appearing elders ultimately shocked everyone present. The Soul Stealing Association had a notorious reputation, and the capabilities of the shadow group were certainly not weak, yet they were being steadily driven back by the elderly group. On the sickly youth's side, he had initially rushed towards Fang Ming, only to be directly blocked by Gongsun Jilan. Gongsun Jilan's fighting style was as breathtaking as ever, like a humanoid tyrannosaur. Entering the fray, she managed to overwhelm the 7th-tier purple crystal dragon Lion King, rendering it unable to counterattack. Fang Ming swallowed hard, his understanding of this tall and imposing lady's combat abilities refreshed once again. The sickly young man was clearly aware of Gongsun Jilan's reputation for brutality. At the onset of the battle he had already distanced himself from her range of attack. However, Gongsun Jilan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Amid the flashing bombardments, a series of explosive sounds rang out continuously, pummeling the massive purple crystal dragon Lion King from head to tail as if it were a giant sandbag. Heroes rise from all corners of the earth, and women are no exception. Today, having witnessed Madame Gongsun in action, my eyes have truly been opened. The sickly young man watched the scene unfold, his eyes twinkling with countless stars, yet he showed no signs of panic. All your external support and reliance are now invalidated, Gongsun Jilan said lightly, parrying the counterattack of the purple crystal dragon Lion King and turning to face the sickly young man. I am curious, what exactly do you rely on that you could incite a beast tide? She asked. The sickly young man grinned. A plus-level talent, King of Shadows. This talent cost me a great deal of effort to obtain. King of Shadows. Fong Ming's expression changed. This talent could manipulate magical beasts that were not one's own pets for a short duration. It turned out that the sickly young man had forcibly controlled a beast king, using it to trigger the beast tide. It seems you had planned this for a long time, Gongsun Jilan said, looking serious and not underestimating him. The sickly young man laughed heartily. Even the most meticulous plans can fail. Today's event is not my fault. Fong Ming squinted at the young man. At this moment, surrounded by an inescapable net, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, the sickly young man laughed maniacally and charged recklessly towards Fong Ming. Fong Ming remained calm, letting the Saint Demon Fox that had been guarding by his side meet him head-on. The sickly young man did not dodge or evade and directly collided with the giant claw swung by the Saint Demon Fox. Just as the Saint Demon Fox's claw struck, the sickly young man's figure vanished like smoke. Fong Ming's heart tightened, suddenly realizing something was amiss. He quickly summoned the fluffy spider, positioning it in front of him. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. Everything remained calm. The sickly young man had disappeared as if he had become invisible, but the next moment Fong Ming's head felt as though it had been hammered. A sinister voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Boy, did you expect this? Fong Ming's heart sank. The voice was unmistakably that of the sickly young man. This is my final trump card, the hallmark of the Shadow Group, Shadow Resurrection. Your life or mine. Fong Ming sneered. Do you think that by entering my body you can save your own life, naive boy? As a 7th tier beast controller, taking control of the body of a mere 3rd tier like you is as easy as reaching out my hand, the sickly youth laughed triumphantly. Without giving Fong Ming a chance to plead for help, he launched a direct assault on Fong Ming's brain. Boom, like a massive bomb exploding in the mind. At that moment Fong Ming felt as if the whole world had lost its color. A dark aura swiftly moved through his world, seemingly about to obscure the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Just then, a crisp voice suddenly rang out above the world. Ding! Spiritual invasion detected, attempting to seize control of the host from the system. Countermeasures will now be initiated. As the system's voice fell, a light 100 times brighter than the sun illuminated the entire world inside Fong Ming's mind. At that moment, all darkness and shadows had nowhere to hide. What is this thing? At the same time, the cries of the sickly youth rang out, miserable and defeated. This is divine retribution. Fong Ming, with his eyes closed, smiled slightly. From beginning to end, his expression remained calm. Ding! The invading spirit has been successfully eliminated. Thank you, Fong Ming said softly, then slowly opened his eyes. What entered his sight were a pair of long, snow-white legs. Cough. Fong Ming coughed dryly, instinctively raising his gaze, only to meet Gongsun Jilan's phoenix eyes that seemed to smile yet not smile. It seems you do have quite a few secrets hidden within you, enough to even fend off that creature. Fong Ming let out a long sigh. President Gongsun really trusts me. Just watching coldly from the sidelines. As he spoke, he glanced around. The beast tide was slowly receding. Teachers from the 4 major academies had repelled some members of the Spirit Thief Association and were now stabilizing the scene or helping some seriously injured students and beast controllers with treatment. Meanwhile, the burly instructor was already being carried onto a stretcher. Instructor, is he okay? Fong Ming looked at the man with a square face, holding considerable respect for him in his heart. He's fine, just some internal injuries. With his 5th tier beast controller's physique, he won't die, Gongsun Jilan said lightly. Ms. Bai Suhua of the Ocean Spirit Academy is an expert in the spiritual realm. She should have been able to help you if there were any real problems. Fong Ming nodded. That sounds somewhat reassuring. Then, in the next moment, Gongsun Jilan's voice turned cold, devoid of any warmth. Previously, someone said they had never seen traces of an S-class magical beast with their own eyes. Fong Ming blinked, then as if waking from a dream stammered, "President, let me explain." Just as Fong Ming finished speaking, 10 minutes had just passed. The holy demon fox that had been silently guarding by his side automatically transformed back into its small fox form, blinked its eyes, and with a swift motion jumped back onto his shoulder. Gongsun Jilan had finally seen everything clearly this time. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her previously expressionless face. "Fong Ming, it seems that all you said before was to deceive me, making me owe you a favor for nothing. I even offended the Wang family for this. How are you going to compensate me?" A breeze swept by, chilling to the soul. Yet, just as her heart had calmed, Gongsun Jilan's simple words inexplicably raised it again. "President Gongsun, you didn't come here because you sensed the presence of an S-level beast, did you?" Fong Ming shifted his gaze away somewhat guiltily. "Actually, this is just a very brief form of evolution, not a true S-level beast." Gongsun Jilan looked at him, her narrow eyes slowly narrowing as she stepped closer. "Once, twice, and then there will inevitably be a third and fourth time. Do you understand what this means?" Feeling the sudden invasion of the delicate fragrance of orchids with each breath, Fong Ming silently stepped back. "It means there will also be a fifth and a sixth time." Gongsun Jilan couldn't help but laugh at his response, her deliberately stern demeanor breaking down. "Don't play clever with me. An S-level beast, no matter what rank it is now, is like a strategic weapon for Longhua." Silent Fong Ming understood the potential consequences the moment he decided to reveal the holy demonic fox. That's why he had prepared in advance. Exposing it only leads to two outcomes, Gongsun Jilan said, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "One is heavy protection. You'll be a secret weapon of Longhua, not to emerge unless absolutely necessary. The other possibility is that your pet or talent will be directly plundered." Hearing her words, Fong Ming's expression was calm, like a still lake without any ripples. "It seems you have already considered the possible consequences." Looking at Fong Ming's demeanor, Gongsun Jilan gave him a deep look. "Now that too many people have seen your hand, you really only have one choice to continue growing." At that moment, the always silent Fong Ming finally spoke. "President Gongsun, what if I say I want to make a third choice?" "A third choice?" Gongsun Jilan paused slightly, her eyebrows raising in surprise, but a flicker of amusement passed through her eyes. "What third choice? The official training of Longhua is nothing but the university system or the military system, but actually there is another system beyond this." Fong Ming looked at the bustling university teachers nearby and slowly said, "Another system, do tell." "The Sky Tower system." Fong Ming spoke calmly, and at the same time a moon medallion appeared in his hand. "Chairman Gongsun should remember this medallion, right?" "Little Tower Master." Gongsun Jilan nodded slightly toward the medallion in the palm of Fong Ming. "This indeed might be your best path. So have you decided to give up on college and choose to join the Sky Tower for secluded cultivation?" Fong Ming shook his head. "No, my third choice is not to join just the Sky Tower system, but to enter 3 systems simultaneously." Even though Gongsun Jilan had some expectations about Fong Ming's choice, she was still a bit surprised to hear him say it out loud. "I was originally a candidate, it's only right that I join the college system," Fong Ming continued, and Gongsun Jilan nodded in agreement. "I am already the Little Tower Master, which places me within the Sky Tower system," she continued, nodding. "As for the military, I remember that one of the 4 major colleges, Lingyu College, is actually in close cooperation with the military, jointly guarding the northern border of the Dragon Nation. In a sense, joining Lingyu is like joining half of the military," Fong Ming explained confidently. Gongsun Jilan watched him silently, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. "After all this talk, it turns out it's about going to Lingyu College." There was a strange tone in her voice. "Going to Lingyu College is fine, but the northern border is rife with conflict and enemy spies abound. You are already very much in the spotlight. Going there will expose you to numerous hidden dangers." Fortunately, Gongsun Jilan only mentioned this briefly before looking at him seriously again. Fong Ming nodded earnestly. "I know. Your choice is not for others to interfere with, but if you are determined to take such a risky path, you must be prepared for all the consequences," she advised. "Thank you for your counsel, Chairman Gongsun." What advice?" Fong Ming remembered. "You should remember that you still owe me a favor. Don't die, or who will repay me?" Gongsun Jilan pursed her lips. Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh. Despite her temper and her propensity for fighting, Chairman Gongsun was essentially a good person. Meanwhile, the teachers from the 4 major colleges had already stabilized the chaos at the camp. At this moment, walking toward Gongsun Jilan with Li Qingying, they exchanged greetings. Several old men and women's eyes eagerly focused on Fong Ming. Even though Fong Ming was prepared, he still felt a bit stiff being the center of attention from these big shots. "Young man, you must be Fong Ming. From the first moment I saw you I liked you," said Ouyang Xiu from Guanghua College, dressed in traditional Dragon Nation attire embellished with exquisite patterns. Holding a folding fan painted with landscapes, he casually fanned himself. "Give me a break, you've been scheming right from the start, haven't you?" Deng Xian, an elder from the Beast God Academy, didn't hesitate to undermine him. Deng Xian appeared much more vigorous, his skin somewhat darkened by the sun. Despite his advanced age, his muscular physique was still distinctly visible. "Mr. Fong, don't listen to them. I genuinely admire your strength and the courage to stand up. Our Dragon Nation's border defense truly needs talents like you." Yi Bei Wang from the Spirit Realm Academy couldn't hold back either. Dressed in an old military uniform which had faded, one could still discern its once brilliant glory. Fong Ming opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Although he had made his choice, it was difficult for him to outright reject the other two leaders upon meeting them. The three elders looked at each other, evidently noticing Fong Ming's hesitation. "You old fool, speaking like that, aren't you making it difficult for the young student? As if what you're saying is any better. Everyone at your Beast God Academy is like a barbarian. Stop pretending to be civilized here. Give me a break. Your Spirit Realm struggles to protect itself daily. How could you protect such a talent?" The three elders revealed each other's shortcomings and soon couldn't hold back any longer, neglecting their images, and began to verbally attack each other right in front of Fong Ming. Fortunately, Bai Suhua from the Sea Soul Academy was much more graceful. She smiled gently, her eyes full of kindness as she looked at Fong Ming. "Mr. Fong, don't be frightened by them. These old fools, what do they know about nurturing talent? Listen to your teacher." Teacher Bai Suhua, dressed simply and modestly with old-fashioned metal-framed glasses, appeared both professional and approachable, with a demeanor that was gentle and engaging, clearly a lady of high standing in the past. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a closeness to such a kind teacher. Just as Bai Suhua was about to continue speaking, the elders turned their heads in unison. "Don't listen to her," the elders exclaimed, uniting against a common enemy. Bai Suhua, seeing this, felt a wave of indignation and frowned, about to speak. However, Fong Ming cleared his throat and finally spoke up decisively. "Teachers, in my heart there is indeed a preferred academy." As Fong Ming's words rang out, the previously noisy elders and the elderly ladies suddenly quieted down. Even Gongsun Jilan, who had been observing the drama from the side all along, smiled slightly, her delicate hands propping her chin, looking at Fong Ming with a hint of interest. Meanwhile, the students who had been silently enjoying the show of the four academies battling for recruits also fell silent, eagerly awaiting Fong Ming's choice. After clearing his throat, Fong Ming realized that suddenly the atmosphere around him had grown inexplicably quiet. The surrounding eyes seemed to sweep towards him, both overt and covert. "Mr. Fong, you don't need to hesitate, just speak your mind. We are all seasoned professionals and we respect each student's autonomous will," Bai Suhua said with a gentle smile, taking the initiative to soothe Fong Ming. Several elders nodded in unison, their eyes locked unwaveringly on Fong Ming, as if fearful that a single blink might cause them to miss the correct answer from his lips. Fong Ming took a slight breath, his gaze sweeping over Bai Suhua, then the three elders, and finally resting on Yi Bei Wang. "Teacher Yi, I have always been inclined towards the Spirit Realm Academy. I wonder if the academy is..." Before Fong Ming could finish, Yi Bei Wang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Very well, student Fong, our Spirit Realm Academy welcomes you with the utmost enthusiasm. I can assure you with all my heart your choice will absolutely not be wrong." This old fellow really lucked out. Seeing Yi Bei Wang's triumphant look, as if he had found a treasure, the other two elders immediately felt indignant. "We missed it." Even the gentle and elegant Bai Suhua couldn't help but sigh, her eyes filled with regret as she looked at Fong Ming. Around them, the students exploded in chatter upon hearing Fong Ming's choice. "What? Did I hear that right? Fong Ming actually chose Spirit Realm Academy? What about Spirit Realm Academy? It's still one of the top 4, isn't it?" But in recent years, it's usually the lower-ranking candidates who choose Spirit Realm Academy. Normally the best choices would be the light of Kyoto or Beast God. I must say Fong the Great always thinks outside the box. Don't judge his choices by your own limitations. That's right, we really should thank Fong the Great today. Without him stepping forward in our time of crisis, we wouldn't have lasted until the teachers from the top 4 academies arrived. And did you hear about the previous 3 rounds of Beast Tides? We were able to hold on because of Fong the Great, right? What, really? Where did you get that news? Absolutely true, the bushy-browed coach just woke up and said so. All those pure energy stones were provided by Feng the Great. My god, Feng the Great, I'm crying. Honestly, the first time I used that kind of energy stone, I was shocked. There's no need to circulate the heavenly cycle to exclude impurities. The absorption efficiency is more than double that of ordinary energy stones, and there are no side effects at all. I must say I can barely even see Feng the Great's back anymore. The students around continued to discuss fervently. The one constant was the look in their eyes when they gazed at Feng Ming, which had shifted from admiration to reverence. Meanwhile, Yi Bei Wang, completely oblivious to the envious glances from the other elders, walked over to Feng Ming with a chuckle, patting him on the shoulder reassuringly. Student Feng, that you could make a decision like this, I'm actually quite surprised. Feng Ming felt the warmth from the palm of the military uniformed elder in front of him and spoke. Spirit Realm Academy has guarded the northern border of Dragon Nation for many years steadfastly. I have long admired it, and now that I have the chance to choose, I must follow my heart. Very well, very well. As these words were spoken, not only Yi Bei Wang but even the other elders looked at Feng Ming with increasing satisfaction. This is how the youth of Dragon Nation should be, such a future for Dragon Nation fills one with hope indeed. Just then, from the direction of the main city, another large group of people hurried over. Feng Ming turned to look, and the leader was someone he knew. It was the Wang family, Wang Lang. It seemed that the Wang family had finally arrived. Wang Lang, meeting everyone here, carried himself with an extraordinary composure and greeted the teachers from the 4 major universities present with a scholarly demeanor. He then turned to look at Gongsun. Jilan and Feng Ming, President Gongsun, Tower Master Feng, have you by any chance seen my son? Wang Lang's demeanor remained calm, but the shadow of gloom deep in his eyes was unmistakable. Shouldn't you be keeping an eye on your own son instead of asking others? Gongsun Jilan glanced at him, arms crossed, appearing relaxed and composed. You, Wang Lang's eyes flashed with anger. However, he clearly had no intention of entangling further with Gongsun Jilan and turned again to Feng Ming. Tower Master Feng, you and my son Wang Tang were both participants in this special training camp. Have you seen him? Feng Ming looked at Wang Lang with a slight smile. I have seen him, surrounded by followers, the center of attention. Of course, I noticed him. Wang Lang stared intently at Feng Ming, pressing further. Do you recall where exactly you last encountered my son? Before the training started, and not after. Feng Ming replied lightly. Wang Lang narrowed his eyes, a glint flashing through them. Are you sure? Feng Ming shrugged. If Master Wang does not trust my word, there's no need to ask me. You could simply ask someone else. Wang Lang scoffed coldly. I will indeed verify with others, but the matter today is not under the jurisdiction of the Sky Tower. His words almost brimmed with a threat. Are you done, Master Wang? If so, please proceed as you wish. Feng Ming remained expressionless. However, Wang Lang showed no signs of leaving. The beast masters who had accompanied him also began to silently encircle the area at this moment. Feng Ming swept his gaze over them. What is the meaning of this, Master Wang? Humph, my son Wang Tang's soul lamp has been extinguished. Feng Ming, do you dare claim this has nothing to do with you? Wang Lang's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke with fury, yet in those eyes there was anger but no trace of sorrow. This has nothing to do with me, Feng Ming replied calmly. Now that the teachers from the major universities and the examiners from the training camp are here, Master Wang can verify with them. Wang Lang waved his sleeve dismissively. The teachers from the 4 universities have just arrived. They aren't familiar with the situation. As for the examiners, he paused, because just at that moment the instructor with thick eyebrows, who had just regained consciousness, was slowly walking over, supported by 2 guards. Looking at the confrontation before him, the thick-browed instructor spoke directly, his voice still weak from severe injuries but his intent remarkably firm. Master Wang, you cannot touch Feng Ming. Wang Lang, who had initially been in full control, paused slightly at the sudden remark from the man with thick eyebrows. What do you mean by this, instructor? Wang Lang asked, his eyes flashing a hint of gloom as he stared at the man. This time he had brought all the top experts trained by the Wang family, intending to use this opportunity to crush Feng Ming decisively, to prevent this eerily peculiar young man from growing any further. However, the instructor, unfazed by Wang Lang's words, spoke with unwavering certainty. I've made myself clear. The Wang family must not touch Feng Ming. Regarding my son's matter, I haven't yet approached your training camp's examination board. Not only did you fail to cooperate in finding the murderer, but you also showed bias in front of me. Do you really think the Wang family has no temper? Wang Lang's words were no longer polite, and a fierce aura began to emanate from his usually amiable face. We've already found some clues about the matter concerning Wang Tang, said the instructor, his complexion weak but still standing firm in front of Feng Ming. Fong Ming opened his mouth to speak, but another figure stepped past him and approached Wang Lang. It was the old man who had just been excitedly patting his shoulder. Yi Bei Wang from the Spirit Realm Academy, Mr. Yi. Fong Ming initially didn't want to involve the four major academies, but Yi Bei Wang just looked back at him and waved his hand slightly. Mr. Fong, from the moment you chose the Spirit Realm Academy, no one outside our academy has the right to touch you, even if you are indeed at fault. Only our Spirit Realm Academy has the authority to judge you. These authoritative words, spoken calmly by the military-dressed elder, immediately intimidated everyone present. The teachers from the other three major academies at this moment showed no hint of sarcasm or ridicule. Instead, they nodded in agreement. This was the pride of the four major academies, which are the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's education system, and it also represented their tacit understanding. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang's face turned extremely grim. The thick-eyebrowed man represented the official organization, Yi Bei Wang represented the four major academies, and behind Fong Ming was the heritage of the Sky Tower. Things seemed to have gone far beyond his expectations. What a Fong Ming, a murderer, yet so many people shield him. Wang Lang laughed loudly, but the intense murderous intent in his eyes watching Fong Ming finally surged up, no longer concealed. Do you really think that hiding behind these people I can't do anything to you? Fong Ming, meeting Wang Lang's gaze, showed no sign of retreating or hiding. I don't hide behind anyone. I always believe that in this world one must save oneself. Only by walking the long path with a clear conscience can one truly advance with a song in their heart. Fong Ming smiled faintly. Master Wang, I have a clear conscience. What about you? Such a clear conscience, killing people as if drinking water at such a young age. You already seem like a demon. Wang Lang let out a loud shout, and all his beastmasters stepped forward in unison, their powerful aura pressing down as if to crush the entire forest. Humph. The representatives from the four great academies also stepped forward simultaneously, casually dispelling this pressure. Fong Ming, with one hand behind his back, stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Master Wang, in all matters it is important to be reasonable and justified. The Wang family is powerful, but does that mean you should resort to force? With this demeanor, with the four academies in front, the Sky Tower behind, and both the official support and the association's secret backing, how can you think to deceive everyone? You can silence the dead, but you cannot silence the murmurs of the crowd. At this moment Wang Lang's momentum seemed to reach its peak. He stood on the moral high ground, issuing a final warrant for the truth. Now, I am not the head of the Wang family, but merely a simple father. I want to ask all the students here, has anyone seen the truth behind the harm done to my son Wang Tang? Wang Lang's eyes reddened, seemingly overwhelmed with genuine sorrow. The mighty leader of the Wang family, almost breaking down in tears in public. The entire place fell completely silent under Wang Lang's manipulation, not a sound to be heard. Fong Ming narrowed his eyes watching Wang Lang's performance, his wariness towards the Wang family rising another level. Wang Lang, compared to his son Wang Tang, was truly more formidable. When it was time to exert pressure, he showed no mercy. As soon as the situation turned unfavorable, he immediately changed tactics, trying to evoke the empathy of the students. He could hold his dignity but also lower his stance when needed. This was the true mark of a formidable character. Unfortunately, Fong Ming had already experienced intimidation and temptation, and now he had a great favor to call upon. Despite this, it could not be denied that there might be those who, tempted by the Wang family's incentives, would come forward. However, during the previous beast-tide battle, Xiao Hong had sneaked out, and it wasn't just for a simple mission. The hall was utterly silent. At this moment even Wang Lang was visibly stunned. This was his final trump card, and yet not a single person responded. Fong Ming looked at Wang Lang, his expression unchanging. Master Wang, can you put away your grievance act now? Without any evidence you seek to wrongly accuse others. This does not suit the image of the Wang family, does it? Wang Lang's expression darkened as he reined in his previously feigned sorrow, looking sinisterly at Fong Ming, then turning to the bushy-browed instructor. Very well, instructor, have you found my son's body? The bushy-browed instructor remained silent, simply waving his hand. Soon people brought over a body that had been found earlier in the dense forest. Master Wang, please identify. This is the body we found at the location signaled by Wang Tang's tracker. Wang Lang hurried to the stretcher and quickly lifted the white cloth covering it. What he saw was a face beyond recognition, and he froze on the spot, even with some mental preparation. The sight of a face clearly tortured to death still made his cheeks flush red with anger and shock. Who did this? Who could be so cruel? He lifted his head furiously, his question sounding more like an accusation, his gaze fixed intently on Fong Ming. Fong Ming's lips slightly curled up in a slight smile as he met Wang Lang's eyes boldly. "Head of the Wang family, please accept my condolences, but more not just this, for there is more sorrow to come, if there's nothing else, and since everyone here has just been through a fierce battle, perhaps you could call off your surrounding forces?" Suddenly Gong Sun Jilan, who had been quietly watching the drama unfold, spoke up. Wang Lang jerked his head up, his eyes sweeping over everyone present before they finally rested fierce and unyielding on Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, don't let me find an opportunity," Fong Ming responded with a faint smile. "The same goes for you, head of the Wang family." With a cold snort, Wang Lang turned and strode away. "Take care, head of the Wang family," Fong Ming called after him, his words echoing as Wang Lang departed. As soon as these words fell, the system's notification sound, which had been delayed, finally rang out. "Ding, urgent side quest race against time completed, rewards have been distributed." "Ding, invasion of the spirit entity talent analysis completed, rewards have been distributed." "Ding, legendary quest old grudges follow-up triggered." "Ding, legendary precursor quest, this is just the interest completed, rewards have been distributed." The system seemed to have just updated, with several notifications coming in succession, all noticeably delayed. Race against time, a task to stop the beast tide, should have been completed earlier, but there had been no prompt. Due to the various events mixing up, Fong Ming had temporarily forgotten about it. Invasion of the spirit entity must be referring to the sickly youth from the Shadow Group. Surprisingly, the system had awarded something for dealing with him. Old grudges related to the Spirit Thieves Guild had lacked follow-up clues until now. This is just the interest triggered by the killing of Wang Tang had just now been displayed as completed. Fong Ming opened the system notification panel. The rewards for race against time were as expected, a drop of holy dew and a grain of star sand. However, the reward for eliminating the spirit entity was somewhat strange. The system displayed a talent orb which had been directly added to his system backpack. Fong Ming clicked to view it and the marked name instantly caught his eye. Talent orb, damaged item description: a light orb containing some strange energy. It seems it can lend talents. Item effect: upon use, the user will obtain the talent ability of the Shadow King. Remaining uses 0 to 1. What a find! He hadn't expected the system could extract even talents. Previously, the Shadow Group had used this talent to instigate the beast tide. If used properly, it could have unexpected effects. Fong Ming continued to read. The follow-up quest for old grudges was named Consistency. Consistency quest description: the hatred is not yet over and the underlying threats remain. Quest objective: search for clues from the Spirit Thieves Guild. Bounty for Shadow level heads 0/3, Shadow rank bounty. If I'm not mistaken, these are just the interest rewards from the Spirit Thief Association and the mission rewards have already been distributed. It's also a drop of holy dew. Finally, there are some spare materials which will make things less cautious in the future. Fong Ming finished organizing everything in an instant. At this moment, Wang Lang, unable to pin today's events on Fong Ming, had already left with the body of Wang Tang. The burly instructor watched as the Wang family departed and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. A candidate dying at the special training camp is troublesome to deal with afterwards. However, since today's issue didn't escalate, what remains is just troublesome follow-up. Fong Ming looked at the burly instructor and sincerely thanked him. "Instructor, thank you for today. I really consider you a comrade who would fight alongside me through life and death, so don't tell me to thank you." The burly instructor smiled, patting Fong Ming's shoulder. He had just been stubbornly confronting Wang Lang, not giving in an inch, and now his breath had finally weakened unavoidably. Fong Ming felt somewhat helpless. "Instructor, you should rest properly first." The burly instructor didn't force himself, instead turning to look at another instructor, Li Qingying. "Instructor Li, I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. Don't worry, although this special training camp lasted only 5 days, its effect has definitely exceeded expectations. I'll help summarize everything properly for these younger students." "Good." The burly instructor nodded, then turned to a few elderly men and women, nodding slightly as a sign of respect. "Teachers, I'll trouble you with the rest later." The elders, respecting this soldier who always insisted on being on the front line, responded respectfully. "Instructor, rest well, we'll take care of everything here, don't worry." The burly instructor then patted Fong Ming's shoulder again and, supported by 2 guards, walked over to Li Qingying and whispered a few words to her. Li Qingying's eyes widened instantly and her gaze towards Fong Ming also became slightly strange. she had been absent before and had not witnessed the camp's resistance against the beast tide, thus, hearing the burly instructor's words, she was somewhat shocked. The burly instructor smiled faintly and left. Li Qingying shifted her gaze from Fong Ming and turned to look at all the students. Everyone, great effort. The performance of all of you today has been amazing, exceeding our expectations. Although the special training camp was scheduled for 10 days, due to the beast tide, we had to suspend it prematurely. Though the time was short, you all faced magical beasts and resisted the beast tide, showing your perseverance and courage, your sweat and blood. You've been wearing your score watches all this time, so the points from resisting the beast tide have also been continuously calculated. Originally, the rule of the training camp was that the top 100 students would receive certain rewards. Given the outstanding performance of everyone present, we have decided to distribute this reward to all attendees. Those ranked in the top 100 will receive an additional reward. At these words, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Qingying, observing the flushed, youthful faces below, felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her. According to the rankings, she glanced down at the score display in her hand and smiled softly. The first place, I believe everyone has already guessed right? With that, all eyes involuntarily turned towards Fong Ming, who stood at the forefront. If there had to be a first place in their hearts, it was undoubtedly Fong Ming. Li Qingying clearly saw everyone's reaction and didn't keep them in suspense any longer, announcing the result directly. In this elite training camp of Jiangqing district, the first place goes to Fong Ming. As she declared this, the applause thundered. Fong Ming met Li Qingying's gaze with a calm smile, his demeanor steady. Unaffected by praise or criticism, Li Qingying continued smiling as she spoke. The reward for first place is the exclusive Spark Medal from the 4 major academies, only available to the top winner of the main city district. Upon entering the academy, this will grant additional privileges. Additionally, there is a cash prize of 50 million Longwei yuan. This announcement set off another round of cheers. Everyone looked at Fong Ming with envy. He too appeared slightly surprised. The officials had really gone all out for this training camp. Li Qingying continued announcing the subsequent rankings, sparking waves of cheers. Youth is always like this, full of passion for competition and rankings. But when all the rankings had been announced, Li Qingying did not seem to be done. Her gaze swept over the students and she continued with a slight smile. Just now, your bushy-browed instructor, before he left, made me promise to especially thank one person. She paused, piquing the curiosity even of the few old men and women from the 4 major academies who were merely spectating. A special thank. Today, in withstanding the beast tide, besides everyone's efforts, there was one very important person. At this, people began to shout out answers. Fong the Great. It was all thanks to Fong the Great's energy stone. I must say, I am impressed by his grand vision. Li Qingying looked at the crowd, then turned her gaze back to Fong Ming. At this moment, she too was curious about Fong Ming's peculiar energy stone. Yes, the person I want to thank is Fong Ming. His energy crystal saved us all. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Fong Ming. Fong Ming, would you mind showing us the crystal? Of course, he replied. This item was brought out to ensure its value. Fong Ming was undoubtedly the man of the hour. As he presented the energy crystal to Li Qingying and the teachers from the 4 major academies, even the usually composed old men and women couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Is this a 100% pure energy stone? Initially, the students below had looked up to Fong Ming with admiration, but it was only when the elderly teachers from the 4 academies also began to shout in astonishment that they truly understood the value of the energy stone Fong Ming had offered. Yi Bei Wang, clad in military attire, was the first to rush to Fong Ming. Classmate Fong, how many more of these energy stones do you have? Fong Ming looked helplessly at the excited old man opposite him. Please slow down, sir, we've almost used up all during the recent beast tide. What? Yi Bei Wang gasped, pointing at Fong Ming as if he wanted to scold him, but he ultimately just sighed. Young man, you're wasting precious resources. At this point, the other elderly teachers had also rushed over. Bai Suwat, an elderly lady, held the small energy crystal as if it were a precious treasure. Usually the epitome of grace, she hurried over, slightly out of breath. Classmate Fong, on behalf of the Sea Soul Academy, I am willing to pay a high price for these energy stones. The Beast God Academy is interested as well. And Kyoto Academy too. Upon hearing this, the other old men quickly expressed their eagerness not to be outdone. Hearing this, Yi Bei Wang's expression turned odd. Fong Ming smiled slightly, fully aware of the value of these 100% pure energy stones. However, after the recent slime monster incident, he still had quite a few on hand, but at this juncture it wasn't quite appropriate to reveal them. Selling them for money was the simplest approach, but The most astute choice was to trade them for favors and status. Thus Fong Ming shook his head in feigned astonishment. I don't mean to hide anything from you teachers, but during the beast tide I already distributed all the energy stones I had to my classmates. This one piece is all that I have left. What? Bai Suo's reaction was almost identical to Yi Bei Wang's earlier. Young man, do you understand the significance of a 100% pure energy stone? Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiu from Jinghua Academy was nearly puffing up his cheeks in anger. What are you all rushing for? After all, these stones are made by humans. Following his initial excitement, Yi Bei Wang had now calmed down. While caught, Fong Ming was secretly pleased, noting to himself that his choice was indeed correct. This teacher Yi, his understanding matched Fong Ming's perfectly. Right, classmate Fong, where exactly did you get this energy stone from? Deng Xian, a teacher from the Beast God Academy who hadn't yet spoken, asked, suppressing his excitement. By the time he asked this question, he had already made up his mind. No matter what the cost, he was determined to recruit such a talented alchemist to the Beast God Academy. He felt the eager gazes of the other elderly teachers around him, all desperate for an answer. Surrounded by classmates, all eyes were on Fong Ming due to the exaggerated performance of a few of the big shots, their faces filled with excitement. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment before admitting, actually these energy stones were crafted by myself. What? Impossible, Fong, you must be joking, exclaimed one incredulously. Bai Suo, slightly more composed, also showed disbelief upon hearing this. Even Yi Bei Wang, after his initial shock, started to look somewhat disappointed in Fong Ming. Fong, just be honest, us old folks here don't mean any harm, there's no need to lie. Fong Ming, feeling helpless, spread his hands. But I really did make these myself. At that moment, Gongsun Jilan, who had been silently enjoying the drama, couldn't help herself anymore. With a graceful step she approached Fong Ming. Tisk, young man, I admit you have quite the tricks up your sleeve, and it's surprising. But this method of refining and purification, even the top alchemists in Long Country couldn't achieve it. You're really exaggerating here. Seeing Gongsun Jilan's teasing smile and her eyelashes curling up, revealing a rare cute expression as her icy demeanor melted, Fong Ming's heart fluttered slightly. Everyone doesn't believe me, should I prove it myself? Fong Ming looked around. How will you prove it? Deng Xian from the Beast God Academy was the most eager, being the first to ask. Simple, just craft some more right here, Fong Ming replied with a confident smile. Well, if you really have that skill, don't even talk about being a student. Our Beast God Academy could directly appoint you as the chief alchemist. Deng Xian hesitated only for a second before making the promise, thumping his chest. Fong, if you really possess such skills, the Sea Spirit Academy can offer you the same terms, said Bai Suo coolly, her eyes filled with certainty. Cough, and the same goes for Jinghua Academy, added Yi Bei Wang. Although he didn't speak much, his gaze towards Fong Ming was now filled with doubt. He highly regarded Fong Ming's abilities, but the Lingyu Academy, being special, also placed high demands on a student's character and personality. Fong Ming, young and famous, if he had developed an arrogant nature, then it must be considered whether he needed to be firmly corrected. On the side, Gongsun Jilan watched Fong Ming's calm demeanor in the center of the attention. For some reason she recalled how this young man had stood firm and unyielding before the Wang family, and suddenly her heart skipped a beat. Could it be, was he telling the truth? Gongsun Jilan looked at Fong Ming's figure, the brilliance bursting in her pupils. Even she herself was unaware of it. Alchemy and purification require adequate conditions. High-level alchemists need not only a stringent environment but also exacting demands on the instruments and the control of the flame. The recruitment by the four major academies naturally couldn't revolve solely around Fong Ming. They all came with a mission. Each of the top 100 students from every major city district was a target worth recruiting for the academy. Thus, they agreed to head together to the Beastmasters Guild's alchemy room. Once they returned to the city, their Gongsun Jilan had already had the best alchemy conditions prepared. As the follow-up beast tide was gradually repelled by the city guards, clearing the path along the way, the special training camp finally concluded, and they began their journey home. Fong Ming was preparing to go with the main group when he turned his head and saw instructor Li Qingying had also followed. Little junior brother, I didn't see it coming, but you really do have the ability to stir up a storm, Li Qingying said to Fong Ming, her expression complex. She had witnessed Fong Ming escaping from the world of the recollection wall and had already guessed he was no ordinary person. But she hadn't expected him to be this extraordinary. I must also thank senior sister for keeping it a secret for me. Fong Ming nodded to Li Qingying in gratitude, referring naturally to the incident with the recollection wall. but Li Qingying looking at him, her lips curving slightly, her beautiful eyes twinkling, gently uttered a sentence. If by keeping a secret you mean the fleeting glimpse of the Sky Tower badge energy in the forest, then indeed you owe me thanks. With these words, Fong Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, the atmosphere between them cooled instantly. Fong Ming looked at Li Qingying impassively, not speaking. Li Qingying silently met his gaze for a couple of seconds, then smiled again. Junior brother, you look quite frightening when you're serious. Fong Ming gave her a deep look. Senior sister is the more terrifying one. I'm faint-hearted, you shouldn't scare me on purpose. Li Qingying laughed, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. You and our squad leader, you really are quite similar. The squad leader of the Night Shadow team, Yifeng or Fong Ming, was familiar with him. On one hand, he was one of the most outstanding new generation beastmasters in the Dragon Nation. On the other, his reputation was quite complex, dubbed by many women as the most flirtatious man in the Dragon Nation, loved by many fans, but also hated by many women. Thinking of this, Fong Ming suddenly coughed. I respect our captain's combat abilities, but I can't agree with his other abilities. Hearing this, Li Qingying immediately gave him a look. The beautiful and spirited senior sister couldn't help but say, actually the captain is a really good person, it's just a misunderstanding by everyone. Tisk tisk, looks like another woman has fallen into the trap. The special training camp lasted 6 days. Finally, they returned to the main city. Fong Ming looked at the bustling streets and for a moment couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. This trip had been very rewarding, contracting the Moon Fox, obtaining the Starfire medal, defeating the members of the Shadow Group, repelling the magical beast frenzy. But what made him most proud was ultimately defeating Wang Tang. Like a wall that had been looming in his heart at this moment, it was finally blown open. Although the Wang family still exists and the remnants of the Toon Robbers Association linger, the walls have already been breached and their complete collapse is no longer far away. After Li Qingying and the entire examination team returned to the main city, they bid farewell to Fong Ming. They still needed to tally the results of the entire special training camp and make arrangements for the students who were injured or lost. Fong Ming naturally followed Gongsun Jilan to the Beast Tamers Guild. Shoulder to shoulder, the two walked through the bustling streets. It was nearing dusk. The remnants of the sun painted the sky a fiery red while streams of traffic bustled past them. Gongsun Jilan, with her gaze fixed forward, suddenly spoke. Fong Ming, although you deceived me once, I still want to thank you. Her tall figure was draped in a purple orchid gown which under the setting sun appeared even more magnificent, making her fair skin seem as delicate as a luxuriant flower blooming in the human world. As Fong Ming turned his head, he was greeted by this very scene. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but be slightly distracted. At this moment, Gongsun Jilan, not looking at him, yet her complete profile paired with her soft voice struck him like a celestial being in a painting. Fong Ming coughed. Thank me for what? President Gongsun, you've helped me a lot. The help I could offer was merely a trivial effort. Actually, since I arrived in Jiang City over a year ago, I have never felt secure in my position as the president of the Beast Tamers Guild. Gongsun Jilan seemed not to hear him, continuing indifferently, I'm too young and there were already many powers within the guild that I simply couldn't suppress. As people flowed past, the two walked slowly, continuously overtaken by waves of pedestrians. But President Gongsun, your strength alone dominates the entire Jiang City. No one dares to mess with you. Yes, they don't dare to mess with me, but I also can't deal with them, Gongsun Jilan said with a bitter laugh. The Vice President Li Minka you met earlier is a typical representative of the conservative forces. They set traps in the dark, forming various small groups within the guild, making it filled with darkness and chaos. Only then did Fong Ming begin to understand. No wonder the Beast Tamers Guild, despite knowing a lot, couldn't take action against those people. It was all in the family. And your arrival, Gongsun Jilan continued, finally turning to look at Fong Ming, is the key that helps me unlock everything. Those people have been untouchable because they still have the backing of the Wang family, a partnership of wealth and power that no one could challenge. But you came, your identity is too special, your actions too bold, so I also used you. Gongsun Jilan looked earnestly at Fong Ming. Although there is mutual favor between us, I still owe you an apology. Fong Ming couldn't help but touch his nose when he heard this. President Gongsun, I'm really not used to this. If you're not used to it, just bear with it. Gongsun Jilan slapped his shoulder without much patience. Fong Ming quickly got the hint and shut his mouth. In fact, the entire alliance of the Wang family's interests was already loosening. Gongsun Jilan looked at Fong Ming, her eyes complex. because of you the Sky Tower has emerged publicly, and as long as you walk the earth and stay in Jiangcheng your identity has already become a force that cannot be ignored in Jiangcheng. It's unavoidable and inescapable, with Li Minka's downfall. The Beast Taming Association has been well organized by Xiaozhua recently. Moreover, the Chen family, which had been silently growing, has also inexplicably started making moves. At this point, Gongsun Jilan looked at Fong Ming with a strange expression on her face. Have you had any contact with the Chen family before? The Chen family? Fong Ming was startled, then remembered the rabbit Loli. I did have a brief encounter with the Chen family before, Fong Ming replied honestly, it must be said. Your personal charm is quite significant, but this is also the best opportunity for the Chen family after years of enduring hardships. Gongsun Jilan smiled lightly looking at Fong Ming. I heard that the reason Chen Gongyi approached you was because of a young girl. Suddenly Fong Ming felt inexplicably guilty. The setting sun was still warm above his head, so where did this chill come from? I met her at the auction and I didn't know her identity at that time. Fong Ming recalled the little Loli's appearance, which was quite cute. Gongsun Jilan gave him a deep look, then turned and walked ahead rapidly. Her long legs, clad in high heels, clicked loudly on the ground. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. Why had she suddenly quickened her pace? Hurry up, those old men are all big shots who are usually waited on by others, don't keep them waiting. Gongsun Jilan seemed to guess his confusion and threw back a remark without turning her head. Fong Ming was puzzled. Just now, it seemed like she had suddenly started chatting while walking, but now was clearly not the time to argue. He bowed his head, silently counting the loot returned by the slime monster. A total of over 100 third-tier energy crystals. The feeling of having money in his pocket was truly good. The students had also voluntarily returned some of the special training camp rewards as a thank you for providing the energy stones. Altogether, it was just over 1 billion. Now thinking about it, the money he needed to upgrade his talents seemed to have been almost fully collected. This trip to the Beast Taming Association could also settle the matter of materials. Jiangcheng Beast Taming Association. As soon as he walked in, he saw several elderly men and women already waiting at the door with serious faces looking expectant. Seeing Fong Ming and Gongsun Jilan approaching, their eyes instantly lit up. Good day, teachers. Gongsun Jilan, not much older than Fong Ming, had also been a student of the 4 major academies, so she greeted these elderly men and women with respect. Fong Ming did the same. Yi Beiwan seemed to have come to terms with many things. His doubts about Fong Ming still lingered, but his expression was now clear and transparent. At the Beast God Academy, Deng Xian was straightforward, patting Fong Ming on the shoulder. Don't be so fussy, classmate Fong. Come on, let's see what you can do. The other teachers also had no objections, all eyes on Fong Ming. Gongsun Jilan gave a slight smile. These teachers, revered and respected, were no longer easily interested by ordinary matters. Only the talents needed by the nation and cutting-edge technology could excite them so, and Fong Ming just so happened to possess both. Esteemed teachers, please follow me, she said. Before returning, Gongsun Jilan had already informed Zhua Yi about the necessary preparations. Now, she led the group towards the depths of the Beast Taming Guild. Fong Ming showed no sign of nervousness on his face. Although he hadn't mastered the refining technique himself, his contracted beast Xiao Hong held it, which was no different from him possessing it himself. To prevent any cheating, I will need to purify the energy stone base prototype magic core, which can be designated by the teachers, Fong Ming stated as they reached the door of the refining room, his tone calm and collected. This proactive approach was also to further dispel any doubts. Well, you've got some guts, young man. Deng Xian laughed heartily, pulling out a 3rd-tier fire element magic core from his robe. You're still at the 3rd tier, so your refining range shouldn't exceed this level. Let's try with this fire element magic core. Fong Ming took it, nodding. All right, teachers, please wait a moment. After speaking, he turned and entered the refining room without hesitation. In fact, for Fong Ming, purifying magic cores required no tools. After all, Xiao Hong's innate devouring skill was both convenient and fast, but since they were putting on a show, they might as well go all out. During his time at the Beast Taming School, the school had guided students on various future development paths for beast tamers, and alchemy was naturally a major discipline among them. Not everyone enjoyed fighting. In fact, nearly a third of beast tamers' awakened talents were not combat-related, therefore alchemy, artifact refining, and breeding were indispensable options. Fong Ming was not unfamiliar with the set of equipment before him, although he couldn't say he was well-versed either. He directly opened the alchemy furnace and lit the fire below. the equipment and fire supply in the #1 room of the Beast Taming Guild, which Gongsun Jilan had prepared for him, were top-notch configurations. Looking at the equipment in front of him, Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Just this set of alchemy furnace and accessories alone were spiritual. Instruments of the 5th rank or higher, the ability to amplify an alchemist's output of spiritual power by more than 50%, saving time and extending the duration of sustained spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Fong Ming summoned Xiaohong, the slime creature, from the beast control space. He worried that those old foxes might have marked the fire element magic core, so it was safest to purify it directly using the core. Xiaohong understood Fong Ming's intentions well. It swallowed the magic core Fong Ming tossed over and began to purify it, gurgling as it worked. In just a few seconds, a shiny new energy stone was spat out by Xiaohong. Fong Ming examined it in his hands, confirming there were no issues. It was done, but he knew he couldn't just leave so soon. He deliberately waited almost 10 minutes, extinguished the furnace, and then strode out. Outside the doors, several elderly men and women had been eagerly waiting. Gongsun Jilan stood with her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly as she watched the door to the alchemy room creak. As the door opened, Fong Ming stepped out. Bai Suhua, the old lady, was the first to rush up. "Young Fong, how did your concoction go? Do you need any help from us?" It had only been 10 minutes, and Bai Suhua thought there might have been some deficiency in the alchemy room. High-end alchemists typically measure their initial concoction time in hours, and with a breakthrough technique promising 100% purity, even longer durations would seem normal to them. The other elders also fixed their gazes on Fong Ming, determined to be the first to offer help, hoping to share in the glory of this technological breakthrough. However, Fong Ming simply shook his head lightly. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes and the somewhat indistinct beautiful eyes beside them, he smiled slightly and bowed his hands. "Honorable teachers, I have not failed your expectations." "What does that mean?" Bai Suhua didn't catch on immediately. "Wait, are you saying you've done it?" Ouyang Xiu reacted quickly. "Don't brag, boy." Deng Xian clearly didn't believe it, his temper as straightforward as ever, blurting out immediately, "Yi Bei." Frowned deeply, silently scrutinizing Fong Ming, his doubts about Fong Ming's character resurfacing. Gongsun Jilan, on the other hand, continued to gaze steadily at Fong Ming, her expression unchanged, as if she had anticipated the other's skepticism. Without hesitation, Fong Ming took out the purified magic core from his storage space. "Honorable teachers, seeing is believing, please have a look." Hearing this, the elders widened their eyes, staring intently at the small red energy crystal stone in Fong Ming's palm. Stunned, the usually impulsive Deng Xian was lost for words, as the fire element magic core had been his contribution. Fong Ming's guess was right. To prevent any counterfeiting, Deng Xian had even made a special mark on the magic core. But at this moment, looking at the small red energy crystal in front of him, Deng Xian was momentarily lost in thought. "Old Deng, what's going on? Speak up." Ouyang Xiu couldn't hold back any longer. All the old men and women present had a tacit understanding. Knowing the measures Deng Xian had prepared, and now only Deng Xian knew the true nature of it. "It's real." Deng Xian took a deep breath and spoke. "My God, that means this young man purified an energy stone of the same rank in just 10 minutes. Wow, Fong, you are incredible. Very good. Our Lingyu Academy has really found a treasure this time." Bai Suhua stared at the pure energy crystal as if seeing the most beautiful and purest gem, her eyes soft and focused. She looked up seriously at Fong Ming and said, "It's not just your academy that has found a treasure, but our dragon nation that has finally produced a true genius." Suddenly, the entire alchemy room fell silent. Everyone was struck by Bai Suhua's words. Even Fong Ming suddenly felt a sense of solemnity. In the moment of silence that followed, several old men and women hurriedly pulled out their communication devices. "Hello, Dean, this is Deng Xian. Don't bother me unless it's important." "It is important," the Beast God Academy's Deng Xian just blurted out over the phone. "I found a peerless genius. Have you ever heard of an energy stone with 100% purity?" "What do you think, I'm drunk? I'm serious. I'll bring him to meet you." "Oh, you make it sound so easy." "I'd like to." "Yes, you know, the other 3 great academies are all vying for him." "Yes, that's right, you gave me S-level privileges, didn't you?" "Okay, hang up, I must secure him." Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiu had also started shaking people on the phone. "Dean, listen to me, it's a big deal." Yi Bei Wang looked at Fong Ming. Any slight doubts he had were now completely dispelled. He didn't go through the process of making phone calls, but instead came up directly, putting an arm around Fong Ming's shoulder. "Young Fong, you promised earlier to choose our Lingyu Academy. You can't regret it now." On the side, Gongsun Jilan looked at the bizarre scene in front of her, an elderly man in his 70s or 80s and a young man not yet 20, arm in arm, an odd sight no matter how you looked at it. However, Fong Ming was always so unpredictable beyond expectations, yet seemingly within reason. Her gaze towards Fong Ming became increasingly complex. On the other side, Bai Suhua also didn't make a call, not because it was unnecessary, but because she didn't need to. She herself was the vice dean of the Sea Soul Academy. At this moment, the elegant elderly lady walks solemnly up to Fong Ming. The ability to amplify an alchemist's output of spiritual power by more than 50%, saving time and extending the duration of sustained spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Fong Ming summoned Xiaohong, the slime creature, from the beast control space. He worried that those old foxes might have marked the fire element magic core, so it was safest to purify it directly using the core. Xiaohong understood Fong Ming's intentions well. It swallowed the magic core Fong Ming tossed over and began to purify it, gurgling as it worked. In just a few seconds, a shiny new energy stone was spat out by Xiaohong. Fong Ming examined it in his hands, confirming there were no issues. It was done, but he knew he couldn't just leave so soon. He deliberately waited almost 10 minutes, extinguished the furnace, and then strode out. Outside the door, several elderly men and women had been eagerly waiting. Gongsun Jilan stood with her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly as she watched the door to the alchemy room creak. As the door opened, Fong Ming stepped out. Bai Suhua, the old lady, was the first to rush up. "Young Fong, how did your concoction go? Do you need any help from us?" It had only been 10 minutes, and Bai Suhua thought there might have been some deficiency in the alchemy room. High-end alchemists typically measure their initial concoction time in hours, and with a breakthrough technique promising 100% purity, even longer durations would seem normal to them. The other elders also fixed their gazes on Fong Ming, determined to be the first to offer help, hoping to share in the glory of this technological breakthrough. However, Fong Ming simply shook his head lightly. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes and the somewhat indistinct beautiful eyes beside them, he smiled slightly and bowed his hands. "Honorable teachers, I have not failed your expectations." "What does that mean?" Bai Suhua didn't catch on immediately. "Wait, are you saying you've done it?" Ouyang Xiu reacted quickly. "Don't brag, boy." Deng Xian clearly didn't believe it, his temper as straightforward as ever, blurting out immediately. Yibei frowned deeply, silently scrutinizing Fong Ming, his doubts about Fong Ming's character resurfacing. Gongsun Jilan, on the other hand, continued to gaze steadily at Fong Ming, her expression unchanged, as if she had anticipated the other's skepticism. Without hesitation, Fong Ming took out the purified magic core from his storage space. "Honorable teachers, seeing is believing, please have a look." Hearing this, the elders widened their eyes, staring intently at the small red energy crystal stone in Fong Ming's palm. Stunned, the usually impulsive Deng Xian was lost for words, as the fire element magic core had been his contribution. After all, Bai Suhua was the goddess of their generation, and over the years it was rare for them to see her lose her temper. Facing Bai Suhua's demeanor, Fong Ming seemed undeterred. "Teacher Bai, if I go to the Lingyu Academy, does it mean I will abandon this technology? Or do you think that for my entire life I can only revolve around this technology?" As soon as these words came out, even Bai Suhua was momentarily at a loss for words. They all had to admit that Fong Ming's talent was monstrously great. At his current age, he already possessed a technology that could shock the entire Dragon Nation. Would binding him limit the future of such a genius? Fong Ming seemed to guess what Bai Suhua was thinking at the moment, and he took a deep breath. "Teacher Bai, my future must only have one option, and that is to reach the pinnacle of Beastmasters. Anything else in my view is but fleeting flowers and passing clouds. The peak of Beastmasters, indeed, which youth has not aspired to be prominent and aimed for the summit? This is the spirit a young person should have. The future of Dragon Nation should indeed be like this." Bai Suhua watched the young man across her earnestly, Fong Ming meeting her gaze silently, his eyes filled with resolute purity. Finally, Bai Suhua slowly nodded, revealing a slight smile. "Very well, then I look forward to your future." Everyone present let out a long sigh of relief. When Bai Suhua was serious, the pressure was immense. Even Gongsun Jilan was somewhat surprised. Teacher Bai's strength seems to be still growing. "Hey, since Teacher Bai has said so, you two might as well save your efforts," Yi Bei Wang said with a grin, laughing joyfully at the other two elders. "Fong student, the treatment we offer you is not that of an ordinary student, but that of a senior professor, and it can continue to rise. Are you really not considering it?" Ouyang Xiu from Jinghua Academy was still reluctant. Such a genius, he truly did not want to let go easily. Thank you for your kind intentions, Teacher Ouyang. Fong Ming shook his head as if his mind was made up. Yi Beiwang, seeing Fong Ming's determination, was obviously extremely pleased. He glanced at Ouyang Xiu and Deng Xian on the other side, proudly saying, "Don't worry, although our Lingyu Academy isn't as rich as Yurjing, due the conditions we offer, will definitely not be stingy. The proper professor-level treatment, rest assured." Hearing this, Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, showing some strength did have its benefits. Not only was there protection, but the enrollment gift was also beyond expectations. As for the settled matter, the elder men and women naturally would not waste their words anymore. However, regarding Fong Ming himself, they clearly all quite agreed with him. They proactively added contact information with Fong Ming, and all openly said that they would buy the 100% pure energy crystals in Fong Ming's hands at a price 20% above the market rate, as much as he had. Especially Deng Xian from the Beast God Academy, who left a message saying that if Fong Ming wanted to change his mind, he could contact him at any time. Yi Beiwang, who had been on guard nearby, saw the message and kicked out in anger. The enrollment process was not yet fully completed, and several elderly men and women were busy people who had to leave in a hurry. Yi Beiwang informed Fong Ming about the school start date, which was a month later, advising him to notify him in advance before coming. After all, Jiangcheng is located in the eastern part of the Dragon Country, quite a distance from the Lingyu Academy in the northern part of the Dragon Country. Especially between the major main cities, there are often several monster-restricted areas which are extremely dangerous. Therefore, intercity activities, except for a few exceptionally skilled beast masters, are mostly conducted in groups. Every year, the start of the academic year is a peak period for beast master groups to travel. Fong Ming was aware of these situations and did not take it lightly, agreeing immediately. The elderly men and women from the 4 major academies then hurriedly left. What Fong Ming did not know was that with those few phone calls made, the upper echelons of the beast master community throughout the Dragon Country were stirred up. 22 consecutive victories in the preliminary competition, defeating the young master of the Yi family and the girl from the Naylan family, the top scorer of Jiangcheng in this national exam. Investigate thoroughly what is the background of this young man. The hidden families are anxious. What, 100% pure energy crystal? Are you kidding? Even Mr. Kongrong, the president of our Alchemist Association, wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. The people from the Alchemist Association are anxious. The inheritance of the Sky Tower lineage, the contemporary human walker. A young man under 20 years old. This old man has lived so long, and this is the first time I've heard of it, but it is interesting indeed. Even the reclusive old monsters were piqued with curiosity. The shadow group, always more trouble than they're worth. This time, let the dark group take a look too. Fong Ming, he must be a very good talent. In the shadows, the spirit master of the Stealing Spirit Association was also looking at the latest news, issuing a new round of orders. With the conclusion of the elite training camp, the national exam came to a complete close. The heroic performance of Fong Ming during the training camp was once again spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. Truly worthy of being our Jiangcheng's new top scorer, really making our Jiangcheng proud. Who would disagree? I have a feeling this Fong Ming could also become a character like President Gongsun in the future. This is indeed a true genius beast master. Have you heard that person from the Wang family? Should you dare to speak of the Wang family affairs? Don't want to live anymore. The Wang family isn't having an easy time now. Just like one of the many bizarre rumors in the streets and alleys. Indeed, the Wang family is not having an easy time. After vice presidently of the Beast Master Guild was removed, a large number of conservative forces faced the strong attack of Gongsun Jilan and chose to remain silent. Consequently, the Beast Master Guild was thoroughly reorganized by Gongsun Jilan. The Wang family lost a significant amount of their reliable support. At the same time, following the failure of the Spirit Thieves Association's operations in Jiangcheng, some of their covert businesses also fell through. It was during this time that the long-established Chen family chose to make their move. They launched a comprehensive commercial assault on the Wang family across various sectors, including pill refining, artifact crafting, spirit pet training, and herb cultivation. Strangely enough, the Wu family, who had always maintained neutrality, began to show sporadic support for the Chen family in certain respects. All these changes were like drilling holes in the hull of the Wang family's massive ship. While not immediately fatal, over time even the largest vessel would inevitably sink. At that moment, Fong Ming was catching up with Shirtu, an old friend he hadn't seen in a long while, in a brand new shop. With sufficient funds on hand, Fong Ming had agreed to invest in the shop that Shirtu had long proposed. Investing is fine, using my name is also fine, but I have just one condition, Fong Ming said. Seriously, as he looked at the cheerful Shirtu across from him, just say it. Brother Fong Shirtu, who had met him during humbler times, trusted him deeply. We can do business, but it must be principled, no cheating or swindling. Fong Ming held up a finger. His request was simple. Shirtu looked at him earnestly and nodded vigorously. Of course you can trust my integrity. Good, let's just get the ugly part out of the way first. You can take full control of the shop afterwards. Fong Ming continued, pulling out various trophies from his storage space. I don't need money, my only request is that you help me collect various rare materials, especially those above grade A. Materials above grade A start at tens of millions. Shirtu, having anticipated Fong Ming's generosity, readily agreed. Alright, I've collected about a dozen materials you asked for before, Shirtu said, pulling out his recent collections. Fong Ming's eyes lit up. Acquiring these grade A materials was another huge step forward in his talent enhancement. Great, I'll leave the future collections to you, brother. Sure. Fong Ming expressed his gratitude. Hey, you're now a big celebrity in Jiangcheng. Our shop's success depends on your reputation. I'll just handle the grunt work, they said, smiling at each other, each playing a part in the other's achievements. Just as Fong Ming stepped out of Shirtu's shop, a small figure suddenly darted in front of him. Clang, a sound as clear as a silver bell rang out. Fong Ming looked, and to his surprise it was a little pink rabbit. Long time no see, big brother. The little rabbit waved at him with a beaming smile. The young girl in front of him was naturally Chen Guogua, the little princess of the Chen family. Long time no see, Guogua. Fong Ming looked at the adorable little girl in front of him, smiled, and strangely felt his mood lighten. Last time he had promised to come and play with Guogua, but it had been a very, very long time since then. Chen Guogua pouted, giving Fong Ming a look of quiet reproach. Guogua is so cute, of course I wanted to come and play, but I've just been too busy lately. The killing power of those cute, bunny-like eyes was formidable, and Fong Ming couldn't resist the urge to pinch her chubby, rosy cheeks. Just then, a distinct cough came from ahead. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Ming looked up only to see the usually gentle Mr. Chen Gongye glaring intensely at his hand. At the doorstep of the still under preparation Fong Stone variety store in Jiangcheng, Fong Ming looked at Chen Gongye across the way and silently withdrew his mischievous hand. Master Chen, long time no see, he said, giving Chen Gongye a friendly smile. Chen Gongye responded, I've heard all about your recent adventure out of town, Fong. Truly a hero comes from youth. I really admire that. While his words expressed admiration, Fong Ming felt that his tone seemed somewhat unfriendly. Beside him, Chen Guogua giggled. Guogua admires big brother too. Chen Guogua, come here. Chen Gongye walked over quickly, grabbing the little bunny and lifting her back. You promised I could play today, why are you interfering again? The little girl struggled in the air, her short arms and legs flailing fiercely, but alas, to no avail. Chen Gongye, with a darkened face, set her aside. Behave yourself. Didn't you insist on following me here when I said we were going to see little Mr. Fong? What did we agree on? No running around, no talking nonsense, and no eating random things. Chen Guogua murmured in a small aggrieved voice, but her big eyes kept rolling in upon. Meeting Fong Ming's gaze, she immediately pleaded for help. Seeing her cheeky little expression, Fong Ming couldn't help but be amused. Master Chen, I think Guogua is quite obedient, you can relax. Yes, I am very obedient. Chen Guogua, hearing Fong Ming speak on her behalf, quickly chimed in smartly. Humph. Chen Gongye snorted coldly, paying her no mind but instead turning his attention back to Fong Ming. Actually, I came here today to ask you for a favor, little Mr. Fong. Fong Ming regarded the ordinary-looking middle-aged man before him, who, despite having no cultivation, had become the head of the entire Chen family with no small amount of caution. Master Chen, may I know what it is you need? 100% pure energy crystal, Chen Gongye stated bluntly. I was wondering if it might be possible for you to let me have a look at one. Fong Ming understood then. The Chen family, being a mercantile clan, was indeed here for the energy stone. The energy stone had already been publicly displayed, and with so many students participating in the special training, it was likely some had leftovers. Logically speaking, with the Chen family's influence, they wouldn't come all the way just to see this energy stone. Therefore, there can only be one reason for Chen Gongye to come and ask in front of me. It is to discuss a potential collaboration. Having considered this, Fong Ming smiled slightly. Of course you can. As he spoke, he had already retrieved the energy stone from his storage space and handed it to Chen Gongye. This stone was naturally the same red energy crystal he had previously taken out in the alchemy room. Wow, it's beautiful. Chen Guogua clapped her hands on the side, her face full of amazement, creating a very suitable atmosphere. Chen Gongye, however, did not speak. His face was serious as he stared at the small crystal in Fong Ming's hand. After a long while he finally spoke. Young Master Fong, may I feel it? Of course, it's just a third-tier energy crystal, nothing too precious. Fong Ming nodded and handed it over directly, even if priced 10 times higher in the market. A third-tier energy crystal would only be worth several $100,000, a mere trifle for the Chen family. Yet Chen Gongye received it with great solemnity, his expression complex as he stared at the small crystal in his hand. Then slowly he closed his eyes. He did not possess the talent of a beast tamer, so he couldn't directly feel the flow of spiritual energy in the energy crystal as ordinary beast tamers could, but that didn't stop him from slightly drawing out some of the spiritual energy from the crystal in the form of a spiritual circulation. Even just a trace of energy made the usually composed Chen Gongye suddenly exclaim. Fong Ming was also startled and quickly asked, Master Chen, is there a problem? Logically, this energy crystal is the purest form of energy aggregation. Even the original fire elemental core's attribute energy should have been purified into a simple state of spiritual energy, which shouldn't affect beast tamers in any way. No problem, it's just that the effect is somewhat beyond my expectations, said Chen Gongye, looking at Fong Ming with a slightly complex expression. Young Master Fong, although I had no doubts about the rumors, seeing and feeling it myself has greatly exceeded my original expectations. Fong Ming knew this meant Chen Gongye was ready to discuss a collaboration and mention the price, so he nodded, anticipating the next part of the conversation. So, I would like to order a batch of these energy crystals. Fong Ming was stunned. Just an order? Chen Gongye seemed to also notice the surprise in his eyes. Is it too complicated to produce? Oh no. Worries, I'm not in a hurry. Was he worried about production efficiency? Fong Ming couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. It seems that in the minds of these elites, these 100% pure energy crystals are now equated with high-end luxury goods only affordable for the children of powerful families and wealthy clans. At this thought, Fong Ming furrowed his brows, looking seriously at Chen Gongye, and shook his head. No, Patriarch Chen, I want to establish a comprehensive strategic cooperation with the Chen family. Chen Gongye was momentarily stunned by Fong Ming's words, which had completely exceeded his expectations. Fong, the speed at which you refine, he said, still somewhat concerned. Don't worry, Patriarch Chen, as long as you can provide the necessary magic cores, I can help you speed up the refining process. Hearing this, Chen Gongye's eyes lit up. Is that really possible, young Fong? Of course, it's true. The rise of the Chen family would inevitably erode the Wang family's market share. In doing so, they would indirectly help Fong Ming weaken the Wang family's influence. This would also firmly tie the Chen family to him in a layer of cooperative relations. When the power dynamics in Jiangcheng became clearer, Chen Gongye must have understood Fong Ming's intentions, yet it seemed that the Chen family had no hesitation. Or rather, after years of dormancy, the Chen family was eager to make a statement with their sudden move, and before this Fong Ming had only just met Chen Gongye once, which left him somewhat puzzled. Alright, Chen Gongye nodded. Tell me the quantity of magic cores you need and I can arrange for someone to deliver them to you daily. Fong Ming nodded. As for the profit share, since this is a partnership, we need to set the rules up front. How about a 30-70 split? Chen Gongye, who had apparently already considered his options, immediately responded. Fong Ming frowned, though he was only providing technological support, and the magic core materials sales channels, promotions, and more were all managed by the Chen family. A 30% share of the profits still seemed a bit low. After all, his technology for 100% purification was currently unique. Chen Gongye glanced at him and then spoke without hesitation. Then let's make it 20-80. What? Fong Ming couldn't help but get a bit angry. It had just been 30-70 and now it flipped to 20-80? Such a change in the Chen family's sincerity and attitude was truly disappointing. Chen Guogua was watching eagerly from the side. Big brother, are you still not satisfied? If it really doesn't work out, we can just take 10%. What? Fong Ming was taken aback again. Chen Guogua's interjection made Fong Ming somewhat understand Chen Gongye's intention. Looking at her innocent white eyes blinking, Fong Ming said somewhat helplessly, Patriarch Chen, you mean to give me 80%? Chen Gongye nodded. Naturally, your technology is exclusive, and without your technology this business couldn't be done. It's only right to give you a larger share. This extra bit might be too much. But since the Chen family had already offered it, Fong Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded in agreement right away. Alright, Patriarch Chen is generous, I agree to this deal. From now on the Chen family can directly deliver the goods to the store. the store Fong Ming referred to was naturally the Fong Stone miscellaneous goods store behind him. Since Chen Gongye had come here to wait for him, he must have already figured out the origins of this store. However, this shop is just one of the material businesses that Brother Sure focuses on. It helps to source some rare materials needed by Fong Ming, which doesn't attract too much attention. This is also why Fong Ming didn't place the highly visible energy stone business in the stone shop. Starting with a small temple and monopolizing the market would draw too much attention, especially with the dominant Wang family in Jiangcheng watching closely, which could actually be detrimental. The Qin family with its strong foundations naturally wouldn't fear this. It could even divert the Wang family's attention to the stone shop. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Shouldn't student Fong be leaving Jiangcheng in about a month? After the business deal was settled, Chen Gongye didn't rush to leave. Instead, he continued to ask from the sidelines. Hearing this, Chen Guoguo also leaned in with wide eyes staring at Fong Ming. Upon hearing the word leaving, a sense of reluctance emerged. Fong Ming, somewhat perplexed, simply nodded lightly. Indeed, but after I leave I will arrange for the merchant caravans to help transport goods monthly. Mr. Chen, you don't need to worry about the energy stone business. That's not what I'm worried about. Chen Gongye shook his head, gave Fong Ming a deep look, and did not explain further. Fong Ming was a bit puzzled, but since Chen Gongye didn't volunteer more information, he didn't press further. Take care on your journey, and I hope that not only in Jiangcheng but throughout the entire Dragon Nation we will continue to hear your stories. Chen Gongye stood silently for a while, then suddenly turned around, leaving behind these words. Watching the back of this middle-aged man, Fong Ming felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Big brother Wu Wu. Chen Guoguo was about to hug him but was swiftly pulled away by Chen Gongye, and her following words were just a series of sobs. Incomprehensible. Fong Ming couldn't help but smile. This little girl, she is quite amusing. A month's time flew by in an instant. Xiao Hong became the regular worker for purification and refining living. An 8-to-8 daily routine. Fong Ming used energy stones to accelerate his cultivation. Over the previous period, whether in terms of combat experience or finances, he had accumulated enough. So, under his focused efforts, he finally reached the peak of the 3rd tier, and the 4th tier seemed within easy reach at any moment. Unfortunately, the evolution blueprint for the furry spider into the shadow demon spider, which required the blood of shadow tentacles and the misty herb needed for Xiao Hong's evolution, still had no leads. Money was definitely not an issue anymore. With the launch of the 100% pure energy crystals, the Chen family's campaign, coupled with the top scholar certification, completely stirred up a frenzy in the whole of Jiangcheng. Countless beast masters scrambled to experience these freshly minted perfect cultivation energy crystals. The satisfying cultivation experience also brought the repurchase rate of the energy crystals to an astonishing level. This led to a situation where all of Chen's stores were running out of stock. Poor little Hong forced to work overtime again, puffing and panting away. Later, Fong Ming compensated it with several extravagant pet feasts, which finally cheered it up a bit. As the goods sold out in a rush, the Chen family's cash flow statement was so dazzling that it almost blinded Fong Ming. It was at this moment that he truly understood the gap between an individual and a powerful family. A rough calculation showed that Fong Ming's share, in less than a month, had reached a staggering several billion. Fong Ming was numb. Now money really just seemed like numbers. Thus, for the A-grade materials needed for upgrading, he let Sure To Go handle the procurement without any hesitation. On the day before departure, he finally completed the upgrade of his talent. Ding, material check in progress. Sufficient materials available for talent upgrade. Please confirm upgrade. Confirm. Ding, talent upgrading. Please wait. Ding, talent upgrade successful. Special effect fusion monster has been upgraded to level 3. Special effect fusion monster 3 talent level. SSS talent effect. You can fuse any material with a magical beast and amplify the fusion effect by 100 times. Currently at level 3, each fusion can use up to 3 types of materials. Mutations are guaranteed after fusion and properties can be switched at will. Next upgrade condition. Host must break through to the 4th tier. Specific exclusive materials required for the upgrade. Guaranteed mutation, multiple properties switchable at will. This compatibility is likely to increase exponentially. After all, not only does it enhance offensive skills, but it also significantly increases resistance against enemy skills, elevating it to a much higher level. At this rate, it won't just be a matter of fighting across 2 tiers, it would be invincibility across 2 tiers. Fong Ming took a deep breath, feeling the smooth flow of spiritual power within him, his mood greatly uplifted. The only thing was, Yining Shuang from across the door had never appeared again since then. Fang Ming had called and left messages more than once, but all had been like stones dropped into the sea with no response. If you really have gone to the Spirit Domain Academy, I will definitely find you. Fang Ming looked at the tightly closed door opposite. Dragging his suitcase, he descended the stairs, just as he had done a month ago. Back then he had seen the girl off, now it was his turn to go alone. Just as Fang Ming reached the ground floor, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "Hello," Fong Ming answered, and from the other side came the voice of an old man. "Young Fong, are you ready to set off?" Indeed, the caller was none other than teacher Yi Bei Wang from one of the 4 major academies, who had always told Fong Ming to contact him when it was time to leave. Unable to hold back, he had called himself. "I'm ready to set off, planning to head north with a merchant group from the Beast Tamers Guild." Fong Ming replied honestly. "Where are you now?" Yi Bei Wang's voice sounded cheerful. "I just left the residential area heading towards the main city's air terminal." Fong Ming stretched out his hand and hailed a taxi. The driver opened the trunk of the car and came over to help him with his luggage. "All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the terminal," the voice on the phone said, still with a hint of laughter. Fong Ming paused in the middle of handling his luggage. To be honest, even when he saw Yi Bei Wang waiting at the terminal entrance, Fong Ming couldn't quite believe it. At first he thought Yi Bei Wang was joking. Who knew he was serious? "Teacher Yi, you never left Jiangchang? I thought you had already gone back." Fong Ming greeted Yi Bei Wang respectfully upon seeing him. Yi Bei Wang, still dressed in his old, military green uniform which looked as crisp as ever, laughed heartily. "You don't know our dean gave a strict order that I must pick you up and return together." Fong Ming felt a bit helpless. "You really didn't have to go through all this trouble, sir." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei Wang immediately gave him a stern look. "You boy, do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? Do you really think it's as safe everywhere as it is here in Jiangchang?" Fong Ming nodded. Jiangchang is located in the eastern part of Longhua, relatively inside the country without particularly dangerous forbidden zones nearby. Yi Bei Wang glanced at him. "Alright, you have some sense, but once we leave the boundaries of Jiangchang we'll have to pass through 2 major forbidden zones, so be careful." Fong Ming knew Yi Bei Wang meant well and didn't argue. The two of them walked towards the check-in area of the terminal. The next moment Yi Bei Wang suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fong Ming was startled and quickly went to support him. "Teacher Yi, what's wrong with you?" Upon asking, Fong Ming noticed that Yi Bei Wang was already pale and his breath was weak. Yi Bei Wang opened his mouth and finally managed to say in the bag, "There's medicine, feed me." Fong Ming immediately reacted, grabbing Yi Bei Wang's bag and opening it to find a bottle of blue pills. Turning the bottle around, it seemed to be some kind of special medication. Seeing Yi Bei Wang's condition, Fong Ming didn't hesitate and quickly fed him a pill. Yi Bei Wang swallowed with difficulty and after a moment his complexion gradually improved. "Thank you, Mr. Fong," Yi Bei Wang said, struggling to get up. "You really should rest first," Fong Ming said somewhat helplessly, aware of the old man's stubbornness. Yi Bei Wang shook his head. "It's okay, the flight is about to take off, we should hurry. With your condition, it's better to stay in Jiangcheng for now. Delaying the flight won't be a problem." Fong Ming insisted, clearly unwilling to let him board the plane in such a state. "No, the start of school cannot be delayed." Yi Bei Wang waved his hand, directly refusing Fong Ming's suggestion. Fong Ming felt somewhat helpless. Is the start of school more important than your health? But the old man's stubbornness far exceeded his expectations. In the end, both of them boarded the plane heading north. Since the distance from Jiang City to the location of Lingyu Academy in Moching was vast, they needed to make several stops at city ports along the way. Their seats, which Yi Bei Wang had specifically rearranged to be together, were also in first class, an arrangement befitting Yi Bei Wang, a highly respected teacher at one of the 4 major academies. Meanwhile, although Fong Ming was still technically a student, everyone in Jiang City knew him and his identity as the young Tower Master. Thus, for these 2 distinguished first-class passengers, the entire crew provided their services with utmost care. Fong Ming looked at Yi Bei Wang, who was resting with his eyes closed next to him, when suddenly an image of a long-lost girl popped into his mind. Yining Shuang. It had been over a month since he had last contacted her, regarding this childhood friend whom he had met years ago and only remembered after parting. Fong Ming felt a complex mix of emotions. Without any news from her, he was anxious but powerless. Then he remembered. Yining Shuang had once mentioned she had relatives at Lingyu Academy. Since Yi Bei Wang also shared the Yi surname, he might recognize Yining Shuang. With this thought, Fong Ming turned to Yi Bei Wang. Mr. Yi, may I ask you a personal question? Just speak, no need to beat around the bush. Yi Beiwang looked somewhat better now and glanced at Fong Ming as he spoke offhandedly. Do you know Yining Xuan, the second place winner of the Jiang City Grand Examination? She was supposed to enroll at Lingyu Academy too, said Fong Ming as he carefully watched Yi Beiwang's expression. Yi Beiwang's expression remained unchanged, but he turned his head with a peculiar look in his eyes. Where did you hear that from? We were classmates at the same school, so I know some information, replied Fong Ming, his eyes clear and his expression honest. I see. Yi Beiwang's voice was deep and resonant. Indeed, she has already arrived at Lingyu Academy ahead of time, but not to enroll. She's here for something else. Something else? Fong Ming's gaze sharpened. What could be so urgent that Yining Xuan would forsake our agreements, skip the special training camp, and even cut off all means of communication as if she has vanished from the earth? You care about her a lot? Yi Beiwang looked at Fong Ming, his gaze growing even weirder. She is a very important friend of mine, Fong Ming said without hesitation, surprised by his own swift response. But the fact that Yi Beiwang actually knew of Yining Xuan's whereabouts carried a significant implication. Fong Ming's gaze towards Yi Beiwang turned solemn. Yi Beiwang looked at him. Don't worry, she's fine, she's just carrying out a special mission right now. Once you get to Lingyu Academy you should have a chance to meet her. With that assurance Fong Ming's heart finally settled. Then in the next moment Yi Beiwang's eyes, which had been gradually closing, suddenly snapped open, sparkling with sharpness as he stared at Fong Ming. You little rascal, all those grandiose things you said earlier, don't tell me it was for this reason you chose the Spirit Realm Academy. With a gulp Fong Ming's heart skipped a beat. How could that be? Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged. What I said before was true, of course. It's just that Ji is my friend, and since I didn't see her at the special training camp I thought I'd ask. Yi Beiwang fell silent. However, his eyes, which had not been angry just now, were still brightly fixed on him. After a moment Yi Beiwang seemed to find Fong Ming's demeanor normal, unable to discern anything, and closed his eyes again, yet the words at the edge of his lips still faintly spilled out. All these words are useless, you'll know everything once we get to the academy. Cough. Fong Ming coughed lightly. You better rest well. With a roar the airplane surged into the clouds. At this moment they had officially left Jiang City. Dear passengers, Jianlu Airlines reminds you that the airplane is ascending. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until it is safe to move freely. Our final destination is Moching with an estimated flight time of 22 hours. The next stop is Gangcheng with an estimated time of 5 hours. Passengers needing to transfer should prepare to disembark. Gangcheng, a seaside city. It seems that the Sea Soul Academy is located there. Fong Ming glanced at his watch. There was still plenty of time, so he decided to take a nap. He yawned and unknowingly fell asleep. In a drowsy dream, suddenly a loud bang resounded next to his ear. Fong Ming instantly opened his eyes. Above in the vast expanse of the sky a streamlined airplane streaked like a silver lightning through the layered clouds. However, the airplane, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly seemed to be violently grabbed by an invisible giant hand, beginning to shake intensely. The moment the loud bang exploded beside his ear, Fong Ming had already opened his eyes. It was completely instinctive. He had summoned his 3 pets at the same time. Meanwhile, Yi Beiwang, who had woken up at some unknown time, was unexpectedly not in his seat. This was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Where could Yi Beiwang go? The cabin was already filled with sharp screams, children's cries, and the sounds of luggage falling. Passengers instantly plunged into extreme panic. The cabin, which had been warm and orderly, suddenly turned into a vortex of fear. Fong Ming did not hesitate. He stood up, stabilizing his body amidst the intense turbulence, and started making his way toward the front of the cabin. The exit and cockpit were in this direction. Momo, Fong Ming yelled. In the blink of an eye, the fluffy spider had already perched on Fong Ming's shoulder. Its slender legs firmly gripped Fong Ming's shoulder, and then it spat out a thread of spider silk. The soft spider silk, despite the chaotic weightlessness, remained reliable. With a snap, the silk firmly stuck to the wall ahead, pulling Fong Ming and Momo swiftly forward. So, before the 2 on-duty flight attendants had a chance to greet their VIP guests, they saw a shadow flash past them at lightning speed. In such chaotic moments, both could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. By the time Fong Ming reached the exit of the cabin, he had already felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. The slime monster Xiaohong immediately covered him, and the moon fox Xiaohei, faster than even Mao Mao, dashed out first. Outside the cabin was the instigator of all this chaos, a gigantic bird-like demon beast as large as a mountain. Its vast wings stirred the clouds with every flap, whipping up fierce winds that howled through the air. Fong Ming instantly recognized the origins Of this demon beast, it was a gnawing gold eagle, a level A tier 6 monster. In the forest of beasts, it was certainly a high-level creature. Its body was covered with scales as tough as black gold, shimmering with a chilling cold light. Its sharp claws seemed capable of tearing through the void, and from its gaping maw it breathed out air as hot as flames, seemingly ready to incinerate everything in its path. Dressed in military attire with a resolute expression, Yi Bei Wang stood atop the fuselage facing the terrifying demon beast undaunted. Above his head, a massive iceberg, translucent and gleaming, was engaged in a deadly battle with the gnawing gold eagle. Yi Bei Wang silently boosted his spiritual energy, his gaze filled with the calm and resoluteness of a seasoned warrior. At this critical moment of life and death, here was a soldier appearing at the forefront of the battlefield. Despite the deep wrinkles etched on his face, despite having vomited blood from severe injuries just moments before, he showed no sign of retreat. When his presence was most needed, that indomitable spirit was unforgettable once witnessed. Now, Icebird, Yi Bei Wang shouted, his voice booming like a great bell echoing across the skies. Instantly, a dazzling burst of light exploded in front of him. Fong Ming, watching from a distance, recognized it. It was the full-force execution of a level A talent, extreme cold of heaven and earth. Under the enhancement of this talent, the power of the ice element monster's abilities could be boosted to 100% in a short period. With a loud cry, the icebird's icy blue feathers sparkled with a chilling light, each feather seemingly carved from millennium-old ice. Its eyes, like two deep blue gems, emitted a bone-chilling coldness. As the icebird soared into the sky, its cry pierced the clouds, shaking the heavens and earth. It spread its wings like a streak of blue lightning, racing towards the gnawing gold eagle. Seeing this, the gnawing gold eagle opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of blazing flames that seemed capable of igniting the entire sky, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. However, the frostbird was not the least bit intimidated. The endless chill it radiated instantly froze the blazing flames into ice, turning them into numerous sparkling ice shards that scattered and fell. Yi Bei Wang, with a piercing gaze, stared at the gnawing eagle nearby and loudly commanded, "Extreme cold beam." Immediately thereafter, a sharp cold light flashed in the frostbird's eyes, and it emitted an extremely cold beam from its mouth. This beam, like a giant ice-blue dragon, roared towards the gnawing eagle. Wherever the beam passed, the space seemed to freeze, emitting crackling noises. The gnawing eagle, unable to dodge in time, was directly hit by this rapid freezing beam. Its massive body was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice and fell straight from the sky, crashing into the valley below with a thunderous boom. Amazing. Wow, this old man is so cool. We're finally safe. The people inside the cabin cheered through the windows upon witnessing this scene, their eyes filled with the joy of surviving a disaster and admiration for Yi Bei Wang. Fong Ming also smiled slightly. This Mr. Yi, truly a worthy teacher of the 4 great academies, indeed has the level. However, just as everyone was cheering jubilantly, Yi Bei Wang suddenly turned pale and his body began to sway as if he might fall. A trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth and his previously erect stature began to bend. No. The old man is hurt. The cheers abruptly stopped, replaced by worried shouts. Just as Yi Bei Wang was about to collapse, a figure dashed over like lightning. It was Fong Ming. He quickly supported Yi Bei Wang, his eyes filled with urgency and concern. "Mr. Yi, how are you?" Wu Fong Ming asked anxiously. Yi Bei Wang weakly raised his hand and gestured, "I'm fine, it's just an old ailment, recurring." Fong Ming clenched his teeth. "Mr. Yi, don't worry, we're safe now." After saying this, he carried Yi Bei Wang towards the cabin's rest area. The flight attendants in the rest area had already brought the medical kit in a fluster, wanting to help. Fong Ming shook his head, refusing their kindness. Mr. Yi's condition is due to other illnesses. While speaking, he deftly took out a blue pill from Yi Bei Wang's pocket and fed it to the old man. As the pill was swallowed, Yi Bei Wang's complexion gradually improved and his breathing stabilized. Only then did Fong Ming breathe a sigh of relief and sat down exhausted. The people around watching the two dared not even breathe heavily. "Is everything all right?" finally a flight attendant asked tentatively. "It's all right now." Fong Ming was just about to continue speaking when suddenly his psychic sense twitched. No good. In the valley below the aircraft, the ice covering the frozen gnawing eagle began to crack. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ice shattered and the gnawing eagle stood up once again. Its eyes sparkled with rage and hatred, letting out a thunderous roar toward the heavens before taking flight, chasing after the departing plane. On board, Fong Ming felt a formidable presence drawing near. His heart tightened as he peered through the porthole, only to see the gnawing eagle soaring towards them at a terrifying speed. "Not good, this beast is still alive." Fong Ming's expression grew solemn. he turned to Yi Bei Wang. Master Yi, please rest, I'll handle this. Yi Bei Wang nodded slightly. Be careful, lad. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming left the resting area and moved to the front of the cabin. Mao Mao Xiao. Hey, come out! He shouted loudly, leaping forward and mounting the fluffy spider, charging directly at the gnawing eagle high above in the sky. Standing atop the aircraft amidst the chilling winds, his posture remained upright and firm. Flanking him were the agile fluffy spider and the graceful moon-inviting fox. The fluffy spider's furry body seemed filled with strength, its 8 eyes shimmering with a cold light, fangs bared ready to deliver a lethal blow. The moon-inviting fox moved elegantly, its silver fur gently fluttering in the breeze, its eyes twinkling with cunning and agility. Ahead of them in the sky, the massive and fierce gnawing eagle circled back for another strike. Although Yi Bei Wang's frostbird had hit it, the gnawing eagle's pride lay in its ultimate defense. Clearly, it was not critically injured. Now it spread its vast wings, shadowing the sun, its sharp claws and beak gleaming in the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. System used 3 Tier 5 magic cores on Mao Mao and Xiao Hei. Fang Ming gritted his teeth and ordered. Previously at Stone Brothers' shop, he had deliberately prepared extra magic cores. Rare materials often come with powerful associated effects, and the original owners of the magic cores could add more combat power during mutation. Ding 3 material fusion successful. Special fusion beast 100-fold effect activated. The fluffy spider has been upgraded to Tier 5 mutation effects of double heads and magic armor effective for 10 minutes. This crisp notification rang through the air. Like a thunderclap, suddenly a mysterious and powerful force enveloped the fluffy spider. Its body began to tremble violently, the already fierce form emitting a strange glow. The head of the fluffy spider began to twist and deform, the original head quickly splitting into 2 massive and terrifying heads. Each head bore sharp fangs, its eyes flickering with a fierce light. Simultaneously, a layer of black as ink magic armor covered its body, emanating a chilling aura. Ding 3 material fusion successful. Special fusion beast 100-fold effect activated. The moon-inviting fox has been upgraded to Tier 5 mutation effects of 3 tails and armor breaking effective for 10 minutes. Almost at the same moment, the moon-inviting fox was also wrapped in a powerful force. Its graceful form began to undergo astonishing transformations. The once supple tail split and grew rapidly into 3 long tails, each flickering with a mysterious glow as if harboring endless power. Its sharp claws were now sheathed in armor-piercing material, the patterns on the armor sparkling with a dangerous light. With 2 heads and 3 tails, the air around it seemed to thicken due to these changes, a powerful aura permeating, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. At Fang Ming's command, the furry spider and the moon-inviting fox instantly launched an attack on the gold-gnawing eagle. The furry spider dashed forward at an incredible speed, its 8 long legs kicking up clouds of dust, spewing out strands of highly adhesive web to restrain the eagle's movements. Not to be outdone, the moon-inviting fox flashed and transformed into a streak of silver light, pouncing towards the eagle. S-level skill, Shadow 100 Claws coupled with S-level skill, Spatial Leap was instantly activated. The sharp claws sliced through the air, bringing a harsh wind with them. The gold-gnawing eagle let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings trying to dodge the attack. It agilely avoided the furry spider's web and struck back at the moon-inviting fox with its sharp claws. The moon-inviting fox disappeared on the spot in an instant, reappearing behind the eagle, its claws swinging down in another fierce attack. The cooperation between Mao Mao and Xiao Hei had become more proficient through numerous battles. Above the heads of the furry spider, more webs were continuously sprayed, obstructing the eagle's line of sight, and it used the powerful defense provided by the magic armor to actively withstand the eagle's attacks from the front. The moon-inviting fox utilized the mobility of Spatial Leap and its armor-piercing claws to launch attacks from the side and rear, acting as the main striker. Finally, under their tight cooperation, the gold-gnawing eagle revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, the moon-inviting fox leaped up, its sharp claws harshly slashing across the eagle's abdomen. The gold-gnawing eagle screeched in pain, and the furry spider took the chance to spew out a massive amount of webbing, tightly binding it. The moon-inviting fox seized this rare opportunity, activated Spatial Leap, and in a flash appeared on the eagle's back. This time, the moon-inviting fox's 3 majestic tails stood erect, gathering powerful energy. The long-prepared Shadow 100 Claws finally struck the eagle's vital points accurately. Accompanied by a pitiful scream, the gold-gnawing eagle fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. They had finally done it. Fang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was still the high altitudes of the beast forest. Lingering too long could invite even deeper dangers, relieved Fong Ming didn't dare to be careless. After successfully killing the gold-gnawing eagle, he rushed back to the cabin without even wiping the sweat from his forehead. Coming to Yi Bei Wang's side, at this moment Yi Bei Wang's face was still somewhat pale, but his breathing had stabilized. Fong Ming with a worried frown looked at Yi Bei Wang and asked softly, "Master Yi, what exactly caused your injuries?" Yi Bei Wang slightly raised his head, a hint of defiance in his eyes, trying to muster a smile as he said, "Kid, don't worry about me, this old bag of bones is still tough." Fong Ming was unconvinced, his gaze fixed on Yi Bei Wang, his tone growing more urgent. "Elder Yi, it's come to this point, don't hide things from me. You're definitely not just suffering from battle wounds, are you?" Yi Bei Wang coughed lightly a few times, waved his hand and fell silent for a while, seemingly lost in those terrible memories. After a long pause, he slowly began to speak. "Kid, do you know what Skyfire is?" Skyfire? Fong Ming was slightly startled. If we're really talking about it, Skyfire is also considered a type of special and rare treasure. On the list of rare materials, out of the top 30 S-rank materials, 12 are various types of strange energy bodies, among them 5 are Skyfires. "It seems you do have some insight." Yi Bei Wang glanced at his expression. Continuing, "In the academy, there is a type of Skyfire that has been guarded by the Yi family for generations, always sealed deep within the Spirit Realm Academy. However, it erupted suddenly this time due to unknown reasons. When Skyfire erupts, any type of it can be rated among the top 30 of S rank for its terrifying energy. You can imagine, the power of a Skyfire eruption could directly destroy an entire academy." Yi Bei Wang's eyes were filled with fear and pain. Such energy is almost everyone's nightmare. Its fluctuations are far more terrifying than a regular S rank attack, but fortunately it was just the eve of the eruption. As the guardians of the Skyfire, the Yi family naturally had to take on the responsibility of resealing the Skyfire. Fong Ming fell silent, now realizing that Yi Bei Wang's injuries meant one thing: the resealing was not going smoothly. Yi Bei Wang paused, then continued, "But even on the eve of the Skyfire's eruption, its power far exceeded our expectations. The Yi family, in cooperation with the Spirit Realm Academy, struggled for months, yet failed to suppress the Skyfire again." Yi Bei Wang's voice grew hoarse. "Many people, one after another, fell in the confrontation with the Skyfire, devoured by its relentless flames, and I too, in full resistance, was struck by the powerful force of the Skyfire, suffering serious injuries. The entire Yi family was thus dragged into this life and death struggle with the flames." Fong Ming's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Since the Yi family has been guarding the Skyfire as their mission, there should be special methods. Yi Bei Wang fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Indeed, there are ways, but..." Fong Ming bit his lip, pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, a terrible suspicion taking hold of his mind. He looked at Yi Bei Wang, his voice trembling so much that he himself didn't notice. "Elder Yi, so the sudden departure of Yining Shuang, is it also related to the eruption of the Skyfire?" Yi Bei Wang slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. After a while he painfully closed his eyes and nodded. "Yes, her extreme cold ice body is one of the necessary conditions to counteract the heavenly fire." The atmosphere between the two was somewhat oppressive. Honestly, Fong Ming was somewhat angry at Yi Bei Wang's acknowledgement. Faced with such a crisis as the outbreak of heavenly fire, he was shocked that the Yi family would actually let a girl bear such a heavy burden. Yi Bei Wang sighed and did not explain further to Fong Ming. Fong Ming, suppressing his emotions, couldn't help but clench his fists, his mood like a suppressed volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Fortunately, no accidents occurred until they reached the next city. Yi Bei Wang could tell that Fong Ming was in a bad mood and took the initiative to speak. "Why don't you rest for a while? The plane will stop for about an hour." Fong Ming shook his head. "No, I just want some quiet." Yi Bei Wang did not say more. From there they traveled northward. Fortunately, there were no more unexpected events. Fong Ming and Yi Bei Wang, after a day and night of travel, finally set foot on the land of Mocheng. Mocheng, the name itself evokes a sense of desolation and loneliness. Located in the northern border of the Dragon Country, it is an ancient city eroded by wind and sand for many years. Fong Ming stood on the city wall looking out over the wilderness. He saw a vast expanse of land sparsely populated, with occasional wisps of cooking smoke rising from afar, adding to the desolation. Inside the city, it was dilapidated and desolate. There were no bustling markets or lively streets, only endless wind-blown sand and the traces of years. The academy is in the north of the city. Yi Bei Wang's voice broke Fong Ming's contemplation as he pointed northward, where an ancient and solemn building stood, seemingly the only symbol of civilization in this desolate land. Yi Beiwang wanted to take Fong Ming there, knowing the purpose of his visit and understanding his anxiety. However, Fong Ming refused Yi Beiwang's suggestion. Master Yi, you should know where I really want to go now. I must see her. Fong Ming looked earnestly at Yi Beiwang, his voice carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Yi Beiwang looked at Fong Ming, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was not displeased by Fong Ming's attitude. Perhaps, in his view, it was only with such an attitude that Fong Ming could qualify to step into the Yi family. Very well, from now on I will no longer face you as a mere teacher of the academy. Yi Beiwang looked at Fong Ming, his expression serious. Fong Ming was slightly startled, not immediately grasping the meaning in Yi Beiwang's words. I, as you may have guessed, am also a member of the Yi family and one of the current 12 elders. Fong Ming was stunned for a moment. What is the relationship between you and Xiao Xuan? She is my granddaughter, Yi Beiwang said softly, his heart aching as he mentioned Yining Xuan. Fong Ming coughed. In that case, it seems I should address you as grandfather. Come with me, Yi Beiwang said, giving him no time to think further. He dropped a sentence and led the way ahead. Indeed, Moqing was desolate beyond compare. Its prosperity could not match that of the several main cities we had passed along the way. Compared to Jiangcheng in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, it was a completely different scene. However, Fong Ming's eyes only grew more solemn. From a young age, he was distinctly aware that such a main city was located in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, guarding the nation's gate, blocking countless beasts that wished to move southward. At the far north of Moqing stood the famous Wall of War Intent. On this wall, beast tamers stood guard year-round to prevent the invasion of monsters. Yi Beiwang, walking ahead, led him around in circles, yet still headed towards the building to the north of the city. Fong Ming couldn't help but stop. Master Yi, the path you are leading, it's still to the academy, right? Yi Beiwang didn't turn his head. Where do you think this time the heavenly fire will be sealed? Fong Ming was slightly startled. Yi Beiwang's voice continued to carry over. Besides the academy, Moqing no longer has any other place with enough strength to suppress and seal the heavenly fire again. Only then did Fong Ming understand. Moqing had two sacred sites. One was the cultivation sacred ground of the four major academies, the Lingyu Academy. The other was the Wall of War Intent to the north. That such places could rise as sacred sites undoubtedly was the result of countless beast tamers heading to the northern borders in succession. Sealing the heavenly fire could not possibly be at the Wall of War Intent. The only choice was naturally Lingyu Academy. So master, the choice you initially gave me was actually just one. Fong Ming looked at the figure walking ahead, his gaze somewhat strange. Yi Beiwang chuckled dryly, not speaking, just joking. The dean had issued a strict order to bring this young man back to the academy on time. Nothing untoward could happen. They hurried along the way, the two of them like swift horses with a whip, finally arrived beneath that ancient and majestic building. The outer walls of the academy were made of an unknown brown material which under the sunlight reflected a faint glow like a brilliant pearl in the desert. The entrance was designed to be very grand, using a modern steel structure with lines that were simple yet powerful. On both sides of the entrance stood two towering towers embedded with huge screens. On the screens, what was playing was astonishingly a huge leaderboard. Star list: first place, Yi Outyan; second place, Lin Wuya; third place, Chu Qingzhu. Fong Ming glanced at it. The style was somewhat similar to the leaderboard he had seen at the Beast Tamers Guild in Jiangcheng. Yi Beiwang also stopped, looked up at the huge screen with the leaderboard, and spoke lightly. See, this is Lingyu Academy, where the strongest few reside. Hearing this, Fong Ming looked at those names, a fighting spirit faintly ignited in his heart. The stellar rankings correspond to third-year students, the starlight rankings to second-year students, and the starfire rankings to first-year students. Yi Beiwang explained, glancing over at Fong Ming as if suddenly remembering something, then added, speaking of which, you were the top performer at the special camp in Jiangcheng district, right? And you received the starfire medal. That's right, Fong Ming nodded. Typically, freshmen who earned the starfire medal would top the starfire rankings for new students and also receive points according to the ranking for the first month. Yi Beiwang continued, his gaze turning a bit strange as he looked at Fong Ming. However, your luck isn't very good this time. What do you mean? Fong Ming frowned. In previous years, the Lingyu Academy's recruitment priority was actually the lowest among the four major academies. But this year, for some reason, the top students from 5 main city districts chose Lingyu Academy. Yi Beiwang finished looking at Fong Ming and continuing, so your position as the top student might require an additional challenge after enrollment. Listening to Yi Beiwang, Fong Ming's expression remained unchanged. Master Yi, could you please hurry and take me to see Xiao Xuan? His voice was somewhat low. don't worry, she's just assisting with a sealing process now, there's no harm affecting her, Yi Bei-wang said, though he also felt pain for his granddaughter. Having experienced the devastation that befell the Yi family, he viewed the current sealing with a somewhat detached perspective. Nevertheless, Fong Ming's anxiety was not alleviated by these words. Taking a route that avoided the academy's main entrance, Yi Bei-wang led Fong Ming towards the back of the academy. Fong Ming did not ask any questions, but he did not lower his guard either. He summoned the moon fox, letting it jump onto his shoulder. The little fox rubbed its fluffy head against Fong Ming's cheek, showing great affection. Before long, Fong Ming suddenly felt a wave of scorching air. This heat appeared very abruptly, creating an invisible divide in the air. Outside this line, the temperature was normal. Stepping inside, one could feel the temperature rise sharply. Fong Ming knew that he had now officially entered the realm affected by the celestial fire. Yi Bei-wang, walking ahead, seemed unfazed by the temperature change. As they moved forward, the temperature rose dramatically. It was then that Fong Ming noticed they had reached the very northern side of the academy and the northernmost edge of Moqing City. Here they were nearly a wall away from the outside of the city. Can you still handle it? Yi Bei-wang finally spoke up. Fong Ming took a deep breath. No problem. Although the temperature had risen to almost unbearable levels, he was not without means. With a thought, Fong Ming summoned the slime monster Xiao Hong and mentally commanded system use Fire Spirit Herb on Xiao Hong. The Fire Spirit Herb, an upgraded version of the Fire Star Herb and a Grade C medicinal herb, was straightforward in its medicinal property. It enhanced a monster's resistance to fire. Ding! Fusion successful. Special effect: Fusion Monster 100-fold effect activated. Slime monster's fire resistance greatly enhanced. Fong Ming immediately had Little Red transform into armor and cover him. The fire resistance improved by the 100-fold fusion completely isolated the scorching heat outside. Yi Bei-wang witnessed his maneuver and raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised that Fong Ming had this trick up his sleeve. He had always thought that Fong Ming was just good at fighting. And Fong Ming's most prominent beasts had always been the fluffy spider and the moon invitation fox. He hadn't expected this strange and even somewhat ugly slime monster to be so useful. This kid has more secrets than I thought, Yi Bei-wang muttered to himself. Seeing that Fong Ming was unaffected, he no longer bothered about him and continued to lead the way. As the two progressed, a dark cave entrance finally appeared in front of them. So obvious, Fong Ming was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the ceiling site would have some mechanisms or at least someone guarding the outside, but it turned out there was nothing. Humph! Yi Bei-wang heard this and immediately snorted. What do you think that boundary line you crossed earlier was? That was a protective barrier created by many beast masters of the Yi family. Without me leading the way, you would never be able to find your way in, even if you tried for a lifetime. Fong Ming coughed dryly. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yi. Yi Bei-wang didn't say much, just sighed and turned to look at Fong Ming. From here on, the temperature will rise exponentially. The closer you get to the skyfire, the higher the temperature will increase. In the most central area, it might exceed 1000 degrees. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fong Ming, hearing this, showed no change in expression. Please, Elder Yi, lead the way. You stubborn kid, have you ever thought that without the protection of ice talent you might be roasted halfway through? Yi Bei-wang looked at Fong Ming and couldn't help but advise him again. This kid, after all, has those earth-shattering, ghostly wailing 100% pure energy crystals. He carries the future of Dragon Country on his shoulders. Fong Ming gave a slight smile and patted Little Red clinging to his body. Just as you trust in your own talents, Elder Yi, I trust in my pets. Only mutual trust and fighting side by side with our pets can we overcome difficulties and face all challenges. This is the creed of a beast master, which I firmly believe. Well, you are more stubborn than me. Yi Bei-wang was somewhat at a loss for words. However, he had already made up his mind that if Fong Ming showed any signs of distress, he would immediately evacuate him. That would probably leave Fong Ming with nothing to say, making him realize the gap could motivate him to cease his stubborn thoughts and inspire him to intensify his training. Moreover, I still have to say one more thing. Yi Bei-wang looked at Fong Ming with a seriousness that was more pronounced than usual. Fong Ming also sensed the importance of what Yi Bei-wang was about to disclose and nodded in agreement. Please speak, Elder Yi. I guarantee that nothing heard within this barrier will be leaked. Seeing his assurance, Yi Bei-wang began. The celestial fire protected by my Yi family is called the soul-scorching flame. At the mention of the soul-scorching flame, Fong Ming felt a chill run through him. This was the S-rank celestial fire, listed 13th on the precious materials chart, famed for its soul-burning and spirit-destroying effects. Such an item, if known to the outside world, could indeed bring great trouble. No Wonder the Yi family kept it under tight wraps, and only here did Yi Beiwang reveal the true origin of the celestial fire. Humph, Yi Beiwang suddenly sneered, as if guessing what Fong Ming was thinking. You think the news of the celestial fire is completely secure? I'm not afraid to tell you that at least dozens of people try to infiltrate this place each year. Fong Ming was momentarily stunned by his words, but Yi Beiwang continued, no one has ever managed to take the soul-scorching flame away. This celestial fire not only harms the body but also the spirit. Who knows how many skeletons are buried within this cave? Yi Beiwang narrowed his eyes as he gazed into the deepest part of the pitch-black cave. My Yi family guards the secret not because we are reluctant to part with the celestial fire but because we cannot bear to see the lives of beast tamers lost. This celestial fire landed mysteriously in Macheng over 200 years ago. At that time, my family was defending Macheng. And unable to collect the spirit flame despite our best efforts, we had no choice but to seal it to prevent harm to the townspeople. Yi Beiwang then suddenly gave Fong Ming a peculiar smile. If someone could truly take this soul-scorching flame away, my Yi family would be more than glad. In the depths of that dark and bottomless cave, the surroundings, aside from the increasingly intense heat that almost suffocated, were also eerily filled with an indescribable mysterious aura. Fong Ming followed closely behind Yi Beiwang, struggling to move forward. The high temperature along the way was like a ferocious demon, relentlessly scorching every inch of his skin, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Although Xiao Hong tried her best to help him insulate against the temperature, the excessive heat was still like an unbreakable cage, unbearable for him. Sweat rolled off his forehead like beads off a string, soaking his clothes. Fong Ming even had a terrifying illusion that his strength was gradually dissolving and dissipating like being roasted. Under such high temperatures, Yi Beiwang exerted his ice talent to its fullest, attempting to withstand the terrifying heat. However, even with his considerable strength, he found it extremely difficult to proceed, feeling the strain with every step he took. Each step forward seemed to exhaust all his energy and willpower. Sighing deeply, Yi Beiwang released a long breath of turbid air, the heavy sigh instantly devoured by the scorching heat of the cave. He halted his laborious advance slowly, turning to look at Fong Ming. With your current strength you simply cannot go any further. Yi Beiwang's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a hint of helplessness. With each step forward, the fire poison will begin to crazily invade your body. You won't be able to reach the interior. Fong Ming shook his head vigorously, too exhausted to utter a word at this moment. However, his determined gaze and the stubborn small step he continued to take forward clearly demonstrated his attitude. Watching such obstinate behavior, Yi Beiwang sighed deeply. You're really stubborn, just like I was back then. A trace of reminiscence flickered across Yi Beiwang's face. Fong Ming's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that the internal injuries Yi Beiwang suffered were also related to the soul-scorching Lingyan fire poison. Perhaps Yi Beiwang had also once ventured deep into this place, heedless of the dangers, only to end up with incurable internal injuries. Well, Yi Beiwang suddenly sighed deeply, his voice sounding exceptionally heavy in the stifling cave. He carefully pulled out a small red pill from his bosom. This is a soul-scorching Lingyan fire seed that my Yi family occasionally concocted. As he spoke, Yi Beiwang stared at the small red pill in his hand, a barely detectable shade of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if through this pill he could see the myriad of past events. Swallowing it will allow you to resist the influence of the soul-scorching Lingyan for a short time. Yi Beiwang's tone grew more solemn, but the cost is that this fire seed might take root and sprout within your body, breaking through the soil at an unknown time, and when that happens, the fire poison will fully erupt in your body. Yi Beiwang paused here, his gaze intently fixed on Fong Ming, wanting to observe any fluctuation in his expression, yet Fong Ming's expression remained as calm as ever, as if the severe consequences Yi Beiwang had just described were mere breeze beside his ear, completely unheard. Is that so, Elder Yi? Then please hand over this fire seed to me. Fong Ming calmly met Yi Beiwang's gaze, his eyes filled with determination, and he reached out his hand without a hint of hesitation. Do you truly not fear death? Yi Beiwang gave a bitter smile, his face full of helplessness. This fire poison, even I have not yet recovered from it. Almost everyone in my Yi family suffers from this torment. Every use of our inner power brings a burning pain throughout the body and in human experience. I am not afraid, Fong Ming said softly, his tone as calm as still water, his hand still extended, unflinchingly firm, as if his resolve were as solid as rock. The fire poison will eventually invade your internal organs, and if nothing unexpected happens, your lifespan will not exceed 1 year. Yi Beiwang slowly voiced this final sentence, each word seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. Fong Ming finally looked solemn, slowly raising his head, his gaze firmly meeting Yi Beiwang's. Master Yi, please believe me, I will do my utmost to seal the heavenly fire, rescue Xiao Shuang and save the Yi family. Fong Ming's voice was resolute, filled with determination and courage. Yi Bei looked at the young man before him, momentarily dazed. This promise could cost him his life. Fong Ming was the most outstanding student he had seen in recent years, with limitless potential, but he was still too young, and such a perilous task weighed heavily upon him. Seeing Yi Bei's hesitation, Fong Ming didn't hesitate and stepped forward. He quickly took the red pill from Yi Bei's hand, then without a moment's doubt Fong Ming swallowed the pill. As the pill went down, a look of resolve flashed across his face. Yi Bei was completely stunned, and after a moment he looked deeply at Fong Ming. Well then, follow me. With the swallowing of the red pill, Fong Ming felt the temperature of the entire world drop instantly. The cooling sensation from within provided a rare relief to his body tormented by high temperatures. At the same time, a barely perceptible scorching energy began to circulate within him. This energy, like a nimble snake, brought a slight sting and heat wherever it went, but Fong Ming clenched his teeth and silently endured. Clenching his fists as if drawing strength from them, he followed Yi Bei with determined steps deeper into the cave. They traversed another deep and mysterious corridor, the stone walls around them emitting a strange glow, the path underfoot rugged and uneven. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, catching Fong Ming off guard. He squinted slightly, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness as he followed Yi Bei step by step out of the cave. The shocking scene ahead finally came fully into view. A vast space opened up before them where flames roared like surging waves, converging into a massive, intimidating furnace. The leaping flames, as if possessing vibrant souls, danced wildly, seemingly alive, twisting and stretching, emitting deafening roars as if declaring their majesty and inviolability to the intruders. At the center of the flames, a cluster of mysterious, invisible fire glowed intermittently, exuding an indescribable eeriness and danger, as if luring people closer, yet hiding deadly traps. Dozens of beast tamers dressed in special long robes sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces tense, expressions focused and solemn. Behind them, countless ice spirit beasts linked by spiritual power formed a huge array. They continuously channeled their ice power through the array into the massive furnace. Yet despite this, the flames within the furnace showed no sign of abating. That was the soul-scorching flame. Yi Beiwang gazed complexly at the small, formless flame inside the furnace, his voice filled with emotion and helplessness. Such a tiny flame had tormented the Yi family for centuries. Over these long years, countless ancestors of the Yi family had paid a heavy price, even their lives, in attempts to conquer it. Yet it remained like a relentless nightmare, tightly entwining the Yi family, burdening every member with immense pressure and a sense of mission. Fong Ming's gaze slowly swept over that small flame. The outer fires raged like a ferocious beast, wildly fierce, clawing and rampaging. Yet it seemed that this small formless flame was the true essence of the soul-scorching flame. However, with just one glance, Fong Ming felt the world suddenly darken, as if a thick curtain had instantly obscured his vision. An intensely scorching breath, like a dam-bursting torrent, overwhelmed his mind with unstoppable force. The surging momentum was extremely rapid, nearly crushing his consciousness in an instant. The scorching breath, filled with endless brutality and wildness, plunged his brain into extreme agony, as if thousands of red-hot needles were deeply piercing him. Be careful. A soft, icy jade hand gently pressed against his forehead, its touch like the first snow of winter, carrying a hint of coolness. The raging firestorm in his mind instantly froze, as if engulfed by extreme cold, unable to burst forth any further. The previously overwhelming force that almost completely shattered his consciousness ceased at the touch of this woman. This icy power, though stern, was filled with endless tenderness and care. After clearing all the fiery attacks in his mind, it was like a gentle hand carrying a soft breeze, slowly smoothing out the fluctuations in his sea of consciousness, until everything returned to tranquility. This gentle yet powerful icy force slowly dissipated. Fong Ming slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually clearing from blurry to sharp. What appeared before him was the delicately beautiful face he hadn't seen in over a month. Yi Ningshuang, dressed in a pure white snow garment, stood like a celestial descended from the heavens, looking at him with her usual clear, cold, spring-like eyes. But now the icy spring seemed to have thawed. The emotions surging deep within those eyes, like the waters of a thawing ice spring, rippled slightly. The two gazed at each other silently, with everything around seeming to stand still. Even time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long while, it was Yi Ningshuang who softly broke the silence, her voice gentle yet with a hint of reproach. You shouldn't have come. These simple words were laden with complex emotions, concern, heartache, and a subtle hint of joy. She wanted to see him, but she knew she shouldn't have. Fong Ming chuckled softly, his laughter imbued with determination and fearlessness. Since I'm already here, Yining Shuang sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Why did you come to Lingyu Academy? Her voice was cold, yet it subtly conveyed concern. She remembered clearly that at that time Fong Ming had received an invitation from teacher Ji of Jinghua Academy. Naturally, I came for my little Ningxuang, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, looking at the girl in front of him. Hearing his words, Yi Ningxuang was momentarily stunned. The girl blinked, her eyes fixed on Fong Ming as if time had stopped at that moment. Then, as if just realizing the girl who looked like a fairy made of ice and snow blushed suddenly. You remember now? Her voice was gentle, as delicate as falling snowflakes, soft yet cautious. I remember now, the great fire was too much for me, my stress response made me forget that day. Fong Ming sighed deeply, his sigh filled with the vicissitudes of the past. Your talent, it must have awakened then, right? Yi Ningxuan nodded. Yes, it was after I awakened my talent that the Yi family found me. Why didn't you tell me before? Confusion filled Fong Ming's eyes. Yi Ningxuan fell silent, her head bowed as a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Fong Ming turned to look at the terrifying formation and the raging inferno behind him, the surging flames seeming to engulf everything. Did you know from the very beginning that you would have to return here? His voice was deep, carrying a weight. Yi Ningxuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. My extreme cold frost talent is an essential spirit source for the Great Formation? Her voice remained calm, but it subtly revealed a hint of resignation, as if she had long accepted this predetermined fate. I for one do not accept fate, Fong Ming declared, looking at the girl before him with a gaze as firm as iron. As he spoke, he embraced her without hesitation, his actions filled with protectiveness. Little Frost, don't worry, I will definitely help you seal the celestial fire and free you from it. Fong Ming's voice resounded in Yi Ningxuang's ear, filled with endless determination and promise. Yi Ningxuang responded softly, her voice barely audible. She understood that by coming here and consuming the fire seed, Fong Ming was already deep in the game. To eliminate the fire poison, the celestial fire must be sealed and the connection to the celestial fire removed. Only then would the fire poison in his body completely lose its activity. The effect of the fire seed in your body should be nearing its time. Yi Ningxuang reached out her slender pale hand, touching his forehead. In that moment, Fong Ming felt a cool power slowly flowing into his body. It's time for me to go back. Yi Ningxuang's voice carried a hint of resolve. The reason she was able to escape from the formation was entirely because Yi Beiwang had consciously taken her place as soon as he arrived. Her grandfather's body was severely afflicted by fire poison and he couldn't last long in the formation. Worry saturated Yi Ningxuang's tone. Fong Ming nodded, and although his heart was filled with reluctance, he slowly opened his arms and released the girl. Yi Ningxuang gave him a deep look, her eyes conveying 1,000 words, but ultimately the girl did not stop her steps. She bit her lip and, without turning her head, charged back into the formation. She feared that if she looked back, she would no longer have the courage to leave. Fong Ming watched her retreating figure and suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the surging flames and rolling heat waves around them. Xiaoshuang, you must wait for me. At that moment, the boundless flames seemed to be suppressed by Fong Ming's sheer will. The raging fire seemed less wild and the rolling heat waves seemed to subside slightly. Fong Ming looked at the spirit flames in the giant furnace and clenched his teeth, swearing in his heart, I won't make you wait too long. Silently, Fong Ming followed Yi Beiwang as they slowly exited the cave, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the quiet. A somewhat oppressive silence hung between them. Along the way, only the occasional sound of the wind mingling with their breathing could be heard. Finally, after they exited the barrier and returned to the outside world, Yi Beiwang broke the silence. The freshman ranking competition has already started. Fong Ming was momentarily stunned, his thoughts still immersed in the events inside the cave, and it took him a few seconds to come to his senses. Today is indeed the day for new student registration. His brow furrowed slightly. Is there still time to make it? Yi Beiwang glanced at him. In your current state, I'm afraid it might not be too feasible. Fong Ming had just come out from the territory of the soul-scorching spirit flame. His spiritual power had been nearly depleted in order to resist the fire poison, and his condition was far from good. Fong Ming simply said, it's okay, I appreciate if Elder Yi could take me there. Seeing his determined demeanor, Yi Beiwang probably understood his character by now and did not persuade him further. Follow me then. Yi Beiwang summoned his spirit beast, the Ice Phoenix, and gestured to Fong Ming. Come on, I'll take you there. Fong Ming nodded. Thank you, Elder Yi. Meanwhile, at the Lingyu Academy's vast central field, a fierce competition was in full swing. The sunlight shone down on the lively field, reflecting the tense and excited faces of the people. In fact, each year, the new students undergo an entrance test designed to comprehensively assess the specific cultivation strengths of the students, and now, participating in the field were the top students from the major cities of this year's cohort. Each of them appeared dashing and confident, pride evident in their eyes. Around them, a crowd of watching students each held a look of respect. Lu Fang truly deserves to be the top scholar from Lucheng with a third-tier peak cultivation and even 2A grade magical beasts. His combat power is unmatched among his peers. Muyushi is also not bad, boasting a top-notch A+ talent. I heard she's a master at refining tools and her combat ability is incredibly strong. Although these people are indeed formidable, the first place on this year's Starfire list has already been decided. A young man with flashy purple hair dressed in slim jeans paired with a distinctive t-shirt suddenly interrupted. Who are you, blowing your own trumpet like that? The surrounding newcomers were immediately displeased when they heard this. After all, typically candidates from each main city tend to support their own champions. Me, the flamboyant young man chuckled, then walked straight towards the stage, leaving everyone with a view of his flamboyant back. I'll soon open your eyes. Yeah, right. The crowd below couldn't help but roll their eyes. On the stage, the ranking battle for newcomers had 10 spots, which had already turned into a contest for the Academy's Starfire list. Though people kept trying their luck, every single one of them was swept down without exception. At this moment, only the top candidates from the major cities could still hold their ground on stage. The flamboyant young man didn't care about what others thought and directly approached one of them, waving his hand. Hey man, wanna fight? Of the 10 spots, the top 4 were occupied by the champions of the major city districts and the remaining 6 were the focus of contention. Despite that, the flamboyant young man boldly walked up to one of these champions and issued a challenge. This action immediately drew many sidelong glances. Even the challenged young man was slightly surprised and raised his eyebrows. I don't know if you're really skilled or just seeking attention, but prepare for defeat if you're challenging me. Your trash talk is on par with mine. The flamboyant young man nodded in agreement. It's decided, then let's go. Hearing that, the flamboyant young man not only didn't hesitate but also straightforwardly initiated the challenge. The young man felt slighted and frowned. Kid, I'll make you understand the taste of regret. Tisk tisk, impressive. The flamboyant young man laughed out loud, hands on his hips. Meanwhile, a ring of light had already opened between them, forming a temporary battleground. This scene immediately sparked a wave of discussion. No way, I thought that guy was just all talk, but he's actually serious. To be fair, that kind of courage is commendable. Courage, my foot, it's just recklessness and stupidity. Don't you see who he's challenging? Li Yuan from Suchong, a formidable third-tier peak powerhouse. At this moment, Li Yuan, the person everyone was talking about, gestured to the flamboyant young man with a beckoning hand. Announce your name, this might be your only chance to show off. The flamboyant young man burst into laughter. Listen well then, I'm Wu Liang, wildly arrogant. Li Yuan, crowd. Even a teacher maintaining order couldn't help but cover his face. Is this kid sure he's not here to crack jokes? If Fong Ming were here, now there would be no need for Wu Liang to even speak. His neurotic laughter or that outrageously fashionable purple long hair would be enough to identify him. Despite the jokes and the chatter, Wu Liang took the competition seriously. With just a few words, he had already summoned his pet beast, the A-level magical beast, the purple cloud lion. Funnily enough, it matched his hairstyle perfectly, and this was what Wu Liang was most proud of about his pet. A purple mane lion king, truly an eye-catcher wherever it went, and as soon as the purple cloud lion made its appearance, it immediately caused a stir. No way, this guy is serious, isn't he? His pet beast really seems like something else. Of course, it's the purple cloud lion, not just anyone can afford to keep one. But still, it's stupid of him. With his strength, he could have challenged several others and might have actually succeeded, but he foolishly chose Li Yuan. Li Yuan, observing the purple cloud lion summoned by Wu Liang, finally began to regard him with some seriousness. This youngster was proving to be beyond his expectations. Without hesitation, Li Yuan also summoned his own magical beast, the A-level white feather wind sculptor. As a wind attribute flying beast, it had agile movements and impressive attack capabilities which could definitely give it an upper hand in fights of the same level. Come on, Li Yuan roared, launching an attack directly at Wu Liang. Wu Liang chuckled and ordered his purple cloud lion to charge forward. However, unnoticed by others, his gaze towards Li Yuan held a peculiar gleam. Top scholar? In front of my brother's invention, I'll show you what's what. The battle in the arena was fierce. Both being third-tier magical beasts, the purple cloud lion had a more powerful offensive capability, whereas the white feather wind sculptor was more agile in dodging. It was clear to the discerning eye that over time Wu Liang would be at a disadvantage. His method of attack was undoubtedly more draining on spiritual power, but what puzzled and surprised Li Yuan was that the purple-haired youth across from him, despite launching genuine and forceful attacks each time, still seemed to have an endless supply of spiritual power, showing no signs of depletion at all. Impossible, I don't believe it, Li Yuan roared, realizing that he might actually run out of spiritual power first. With that in mind, Li Yuan quickly took advantage of a break in the combat to recall his white feather wind sculptor and immediately summoned another beast, the B+ level Big Eye Steel Snake. Although slightly lower in rarity, the Big Eye Steel Snake's combat capabilities were no less formidable than those of the white feather wind sculptor. He realized that the purple-haired youth opposite him was not one for tricks or schemes in combat. It was all about sheer power. Since a war of attrition was not working, he might as well try to defeat him head-on before his spiritual power was exhausted. Resolved, Li Yuan commanded the newly summoned Big-Eye Steel Snake to launch a fierce attack. Without hesitation, the Big-Eyed Steel Serpent unleashed its B+ level skill, Hammer Strike. Well done. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled as he burst into laughter. Shao Zi, use your purple Flame Wild Claw. The two formidable skills clashed head-on without any fancy tricks, filling the arena with dust and debris. The freshman spectators were dumbfounded. Their best estimate was that Wu Liang wouldn't last more than 5 minutes, yet here he was fighting fiercely with no sign of losing. So who would emerge victorious? The onlookers craned their necks, eager to see through the settling dust. Even the supervising teacher squinted closely, watching the center of the arena. As the dust finally cleared, there stood Wu Liang, breathing heavily but still grinning. Bro, what do you say, are you convinced? On the other side, Li Yuan was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. The big-eyed steel serpent lay unconscious beside him, not moving at all, while the purple jade lion's claw rested on his neck. Convinced? I'm convinced. It's just a match, bro. Call back your lion, will you? Li Yuan stuttered slightly, looking at the fierce-looking purple jade lion. Don't be scared, bro. I still liked your unruly attitude from before. Wu Liang cheerfully recalled. The purple jade lion walked over and clapped Li Yuan on the shoulder, looking every bit the big brother taking care of his younger sibling. Li Yuan thought, looking at his smug face, I really want to hit him, but I've been beaten down so much, I'll wait until next time. Finally, the supervising teacher announced the result of the match. Wu Liang of Jiangqing District wins, moving up to 4th in the freshman rankings. The crowd erupted upon hearing the result. Although many had witnessed Li Yuan's defeat, they assumed he still had some tricks up his sleeve. To their surprise, Li Yuan simply conceded. This was hardly the behavior expected of a main city's top scholar. Thinking this, some students from Suzhou District felt disgruntled, thinking Li Yuan had disgraced their region. But Li Yuan really had his own unspoken difficulties. It could be said that the seemingly carefree purple-haired Wu Liang was actually cunning. The match had barely begun before his lion had already placed its paw on Li Yuan's neck. Even if he had a backup plan, he couldn't use it now. However, he had no chance to voice these thoughts. Being challenged and defeated, a freshman would immediately lose all rankings. To regain a ranking, one must choose another opponent to challenge. But now, there are only 10 minutes left to challenge. Damn it, that flashy kid must have done it on purpose. Taking advantage of the last few minutes, he aims for the most cost-effective ranking at the forefront. Unfortunately, Li Yuan has already consumed a lot of his spiritual power, and that kid hasn't even broken a sweat. His true capabilities remain hidden. Li Yuan doesn't have the courage to challenge him again. After pondering for a moment, Li Yuan decides to challenge another newcomer who's ranked slightly lower in the top 10. Immediately, the crowd below starts looking at Li Yuan with odd expressions on their faces. Avoiding the challenge against the purple-haired show-off, it seems Li Yuan is scared. The newcomers from Suzhou District are especially livid, nearly bursting into curses at Li Yuan if not for the concern about their surroundings. Seeing Li Yuan's choice, Wu Liang feels even happier, standing cheerfully in his spot, enjoying the sense of superiority as he watches the crowd below. However, he still occasionally glances towards the entrance of the academy. Only 10 minutes left. Fong Ming, don't let me down. The remaining time for the newcomer ranking match is 3 minutes. Any newcomers who have not yet secured their rankings should challenge now. The proctoring teacher, glancing at the huge clock in the center of the field, announces the final time check. By this point, virtually all the newcomers had finalized their rankings. Even those considering a last-second challenge wouldn't bother with just 3 minutes left. After all, the final results of the newcomer ranking match have to be settled by concluding the battle. If a victor isn't decided in these 3 minutes, it would be meaningless. The duration of a battle is too unpredictable, so no one would initiate a challenge with just 3 minutes remaining. Just then a sharp piercing cry cuts through the sky. A chilling icy aura instantly covers the entire field. All the newcomers feel a sudden pressure and can't help but look up. Above them, a beautifully icy bird, as if from a fantasy, cuts through the clouds, speeding towards the academy's plaza. It's Master Yi. The supervising teacher by the sidelines recognizes the identity of the beast and thus the identity of Yi Bei Wang. And just in time, an elderly voice calls from the sky teacher Wu. Has the newcomer ranking match concluded? Master Yi, there are 3 minutes left. No need for your esteemed arrival. Everything here is in order. The proctor responds respectfully, assuming that Yi Bei Wang is just passing by. However, Yi Bei Wang doesn't respond. Instead, he looks back at Fong Ming. Kid, is 3 minutes enough? But when he turns back, Fong Ming is already nowhere to be seen behind him. Yi Bei Wang is momentarily stunned, then looks down just in time to notice the rushing figure below. This kid, he chuckles, shaking his head. Above the sky, Fong Ming, riding on a fluffy spider, descends rapidly. The fluffy spider can't fly, but luckily the moon-inviting fox possesses the ability to leap through space. Just before hitting the ground, Fong Ming holds the moon-inviting fox and teleports through space, landing stably in the center of the field. Under everyone's gaze, a figure leaps from the icy bird in the sky and lands solidly on the ground. The scene truly feels like a dream. Descending from the heavens, in an instant all eyes were fixed on him. Who is this guy? Could this be the infamous Yi Lao? Are you blind or just dumb? Look at him, he's about the same age as us. Does any part of him look old? Could he be a freshman too? Even the exam invigilator stared at Fong Ming with a bewildered expression, unsure of what this young man was doing here. All of a sudden, only Wu Liang, who had just been the center of attention, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wow, that's my boss Fong Ming for you. His entrance was even more dramatic than I imagined. So cool, brother Fong, I'm over here, long time no see. Wu Liang waved at Fong Ming cheerfully. Fong Ming completely ignored him, instead turning to face the top-ranked contender. Jiang Cheng's Fong Ming here to challenge you, please enlighten me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into heated discussion. The scene was much more intense than when Wu Liang had stepped up to challenge Li Yuan. After all, the one Fong Ming was challenging was a true powerhouse, the champion of Shancheng Lu Fong. With the cultivation of a third-level beast master at its peak and A+ grade talent and 2A grade pet beasts with extraordinary combat abilities, he was truly a formidable opponent who swept through his peers. Who is this fierce guy popping up and challenging Lu Fong straight away? Is this young man out of his mind? Although his entrance looked cool, his strength might not be as impressive, someone muttered. I'm not sure, this guy seems quite capable, another spectator chimed in. Capable? Even if he is, does he match Lu Fong's strength? If he had challenged anyone else, even the second-ranked Miyushi, I might believe he had a chance, but he chose Lu Fong. Lu Fong is a third level, but with his current strength, he could take on some fourth-level beast masters with no problem. Fong Ming, amidst the noisy crowd, remained calm, his gaze steady as he faced the dark-haired young man before him. Shan Cheng's top scholar Lu Fong. At that moment, Fong Ming didn't even know who the person in front of him was. He only knew that he occupied the top position. Lu Fong, looking at Fong Ming, didn't underestimate him, as his sense of competition and vigilance heightened, traits befitting a qualified beast master. Jiang Cheng's Fong Ming, another from Jiang Cheng. Between you and that Wu Liang, who is the real champion of Jiang Cheng? Lu Fong asked, staring at Fong Ming. We don't have much time. Only 3 minutes, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, summoning his furry spider. So let's save the irrelevant talk until after the fight. At his words, Lu Fong's eyes narrowed and the crowd below erupted into turmoil. Arrogant, this guy really thinks he can settle the fight in 3 minutes. Does he even know who he's up against? 3 minutes to end the fight isn't wrong. He could be taken down by Lu Fong in one move, not even needing 3 minutes. Dude, you really understand what being taken down in seconds means? Fong Ming finished speaking, completely ignoring the restless gazes of the audience and his opponent Lu Fong, and turned to the referee teacher overseeing the exam. Teacher, may I begin? He asked. The teacher, momentarily startled by Fong Ming's abrupt question, glanced down at his stopwatch. Yes, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. That's enough, Fong Ming replied with a slight smile, then silently invoked system apply 3 different elemental tier 3 magical beast cores to Mao Mao, ding fusion successful, special effect fusion. Monster 100 times effect activated. The fluffy spider has been upgraded to tier 4-inch mutation effects, bone armor skybreaker, attributes can switch freely, effective time, 10 minutes, as the system's voice felled the aura of the fluffy spider surged dramatically. Its originally soft and furry exterior began to sprout a layer of eerie white bone, rapidly covering its limbs and giving it a somewhat bizarre and terrifying appearance. At the same time, a pair of thin membranous wings burst through the bone armor, flapped twice and astonishingly lifted the fluffy spider into the air. This guy seems a bit off, his spider is a bit too fierce, someone exclaimed. This is definitely a mutant magical beast. Since when does a fluffy spider grow bone armor and wings? This is something to watch. A normal fluffy spider is just E tier, right? This guy's mutated fluffy spider must be at least C tier by now. C tier against A tier, are you joking? Have you forgotten how powerful the opponent's electric shock bear is? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Lu Fong saw the entrance of the fluffy spider, his pupils shrinking, and without hesitation he released his own pet beast, the electric shock bear. The electric shock bear, an A-tier magical beast, excels in thunderous attacks, a strong offensive beast with both physical and magical attacks. Such beasts indeed have a considerable advantage in same-tier battles, but at this moment Lu Fong was staring at the fluffy spider, his expression grave, because, in his perception, the fluffy spider had surpassed the pinnacle of Tier 3 and reached the realm of Tier 4. This was definitely not good news for the electric shock bear. However, Tier 4 was not unbeatable. The comprehensive attributes of an A-tier beast would definitely surpass those of this low-rarity spider. Lu Fong even had confidence that the electric shock bear's attributes at the pinnacle of Tier 3 might be higher than those of the Tier 4 fluffy spider. Thus, although Fong Ming's pet beast was of a high tier, the rarity of the beast limited its performance. In Lu Fong's view, this was yet another fight with no suspense, merely another effortful contestant trying to make a name for himself as a genius. Lu Fong, full of vigor, issued the command, "Big Bear, use Thunder Palm directly." Lu Fong Ming smiled faintly. From Lu Fong's expression he had already understood what Lu Fong was thinking. Just right, the opponent also wanted a quick battle, which suited him perfectly. Mao Mao switched to rock attribute, then used the spider web to restrain it. Fong Ming immediately issued the command to switch attributes. This is a special ability unique to the 3rd tier of fusion talent. It allows a pet beast to switch its attributes at will after a 100-fold fusion. Before this, the fluffy spider had multiple attributes but could only enhance its skills to a certain extent. Now, however, the fluffy spider can switch to a single attribute, making it highly immune to opposing attribute attacks. Just like this moment, the Thunder Claw Bear's Wind Thunder Palm, charged with powerful lightning, was about to strike the fluffy spider. This is an A-grade skill. Besides the core electric shock in the palm, it can create an electric field in the surrounding air, making the attack whistle through the wind, hence the name Wind Thunder. Usually, against such a move, most magical beasts, even if they dodged the palm strike, would still be paralyzed by the nearby electric field, quickly losing ground in combat. But now, the fluffy spider has switched to rock attribute. Being non-conductive, it's immune to the lightning attack. The spider elegantly leapt to dodge the strike. The surrounding electric field did not affect its movements at all. At this moment, not only was the Thunderclaw Bear stunned, Lu Fong, who was commanding on the side, was also stunned. Even the students below, who had been taught a lesson by Lu Fong and were waiting to see a good show, were stunned. Also, the teacher supervising the exam was equally shocked. A spider-type magical beast immune to lightning attacks, unheard of. Is this a new mutation direction? In the center of the arena, Thunderclaw Bear's determined attack missed, creating a significant opening. The battle-hardened fluffy spider would not miss such an opportunity. It opened its mouth and spat out thousands of spider silks, instantly forming a large net that enveloped the Thunderclaw Bear. With its palms missing the target, both were bound. It was over. Fong Ming shook his head at the scene. The next moment, the fluffy spider pounced on the temporarily helpless Thunderclaw Bear, an E-grade skill, Venomous Sting Bite. Although it's a lower-tier minor skill, it consumes little spiritual power and has a very short skill interval. 3 seconds later, the previously vigorous Thunderclaw Bear, who was struggling fiercely in the spider web, suddenly lost strength and collapsed limply. Not good. This scene was completely unexpected for Lu Fong, who was just about to grit his teeth and summon his second pet beast. But with the wings on the fluffy spider's back spread, it had already dashed to his face like lightning. The cold spider eyes seemed to carry a chilling murderous intent, and its 8-bone membrane-covered legs covered the sky, startling Lu Fang greatly. Knowing it was too late to summon again, he quickly shouted, "I concede." Fong Ming slightly smiled instantly, retracting the fluffy spider. With the disappearance of the fluffy spider, the spider web on the Thunderclaw bear also vanished, but the Thunderclaw bear was still lying soft on the ground, clearly heavily poisoned. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. Originally the system announced only 2 mutations. He was still wondering. Turns out the last 100-fold amplification was toxicity. Otherwise, given Mao Mao's grade E toxic sting, it shouldn't have had such a strong effect. But at this moment, as Lu Fang conceded the match outright, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Amidst this quiet, a sudden bizarre shout captured everyone's attention. "While worthy of being my big brother, our university's god, the everlasting pride of Jiangcheng." In this sentence, the words big brother and Jiangcheng were clearly emphasized with a raised tone. Fong Ming looked over somewhat speechlessly and sure enough saw the purple-haired show-off Wu Liang already excitedly waving and rushing towards him. The crowd of students below, watching the 2 oddballs who appeared suddenly at the last moment, remained speechless for a long time. However, the name Jiangcheng had already etched itself into many people's minds. Meanwhile, the somewhat dazed proctor finally coughed to regain his composure and announced the result of the match. This competition concluded with Fong Ming of Jiangcheng victorious, elevating him to the first rank in the freshman ranking competition. Woohoo! Before Fong Ming could even react, Wu Liang beside him already raised his hands high, happily celebrating for him. God of our university, truly a face saver. For our Jiangcheng, always number 1, we are always the top. Fong Ming silently turned his head. If possible, he really didn't want to know him. As the proctor announced, the crowd below instantly erupted into complete frenzy. "Dude, I checked the time, it's only been 1 minute, really just 1 minute, there's still 1 minute left in the ranking competition. This guy is too fierce," sweeping through Lu Fang and Maya. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. This freshman first place, honestly, I'm totally impressed. It should indeed be him." Watching the boiling crowd below, Lu Fang, who had just been defeated, had his face completely darkened. Losing the first place was a minor issue, but more importantly, his ranking was now totally wiped out, and the time Fong Ming left him was only 1 minute. Lu Fang clenched his teeth. 1 minute, and currently his electric bear was still unconscious. He couldn't be sure he could defeat the candidates ahead of him. After thinking, he still launched a challenge against the student ranked 10th. Fong Ming shook his head. Rash. With time pressing, Lu Fang had to attack forcefully to win, but his chosen opponent was still a 3rd-tier beast master. Against an opponent of the same rank, unless the strength difference was too vast, it was virtually impossible for one side to quickly break through if the other was fully defensive. Hearing his words, Wu Liang immediately leaned over. "What are you saying, University God?" Fong Ming looked at him speechlessly. "Why would you choose Lingyu Academy?" Wu Liang's true identity should be the son of the Lord of Wucheng. After all, in the entire Jiang city, only the city lord's Wu family could foster such formidable strength along with such a willful character. According to what Fong Ming knew, Ji Pin from Jinghua Academy had good relations with the Wu family. Given their relationship, it was expected that Wu Liang would be sent to Jinghua Academy. Isn't this just to follow in your footsteps, boss?" Wu Liang rubbed his hands together, giving Fong Ming an innocently honest look. Fong Ming furrowed his brows, still unsure how best to communicate with him, and could only respond helplessly, "You don't need to call me boss, we're just classmates." "That won't do, classmate. There's no one closer than a boss, and besides, you saved my life during the beast tide at the special training camp. I, Wu Liang, acknowledge you as my boss." Wu Liang grinned cheekily, implying it didn't matter whether Fong Ming acknowledged it or not. He was determined to stick around. If it weren't for the need to balance the power dynamics in Jiang City and not offend the Wu family, to stay close to the Wang family, Fong Ming would have been sorely tempted to kick this purple-haired show-off into the air. However, now that Wu Liang was indeed choosing to side with him, Fong Ming couldn't help but wonder what Wu, the great neutral city lord striving for balance, would think. Just then, the proctor finally announced the time was up. "Time's up. All ongoing battles must stop immediately, and the results will not count towards the final rankings." This announcement caused a stir among the spectators because, up to now, there was still one battle ongoing. It was between the original first place Lu Fang and the current 10th ranked boy. Lu Fang had thought he could quickly defeat his opponent. However, the 10th ranked boy was shrewd, adopting a purely defensive strategy, refusing to engage directly and focusing solely on defense. In a typical fight, this tactic would lead to exhaustion and injuries, eventually breaking the defense and resulting in defeat. Unfortunately, even with Lu Fang attacking with full force, he couldn't break through the defense within 1 minute. Unsurprisingly to Fang Ming, Lu Fang didn't win within a minute. The consequence was that Lu Fang, the top scholar from Shan City, was now at the bottom of the rankings. In other words, he was now ranked last. Although the freshman ranking competition only determined the points distribution for the first month after enrollment, this humiliation was now permanently etched in Lu Fang's Beastmaster career. Lu Fang could already foresee the upcoming headlines. Shan City's top scholar Lu Fang performs poorly in the newcomers ranking competition at the Spiritual Realm Academy, ends up last. Jiang City's Fang Ming. Lu Fang's eyes blazed with fire as he glared fiercely at Fang Ming, who was now firmly holding the first place. This figure had been deeply etched into his mind. One day Lu Fang will avenge this. The new student ranking competition officially ended with the announcement from the proctor. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Fang Ming. I remembered then Fang Ming was that top scholar from Jiang City, yes, and not just that, he was also the young tower master of our Jiang City. Some students from Jiang City began to boast proudly. What? He came through the preliminaries undefeated, ranked 3rd nationwide. Honestly, that sounds a bit far-fetched. What? He reached the top floor of the Sky Tower. Now that's even more unbelievable. What? He faced a beast tied with a bunch of 100% pure energy crystals. Dude, you're really stretching it now, even more than the previous statements. However, it wasn't just one student. Several from Jiang City spoke in unison, making all the new students gape at Fang Ming in the center of the arena. Right, he has 1 head and 2 hands, no mutations, so why is he so extraordinary? At this moment, Wu Liang was grinning at Fang Ming. Fang the Great, you don't know how anxiously I've been waiting for you. I almost thought you wouldn't show up. Fang Ming couldn't even look him in the eye. Wu Liang, to be honest, we're really not that close. No problem, we'll get to know each other better, right? We're all from the same place after all, and folks from the same place should look out for each other, Wu Liang said, unfazed by the rejection. Still cheerful, Fang Ming just shrugged. There was nothing he could do about this shameless guy as long as Wu Liang didn't bother him too much. The ice bird in the sky had vanished in a flash. A voice echoed in Fang Ming's ears, come to the dean's office, I'll be waiting for you there. Without hesitation, Fang Ming started walking out. Wu Liang immediately chased after him. Fang the Great, where are you off to? You've just arrived at the academy, you don't know your way around here. Where do you need to go? I can show you the way. After a brief silence, Fang Ming said, Dean's office. Wu Liang paused, gave him a weird look, then pointed towards a domed building ahead. That building. Right there is the main office area for the academy's faculty. It should be over there. Oh, I just remembered I have something else to do. You go ahead, Fang the Great, I'll catch up with you later. A smile tugged at Fang Ming's lips. He walked towards the building Wu Liang had pointed out. This building was a unique dome-shaped structure with modern design, its smooth lines outlining an elegant silhouette. The huge dome reflected dazzling light under the sun, resembling a splendid crown. Just as Fang Ming approached the entrance of the building, he saw Yi Bei Wang already standing by the chic, circular fountain at the door, watching the fountain spray. The babbling sound of the water added a touch of vivacity and vitality to the solemn architecture. Mr. Yi, does the dean want to see me? Fang Ming asked with a hint of confusion. Yi Bei Wang nodded. It's about the rewards we mentioned before your admission. Fang Ming's eyes lit up. The two walked into the building, one after the other, their footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. The dean's office was on the top floor of the building. As the elevator doors slowly parted to the sides, the first thing that came into view was a corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly. The floor of the corridor was laid with black marble that bore mysterious patterns, and the walls on both sides were intermittently inlaid with uniquely shaped wall lamps, giving off an especially solemn air. Most eye-catching, however, were the magical beast heads displayed in the cabinets that lined the corridor. Some bared their teeth, as if still struggling in their last moments of life. Others had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly carrying endless resentment and unwillingness. These heads varied in size and form, but each exuded a chilling aura. Among them was a giant lion's head, its mane like flames and its sharp fangs glinting coldly under the light. There was also a head resembling a Jiaolong, river dragon, its eyes tightly closed and a prominent horn on its forehead still radiating dignity and dominance. Fang Ming glanced at them inadvertently and was taken aback. All these magical beast specimens were of A rank or higher, each seemingly telling tales of fierce battles and brutal life and death struggles. Yi Bei Wang's face was solemn, his gaze slowly sweeping over those magical beast heads, his voice deep. These are all part of the Dean's collection. Each magical beast head represents a battle. Over the years, the Dean has killed countless magical beasts, and only those of the 7th rank or higher qualify to be collected. Looking at those heads, Fong Ming's image of the Dean had now transformed into that of a fierce battle-crazed man. Yi Beiwang paused, then continued. The Dean is one of the 5 S-grade beast tamers with exceptional talent in Long Country. An S-grade talent beast tamer. Fong Ming was slightly startled. An S-grade beast tamer stood at the pinnacle of the beast taming world, the target of admiration and pursuit by countless beast tamers. The 5 S-grade beast tamers had all reached the peak of the 8th rank, the guardians and cornerstones of the entire Long Country. Moreover, the Dean. Yi Beiwang's words were suddenly cut off by a crisp, bell-like voice from behind. Fong Ming turned around subconsciously, only to see a petite and adorable little loli appearing before him. The little loli was dressed in a pink dress embroidered with exquisite floral patterns, and she wore a pair of white leather shoes looking like a little sprite straight out of a fairy tale. Her cheeks were plump like ripe apples, and her large watery eyes resembled a clear lake blinking curiously as she glanced back and forth between Fong Ming and Yi Beiwang. With 2 playful pigtails bouncing gently with her movements, Fong Ming slightly furrowed his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he said, "Little sister, are you the Dean's child? This top floor is exclusive to the Dean. It's not generally accessible to others." His gaze was filled with doubt as he scrutinized the seemingly innocent little girl. Yi Beiwang coughed dryly on the side, his face slightly embarrassed, but he remained silent. The little girl, however, was not at all shy, still smilingly observing Fong Ming with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Then, in a crisp voice, she asked, "Do you have a very special talent?" Fong Ming was startled, his heart suddenly trembling, because when the little girl spoke, her gaze seemed to penetrate him. Her sharp and profound eyes seemed to reach directly into the deepest, most hidden corners of his heart, giving him a feeling of having nowhere to hide. His spiritual senses were always alert, able to keenly perceive even the slightest changes in his surroundings and people. Naturally, he had already sensed that this little girl was no ordinary child. Behind that seemingly innocent smile there seemed to be something unusual hidden. Could it be? A strange guess surfaced in his mind. Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly like weeds in his heart, making his heartbeat involuntarily speed up. He looked at the little girl and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. This strangeness was indescribable, as if an invisible force was pulling at his thoughts. Fong Ming instinctively turned his head to look at Yi Beiwang and indeed saw Yi Beiwang blinking at him. That look seemed to contain a hint or perhaps a helpless reminder. Dean. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment before tentatively speaking, his voice carrying a mix of uncertainty and caution. As soon as Fong Ming uttered Dean, the entire corridor suddenly quieted down. Yi Beiwang, on the other hand, sighed in relief. The little girl, however, puckered her lips unhappily, showing a displeased expression. "You figured it out." Her demeanor was quite adorable, like a child whose secret had been discovered. Fong Ming smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "Dean, although you appear in this form, I can still feel an extraordinary aura about you." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, fearing that his response might displease the Dean, but the little girl just waved her hand dismissively and said, "You probably couldn't really see through my disguise. Your guess was just a fluke, wasn't it?" Fong Ming was at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue the conversation. "Boring, come with me." The little girl dismissed Fong Ming's embarrassment and turned to lead the way. In that moment, her small figure exuded an undeniable authority. Fong Ming and Yi Beiwang exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The 3 of them passed through the long corridor and finally entered the office at the very end. As Fong Ming entered the room, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. The office was decorated in an unexpectedly childlike fashion, drenched in a thick, youthful theme. Dominated by shades of pink, the space exuded a warm, sweet ambience. The walls were plastered with adorable cartoon stickers, and the room was filled with a multitude of plush toys, with dolls of all sizes piled up like mountains. Like a cheerful little bird, a little girl plopped onto the central princess bed in the room. The bed was a dreamy masterpiece, with pink gauze draping down from above, gently swaying with the girl's movements. The bed was covered with various cute cushions, colorful and of diverse shapes. Seeing this scene, Fong Ming wore a puzzled expression. After all, who would expect to find a bed in an office? He looked around, his sense of disbelief growing. The place was dressed up, not at all resembling an office but more like a child's bedroom. Yet Yi Beiwang, seemingly oblivious to the unusual decor, walked casually to a sofa near the room entrance and sat down. This sofa was perhaps the only piece of Furniture in the room that seemed relatively normal, a black leather sofa, simple and elegant, starkly contrasting with the rest of the room's whimsical setup. Fong Ming quickly took a seat next to him, his mind swirling with questions. Director Fong Ming is here, let's discuss serious matters. Yi Bei Wang finally spoke up, noticing the little girl seemingly having the time of her life on the big bed, completely forgetting the purpose of their meeting. With a couple of reluctant hums, the little girl, clearly unhappy, obediently sat up. She clumsily moved off the bed and sat in her own special princess chair, arms crossed in front of her, eyes glaring at Fong Ming as if trying to see right through him. Is your talent in creation? She asked seriously. Fong Ming shook his head and replied earnestly, I possess a combat-type talent. I can merge materials into pets to enhance their combat abilities. No wonder your aura seemed peculiar, the little girl muttered under her breath, her brow slightly furrowed as if pondering something. Can you really create energy crystals with 100% purity? She continued to press. Yi Bei Wang, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. Director, we've seen it with our own eyes. You were the one who insisted we bring him here. The little girl's face turned red with annoyance and she retorted loudly, Yi Lao, what do you know? This is called negotiating. Fong Ming finally realized what the odd feeling nagging at him was. It was the little girl's awkward attempt to act grown up. Despite her youthful appearance and nature, she was putting on a facade of maturity which was both amusing and exasperating, but it didn't make sense. Normally, to become a director and an S-class beast master, one would have had years of training, so it's likely that this director, due to some special circumstances, had reverted to a younger appearance after achieving her cultivation. The little girl's behavior, along with her childish yet stubborn temperament, made it hard to associate her with the respected world-weary image of a dean. Could this little girl really be just a child? Another outrageous guess uncontrollably surged to the forefront of Fong Ming's mind. No, that couldn't be possible. Fong Ming immediately dismissed the thought and tried to calm himself down to think. He remembered the chilling specimens outside, all those were heads of high-level A-grade magical beasts. How could a child harbor such intense killing intent, and with so many trophies? It was clear that they were the result of countless battles where combat experience couldn't be gained overnight. How old was this little girl anyway? It just didn't make sense. Seemingly finding Fong Ming somewhat agreeable, the little girl finally relented, though her tone carried a hint of reluctance. All right then, show me your energy crystal. She extended a delicate and cute little hand towards Fong Ming. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out an energy crystal and respectfully handed it over. Her big eyes sparkled as she took the crystal, shining like stars twinkling in the night sky. She stared intently at the crystal in her hands, her eyes filled with curiosity and desire. Then slowly, she began to push the crystal towards her mouth. The action was decisive, as if it were the most natural thing to do. Yi Bei, seeing this, suddenly changed color and shouted urgently, Dean. Hearing the shout, the little girl stopped what she was doing. She pouted sulkily and threw the crystal back, muttering, stingy, I just wanted to taste it. Fong Ming was at a loss for words, unsure how to react. Was this really the logic of tasting something? How could the dean really be like a child, wanting to put anything that seemed edible into her mouth? Maybe let's appoint Fong Ming as the super pharmacist then, just let him purify energy crystals for the academy. The little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then gave a big wave of her small hand, puffing out her chest as if very pleased with her decision. Fong Ming was speechless again. He came here full of expectations, not to be a pharmacist dedicated solely to purifying energy crystals. Yi Bei also looked troubled and quickly said, Dean, Fong Ming is a newcomer. He can't just be stuck doing logistics. He has his own cultivation path to follow with limitless potential to be explored. He can't be restricted to logistic work. Hearing this, a strange gleam flickered in the little girl's eyes. You talk too much. What exactly do you want to do? As soon as these words came out, a formidable aura suddenly filled the room. A powerful oppressive force burst forth from that small body, and before Fong Ming could react, he was pressed down to the ground. On one side, Elder Yi was also quite taken aback, completely bewildered by the little girl's sudden change of demeanor. Truly, her mood swings were faster than flipping through a book. Elder Yi quickly spoke up, though his voice trembled slightly. Dean, didn't you say it was all right to discuss this? It was you who specified that this young one should come. The little girl narrowed her eyes, gazing deeply at Fong Ming. Since that's the case, I might as well give this to you. As soon as her words fell, the pitch-black object was hurled directly at Fong Ming. Startled, Fong Ming managed to react in time and caught it with his hands. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a small black cauldron. Fong Ming was momentarily puzzled, not quite understanding the dean's intention. The little girl glanced at Fong Ming, her expression indifferent. An S-grade spiritual instrument, the heavenly spirit cauldron. Are you satisfied now? Elder Yi, caught by surprise, coughed repeatedly, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. An S-grade spiritual instrument. Fong Ming was also stunned. Although impressive, it was clearly meant for alchemy. The problem was he wasn't an alchemist at all. However, it seemed this was the best deal the little girl was willing to offer. If he asked for more, he might come off as greedy and truly annoy her. Fong Ming sighed. Dean, you are generous. The little girl lifted her head proudly. Humph, does that mean you agree to supply our academy with energy crystals? I naturally agree. Though it means a bit more work for little red. Fong Ming nodded, thinking to himself, don't think I need these things from you. Currently you can only refine crystals of the same tier, and I am not even interested in third-tier materials, the little girl declared proudly. These crystals are for nurturing the future of our academy. Elder Ye's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Dean, does this mean these crystals can eventually be integrated into the academy's points exchange system? The little girl nodded. Seeing her current mood, which had evidently improved, at least the pressure she was exerting had withdrawn, Fong Ming and Elder Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The little girl glanced at them. Do you have anything else to say? Fong Ming scratched his head, appearing somewhat restrained, and spoke. Dean, I can consistently supply a certain amount of energy crystals to the academy, but I still hope you can help me with one thing. You dare to make a request? The little girl looked at him, her gaze intensifying again. Fong Ming met her eyes, suppressing the tingling of his scalp as he continued. I hope the dean can help me with a spiritual energy guidance session every week. This request should not be difficult for you. Spiritual energy guidance is often a practice where high-level beastmasters help lower-level practitioners adjust, helping them absorb and utilize spiritual energy more effectively, enhancing their training efficiency and results. The little girl thought for a moment and nodded slightly, saying this request is indeed not difficult. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you with that. Fong Ming smiled slightly, his expression relaxed as he said, thank you very much, Dean. It seems we have a deal. The little girl beamed a smile, looking exceedingly cute. Clearly, the displeasure from before had vanished like smoke in the air, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise again. The little girl frowned slightly, scrutinizing Fong Ming with her gaze, and slowly said, your foundation in spiritual power is very solid. In fact, it doesn't really matter whether you need to channel spiritual energy or not, Fong Ming responded without hesitation. That was before. From now on I plan to enhance my strength at full speed using energy crystals. Hearing this, Yi Beiwang, who was standing by, suddenly widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, you're mad. That's like trying to help the shoots grow by pulling them upwards. It's very risky. Fong Ming, with a look that seemed to say it was only natural, replied, that's exactly why I made this request. The little girl had an epiphany. So that's it. It seems you have an urgent need to improve your strength. Fong Ming got straight to the point, his expression serious and resolute. I believe the dean is also aware of the heavenly fire issue with the Yi family. I have solemnly promised to resolve this matter within a year. His eyes flickered with determination. The little girl pouted, her eyebrows furrowed and her arms crossed in front of her chest, her face full of disbelief as she said, bluffing. She looked like a child who doesn't believe in adult promises. Fong Ming, helpless, said little girl as she waved her hand nonchalantly and shook her head, I don't care about the rest. You've only made this request and I've agreed. You can't go back on your word now. Fong Ming nodded vigorously, saying earnestly, of course. Yi Beiwang, however, furrowed his brows, his face filled with worry. Fong Ming, you have access to energy crystals of complete purity, which allows for continuous absorption of spiritual energy and rapid enhancement of spiritual power. While this is one way, it is very easy to exhaust the potential of a beast master. Moreover, after a rapid enhancement, beast masters often cannot adapt to their own suddenly increased power. The risks involved are immense, and a slight mishap could damage your cultivation foundation, even affecting your future prospects. He understood that Fong Ming had made this decision after careful consideration, but still couldn't help speaking out. Fong Ming's gaze was firm, like a blazing fire, as he said solemnly, I trust the dean's abilities. The little girl widened her eyes, raising her delicate finger pointing at herself, her face full of disbelief. Surprised me. After hearing this, Yi Beiwang also nodded solemnly, showing his agreement. Although sometimes a bit whimsical, the dean's capabilities are beyond doubt. The little girl, upon hearing this, immediately got angry, her face turning bright red as she stomped her foot and shouted, who are you calling whimsical? Seeing her Like this, Yi Beiwang calmly reached into his pocket and crisply pulled out a beautifully packaged, colorful candy. He then placed it beside the little girl's hand in a fluid motion as if he had rehearsed it many times. The little girl glared at him, seemingly still quite dissatisfied with his earlier words. With a forceful snort and a pout, she said, "Stuff for deceiving kids, who would like that?" While speaking, her eyes were fixed intently on it, clearly filled with longing and affection. Yi Beiwang smiled slightly and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The little girl quietly picked up one, and seeing that Yi Beiwang hadn't noticed her actions, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then she yawned lazily and said, "Alright, I'm a bit sleepy now, you guys go out." Fong Ming took a deep breath and added, "Wait a moment, I have another matter to ask the dean." Hearing this, the little girl immediately put down the candy she was tightly holding and her expression turned serious, saying, "Alright, go ahead." Fong Ming looked earnest and eager as he slowly began, regarding the heavenly fire seal apart from currently suppressing it entirely with ice spirit power. Is there another better method? The little girl tilted her head, a thoughtful look on her face, and asked, "Do you know the essence of heavenly fire?" Fong Ming shook his head blankly, his eyes fixed on the little girl, waiting for her answer. At that moment, the expression on the little girl's face suddenly changed. Her previously clear and bright eyes flashed with a dark hue, deep and mysterious, as if hiding endless secrets and unknowns. Her gaze turned sharp and profound, no longer the innocent look from before, and she said coldly, "The essence of heavenly fire is also an energy body, so to counteract energy, besides using the opposite energy for balance and stability, you can also use homogeneous energy for guided transfer." Fong Ming was startled, his face full of surprise, and hesitantly said, "You mean using energy of the same fire attribute for guided transfer?" The little girl nodded expressionlessly, seriously saying it must be the same high-quality fire energy to avoid causing the heavenly fire to go berserk. Fong Ming frowned deeply, then asked, "Does the dean have any recommendations?" The little girl looked at Fong Ming as if he were foolish, matter-of-factly saying, "What's there to recommend? Besides the Yi family's heavenly fire, aren't there several other types in the world?" Fong Ming followed up helplessly, "What about besides heavenly fire?" The little girl smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of mystery. "Then it would have to be at least an S-class fire attribute magical beast like the vermilion bird." Vermilion bird, Fong Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Vermilion bird, an S-class magical beast, had been the dominant force in the south of Dragon Country for many years, one of the pinnacle forces in the magical beast world. Fong Ming sighed helplessly. "Is there another choice?" The little girl looked at Fong Ming, her eyes somewhat eerie, as if her gaze could penetrate Fong Ming's soul, sending a chill through him. "Yes," she slowly said. The temperature in the room, unbeknownst to them, had dropped again. A mysterious chill seemed to penetrate one's bones, making one shiver involuntarily. The little girl slowly began to speak, her voice particularly clear and cold in the chilly air. "Once the celestial fire reaches this level, it becomes sentient, and to some extent it becomes a magical beast, so if there's a way to subdue it, you can capture the celestial fire." Fong Ming listened, his face filled with disbelief. Celestial fire can become sentient and turn into a magical beast? The little girl slightly narrowed her eyes, lost in her memories, and said, "I have personally seen a special light spirit which seemed to be born from a beam of light. It radiated a brilliance like the stars, gentle and warm yet containing immense power. Its power could heal wounds and breathe new life, truly miraculous." Yi Bei looked on in surprise, his eyes wide open, clearly having never heard such a thing before. But then something else occurred to him, and he sighed. The key issue is the current soul-scorching flame has not yet become a sentient entity. The little girl shrugged her shoulders, spreading her hands helplessly. "Exactly, that's the problem. Unless there's a way to induce its birth, there are no better options." Fong Ming fell silent, his brow furrowed deep in thought. "Induce the birth of a sentient entity? Alright, is that all?" The little girl waved her hand again, her face showing a bit of impatience. "Right, you should add me as a friend. Let me know in advance when you want to come over." Fong Ming nodded silently, following Yi Bei out of the office, his mind still echoing with the little girl's words, his thoughts in disarray. Yi Bei looked at him, silent all the way, his expression serious. Only when they had left the building, distancing themselves from that mysterious environment, did Yi Bei finally speak, his voice intentionally lowered as if worried about being overheard. "You really are bold." Fong Ming scratched his head, puzzled. "What's the situation with this dean?" Naturally, Fong Ming had heard of the top 5 S-class beast masters, but he had never actually met one. He had not expected the real person to be a little girl, which was totally unexpected. Yi Bei frowned deeply, his expression grave. From the first time I met her she has always looked like this, and she hasn't changed over the years. How many years are we talking about? Fong Ming swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. About 10 years, I guess. Yi Bei's face took on a nostalgic look, his gaze becoming distant and profound. After the old dean died, she suddenly appeared. However, she seems to have two personalities. One is truly innocent like a little girl, the other is a bloodthirsty witch. Hearing this, Fong Ming's brow furrowed tightly, a chill rising in his heart. So when I heard your suggestion today, I wanted to stop it. Yi Bei sighed, his face full of helplessness. I didn't expect you to be so adamant. Fong Ming took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. She's the dean, and I'm a student, she shouldn't do anything to me, right? Yi Bei coughed dryly. Good luck. The two slowly walked out of the building, stepping into a bustling scene outside. The freshman ranking matches had just concluded, but the new students lingered still. Some wandered alone while others explored the academy in small groups, taking in the scenery. Many gathered together, animatedly discussing the thrilling moments of the competitions, their laughter and voices echoing in every corner of the campus. The upperclassmen were busy too, setting up stalls along the main paths of the academy. These stalls were filled with an array of exotic items: precious medicinal pills, mysterious talismans, ancient spiritual weapons, and various homemade trinkets. Meanwhile, various cultivation clubs were eagerly recruiting new members. These clubs covered a wide range of cultivation fields such as swordsmanship, spiritual power control, and beast taming skills. Joining these clubs provided access to certain cultivation resources and professional guidance, helping members grow and progress faster on their cultivation journey. However, joining required a certain amount of points, serving as both a test and a selection criterion for the members. The leaders of the clubs energetically promoted their benefits and advantages, drawing the attention and interest of the new students. By the way, that Starfire medal of yours can be directly exchanged for points. Yi Bei Wang turned to Fong Ming and said. Fong Ming looked puzzled. What's the use of points? In this school your money is useless. Points are the real currency. Points were widely used and important. They could be exchanged for various basic necessities like food and lodging, as well as precious cultivation resources, whether medicinal pills, spiritual weapons, or even high-level magical beast eggs. Points could even be used to rent special cultivation areas within the academy, which often featured rich spiritual energy and unique cultivation environments, significantly boosting cultivation efficiency and effectiveness. As Yi Bei Wang explained in detail, he led Fong Ming along a shaded path. The most important thing, Yi Bei Wang continued, is that points cannot be traded. This is to ensure fairness, allowing everyone to earn them based on their own abilities and efforts, so you should cherish the points you earn. Fong Ming nodded in understanding. Are there other ways to earn points? He asked. Yi Bei Wang smiled. Yes, by completing various tasks assigned by the academy, participating in competitions, and the most stable method is that one, the old man said, pointing towards a giant screen not far away. Displayed on it was the freshly updated Starfire list with Fong Ming's name at the very top. The shining light seemed to announce his exceptional status to everyone. The leaderboard was settled monthly, and the points there were substantial. The academy used these points to encourage all students to compete in cultivation and constantly strive for higher rankings. Yi Bei Wang spoke softly. Fong Ming, looking at his name at the top of the list, felt a surge of ambition in his eyes. Yi Bei Wang patted his shoulder. Keep it up. With your potential you're sure to make a remarkable impact here at the academy. Fong Ming nodded. At that moment the noise around them was overwhelming. This was still the liveliest scene he had witnessed since arriving in Mo City. This is the special ice frost chi pill made by the Yi family, which can help suppress the fire poison in your body. Yi Bei Wang suddenly remembered something and took out a small bottle of pills from his bosom, handing it to Fong Ming. It can only suppress, not immunize you against the fire poison, so you might suffer a bit, he added, sighing involuntarily. Fong Ming, with a calm expression, received it. Thank you, Elder Yi. It seemed he thought again of the cause of all this, the Yi family's fiery dilemma. Yi Bei Wang waved his hand. You better get familiar with it, I'm leaving. Elder Yi, take care, Fong Ming said, watching the old man's retreating figure, silently bowing in respect. No sooner had Yi Bei Wang left than a hurried voice came from behind. Master Fong, it's bad. Hearing the shout, the voice was filled with urgency and panic. Fong Ming instinctively turned around, only to see a figure stumbling towards him. The figure ran in a slightly panicked manner, with faltering steps, as if in great trouble. Master Fong, it's bad. Our Jiang City Association is being surrounded by seniors. The newcomer panted heavily, shouting loudly with a face full of anxiety. Frowning, Fong Ming looked at the newcomer, his eyes full of confusion. Who are you, and what is this Jiang City Association? The man wore a pained expression, his face showing helplessness as he hurriedly explained. My name is Jia Shangyang, I'm also from Jiang City. We locals from Jiang City formed an association at Lingyu Academy to look out for each other and exchange help. But just after it was established, it was surrounded. Fang Ming's brows furrowed even more, continuing to inquire. Why are they surrounding you? Jia Shangyang's face turned odd. Hesitatingly he said, it's a tradition here at the academy. The seniors collect integration fees from the juniors, claiming it helps the juniors adapt faster to the academy's rules, but it's actually just them bullying the newcomers because they joined the academy earlier. Hearing this, Fang Ming's expression darkened, a wave of dissatisfaction rising in his heart. Is this a tradition at Lingyu Academy? He looked skeptical and was clearly displeased and baffled by this so-called tradition. Jia Shangyang also looked indignant, his face full of resentment. We just found out about this and some students argued with them, but those seniors are unreasonable and just beat them up. They are very harsh. Fang Ming thought for a moment, then asked further, did they only surround the Jiang City Association? Jia Shangyang shook his head vigorously. No other newly formed small clubs were also surrounded. Those seniors are indiscriminate, sparing no groups formed by the freshmen. Fang Ming didn't want to meddle in idle matters as he had many of his own issues to handle, but he looked up at the giant screen listing names above, his gaze flickering slightly. On that list, in addition to the Spark list, there were also the Starshine list and the Constellation list. His mind stirred and he changed his decision. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to gauge the capabilities of these senior students. Lead the way, Fang Ming said decisively, his tone firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Jia Shangyang's eyes lit up as if he had seen a great hope. He nodded excitedly, then trotted ahead, leading Fang Ming along the way. His steps were light and eager, as if with Fang Ming's support all problems could be easily solved. They continued along the main thoroughfare used for the club recruitment fair. The late summer heat had not yet fully dissipated, and the air was filled with stifling warmth. Like a giant steamer, making it uncomfortably hot, numerous stalls were neatly arranged along both sides of the road, mostly under the shade of trees. The tall trees acted like giant green umbrellas, casting patches of cool shade below. However, the prime spots that offered a bit of cool relief were mostly occupied by the well-known, prestigious clubs. The stalls of these major clubs were beautifully decorated with elaborate decorations and eye-catching signs that dazzled onlookers. In contrast, clubs newly formed by freshmen were relegated to the corners, with some even half exposed to the scorching sun without any shelter. The freshman stalls looked plain and shabby, with just a few simple signs and a handful of items appearing somewhat desolate in the sunlight. At that moment, on the left side of the shaded avenue, several youths dressed in black and red uniforms were tightly surrounding a stall. Their figures stood out in the sunlight, resembling a group of hungry vultures intently focusing on their prey and exuding an intangible pressure. Each of these youths was tall, their faces stern, and their eyes revealed arrogance and disdain. Their black and red uniforms were crisp and neat, exuding an air of authority. Their behavior was overbearing. Some crossed their arms, while others pointed at the people at the stall, continuously speaking as if declaring their dominance to the world. In the center of the crowd there were about a dozen freshmen. Their faces showed anger and defiance, tightly grouped together as if guarding something precious. Leading them was Wu Liang with his long purple hair. Wu Liang's hair fluttered in the breeze like burning purple flames, giving off a wild aura. His handsome face was slightly reddened with anger and his eyes burned with fury. Why should we give our points to you? Which rule of the academy explicitly states that? Wu Liang looked furiously at the opponents, his voice loud and firm, filled with questioning and resistance. Next to him, a junior was lying on the ground surrounded by other students who were tending to his wounds. The pain on the junior's face and the visible injuries on his body were heart-wrenching to see. Fang Ming arrived just in time to witness this scene. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Wu Liang. The biases he had long held against Wu Liang seemed to diminish considerably. He had always thought of Wu Liang as a reckless scion relying solely on his background and power to act willfully, yet surprisingly Wu Liang proved himself capable of standing up when it mattered, showing some level of responsibility. Fang Ming pondered this quietly, his opinion of Wu Liang shifting slightly. Enough with the nonsense, just hand it over. Whether the academy says so or not, it has always been this way for years. This is called adhering to tradition, understand, said a muscular young man leading the group unapologetically. This brawny youth was tall and robust, his muscles well developed like a small mountain, his face bore a fierce expression, his eyes revealing a domineering and bullying nature, and his voice boomed like a bell, instilling fear in those who heard it. You think we'll give you points after you've started a fight? Wu Liang retorted, his voice filled with resolve and decisiveness. His gaze was fixed firmly on the muscular youth, showing no trace of fear. Oh, you've got some backbone, you'll be the next one I beat up, the muscular youth sneered, flashing a set of white teeth. His smile was filled with threats and provocations, chilling to the bone. Bring it on, you think I'm scared? I wasn't even there just now, and my big brother is on his way too. Believe it or not, when we join forces we'll have all of you crying for mercy, Wu Liang responded boldly. Several senior students burst into laughter, their laughter rolling like surging waves, each wave louder than the last, as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. Some laughed so hard they doubled over, others held their stomachs, their faces full of mockery. Every year, there's no shortage of freshmen who don't know the height of the sky, the muscular youth said, his face showing disdain, his eyes filled with scorn. He slightly lifted his chin, looking down on Wu Liang and the others as if they were insignificant ants. All right, since you're still not behaving, it's time to teach you a lesson, he said, his voice cold and merciless, as if pronouncing their fate. The muscular youth casually motioned with one hand, his movement suave and commanding. Suddenly, a huge black bear-shaped magical beast formed behind him. The black bear was massive and majestic, its presence formidable, inspiring fear in those who saw it. Its eyes glowed red like twin flames, its mouth open, revealing sharp teeth capable of crushing anything. A grade C level for magical beast. Wu Liang paled, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that even a random senior could summon a 4th level beast. Although it was only a grade C magical beast, the entire level of difference in power was enough to make the disparity in attributes between grade C and grade A negligible. Wu Liang, although always confident in his own abilities, knew that he was no match for a 4th-tier magical beast. The vast gap in strength left him feeling desperate, yet he did not shrink back. Instead, he gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. He summoned his grade A magical beast, the green wild Qingluo. Upon its appearance, it exuded a fresh aura, its verdant leaves swaying as if to show off its vitality to the world. However, compared to the enormous black bear beast, the green wild Qingluo seemed somewhat small and fragile. Ah, it's just a grade A green wild Qingluo, and only 3rd tier at that, the burly young man laughed. His laughter filled with mockery and disdain. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes conveying a look of scorn as if he were regarding a trivial ant. Without hesitation, he commanded the enormous black bear beast, which charged forward like a moving mountain. The black bear beast, with its heavy steps, caused the ground to tremble slightly beneath its feet. It bared its teeth and claws, its fierce momentum seeming to threaten to destroy everything in its path. Wu Liang bit down hard, his eyes revealing a mix of determination and defiance. Despite knowing the strength of the powerful 4th-tier magical beast he faced and the significant gap in their powers, he did not step back. He focused intently on the charging black bear beast, preparing for the imminent impact. Just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. The shadow was as quick as lightning and vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, a loud boom resounded like thunder. The enormous black bear beast was unexpectedly bound in place, unable to move. Suddenly, a giant fluffy spider appeared before everyone, radiating a mysterious aura. An ice ring instantly spread from its body, spreading rapidly like surging waves. Wherever the ice ring reached, everything was frozen, including the black bear beast and several older male students, all encased in thick layers of ice as if time itself had frozen them. Fong Ming, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked over. His steps were steady and composed, as if everything was under his control. His gaze was calm and deep, showing no sign of disturbance. His figure under the sunlight appeared exceptionally upright, like an unshakable mountain. Young man, who are you, daring to launch a sneak attack? The burly young man bellowed, his face full of anger. He struggled fiercely but could not break free from the thick ice, only managing to shout loudly at Fong Ming, "What sneak attack? This is called acting bravely for a just cause." Fong Ming shrugged, his face relaxed and easygoing. He walked unhurriedly to the front of the frozen group, his gaze calmly watching them. "Although you all are 4th-tier beast masters, being frozen for too long isn't good for your health," he said, his tone laced with a hint of teasing, as if the predicament before him was merely a minor game. The burly young man cursed. "Then why don't you release us?" His voice was filled with urgency and anger, and his gaze revealed a strong dissatisfaction. Fong Ming chuckled, his smile tinged with a hint of mockery. "I heard you're collecting points from the freshmen." His eyes sharpened. Fixating on the burly young man, the young man retorted righteously, "Of course, it's been the tradition for years. Did you think just stopping us would be enough? You're basically declaring war on all the senior students of the academy." His tone was threatening, almost warning Fong Ming not to act rashly. Fong Ming slowly furrowed his brows, his gaze turning deep and solemn. This practice of bullying the weak and forcibly taking points is truly despicable, he thought, appalled at the young man's audacity. "If that's the case, it's time they suffered a bit more. Scared, aren't you?" the burly young man said, seeing Fong Ming's serious face and becoming even more arrogant. A wild smile spread across his face, filled with pride and conceit. Thinking he had intimidated Fong Ming slowly shook his head, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. "On the contrary, I think this issue should indeed be blown up a bit more to get the school's full attention," he said in a calm and firm voice filled with resolve. "You're crazy, kid." The burly young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He almost thought he had misheard, unable to believe Fong Ming dared to think so boldly. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, as if he was looking at a madman. Fong Ming cracked a mysterious smile. "Mau, tie them all up and hang them from the trees," he commanded coldly and ruthlessly, as if issuing an order that could not be disobeyed. Squeak, the fluffy spider responded and swiftly moved to action. Its massive body agilely spun its web, rapidly tying up the senior students one by one. They struggled in terror, but their efforts were futile against the mighty strength of the fluffy spider. Meanwhile, the freshmen who had been stunned silent by the scene watched in shock as the once arrogant seniors were neatly hung from the trees in less than a minute. Their eyes were filled with shock and admiration, hardly believing that Fong Ming possessed such power and courage. Gulp. Aloud. Swallowing sound echoed at the scene. Was this literally hanging the seniors up and striking them? A scenario they dared not even imagine, yet Fong Ming had easily accomplished it. Everyone silently turned their gaze towards Fong Ming. They thought he was already formidable among his peers, but they had underestimated just how extraordinary he was. Thus, in the corner of this street, such a bizarre scene unfolded. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling the ground, and the few ordinary-looking trees now seemed particularly striking. Several seniors were hung upside down from the trees, their bodies gently swaying with the breeze, looking both awkward and comical. The faces of these seniors were flushed with either anger or embarrassment, each wearing a different expression. Their clothes became disheveled in the process of being hung upside down, and their hair hung down, losing the imposing air they usually carried. Many of the other new students in the clubs around them couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. They had also suffered from the bullying of these seniors and were filled with grievances and dissatisfaction. Now, seeing these usually arrogant seniors receiving their deserved punishment, their frustration was swept away. The commotion quickly attracted other seniors. The noise was like a large stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread rapidly. In an instant, about a dozen more seniors surrounded them from all sides. Their footsteps were chaotic and hurried, carrying a sense of oppression. These seniors all had unfriendly expressions, their eyes revealing anger and wariness. Fong Ming stood at the forefront, his posture as upright as a pine, like an unshakable mountain. His gaze was calm and firm, watching them encircle him without any change in expression. "Kid, who are you? Not afraid of causing trouble?" a senior leader asked, looking at Fong Ming with a complex gaze. His eyes swept back and forth over Fong Ming, trying to discern something from his expression and posture. This senior's face showed a hint of confusion and concern, as if he regretted Fong Ming's reckless actions. Fong Ming smiled slightly, his eyes showing no fear. "I've already done it, why should I be afraid of trouble?" His voice was clear and loud, filled with confidence. The senior sighed, his face showing a helpless expression. "Junior, I advise you kindly, do not be rash in your youth. It's not good to stand out too much. It was supposed to be just a matter of exchanging some points, but causing trouble is not good." His tone carried a hint of advice, hoping Fong Ming would recognize the situation and not get himself into unnecessary trouble. Fong Ming shook his head, his eyes revealing a firm belief. "It is because everyone holds back with this mindset that exploiters can act without restraint. Such an atmosphere should not exist in the 4 great academies. I am here to break this bad culture." His voice was firm and resolute, full of determination. His gaze swept over the surrounding seniors as if declaring his resolve. "Great." Wu Liang, who was beside him, immediately got excited and began clapping vigorously. His hands slapped together, making a crisp and loud sound. Wu Liang's face was filled with excitement and emotion, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Big brother, you really put on a good show. It's got my blood boiling," Wu Liang exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with excitement and admiration. His gaze firmly fixed on Fong Ming, he looked at him as though he was seeing a hero Fong Ming glanced back helplessly and said, "I'm not your brother." Wu Liang, however, didn't care and lifted his head to face the senior students, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, as if declaring their resolve to the seniors. "Listen up, our Jiangqing Association will be the first to rise in rebellion. If others dare not resist, we from Jiangqing dare. The things others dare not do, we from Jiangqing will undertake. That's just the kind of spirit we have." Wu Liang's voice was loud and firm, filled with pride and arrogance. The senior students on the opposite side shook their heads helplessly, their faces showing a complex expression. Their eyes conveyed both resignation and a hint of annoyance. "If that's the case, don't blame us for bullying the weak." The senior spoke with a decisive tone, seemingly resolved to teach these arrogant freshmen a lesson. Fong Ming chuckled, his face showing a trace of disdain. "Isn't that what you always do?" his voice tinged with sarcasm. "If so, there's no need for idle talk. It seems you're set on learning the hard way." As the seniors' magical powers surged, dozens of magical beasts filled the street, their presence exuding a powerful aura that pressed down intensely on those around. It was at this moment that the school teachers finally arrived. The teacher's figure appeared as swiftly as lightning, instantly materializing before everyone. His face wore a serious expression and his eyes emitted a commanding authority. "Stop this at once. Have you forgotten the school's motto? Inside the academy, large scale beast fights are forbidden. If you want to challenge each other, there are designated dueling arenas." The teacher's voice carried a sternness that felt unchallengeable. His gaze swept over the crowd, warning them against rash actions. Fong Ming's lips curled slightly, the subtle upward arc carrying a faint hint of a smile. His eyes bright and sharp, he looked at the approaching teacher and slowly spoke. "Teacher, these seniors are bullying the freshmen and taking their points. Doesn't that violate the academy's rules?" The teacher paused, his face reflecting contemplation. He furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering the question. "Such behavior is not encouraged, but the academy has always advocated fair competition and there isn't a specific regulation against it." The teacher's voice was calm and impartial, favoring neither the seniors nor siding completely with the freshmen. The seniors immediately looked at Fong Ming with a smug expression, their eyes filled with provocation. "Even if you go to the teacher, it's useless. We haven't broken any rules." They wore smug smiles as if they held the winning ticket. A shadow passed through Fong Ming's eyes, his deep gaze seemingly hiding endless fury. "So as long as you can win, you can take the others' points." His voice carried a hint of coldness. The teacher shook his head, his face bearing a stern expression. "Naturally, that won't do, but as a stake in a challenge, it could be acceptable." His voice carried an authority that made it hard to defy. His gaze swept over the crowd, almost as if warning them against any foolish actions. Fong Ming looked deeply at the teacher and nodded. "I understand." The teacher glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of command. "Good that you understand. Those up in the tree, you hung them there, right? Bring them down." It seemed the teacher had been observing from the sidelines all along. Fong Ming thought to himself, considering the teacher's reactions since his arrival, it was clear he was not oblivious to the events unfolding here. Perhaps the teacher had noticed the conflict early on, but chose to watch silently from the sidelines until things escalated beyond control. Now that the situation had grown serious enough to disrupt the academy's order, the teacher felt compelled to intervene. Fong Ming knew this but chose not to mention it. He understood that clashing with the teacher at this moment would not be wise and he had his own plans. Thus he calmly instructed the fuzzy spiders to let the senior students down. As soon as they were on the ground, the seniors glared at Fong Ming, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. The burly lead student in particular was defiant. He stepped forward, glaring at Fong Ming and shouted, "Kid, attacking by surprise? What skill is that? If you're brave, face me in the duel arena." His voice was loud and challenging, as if issuing a battle invitation to Fong Ming. Fong Ming nodded. "All right, I had the same idea." Hearing Fong Ming accept the challenge, the seniors' faces immediately showed smug smiles. Their lips curled slightly, their eyes twinkling with triumph. Clearly believing everything was under their control, they seemed to already envision Fong Ming's defeat in the arena, filled with anticipation and excitement. On the side, Wu Liang looked worried, his brows furrowed, his face expressing concern. He pulled Fong Ming closer, lowering his voice. "The leader, I checked him out. He seems to be ranked 73rd on the stellar list, not a weak one." Wu Liang's tone was filled with worry, aware of the senior's strength and concerned that Fong Ming might be at a disadvantage in the duel. Fong Ming responded indifferently, "Rank 73, hardly worth mentioning." His voice was calm and detached, seemingly not taking the seniors seriously. Wu Liang, resigned, said, "I know you're capable and can fight above your level, but the opponent is not simple either. Be careful." Wu Liang's tone was filled with concern and caution, hoping Fong Ming would not underestimate his opponent and would take the duel seriously. Fong Ming glanced at him, replying, "You've always been lawless. When did you start advising me to be careful?" Fong Ming's tone carried a rare hint of jest. Seemingly surprised by Wu Liang's transformation, Wu Liang looked at him earnestly. "I might have been joking before, but seeing you really standing up for these newcomers, I truly see you as our leader now." Wu Liang's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude, deeply impressed by Fong Ming's actions, and thus he held a newfound respect for him. Fong Ming, at a loss for words, replied, "Forget it, let's pretend I didn't ask." Wu Liang remained silent. The dueling arena was located at the end of the shady avenue, a mysterious and solemn building like a silent behemoth, quietly awaiting the approaching storm. As a large crowd marched towards it, they resembled a surging tide, instantly capturing numerous gazes. The upperclassmen walked with their heads held high in steady strides, their faces confident of victory. Their eyes revealed arrogance and confidence, as if the outcome of the duel was already predetermined. They conversed among themselves, their words filled with disdain for the newcomers, treating them as if they were mere ants to be toyed with at will. The newcomers, however, were markedly different, their faces etched with nervousness and unease. They followed closely behind, their eyes filled with worry and anticipation. While they believed in Fong Ming's strength and silently cheered him on, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Their hearts pounded like drums and the tense atmosphere felt almost suffocating. Meanwhile, almost all the newcomers had gathered, filling the surroundings of the dueling arena like a rushing tide. The crowd was tense, everyone's eyes fixed on the entrance of the arena, awaiting the moment to commence. The newcomers whispered among themselves, discussing the potential outcomes of the duel with voices full of unease and expectation. For a time, the area around the dueling arena was packed full. The air seemed to solidify with tension, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, Fong Ming stood quietly in the center of the arena, his posture as upright as a pine. He slightly lifted his head, sensing the various gazes from the crowd, nervous, anticipatory, skeptical, yet his expression remained as calm as ever, as if the chaos around him was of no concern. "Shouldn't there be a wager for the duel?" Fong Ming slowly spoke, his voice steady and powerful, cutting through the tense atmosphere with clarity. He calmly gazed at the burly senior across from him, his eyes devoid of any fear. The burly senior snorted coldly, his face showing a trace of disdain. "You dare propose a wager with me?" His voice was laced with mockery, as if laughing at Fong Ming's audacity. Fong Ming replied indifferently, "It should be so. Haven't you taken the newcomer's points? If I win, return the points. If you lose, the points naturally belong to us." "Humph, these points are already ours." The burly senior's eyes revealed a domineering and tyrannical look as he stared intently at Fong Ming, as if to intimidate him. Fong Ming shook his head. "According to the rules, the wager is only yours after the duel is completed." The burly senior waved his hand impatiently, his gesture extremely rude, as if he were shooing away an annoying fly. Impatience painted his face. Clearly he did not believe he could actually lose. "Enough nonsense, let's do as you say, boy. You don't actually think you can win, do you?" His words dripped with scorn and disdain, his lofty demeanor as if looking down on an insignificant ant. "Whether I can win or not, we'll only know after we fight." Fong Ming looked at the burly senior, his gaze calm and resolute, without a trace of fear. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, sharp as a sword, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. "Let's get started then." The burly senior sneered, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his smile full of provocation and confidence. Without hesitation, he summoned his black bear once again. As the bear appeared, it exuded a powerful aura like a moving small mountain, its eyes flickering with a red light full of ferocity. Fong Ming did not hesitate either, his eyes hardened, and he quickly summoned his fluffy spider. The senior looked at the spider and scoffed coldly, his laugh filled with disdain. "This pathetic spider daring to ambush me earlier. Black bear, crush it." His voice was cold and ruthless, as if issuing a command for execution. The black bear roared, the sound thunderous, painfully resonating in the ears. Its massive form, like a high-speed tank, charged directly at the fluffy spider. The burly figure stirred up a howling wind, sharp as knives, painfully scraping against the skin. The ground trembled slightly under the impact of the black bear, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Amidst this assault, Fong Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. He silently issued a command in his mind. "System, use 3 Tier 4 magic cores on Momo." Ding! Triple material fusion successful. Special effect fusion beast, 100-fold effect activated. The fluffy spider was upgraded to Tier 4. The mutation effects of double heads, armor penetration and ice armor now active for 10 minutes. Instantly, a mysterious and powerful force enveloped the fluffy spider. Its head began to twist and deform, the original single head rapidly splitting into two large and terrifying heads. Each head bore sharp fangs, and their eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Simultaneously, a layer of transparent ice armor quietly covered its body, emitting bursts of cold air. Facing the raging black bear, a hint of human-like disdain flickered in the eyes of the fluffy spider. Inferior opponent. In the center of the arena, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The air seemed to solidify, making it hard to breathe. The fluffy spider moved agilely across the field like an elegant dancer. In just a few moves, it dodged the black bear's fierce attacks, its keen insight allowing it to seize every opportunity. At the moment when the black bear exposed a gap, the fluffy spider swiftly struck, immobilizing the black bear once again. No, it can't be. The muscular senior student's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. Shock and fear filled his gaze. His mouth slightly opened, but no sound came out. He just stared dumbfounded at the immobilized black bear. Fong Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression brimming with confidence and composure. "Finish it, Mao Mao," he commanded. The fluffy spider raised its sharp spider legs, its armor-piercing attribute instantly activated. The legs, like sharp swords, emitted a cold glow. As the spider leg descended, it seemed as though time had stopped. The black bear let out a roar filled with despair and unwillingness. However, it was futile. It couldn't escape the fluffy spider's attack. Fong Ming looked at the senior student across from him, his voice calm and indifferent. "You lost." The senior lowered his head, his voice deep and powerless. "I lost." As the senior openly admitted defeat, all the freshmen below immediately erupted into cheers. Excitement and elation filled their faces, as if celebrating a great victory. "Incredible, Fong Ming is truly our hero. Yes, he actually defeated that senior. It's unbelievable. We no longer have to fear the seniors bullying us." The freshmen praised Fong Ming one after another, their voices filled with admiration and gratitude. They knew that Fong Ming's victory was not just a personal glory but a beacon of hope for all freshmen. "So, as per the bet, return all the freshmen's points," Fong Ming said, looking at the senior, his voice steady and forceful. The senior, however, smiled at him, a smile full of mockery and disdain. "Yes, I did bet with you, but I only represent myself." Saying this, the senior tossed over a black card. The card sailed through the air in a graceful arc, landing at Fong Ming's feet. "All the points for your Jiangcheng club are here. As for other clubs, I'm not in charge of them. Kid, you're impressive, but if you want to stand up for others, measure your own weight first." The senior's words were full of threats and provocation, his eyes revealing a mocking sneer. "If you have the ability, challenge each senior one by one." Fong Ming's expression suddenly darkened as he stared intently at the senior, as if trying to see through him. Meanwhile, the lively cheers around them instantly quieted down. The freshmen glared angrily at the senior in the center, their eyes full of anger and dissatisfaction. However, no one dared to speak out against him. They knew the senior was powerful, and they dared not offend him lightly. Indeed, what the senior said wasn't wrong. Fong Ming managing to retrieve his own club's points was already commendable. They were not related to them by blood or bond, so why would he stand up for them? The freshmen were filled with helplessness and disappointment. They had originally thought that Fong Ming would stand up for them and seek justice, but now it seemed their hopes were dashed. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming suddenly let out a chuckle. His laughter was crisp and loud, like a stone thrown into the tense atmosphere, causing ripples to spread. "If you refuse to give it, then I have no choice but to use the simplest method." Fong Ming's voice was steady and forceful, exuding an undeniable resolve. The muscular senior looked at the corners of Fong Ming's mouth curl up and suddenly felt uneasy. A sense of apprehension surged within him, uncertain of what Fong Ming intended to do. "What method?" he asked, his voice tinged with caution. "Of course, to challenge each one of you." Fong Ming smiled, his expression filled with confidence and fearlessness. He then turned his gaze to the other seniors who were still spectating, his eyes brimming with a challenging spirit. "Gentlemen, do you dare accept my challenge?" Fong Ming's voice boomed, resonating through the air. His words were provocative, as if he was issuing a challenge to the seniors. Arrogant, audacious, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think just because he won a spot in the 70s on the Spark list he can pose here? As Fong Ming's words rang out, the surrounding seniors immediately burst into curses. Anger was written all over their faces, as if they were infuriated by Fong Ming's words. Clearly, they felt that Fong Ming was disregarding them. They thought Fong Ming was too arrogant, daring to challenge all of them. Since you all think I am out of line, then may I ask who among you will come and enlighten me? Fong Ming narrowed his eyes, his slender pupils gleaming with a sharp light like two swords slowly sweeping across the crowd. His gaze exuded an aura as if a lion was looking down on a flock of sheep. At that moment the aura of a freshman almost overshadowed that of the seniors. His tall stature stood proudly like a lofty pine, exuding a strong confidence and authority. The air around him seemed to become heavier because of his presence, imposing an intangible pressure on those around him. On the stands, a woman dressed in red looked down at the seniors with disappointment, shaking her head. Her beautiful face was full of dissatisfaction, her eyes revealing a sentiment of frustration as though lamenting their incompetence. Being pushed to this by a freshman, it seems. Each generation is worse than the last, she said crisply and loudly, her voice filled with strong discontent. Her red garment fluttered in the breeze like a burning flame, radiating a fiery aura. Sister, if you say that you're scolding us too, a handsome young man beside her couldn't help but speak up. His face showed a hint of helplessness, his eyes filled with resignation. His handsome face, as if sculpted, was exquisite and perfect, eliciting admiration from those who beheld it. Shut up! The woman in red looked down with an annoyed expression, her angry gaze seeming almost capable of shooting flames. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, forming a deep Chuan character on her forehead. Go have someone from the Fire King squad probe that boy's strength. Her eyes revealed a strong curiosity and anticipation. She wanted to know just how capable this newcomer was, daring to challenge the entire group of senior students alone. Is that really necessary, sis? The elites of the Fire King squad are almost all in the top 50 of the Starshine list. The boy beside her seemed unimpressed. You're still judging people by their paper strength? Keep your guard down like that and you'll be in for a rude awakening, the woman in red said sternly, her gaze fixed seriously on the young man in the center of the arena below. Don't worry, that kid is no ordinary freshman, he won't disappoint you. At that moment around the dual arena, the previously subdued freshmen seemed to be illuminated by a sudden burst of light. They had all thought that Fong Ming would just reclaim the points for Jiang Cheng and that would be the end of it. But to their surprise, Fong Ming wanted to continue. Hearing his words, the freshmen all looked up in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. For their sake, Fong Ming was willing to challenge the entire group of senior students alone. Putting themselves in his shoes, they admitted they could never make such a choice. The freshmen suddenly felt as if a flame was burning in their hearts. Any previous grievances they had against Fong Ming, particularly due to him and his flamboyant purple-haired sidekick affecting the reputation of Xiqing and Shanqing, dissipated at that moment. Even Lu Fong, who had always harbored complaints, now stood on the sidelines with a complex expression as he watched Fong Ming at the center of the arena. Fong Ming, of course, was unaware that his few words had already caused a huge stir among the freshmen. He simply faced the senior students opposite him, his expression calm. At that moment, a young man with fiery red hair like a blazing flame slowly walked out from the crowd of senior students. His steps were steady and forceful, each one seeming to tread on the heartstrings of those watching. His fiery red hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight like a burning flame, exceptionally eye-catching. His gaze was cold and proud as he looked at Fong Ming with a faint smile filled with disdain and mockery. Big talk, little talent, he said, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying an oppressive force that was hard to ignore. If you're so capable, why not prove it? Fong Ming replied indifferently, his voice calm and steady, showing no fear. The red-haired young man smirked arrogantly, his smile full of confidence and pride. Naturally, I'll show you what it means to respect your seniors. His tone was filled with authority, his eyes sparkled with confidence as if he had already foreseen his moment of victory. As the red-haired young man stepped forward, the group of older students behind him suddenly became lively. Isn't that red-haired Cui Jian ranked 48 on the Starshine list? He's actually making a move, one of the seniors exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Well, this kid is definitely going to lose, another senior agreed, a smug smile spreading across his face. Although they're both rank 4, Cui Jian is in the top 50. If it really comes down to a fight, he can easily thrash this kid, a confident senior said, as if he had already witnessed Fong Ming's defeat. As the surrounding voices grew excited, the noisy discussions were like surging waves, one after another, assaulting people's eardrums. The red-haired young man walked to the center of the arena, each of his steps seeming to carry an invisible pressure that involuntarily drew everyone's gaze to him. His expression grew more arrogant, his chin raised high as if declaring to the world his strength and invincibility. Kid, did you hear what everyone is saying? His voice was full of arrogance and conceit, as if mocking Fong Ming's overconfidence. Fong Ming shrugged a faint smile appearing on his face. "If the outcome of a duel could be decided by talk, then we wouldn't need to fight at all." His voice was calm and steady, undisturbed by the red-haired young man's provocation. "Arrogant." The red-haired young man snorted coldly, his voice chilling like ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Anger flared in his eyes, seemingly provoked by Fong Ming's attitude. "Come out, little fire." With his command, a powerful magical fluctuation instantly filled the air. A furious flaming stone giant appeared in the arena, its massive body like a small mountain radiating intense heat. The blazing flames seemed capable of burning everything to ashes, imparting a strong sense of oppression. A B+ grade magical beast, a 4th rank pinnacle, a tyrannical giant beast. Its appearance silenced the entire field. Everyone's eyes were drawn to this powerful magical beast, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Fong Ming looked at the magical beast in the arena, the imposing and oppressive tyrannical giant. Beastin couldn't help but curl his lips into a slightly mocking smile. His eyes showed no fear, but were filled with confidence and composure. "It's up to you, Mao Mao." The battle that had just ended was too quick, and the fusion effects on the fluffy spider were still present. Now, as it faced the foolish giant, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in its eyes. Its body tensed slightly, its 8 sharp spider legs gently swaying as if preparing for the impending battle. It was eager and ready to test its strength against this formidable opponent. As the velvety spider appeared, the eyes of the red-haired youth instantly sharpened, their gazes collided, unwittingly sparking flares of intensity in the air. It was a stare filled with hostility and challenge. Both of their eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit, neither willing to back down an inch. Almost simultaneously, the two magical beasts charged towards each other. The behemoth took heavy steps, each one making the ground tremble slightly. Flames roared fiercely on its body, as if it intended to burn everything to ashes. The velvety spider, swift as lightning, traced a beautiful arc in the air, charging towards the behemoth with unstoppable momentum. Their speed was tremendous, meeting in the air like shooting stars and creating a deafening boom. "Xiahua flame charge!" roared the red-haired Cui Jian, his voice thundering through the air. His face reddened, eyes burning with angry flames. He was clearly taken aback that an E-ranked mere spider could actually stand a direct confrontation with his stoneman. In his mind, his behemoth was an immensely powerful entity, and this tiny spider should not have had the capability to fight it. This was an insult. He gritted his teeth tightly, filled with rage. The fiery temperament brought by his fire attribute made his eyes redden. Meanwhile, Fong Ming watched the scene in the arena with a slight squint in his eyes, his gaze revealing a trace of seriousness. This behemoth was indeed tough and resilient, and the velvety spider seemed unable to handle it in a head-on confrontation at first. "Mao Mao Frost Nova," Fong Ming commanded with a thought. At that moment, both sides released their skills. Ice and fire collided with a thunderous crash. The power of ice and fire intertwined, clashing in a spectacular and terrifying display of light. The Frost Nova bloomed like an ice flower, spreading bone-chilling coldness as it swept towards the behemoth. The flames on the behemoth surged like a tumultuous sea of fire, blazing intensely, attempting to melt the frost. The two powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar. In the arena, the light from the ice and fire intertwined as if it could shatter the entire duel ground. A glint of brilliance flashed in Fong Ming's eyes. Mao Mao dual-headed skill used the frost beam. The icy blue Frost Nova and the scorching flames clashed, the air filled with the intertwined scent of ice and fire, the dazzling light nearly blinding to behold. As the power of ice and fire continued to collide and dissolve, they emitted waves of thunderous noise. And in this fierce confrontation, upon Fong Ming's command, the velvety spider used its other head to launch a freezing beam. The sinister and terrifying head opened its mouth, simmering for a moment, then the freezing beam, like a cold bolt of lightning, instantly sliced through the air, targeting the behemoth at great speed. The colossal beast was completely unprepared, its attention wholly captivated by the Frost Nova before it, oblivious to the sudden attack. The freezing beam struck the beast accurately, and the powerful force of the ice rapidly spread across its body. After a brief stalemate, the beast was thoroughly frozen. Its massive body was covered with a thick layer of ice, standing like a sculpture in the center of the arena. Its eyes still held a trace of shock and unwillingness, as if it couldn't believe it had been defeated in such a manner. With a cold expression, red-haired Cui Jian was filled with anger, and without hesitation he was ready to summon a second beast, attempting to turn the tide of the battle. However, just as he was about to act, a small fox unnoticed had climbed onto his shoulder. The fox appeared like a ghost, silent and unseen. Its eyes twinkled with cunning light, and its sharp claws rested on his neck. Cui Jian's body stiffened instantly, his face showing terror. he dared not make any sudden moves, knowing well that any slight motion would cause the sharp claws to slit his throat without hesitation. Fong Ming looked at Cui Jian, his eyes calm like a still lake, betraying no emotion. His face was stern and he slightly lifted his chin, his voice steady and forceful. "You have lost." Those simple words carried an irresistible force, leaving Cui Jian with no room for rebuttal. Cui Jian's red hair fluttered wildly in the wind, its bright color like blazing flames, yet unable to mask his internal defeat. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, resentment, admiration, and a hint of helplessness. He remained silent for a moment, slowly lowering his gaze to the little fox on his shoulder. The small figure of the fox was delicate yet emitted a mysterious and dangerous aura. He sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. This beast, capable of reaching him so silently and unnoticed, was indeed difficult to guard against. This match, Fong Ming probably had been in an invincible position from the start. However, he did not voice any complaints. Cui Jian simply raised his head, looking earnestly at Fong Ming, his eyes showing respect and admiration. His lips curled into a bitter smile. "You are strong, I have lost. My Fire King group will return all the points." Accepting defeat graciously was his way, as he was a man of high pride, never making excuses for his failures nor shirking his responsibilities. Fong Ming gave him a nod, his expression still as tranquil as water. This victory was expected, nothing surprising, but to the surrounding newcomers it certainly didn't seem that way. As Cui Jian admitted his defeat aloud, his words dropped like a boulder into a calm lake, immediately stirring up waves of reaction. The freshmen around instantly fell back into a frenzy of cheers. Their faces were lit with excitement and agitation, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Fong Dashin, you truly are our Fong Dashin." Some freshmen jumped up excitedly, raising their hands high, loudly shouting Fong Ming's name. "Awesome, I declare from now on Fong Dashin is my idol." "Nonsense, if the idol helps me once, bro, I'll be a fan for life." The cheers surged like tumultuous waves, one after another echoing over the entire duel field. Meanwhile, the group of older students was eerily silent, their faces displayed disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. No one expected that Cui Jian, who ranked in the top 50 of the Starshine list, would actually lose. They had thought that Cui Jian's appearance would easily defeat Fong Ming, thus saving face for the older students. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. They stood there quietly watching the excited freshmen, their hearts filled with complex emotions. At this moment they couldn't help but recall their own past selves. Some older students quietly lowered their heads as if reflecting on their own actions, others bit their lips tightly, their eyes revealing a trace of reluctance, and some older students simply shook their heads helplessly, lamenting Fong Ming's strength. Fong Ming looked over the crowd, his expression as calm as ever. There was no trace of arrogance or pride in his eyes, just a slight tilt of his chin as he scanned the older students. "Gentlemen, continue," he said, his voice steady and authoritative, challenging the older students once more. At this moment his figure under the sunlight seemed especially towering, like an insurmountable peak, awe-inspiring. In the stands a woman in red stood quietly, the breeze gently brushing through her hair. The bright red of her garment was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. She watched the scene below, her brows slightly furrowed, her beautiful arched eyebrows reminiscent of crescent moons yet revealing a hint of contemplation. After a moment of reflection her gaze began to drift among the people nearby. Her look was sharp as an arrow, making those she stared at feel unnaturally uneasy. A few nearby individuals, feeling her gaze, unconsciously lowered their heads or shifted their feet, trying to avoid her scrutiny. Finally, the woman in red's gaze settled on a handsome young man. "Luochu, you try." The woman's voice was crisp and decisive. "Me?" The handsome young man paused, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. "Sister, I'm ranked 11th on the Starshine list and I'm planning to break into the top 10 next month. Isn't it a bit demeaning for me to just step in and fight a freshman? What's with all the nonsense?" The woman in red looked at him irritably. "Well, there are so many people, you could pick anyone," the handsome young man muttered. "Are you going or not?" Her voice suddenly rose. Going. The handsome young man glared at by her side. "Why is it always me who gets the tough and tiring tasks at crucial moments? But what can I do? You are my sister after all." "Scram!" The woman in red barely restrained herself from kicking him. The handsome young man was startled, and with a swift move he vanished from sight. With Cui Jian's defeat and Fong Ming's ongoing challenge, a tense atmosphere suddenly pervaded the air. Just as some of the older students were unwilling to accept defeat and prepared to continue the fight, a sudden ghost-like figure appeared before everyone without warning. Tall and elegant, he seemed like a celestial being stepped out of a painting, exuding a unique charm. With his arrival, the restless older students finally quieted down. their eyes filled with awe and fear as if beholding an invincible entity. Meanwhile, whispers among the older students began to buzz like the sound of flies, subtle but distinctly audible. "Isn't that Chu Luo?" one of the older students exclaimed in surprise. "Is the Chiwu Society now getting involved in this sort of thing too?" Another questioned, his face showing confusion. "To be honest, I thought Cui Jian and the others were fine, but with Chu Luo stepping in, it really seems like bullying," he added. Listening to the grumblings of the group, Fong Ming's gaze towards Chu Luo became intensely serious. He stared at the handsome figure, assessing a formidable opponent. This man felt different from the others, radiating a mysterious aura that was enigmatic and elusive. Meanwhile, Wu Liang couldn't hold back any longer. His face flushed with rage and his eyes blazed with anger as he burst out, "Are you older students shameless? Competing against us newcomers, and you resort to ganging up on us?" Wu Liang's voice boomed with anger, his eyebrows furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with discontent and accusation. Just as Chu Luo was about to speak, Wu Liang interrupted him, leaving him somewhat helpless. Chu Luo slightly frowned, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. His temper was clearly much better than the others, his eyes carrying a hint of calmness. "If that's how you feel, I can wait. Let him rest first." Fong Ming shook his head, his demeanor calm as he looked at Chu Luo with a detached tone. "No need fighting them, didn't take much out of me." Hearing this, Chu Luo's expression turned slightly odd. He raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with jest and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "You really are quite the actor, acting? My brother is telling the truth." Wu Liang immediately protested, his eyes wide as he stared at Chu Luo. "You guys never end, do you? After defeating number 73, you bring in number 48, and after 48, who's next? Tomorrow's challenger." Chu Luo coughed lightly, clearly a bit embarrassed. His face showed a trace of discomfort, his eyes flashing with helplessness. If it weren't for being coerced by his older sister, he would never willingly step into this messy affair. Nevertheless, he lifted his head and looked earnestly at Fong Ming. His eyes were filled with determination and seriousness, and his voice carried weight. "I guarantee in the name of Chi Wu Society that I am the last duelist. If I lose, all your points will be returned to you." "PSH, what Chi Wu Society?" Wu Liang sneered, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in disdain. His eyes slanted towards Chu Luo, full of skepticism, as he asked, "Can you still represent all the seniors? What if they refuse to return the points?" Chu Luo shook his head, his expression calm, his gaze resolute. "If they don't return them, Chi Wu Society will help you claim them back." Chu Luo's voice was steady and forceful, and with these words the whole scene quieted down. It was as if time stood still at that moment. Everyone was struck by his statement. The seniors immediately responded, "Freshman kids not knowing Chi Wu Society, that's laughable." A senior, face full of mockery, his eyebrows raised, his eyes brimming with scorn, said, "Chi Wu Society guarantees it, what more could you worry about?" Another senior loudly declared, as if the guarantee of Chi Wu Society was an absolute rule. "Exactly, with Brother Chu stepping in, we are all at ease." Another senior agreed, his eyes full of trust in Chu Luo. The surrounding freshmen, seeing the excitement of the seniors, were also puzzled. Their faces showed confusion, their eyes filled with curiosity as they began to inquire about the origins of Chi Wu Society. As the investigation went on, the background of Chi Wu Society finally came to light and became known to all. The founders of Chi Wu Society were none other than Yi Ao Tian, who is currently first on the star ranking, and Xu Chengzhu, who is third. Rumor has it that the two are also in a romantic relationship. Moreover, over half of the top experts from both the Star and Brilliance rankings had joined Chi Wu Society. Chi Wu Society, to some extent, was an unofficial student organization within the academy. If Chi Wu Society promised to handle something, it was as good as done. The freshmen's faces showed shock. They hadn't expected that within the academy there was such an unofficial organization founded by students themselves. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as they whispered among themselves, amazed by Chi Wu Society. Who would have thought Chi Wu Society was so formidable, founded by the top first and third of the star ranking? Their strength must be formidable. Yeah, and to hear that so many top experts have joined Chi Wu Society, it's like a superpower within the academy. Wonder how high the threshold is for Chi Wu Society. It would be great if us freshmen could join. Aspiring to be powerful is human nature. The freshmen's faces were full of longing and aspiration, seemingly already imagining the scenario of joining Chi Wu Society. Fong Ming, in the middle of the arena, was naturally unaware of these discussions. His attention was completely focused on Chu Luo in front of him, oblivious to the surrounding freshmen's conversations. He just looked at Chu Luo, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. I hope you are worth trusting. Chu Luo flashed a grin, his smile as radiant as the sun, brimming with confidence and ease. It's natural. My character, Chu Luo's character, is impeccable, he said, his voice tinged with pride, clearly confident in his own integrity. Fang Ming shook his head, his eyes twinkling with a teasing light. The way you're sticking up for those people now, I'd say your character is up for a discount in my book, Fang Ming replied, his tone light and mocking, as if deliberately provoking Chu Luo. Chu Luo was speechless, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Enough talk, do you think I want to fight? Let's just get on with it. There was a sense of urgency in Chu Luo's voice, clearly eager to end the battle quickly. Fang Ming paused, surprised that the other was more anxious than him. With a slight nod, he summoned the fluffy spider and the moon invitation fox, a coordinated attack from both beasts. Not bad, it seems you're worth me showing my true skills, Fang Ming observed. As Chu Luo smiled broadly, two figures also emerged behind him. As his words fell, a surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the area. Two magical beasts appeared beside him, their formidable presence awe-inspiring. The A-grade Sangyan terror wolf, with its fire attributes and body covered in ink-black fur, shimmered with a mysterious sheen under the sunlight. Large and robust like a small hill, it emitted a powerful oppressive aura. Its eyes glowed red, filled with ferocity, and it occasionally spat out strands of black flames so hot they seemed capable of burning everything to ashes. The other magical beast was equally formidable, the A-grade windspeed sickle mantis, slender and agile like a sharp blade. Its body had a metallic texture, emitting a cold aura. Its wings flapped rapidly, producing sharp, piercing sounds that seemed capable of slicing through the air. On Fang Ming's side, the fluffy spider and the moon invitation fox were no less formidable. The fluffy spider exuded a brutal aura, its 8 sharp legs gently swaying. The moon invitation fox transformed into an elegant figure, leaping lightly, its small tail flicking occasionally. In the arena, the two forces clashed, the air almost seeming to solidify. Then in the next moment, the 4 magical beasts charged forward, simultaneously igniting the battlefield. The fight was intense, with the Tsangyan terror wolf fiercely spouting its black flames. The windspeed sickle mantis moved like lightning, its sickles swinging continuously like thunderbolts across the field. The fluffy spider and the moon invitation fox deftly dodged the attacks from the Tsangyan terror wolf and the windspeed sickle mantis, looking for opportunities to counterattack. The battle was fierce, the ground trembling under the impact of the magical beasts as if it could collapse at any moment. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder, a strong oppressive feeling enveloping the scene. Fang Ming's expression was grave. After several clashes of skills, neither the velvet spider nor the moon-inviting fox gained any advantage. However, Chu Luo was also having a hard time. Feeling Fang Ming's gaze, Chu Luo looked back at him. Their eyes met, and with a thought, the battle between the magical beasts intensified. In the end, it was Fang Ming who emerged victorious. The moon-inviting fox's Class A skill spatial leap enhanced its mobility, allowing it to gain the upper hand in the final moments. Its 100 fierce claws ultimately erupted, defeating Chu Luo's magical beast with a single powerful strike. The intense battle came to an end, and the arena fell almost silent. Everyone's mouths were agape, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. Especially the terrifying strength displayed by the moon-inviting fox at the end made everyone look at the small fox with a mixture of awe and curiosity. It was hard for them to imagine that such a cute little fox could possess such power. The seniors watched Fang Ming with solemn expressions. Defeating Chu Luo head-on, Fang Ming had clearly proven with his strength that his wager was no joke. However, Fang Ming was also not in great condition. Chu Luo's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. His body was covered in wounds, his complexion pale, as if he had endured a grueling battle. Fang Ming looked at Chu Luo with a firm and steady gaze, slightly straightening his back and slowly exhaling a breath that seemed to carry the remnants of the battle. I hope you keep your promise. Chu Luo smiled freely, his smile as radiant as the sun, carrying a sense of carefree unconstraint. It seemed he didn't take his defeat to heart, instead his eyes showed a hint of admiration as he looked at Fang Ming. He slightly lifted his chin, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Of course, with Chu Luo's defeat the seniors fell into an eerie silence. Each of them wore complex expressions. Some slightly furrowed their brows, others showed reluctance in their eyes, and some looked down, seemingly deep in thought. However, this time no one said much. Instead, they silently took out their scorecards. Although the movement was somewhat reluctant, there was no hesitation. Seeing the seniors finally willing to hand over their scorecards, Fang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His lips curled into a slight, relieved smile. The surrounding freshmen burst into cheers at this scene. They jumped excitedly, shouting Fong Ming's name. Some waved their arms vigorously, smiles of joy spreading across their faces. Others embraced each other, tears of excitement twinkling in their eyes, and some looked at Fong Ming with admiring eyes as if they were looking at a hero. In this moment, the name Fong Ming was etched into the hearts of all the freshmen. Chu Luo gave Fong Ming a deep, contemplative look, his eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and curiosity. With a slight tilt of his chin and his arms crossed over his chest, Chu Luo said, "You're quite impressive. If you're interested, you might consider checking out the Chiwu Society." Chiwu Society? Fong Ming repeated to himself, slightly squinting as he etched the name deep into his memory. His expression remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed his thoughtful mind. As Chu Luo and the older students departed, each casting a significant glance back at Fong Ming, their exit marked the conclusion of this confrontation between the new and the old. With the arena gradually emptying, the remaining freshmen bonded together like never before. Their faces were lit with excitement and thrill as they chatted animatedly. "Hey, we really showed them this time!" exclaimed one freshman, his face beaming with joy. "Yeah, who would have thought Fong Ming could command such respect from the seniors?" Another freshman agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. At that moment, several freshman leaders from different clubs approached with determination, converging towards Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, we'd like to join the Jiangchen Club together," one of the leaders said, his eyes intensely focused on Fong. "Or perhaps we could establish a new club that represents all of us freshmen," another leader suggested. Their eyes gleamed with a mix of desire and hope, as if seeing a new dawn. "This sole position of president should naturally belong to Fong Ming," they proclaimed. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised by this turn of events. His eyes widened slightly, revealing his astonishment. Wu Liang hurried over, his eyes filled with eagerness as he faced Fong Ming. "Brother, this is a great opportunity. It will unite us and we'll have each other's backs in the academy." "Exactly, with a club we freshmen can participate in various activities together and vie for more resources," another freshman agreed. "If we don't establish this new club, the freshmen will eventually be absorbed by the existing ones and we'll lose this chance to stick together," another added. "Fong, great, you might help the freshmen this time, but it's not guaranteed in the future. Moreover, the academy has specific support mechanisms for clubs which would be beneficial for us students." Wu Liang continued his arguments, seemingly irrefutable. Fong Ming finally nodded, not typically one to hesitate or be indecisive. "If that's the case, then we need a new name for this club. It can't be Jiangchen Club anymore." Hearing Fong Ming's agreement, Wu Liang breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "How about we call it Fong Yuan Club? Whoever joins is destined to be connected with our great Fong." With the current fanbase of Fengshan responding to him is like answering a call to arms, Wu Liang's words were filled with teasing and anticipation. Fong Ming was momentarily speechless, his brow slightly furrowed, showing a hint of helplessness. "Personal adoration is not advisable. Let's call it Fong Yuan Society then, a name that symbolizes setting rules in the academy." Lu Fong, who was nearby, spoke up with a slight tease in his tone. Fong Ming looked at him, a trace of surprise in his eyes. It was somewhat unexpected for Lu Fong to set aside his grievances and come forward. Clearly Lu Fong's suggestion was also well received by the other freshmen. "This name is great, I like it. Fong Yuan Society, haha, we will gradually grow stronger and also teach the older students in the academy a lesson or two. Yes, what goes around comes around. Tomorrow it's our turn." Under the lead of a few freshmen, Fong Yuan Society finally began to take shape. At this moment, the faces of the freshmen were filled with anticipation and excitement. Everyone knew that their life at the Spiritual Realm Academy was now officially beginning, and who wouldn't want to play their part on this stage? As the crowd dispersed, Fong Ming left with Wu Liang. Fong Ming walked with a steady pace, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Wu Liang followed closely beside him, his face expressing excitement. Fong Ming had taken the initiative to bring him along, an opportunity Wu Liang was determined to seize. Throughout the way, Wu Liang was particularly proactive. The reason Fong Ming brought Wu Liang was because he was new to the academy and not yet familiar with it. In a sense, Fong Ming hadn't even officially registered yet. As someone who knew the academy well, Wu Liang naturally became Fong Ming's guide. As they walked, Fong Ming looked at the black card in front of him, showing curiosity. The black card shimmered with a mysterious light under the sun, as if containing endless secrets. "Wu Liang, what exactly is the use of this points card in the academy?" Fong Ming slightly raised the card in his hand, his eyes full of confusion. Wu Liang stroked his chin, looking seriously at Fong Ming. His eyes conveyed seriousness. Fong the Great, let me put it this way: with points you can travel the world, without points you can't take a single step. While speaking, Wu Liang pointed towards the high tower in the academy. The towering structure seemed to pierce the skies. See that? There are two high towers in the academy. One is the sky tower of the entire Mo city and the other is the spirit light tower. Wu Liang's eyes were filled with reverence as if he was looking at two sacred entities. Spirit light tower. Fong Ming looked at the tower on his left, his eyes thoughtful. The tower emitted a mysterious aura, and just the name sounded quite significant. The Spirit Light Tower is a place for students to cultivate. Inside the tower, the concentration of spiritual energy is divided into different levels of rooms which can accelerate the cultivation progress, and different rooms are charged different amounts of points. Wu Liang's voice was full of longing, clearly very eager for the Spirit Light Tower. Fong Ming listened, slightly lifting his chin, unimpressed. After all, he possessed something as extraordinary as an energy stone with 100% purity. In his view, external aids for cultivation were no match for his energy stone, offering little additional benefit. Wu Liang seemed to have read his thoughts, smiling slightly with a hint of mystery. Boss, do you not believe in its effectiveness? Why don't we go give it a try? His eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for Fong Ming's response. Wu Liang was well aware that Fong Ming possessed a heaven-defying 100% pure energy stone. However, he thought such stones were too rare and undoubtedly expensive. Hence, even for someone like Fong the Great, it wasn't something to be casually used for cultivation. At most, it was a life-saving tool to be used in critical moments of battle. Fong Ming frowned slightly and shook his head. I haven't received my exclusive points card yet. Wu Liang's smile was as bright as sunshine. Coincidentally, the Lingwang Tower has a card dispensing machine. A facial recognition is all it takes. His words were laced with surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. Fong Ming nodded, his eyes revealing a trace of curiosity. Since that's the case, it's indeed worth witnessing. Seeing Fong Ming agree, Wu Liang was delighted and hurriedly led the way to the Lingwang Tower. Situated to the north of the academy, the Lingwang Tower faced the Sky Tower on the opposite side. However, the Lingwang Tower was somewhat shorter compared to the Sky Tower. It didn't take long for them to arrive at its base. Looking up, the tower soared into the clouds. Its structure, made of a modern specialized alloy shimmering with a mysterious gloss, around the tower were various high-tech screens displaying thrilling scenes of beast battles and information about the Lingwang Tower. Oh, I forgot to mention, inside the Lingwang Tower you can engage in battle duels where participants can bet their points, Wu Liang suddenly said while looking at the big screen. Fong Ming somewhat understood. This practice was likely to further stimulate students' cultivation and competitive spirit. The Lingyu Academy, having stood strong at the northern frontier for so many years, indeed had a fierce academic atmosphere. The area was bustling with people. New and returning students mingled, all bustling in and out. Some hurried, eager to enhance their beast strengths inside the tower. Others strolled leisurely, enjoying the scenery and admiring others' beasts. There were also groups passionately discussing beast training techniques and the latest beast news. It could be said that this place was indeed the liveliest spot in the entire academy. Wu Liang, who knew the place well, led Fong Ming straight to a window outside the tower. Fong Ming looked up to see a sign reading ticket office. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of a modern tourist attractions ticket counter. At the ticket office, there was only one man window with smart ticket machines to the side. Wu Liang led Fong Ming directly to one of the machines. Following the instructions, Fong Ming performed a facial recognition procedure. Soon the machine completed the authentication process and dispensed a brand new credit card. Fong Ming picked up the card and examined it closely. It was made of the same material as the black cards handed out by the seniors, showing no difference. Boss, check out your points now, Wu Liang said, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, hardly able to contain his excitement. Fong Ming didn't mind Wu Liang's eagerness, as he was also intending to check his points. Therefore Fong Ming directly pressed the inquiry button on the machine. The next moment Wu Liang exclaimed loudly, Boss Fong, are you cheating or what? Wu Liang stared at the screen, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Fong Ming also looked at the display, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Wu Liang's reaction wasn't surprising given that the number displayed on the machine in front of Fong Ming was indeed outrageous. A total of 20,000 points glowed brightly on the screen, impossible to ignore. Fong Ming was somewhat astonished by Wu Liang's dramatic reaction. He frowned slightly, a trace of confusion in his gaze. Is 20,000 points considered a lot? Fong Ming asked calmly, as if inquiring about something utterly mundane. How could it not be a lot, boss? I only have 500 points myself. Wu Liang's eyes bulged, his face flushed with a mix of envy and jealousy, as if he was looking at an unattainable treasure. And mind you, these 500 points are what I'd just received after being ranked 4th on the Spark list. If it were a regular newcomer having about 100 points in their account would already be remarkable. There was a mix of helplessness and emotion in Wu Liang's voice, a sentiment of despair when comparing oneself to others. Fong Ming looked contemplative, his eyes narrowing in thought. It seems to be the reward from that Spark medal and the exclusive subsidy from Principal Yi when coming to the academy. Fong Ming pondered, then asked what would be the approximate price in Dragon Kingdom currency. Wu Liang sighed, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Well, the basic conversion rate is 1 to 10,000, but the key is that the academy doesn't allow trading of points. They can only be obtained through tasks, duels and such, which makes the actual value of points even more exaggerated. Fong Ming put away his credit card and looked towards the spirit light tower in front of him. The tower soared into the clouds, emitting a mysterious aura. Interest flickered in Fong Ming's eyes. Then let's go inside and take a look. Fong Ming and Wu Liang walked into the tower together. As they stepped through the tower gate, they were greeted by a vast, modern hall. The hall was spacious and bright, filled with a sense of technology. Many students walked quietly within each steplight as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the place. The atmosphere was like that of a massive library, permeated with a solemn and focused air. Wu Liang and Fong Ming approached the counter together, handing over their point cards to the staff who, after a strict identity verification process, allowed them entry. Wu Liang looked around with a mix of curiosity and awe in his eyes. He lowered his voice and spoke to Fong Ming. I heard that even the lowest level training room on the first floor costs 1 point per hour. For ordinary students, that's pretty much the upper limit of what they can afford. Fong Ming did a quick calculation. Assuming a student earns about 100 points a month, he slightly furrowed his brow, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Even 3 hours of training per day isn't enough, Fong Ming murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Wu Liang glanced at him, seemingly guessing what he was thinking. Wu Liang slightly lifted his chin and sighed. The Spirit Light Tower is meant for short-term training. Staying too long inside the intense spiritual energy can actually hinder a beast tamer's normal cultivation. After all, without a strong foundation, the body's meridians can't withstand such prolonged exposure to intense spiritual energy. Fong Ming nodded, his eyes showing understanding. Then he looked upward, his gaze filled with curiosity and anticipation. What about the upper floors? He remembered that although the Spirit Light Tower was shorter than the 9-story Sky Tower on the other side, it still had 7 floors. Wu Liang understood his thoughts and continued, boss, the higher you go in the Spirit Light Tower, the more expensive the training rooms get. The second floor costs 2 points per hour, the third floor 5 points, the fourth floor 10 points, the fifth floor 20 points, the sixth floor 50 points, and the top 7th floor costs a whole 100 points per hour. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with amazement, as if describing an astonishingly high price. Listening to this, Fong Ming couldn't help but stroke his chin. Tisk, 100 points an hour, I thought my points were plenty, seems they're just mediocre after all. Wu Liang also couldn't help but sigh, his face full of longing. Rooms over 10 points, I really can only dream about them. His voice was filled with emotion, as if lamenting his own financial situation. After some discussion, Wu Liang, once a rich young master who could do as he pleased in a main city, never thought he'd see a day when he'd feel poor. Fong Ming gave him a glance but said nothing, heading straight for the stairs up. Upon entering the second floor, the crowd was noticeably thinner. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the first floor, quieter and more mysterious. Freshmen were hardly seen here. It was mostly older students who moved about confidently and comfortably, as if very familiar with the environment. Fong Ming thought for a moment that this level might just be right for Wu Liang, so he turned to Wu Liang. You can start training in a room here by yourself, I'll continue upward to check things out. Fong Ming's voice was calm and powerful, almost as if he was issuing a command to Wu Liang. Hesitating slightly, a trace of worry flickered in Wu Liang's eyes. Maybe I should come with you. Fong Ming shook his head. No need, you're probably not familiar with the upper levels anyway. I'll just go and have a look myself. Alright then, big brother, please be careful, don't be too reckless and try out too high a multiplier, it can damage your body, Wu Liang said, genuinely concerned for his newly acknowledged elder brother. This time his purple hair seemed less flamboyant. Fong Ming chuckled, turned around and waved his hand casually. Take care of yourself. His voice was filled with ease, as if comforting Wu Liang not to worry. His figure gradually disappeared at the end of the staircase, leaving Wu Liang alone, silently watching the direction he had gone. Fong Ming continued upwards, his steps steady and firm, obviously not planning to stop at the third level but heading straight to the fourth floor. Compared to the lower 3 floors, there were far fewer people on the fourth floor, and it was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. The entire floor was also more exquisitely decorated. The walls were inlaid with crystals emitting a soft glow, and the floors were covered with soft carpets, giving a comfortable and elegant feeling. Having not yet truly experienced the cultivation effects of the Lingguang Tower, Fong Ming was keen to assess the intensity first. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of contemplation showing in his gaze. After a moment's thought, Fong Ming chose a cultivation room on the fourth floor. He walked up to the door, decisively swiped his credit card, and with a soft beep, the door slowly opened. Without hesitation, Fong Ming walked in, and the door automatically shut and locked behind him. Now, unless he opened it from the inside, no one outside could disturb him. As soon as Fong Ming entered the cultivation room, he could clearly feel the intense spiritual energy filling the room. The spiritual energy was almost tangible, assaulting his senses. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ming felt as if every breath accelerated the flow of spiritual energy inside his body. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes within him. Testing it out, he found that the room's spiritual energy concentration was at least more than tenfold. In simpler terms, cultivating for 1 hour here was as efficient as cultivating for over 10 hours outside. This effect was astonishing. However, Fong Ming's horizons had broadened significantly. He had faced many challenges and opportunities, seen various miraculous powers and resources, and his understanding of cultivation had deepened. With energy crystals at hand, his original growth rate was already soaring. Although the spiritual energy concentration in the room was intense, it wasn't as direct as the infusion from energy crystals. The pure energy contained in energy crystals could be directly absorbed by the body, rapidly enhancing strength. Meanwhile, absorbing spiritual energy from the room involved a process of filtering, purifying, and transforming energy. First, one must draw the spiritual energy that permeates the air into the body, where it undergoes a natural filtration process to eliminate impurities. Then time must be devoted to refining and compressing this energy, transforming it into spiritual power that one can utilize. Finally, it can circulate along the meridians and be fully absorbed. This process is relatively slow and complex, requiring more time and effort. Fong Ming thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. A bold idea flashed through his mind, shining like a brilliant star in the night sky, illuminating his thoughts. It is known that each tier of energy stones has a different output flow. For instance, if a Tier 1 energy stone outputs 1 unit of spiritual power per second, this flow rate is just right for a Tier 1 beast tamer. However, a Tier 2 beast tamer with stronger meridians and a larger spirit seed can definitely withstand a faster flow, thus needing a quicker Tier 2 energy stone. Similarly, being a Tier 3 practitioner, Fong Ming naturally needs the strength and flow rate of a Tier 3 energy stone. This is a fixed attribute of the energy crystals and cannot be altered. But what if one could do 2 things at once: absorb the spiritual power from the energy crystal and simultaneously the external spiritual energy refined by Xiaohong? Could his already swift cultivation speed possibly double? It might be worth a try, Fong Ming muttered to himself, his voice filled with anticipation and excitement. No hesitation, Fong Ming sprang into action, summoning the slime creature Xiaohong. Xiaohong's round body appeared in the room, quite adorable indeed. But summoning Xiaohong now wasn't for a cute sparring session. The key was Xiaohong's S-grade skill, Devour. After all, the Devour skill isn't limited to physical entities. If it could devour the spiritual energy here and help refine it, wouldn't that save Fong Ming a lot of effort? Fong Ming's eyes sparkled with hope as he intently watched Xiaohong, waiting for its performance. Xiaohong, use your Devour skill. Directly devour the spiritual energy in the room, refine it, and then transfer it to me, Fong Ming instructed, his voice steady and powerful, filled with anticipation. Xiaohong squeaked and hopped around, its round body brimming with energy. Clearly Fong Ming's new command excited it, its little eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. After all, unlike its other 2 companions, it doesn't come out to fight or get some air. As a mainly supportive pet, it has been cooped up in the pet space for too long. Fong Ming seemed to feel the slime creature's excitement too, as he stretched out a finger and gently tapped its head, continuing to ponder. There were actually 2 points to consider. One was whether Xiaohong could truly use its skill to refine spiritual power. After all, spiritual power, unlike physical material, is more Ethereal and elusive, Xiaohong's devouring skill is typically used to consume physical objects, and whether it is effective for purifying spiritual energy remains an unknown. Secondly, it is uncertain whether the ability Xiaohong acquires after purification can be directly transferred into Fong Ming's body. If it cannot be directly transferred, then this method would lose its meaning. Fong Ming sat down cross-legged with a serious and focused expression, as if he was participating in an important ceremony. Xiaohong quieted down as well, leaning on Fong Ming's shoulder, and began to inhale spiritual energy with its mouth wide open. This was a physical storm-like inhalation where Xiaohong's mouth seemed to transform into a bottomless pit, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the entire cultivation room was absorbed, forming a vortex of spiritual power. This vortex spun rapidly, emitting roaring sounds showcasing Xiaohong's powerful devouring ability. Fong Ming watched, slightly stunned. Could this devouring skill really consume spiritual energy? His eyes filled with surprise and anticipation, as if he had seen a new path of cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Fong Ming seriously instructed the slime creature, Xiaohong, when you transfer spiritual power to me later, don't send it all at once, just let it flow out continuously like a stream. Fong Ming's voice was steady and clear, filled with caution. After all, the absorption of spiritual power needs to be gradual, and excessive influx at once could likely cause irreversible damage to the body. Busy with absorbing spiritual energy, the slime creature couldn't speak, so it just raised its head and nodded vigorously. Its round body wobbled slightly, looking rather cute and amusing, which made one chuckle. Fong Ming then felt relieved. He let out a slight sigh of relief, his face showing a trace of contentment. Now there was no need to worry about being burst by the spiritual power. Thus he sat cross-legged, waiting calmly, his posture as straight as a pine, his face as serene as water. His eyes revealed expectation, as if waiting for a miraculous transformation. The spiritual energy around continued to be crazily devoured by the slime creature, while Fong Ming sat quietly, his mind as still as water. This wait, however, did not last long. Time seemed particularly brief at this moment. Just 1 minute later, the slime creature suddenly squeaked sharply. The sound was crisp and urgent, as if conveying important information to Fong Ming. With a mutual understanding, Fong Ming instantly became focused and sharp-eyed. He concentrated all his attention, knowing that this was the first attempt and no carelessness was allowed. Any negligence in detail could lead to failure or even harm himself. The next moment, a stream of fresh spiritual power flowed through the slime creature's contact on his shoulder, like a lively stream, slowly moving along his meridians into his body. The flow of spiritual power was pure and gentle, carrying a slightly warm sensation. Fong Ming felt it for just a moment and his heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy inside his body, as comforting and pleasing as spring rain nourishing the earth. Success. Inside the cultivation room on the 4th floor of the Lingguang Tower, Fong Ming attentively experienced every subtle change in the stream of spiritual energy flowing smoothly within him. The stream, gentle like a creek, meandered through his meridians without causing any discomfort. Fong Ming's body seemed to perfectly merge with this flow of spiritual energy, existing in harmonious symbiosis. Even with his composed nature, Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a bit excited at this moment, his face breaking into an exhilarated smile. Feeling the unceasing supply of spiritual energy from the slime creature, he hesitated no longer. His eyes gleamed with resolute determination as he took out a 3rd-tier energy crystal and held it in his hand. The crystal radiated dazzling light filled with potent energy. As the pure spiritual energy surged in the energy he absorbed, himself and the energy assisted by the slime creature merged without hindrance. The two streams of energy, like two roaring rivers, circulated freely within Fong Ming's body. This was truly double the cultivation speed. Fong Ming couldn't help but exclaim as he also noted the slime creature's vortex of spiritual energy keeping pace with the room's supply of spiritual qi. The energy vortex, like a massive black hole, voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual qi. Fong Ming understood that this was the limit imposed by the concentration of spiritual energy on the 4th floor. In other words, this was the 4th floor's limit, but not the slime creature's. Nevertheless, Fong Ming was already quite satisfied. He squinted slightly, his face showing a trace of contented smile. After all, he was now absorbing at full capacity with a 3rd-tier 100% pure energy stone. The pure energy from the stone, like a raging torrent, continuously flowed into his body. Coupled with the absorption of the 4th floor's spiritual energy concentration, over 10 times normal, the dense spiritual qi almost seemed tangible, enveloping him completely. At this rate, compared to the normal cultivation speed of a beastmaster, the difference was perhaps dozens of times. Thus, despite Fong Ming's excellent physical condition, he was beginning to falter. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his complexion turned somewhat pale, or rather he was already struggling. His skin began to show fine cracks, even oozing traces of blood. These blood traces, like tiny red lines, spread across his skin. This was a sign of bursting meridians, the intense surge of spiritual energy putting immense pressure on his body. Indeed, such intensity was a bit too much to handle. Fong Ming sighed, a hint of helplessness surfacing in his heart. He knew he had been too impatient, but the temptation of powerful cultivation was hard to resist. If not for the slime creature detecting his deteriorating condition in time and diverting some of its energy to help stabilize and repair his body, the situation could have been dire. I'm afraid he had long since exited the state of cultivation that required extreme effort just to maintain balance. The slime monster's round body seemed to be filled with endless warmth, and the spiritual power transmitted from it was like a gentle spring breeze soothing Fong Ming's injured meridians. However, the slime monster could only help him repair his meridians and physical condition. Emitting a soft glow, the little creature's body continuously released spiritual power, slowly infusing it into Fong Ming's body to repair the meridians damaged by excessive absorption of spiritual power. Nonetheless, the stability issues caused by the sudden excessive absorption of spiritual power were not something that could be resolved. Fong Ming keenly felt that, although the absorption was fast, this water-filling type of spiritual power absorption could potentially puncture his originally solid foundation of cultivation like it was riddled with holes. He could vividly feel the surging power within him like a wild horse breaking free, hard to fully control. The once solid foundation of his spiritual power seemed to be loosening under this powerful impact. A trace of worry emerged in Fong Ming's heart. If this issue wasn't resolved timely, his future path of cultivation would surely be fraught with obstacles. It seemed necessary to ask the dean for help in consolidating his foundation after finishing his cultivation, Fong Ming thought to himself. Thinking this, the previous transaction was indeed worthwhile. Recalling the deal with the dean, Fong Ming couldn't help but feel profoundly moved. Although the transaction had cost him quite a bit, now it seemed being able to rely on the dean's help at a crucial moment was all worth it. After all, no amount of goods or money could secure a position without matching strength. In this challenging and opportunistic world of beast taming, goods and money are important, but they are merely external aids. What truly allows one to stand firm and survive various crises is strong power. Without sufficient strength, even if one possesses mountains of wealth and valuable goods, it is like a child holding a gem, always at risk of inciting envy and robbery and ultimately unable to truly possess these riches and goods. Moreover, in front of him now, there were life-threatening dangers like fire poison and seals. The fire poison in his body was like a lurking beast ready to erupt at any moment and bring him immense pain or even endanger his life. The heavenly fire seal was also like a sharp sword hanging over his head, constantly reminding him of the danger. Thus Fong Ming knew he had no choice but to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Time passed quietly, like a silent stream flowing stealthily. In the cultivation room, Fong Ming was immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world. Every minute and every second he was diligently absorbing spiritual power, continuously enhancing his own strength. After an hour of cultivation, Fong Ming slowly opened his eyes. Although his body felt somewhat weary, the sensation of spiritual energy coursing through him filled him with a sense of accomplishment. However, he was acutely aware that after this session of cultivation, the spiritual energy within him was mostly unstable. It floated within his meridians like rootless duckweed not yet fully settled. "I'm off," Fong Ming said softly, his voice carrying a hint of relief. He stretched lazily, his joints popping loudly and crisply. Fong Ming walked down the stairs to the first floor of the Lingwan Tower, scanning the area but not spotting Wu Liang. He probably was still cultivating, Fong Ming thought to himself. Wu Liang was a bit ostentatious, but his overall strength was commendable and his dedication and passion for cultivation were evident to Fong Ming. He remembered that Wu Liang had insisted on adding him as a friend not long ago. Fong Ming quickly left a message on his phone for Wu Liang, telling him that he was leaving first and not to wait for him, then turned and headed toward the dean's office, a return to familiar grounds. But this time Fong Ming was alone. He climbed to the top floor and looked at the long corridor ahead. The corridor was as serene and elongated as ever, with sunlight streaming through the windows casting mottled shadows on the floor. the beastly heads on either side seemed to watch him intently, giving even the battle-hardened Fong Ming a moment of inexplicable nervousness. But just as he stepped into the corridor, the office door unexpectedly opened on its own. A delicate voice from inside, that of a little girl, called out, "Come in." Fong Ming hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and slowly walked into the office. Inside, the little girl was sitting coldly on her princess chair, her gaze upon his arrival both indifferent and commanding, like a high queen. It seemed she was not surprised by Fong Ming's arrival, as if everything was under her control. However, the little girl's demeanor was noticeably different from before. Her expression was colder, her eyes deeper. Her previously adorable face now exuded a chill that made her seem unapproachable, significantly colder than before. Fong Ming internally speculated about the changes in the little girl, unsure of why she presented so differently. Hesitating at the door, his feet felt as if nailed to the floor, motionless. It was only when he noticed the little girl's impatient look, her slightly furrowed brow and a flash of displeasure in her eyes, that he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to move, he felt himself suddenly swept up by an inexplicable force. The force was so abrupt, as if appearing out of nowhere. Fong Ming felt his body lighten, and in the next moment he was forcibly seated on the sofa. An invisible force, like unseen ropes, completely locked his limbs. Startled, a mix of shock and unease surged within him. He tried to struggle, but the force was immensely strong, rendering him utterly immobile. Fortunately, the little loli did not make any superfluous movements, but simply looked at him indifferently, her gaze devoid of any ripples. "What brings you here again?" The little loli's voice was cold and calm, as if she was asking about something utterly mundane. But to Fong Ming, it carried an intangible pressure. "I'd like to start our previous deal now. Please help me refine the spiritual energy within my body." Fong Ming got straight to the point, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. He was well aware of the issues with the instability of his spiritual energy and knew that the little loli, who was the head of the academy, was his only hope. The little loli looked at him, a flash of contemplation in her eyes. "Which level of the spirit light tower did you reach?" she suddenly asked. Her voice was crisp and pleasing, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Fong Ming nodded and answered honestly, "The 4th level. I tried it out and felt I was a bit too forceful." A look of helplessness appeared on his face, clearly regretting his previous method of cultivation. The little loli looked at him and displayed a peculiar smile. "I see, it's not just because of the training room, right?" Fong Ming was stunned for a moment, surprised by the dean's sharp insight. She had guessed that there were other reasons behind his condition. However, in front of this S-rank powerhouse, he dared not lie and simply nodded in agreement. The little loli did not say much more, just quietly sitting there, staring deeply at him. Her gaze seemed to penetrate everything, stirring an inexplicable nervousness in Fong Ming's heart. Silence lingered for a long while, as if time had frozen at that moment. The office was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Fong Ming felt suppressed, and in a panic he realized that not only could he not move, but he also couldn't utilize his spiritual energy. He felt like a bird trapped in a cage, completely powerless. "I am truly at the mercy of others," thought Fong Ming helplessly. Fortunately, it seemed that she had seen enough. The little loli finally spoke up. Her voice was crisp and icy, like the cold wind in winter. "Don't scream later, or I will seal your mouth," she warned with a hint of threat in her eyes, making Fong Ming shiver without feeling cold. He quickly nodded his agreement. He knew that at this moment he had to obey the little loli's commands, or the consequences would be unimaginable. With an expressionless face, the little loli activated her powerful spiritual energy, which surged into Fong Ming's body like a raging tide. She began to help Fong Ming forcibly compress his spirit, a process that was undoubtedly very painful. Fong Ming felt as if an invisible giant hand was stirring inside him, constantly churning his spiritual energy. The powerful force wreaked havoc in his body, testing every inch of his meridians to their limits. The pain was like countless sharp knives moving through his body, stimulating his nerves relentlessly. Fong Ming's forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, his complexion turned pale, yet he clenched his teeth tightly, enduring without making a sound. He knew that at this moment any noise he made might upset the young girl, possibly making the ordeal even more difficult. He could only rely on his willpower and determination, silently bearing the immense pain. The young girl sneered coldly, observing him endure silently, her crisp voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Now you know pain, huh? You were quite bold earlier, daring to ascend to the 4th level at the 3rd tier. Your current state, your body not collapsing, still being able to stand before me, seems you have quite a few secrets." Her eyes gleamed sharply, as if seeing through Fong Ming completely. Hearing this, Fong Ming fell silent. He knew her words were not aimless, his actions were indeed risky, and her insightfulness made him more cautious. The young girl sneered again, her voice filled with disdain. "All right, as for you, a little kid, I'm not concerned." Her tone revealed a high and mighty attitude, as if the secrets Fong Ming held were of no value in her eyes. However, Fong Ming dared not take it lightly, maintaining his silence instead. The pain seemed endless, time stretched infinitely at that moment. Fong Ming felt as if he was in an endless darkness, every minute and second a torment. The surging spiritual power inside him dashed wildly, putting unimaginable pressure on his meridians. His body felt as though it was being torn apart. The prolonged agony finally ceased the moment the young girl withdrew her spiritual power. Fong Ming felt a huge relief, exhaling deeply. That breath seemed like a lifeline in a desperate situation, offering him a slight respite. Now his body was extremely weary, as if he had been through a grueling war. Yet he still had some strength left. Relying on his strong will, he did not collapse onto the couch. He clenched his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance, not showing any weakness in front of the young girl. The young girl looked at him, slightly lifting her chin, her eyes scrutinizing him. Then she suddenly spoke again. "I heard you've caused quite a stir with a group of newcomers." Her voice was crisp and ice cold, as if devoid of any warmth. "It was merely self-defense," Fong Ming responded, his voice steady and firm. He looked at the young girl and asked, "May I know why the dean allows such an atmosphere in the academy?" The young girl lifted her head, smiling yet not smiling. "What atmosphere?" Her eyes carried a hint of amusement, as if deliberately challenging Fong Ming. Fong Ming was forthright. "It is this tradition of seniors bullying juniors that's prevalent. You think it's bad?" Instead of answering directly, the little Lolita countered with a question of her own. Her eyes conveyed a deep meaning, as if waiting for Fong Ming to think further. Fong Ming fell silent for a moment, his gaze locked with the innocent-looking pure white little Lolita opposite him. But in those eyes, where was the innocence and childlike naivety? They were profoundly dark, filled with endless calculations and scheming. A chill ran through Fong Ming's heart. He suddenly realized that all of this seemed to be deliberately overlooked by the dean. Only then did Fong Ming somewhat understand the dean's intention. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. Competition breeds progress. In this world there is no comfortable environment, only constant challenges and competition. It is only through competition that people's potential can be stimulated and societal progress can be driven. This world is not a world of orderly civilization, but one where formidable enemies and hostile beasts could invade at any time. In this dangerous world, only the strong can survive. The strong should naturally occupy more resources. This is a harsh reality, but also the law of survival in this world. The Academy does not intervene in natural selection. Fong Ming understood the Academy's stance. The Academy does not favor any side but lets students grow naturally through competition. It's a harsh educational method, but also the most effective one. Only through this method can true strong individuals be nurtured. Fong Ming was silent. He raised his head to look at the dean. "So, if one day the juniors can bully the seniors, you wouldn't intervene?" "Of course," the little Lolita replied with a slight smile, the meaning behind her smile profoundly deep. Fong Ming nodded solemnly. "I have another question for the dean." The little Lolita pursed her lips, her face showing a hint of impatience. "You do have a lot of questions. Ask away while I'm still in a good mood," Fong Ming continued. "Actually, I wanted to ask Dean regarding the sealing of the Skyfire you mentioned earlier about facilitating spirit transformation. How exactly is it done?" His eyes revealed a longing, hoping to get an answer from the dean. The little Lolita looked at him, her smile strange. That smile seemed to carry a deep meaning, elusive and mysterious. "Would you want to tame it as a pet after its spirit transformation?" The little Lolita's eyes twinkled with mockery. Although mainly for the Skyfire seal, Fong Ming couldn't deny that he indeed harbored that thought. After all, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and judging by his current progress, he would likely advance to the 4th tier soon. The power of Skyfire was undoubtedly a huge temptation for him. If he could tame Skyfire, his strength would greatly increase. "My main purpose is to unlock the Skyfire seal, but if there is a chance, taming Skyfire as a pet is also a nice option," Fong Ming honestly said. "The idea is good, but facilitating spirit transformation is not as simple as you think." The little girl's gaze became serious and her voice deepened and grew forceful. "Heavenly fire is an extremely powerful force, and to make it incarnate requires meeting a series of stringent conditions. First, you must possess sufficient strength and mental fortitude to withstand the power of the heavenly fire. Second, you need to find a special method that can guide the power of the heavenly fire and gradually make it incarnate. Finally, you also need enough luck, as the process of incarnation is full of uncertainties. Her words struck Fong Ming's heart like a heavy hammer, making him deeply realize the difficulty of facilitating the incarnation of the heavenly fire, the little girl said. Slowly raising 3 slender fingers, her pale, delicate hand looked like a fine piece of art. She stared at Fong Ming with large eyes, a mysterious light twinkling within them. You'll need at least 3 main materials and 8 auxiliary materials. Her voice, clear and pleasant, echoed in the air like a silver bell. I've almost gathered the auxiliary materials, but these 3 main materials. Fong Ming frowned slightly, pondering in his mind. He was well aware of the importance of these materials and understood the difficulty of obtaining them. However, to lift the seal of the heavenly fire he must give his all. I can help, Fong Ming said without hesitation, determination clear in his eyes. The little girl giggled, seemingly quite satisfied with Fong Ming's response. I have already obtained the first material, and if you can procure the other 2, I might consider handing all of the materials over to you, she said with a sly look in her eyes. Fong Ming nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. May I ask, headmistress, what are the other 2 materials? One material has been identified. It's in the northern magical beast forbidden zone, the magical core of the precious sky feather bird, the little girl said, lifting her chin slightly with a calm demeanor. However, her eyes revealed a hint of seriousness, indicating the magical beast she mentioned was an extremely dangerous entity. The sky feather bird, a rare magical beast, possesses great strength and the purifying power of holy light. Its magical core contains immense energy, a treasure coveted by many powerful beings. However, you should be aware of the dangers of the northern magical beast forbidden area. Obtaining the magical core of the sky feather bird is no easy task. Her voice echoed in the air, pressing heavily on Fong Ming's heart. The other material is the tear of time, rumored to be in the deepest part of the magical beast forest, within a well of time that contains these tears. The little girl's gaze drifted into the distance as if recalling that mysterious place. The tear of time is a legendary treasure said to allow one's thoughts to return to a specific point in the past. Hearing this, Fong Ming's expression involuntarily changed. The little girl glanced at him and continued speaking. However, deep within the Warcraft forest lies a place even I dare not enter lightly. It teems with formidable beasts and unknown perils, and the quest to find the well of time and retrieve the tears of time is especially daunting. The hint of helplessness in the little girl's voice made Fong Ming acutely aware of the enormity of this task. At this point, the little girl finally looked directly at Fong Ming and spoke softly. Both ingredients are deep in the northern Warcraft forest. I am helpless. Can you obtain them? Fong Ming paused, but nodded. I will try my best. His voice was steady and resolute, revealing his determination to accomplish this task. After all, compared to finding powerful ice crystals to counteract the celestial fire or fire-type magical beasts, gathering these materials seemed the most practical path. Fong Ming's eyes shimmered with contemplation. He knew that with his current strength, finding these remaining 2 ingredients was a monumental challenge, but he also understood that he had no other choice. Only by facing these challenges could he have a chance to lift the celestial fire's seal, to save Xiao Shuang and to save himself. Well then, good luck. The little girl looked at him, waving her hand with a peculiar smile. Fong Ming nodded, understanding that this was the dean's way of dismissing him. Inside the office, the atmosphere was quiet yet tense. Well then, good luck. The little girl looked at Fong Ming, still smiling but with a hint of impatience in her tone, clearly dismissing him. Fong Ming was aware that he could no longer disturb the little girl. Just as he was about to rise and take his leave, he saw the little girl's expression change abruptly. Her normally calm face twisted in agony, and her face suddenly showed excruciating pain. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her eyes closed, and her lips trembled slightly as if she was enduring immense pain. Shocked, Fong Ming's face was instantly filled with astonishment as he urgently asked, Dean, what's wrong? However, the little girl's face was full of pain and anger as she yelled loudly, get out, leave now. With a fierce wave of her hand, a powerful force suddenly erupted, sweeping Fong Ming out of the office like a leaf in the wind. The next moment, the office door shut completely, emitting a dull sound. Separated by the door, Fong Ming could feel that something terrifying was happening inside. That mysterious and powerful force was surging within the room, filling his heart with unease. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. For the first time, he was immensely curious about the true nature of this Dean. What secrets did this seemingly adorable little girl Dean hide? Why did she suddenly suffer so much pain? What power was wreaking havoc in her office? But he also knew that in this situation it was best to leave quickly. Fong Ming understood that at this moment he could not help the little girl and might even endanger himself. He cast one last glance at the firmly shut office door before turning away. However, just as he was about to take a step, a chilling breeze suddenly swept up from behind him. The cold air, sharp as blades of ice, pierced through his clothes and stiffened his entire back in an instant. Fong Ming's body tensed up and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. All the windows in the corridor were closed tight without a single crack. Where could this cold wind be coming from in such a sealed space? There was only one possibility: the office door that had just been securely closed behind him was now open again. Numerous thoughts flashed through Fong Ming's mind. His instinctual alertness tensed his nerves to the breaking point. Just as he was about to react, the same situation as before occurred. An invisible force suddenly enveloped his entire body, rendering him immobile. The force felt like a massive spider web, tightly binding him, making it impossible for him to break free. Fong Ming was terrified. He tried to call out for help from Mao Mao and Xiao Hong, but it seemed as if his spiritual power was completely sealed, utterly unsummonable. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes spun wildly. Fong Ming felt as though he was being sucked into a vast vortex, everything around him blurring. The intense dizziness forced him to close his eyes, trying to alleviate the discomfort. His heart was filled with fear, not knowing what he had encountered. When he opened his eyes again, Fong Ming found himself back in the room. But the room at this moment, compared to just moments before, had drastically changed. The previously cozy and cute pink princess color scheme had turned into a dark, deep red. The profound red, like dried blood, was spread over the original pink, delivering a strong visual impact. The room was permeated with a deep, oppressive atmosphere, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. A strong unease surged in Fong Ming's heart. He slowly lifted his head and saw the little girl floating in midair. Her body, as if gravity had lost its grip, floated lightly. Her eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling slightly as if enduring immense pain. Waves of invisible psychic energy rampaged through the room like a wild storm, impacting every corner. Wherever this psychic energy went, the air seemed to twist, emitting a series of deep roars. Could this be the Dean's second personality fully awakening? Fong Ming silently speculated about the situation in his mind, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, his mind rapidly considering all possibilities. The little lowly principal had always exuded an air of mystery. Now faced with the sudden changes before him, he couldn't help but suspect that the principal might have a second personality. Fong Ming felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety. He wished he could awaken the little lowly or do something to help, but he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. At this moment he felt completely immobilized, unable to move even an inch. The overwhelming force pressed down on him like a heavy shackle, binding him firmly in place. He struggled with all his might, but it was in vain. He couldn't help at all. More critically, the force suppressing him was tightening even more. The invisible pressure, like a rope tightening, made his breathing increasingly difficult. Fong Ming felt as if a massive stone was pressing on his chest, each breath requiring a tremendous effort. His complexion grew paler and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It wouldn't be long before he suffocated. Fong Ming looked up at the little lowly suspended in midair, his heart burning with anxiety and concern like a fierce fire. He could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Principal, wake up!" His voice was filled with endless hope and urgency, echoing through the room. Each word seemed to drain all his strength, hoping to awaken the little lowly principal caught in some unknown state. However, it had no effect. The little lowly still hovered quietly in midair, her eyes closed, unresponsive to his calls. At this moment she seemed completely cut off from the outside world, immersed in her own realm. Her face was calm and indifferent, as if she had completely severed ties with the outside world. Despair started to creep into Fong Ming's heart. If he didn't think of something soon, he might really die. Ding! A crisp notification sound unexpectedly rang in Fong Ming's mind. Although not loud, it exploded like thunder deep in his soul. Emergency task, near-death crisis triggered. Fortunately, at this critical moment of life and death, the system appeared once again. The system's appearance was like rain after a long drought, igniting a glimmer of hope in Fong Ming's desperate heart. Near-death crisis, task brief, urgent situation, no time to explain, task requirement, survive, must survive, task reward, 1 drop of holy dew, 1 piece of meteoric iron. Fong Ming's gaze fixed on the words holy dew on the task panel. Those words seemed to emit a mysterious glow, capturing all his attention. Feeling the room's atmosphere thick with dark energy like heavy shackles, making it almost impossible to breathe, he gritted his teeth, his determination becoming unwavering at this moment. at this critical juncture he had no other choice but to gamble. System used the holy do on the principle. As Fong Ming's words fell, the entire room seemed to hit the pause button and time appeared to freeze at that moment. Following that, a sacred light like the first gleam of dawn quietly flashed over the body of the little girl suspended in midair. Although the light was faint, it carried an indescribable aura of sanctity, as if it had the power to dispel all the darkness in the world. Almost simultaneously, the thick dark aura that enveloped the little girl abruptly halted. The surging dark aura, which had been overwhelming, seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, stopping instantly. Then the spiritual energy in the room suddenly plunged into chaos. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, like raging waves, battered every corner of the room. The little girl's aura also began to change. Her body trembled slightly as if she was enduring immense pain. Then a pained cry broke the silence of the room. The cry, filled with agony and struggle, was heart-wrenching. The little girl, who had kept her eyes closed, finally opened them. But her eyes were devoid of any sparkle. The eyes, which should have been lively and spirited, were now like two dry wells, hollow and lifeless. It seemed as if at that moment her entire being was in a state of soul loss, her soul seemingly pulled out of her body, leaving only an empty shell. However, Fong Ming noticed that the chaos of the spiritual power had loosened the mental force suppressing him. The bindings, previously as hard as steel, now showed a slight gap. Overjoyed, he immediately seized this opportunity and began to struggle with all his might. He exerted all his strength against the mental force, sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. After a strenuous effort, nearly rendering his hands useless, the suppressing mental force finally loosened. He was completely freed. At that moment he felt reborn, his heart filled with joy and emotion. He took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually calm down. Without even taking a long breath to relax, Fong Ming's sense of crisis was still strong. He immediately dashed towards the office door at high speed, like an arrow leaving its bow. Just as he reached the door, a weak voice from the little girl came from behind. The voice, though faint, was like the sound of heaven, causing Fong Ming to stop in his tracks. "Don't worry, it's all right now." Fong Ming turned around, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Indeed, he saw that the color tone of the entire room had somehow returned to pink, the warm and cute colors, as if they had never experienced the previous darkness and oppression. Meanwhile, the little girl was now weakly curled up in a large princess chair, her complexion pale, her eyes revealing exhaustion and weakness. Her body slightly curled up like a wounded kitten, irresistibly evoking pity. Fong Ming quietly watched the little girl, still somewhat vigilant in his heart. Fortunately, the system's notification sound finally rang in his mind again. Ding, emergency mission completed, reward issued, please check promptly. System verification. It should really be alright now. But this S-level boss, when she goes mad, is truly terrifying. The urgency of the system's direct issuance of the emergency task was enough to illustrate just how perilous the situation had been. Dean, are you all right? Fong Ming's voice carried a hint of surprise and concern, which was somewhat reassuring. I'm fine now, come here. The little lowly beckoned to Fong Ming with her large eyes wide open. Although her voice was weak, it carried an undeniable authority. Fong Ming hesitated, his heart filled with apprehension. The events that had just transpired filled him with awe towards the little lowly, and he was unsure of what might happen if he approached her again. But ultimately he walked back in front of her. Then he saw that the little lowly was looking at him with a particularly eager gaze. Her eyes were full of curiosity and anticipation, like a child yearning for a beloved toy. What did you just use on me? It felt so comfortable. Her voice, inherently cute, now carried a hint of coquetry, making it hard to refuse. Fong Ming fell silent. He did not know how to answer the little lowly's question. The mysterious holy dew was an item provided by the system. Naturally, he could not reveal the existence of the system to the little lowly. What is it inconvenient to say? The little lowly looked at him, slightly tilting her head in a playful yet authoritative manner. Her eyes conveyed a trace of confusion, seemingly waiting for Fong Ming's response. Fong Ming felt helpless, his heart filled with conflict and dilemma. Could refusing the request of an S-class boss lead to trouble? Fortunately, the little lowly did not press further. Well, you've helped me and I ought to thank you. As she spoke, she slowly flicked a golden card towards him. The card traced a beautiful arc over the desk, shimmering with a dazzling light. This is my authorization card. With this card, there should be no place in the academy that can stop you. The little lowly's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Her eyes exuded confidence and dominance, plainly telling Fong Ming that this card possessed unparalleled power. Fong Ming took it, momentarily stunned. His gaze was fixed on the golden card in his hand, filled with surprise. and joy. The appearance of this card was completely unexpected. He had not anticipated the little lowly would thank him in such a manner. Then suddenly remembering something, Fong Ming's face lit up, including the back mountain. The little lowly gave him a strange look, her eyes seemingly puzzled, but soon as she nodded, including the back mountain, her voice remained crisp but now carried more solemnity. A strong surge of joy welled up in Fong Ming's heart. The back mountain was naturally the place where the Yi family sealed the heavenly fire. Normally, without a member of the Yi family to lead the way, outsiders had no way of entering. The layers of seals and vigilant guards turned the back mountain into a forbidden area that was nearly impossible to reach. Unexpectedly, the little girl's card actually held the necessary permissions. Fong Ming's heart was filled with surprise and awe. He looked at the golden card in his hand as if he were seeing a door to a mysterious world slowly opening. The power contained within this card likely far surpassed his imagination. The little girl seemed somewhat speechless. Actually, what's mostly in here are points. Her voice carried a hint of resignation, as if she felt Fong Ming was focusing on the wrong things, so she couldn't help but remind him. Fong Ming understood her point. This was essentially a straightforward giveaway. The little girl's way of expressing her gratitude was indeed very generous. True to being an S-rank big shot, her gestures were lavish. Fong Ming silently praised in his heart, admiring the Dean's extraordinary magnanimity. She clearly did not want to owe anyone anything, and her decisiveness and resolve were admirable. Thank you so much, Dean. Fong Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude, bowing slightly with a tone full of appreciation. He was well aware of how precious the gift the little girl the Dean had given him was. It was not just a card, but also a sign of trust and recognition. No need to thank me. If anything, I should be thanking you. The little girl waved her hand, a faint smile on her face. Her eyes conveyed sincerity, making her earnestness palpable. After a moment of silence, she added, about that spiritual liquid we discussed earlier, do you have any more? If so, I'd like to trade for it. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Fong Ming glanced at her, his heart stirring slightly. Including the material you mentioned before? His eyes were full of hope, eager to receive a positive response from the Dean. The little girl shook her head. That material wouldn't be of much use to you now. Once you've collected the other two types, I will naturally give it to you. Her tone was calm and firm, compelling one to believe her promise. An S-rank big shot's promise was not to be doubted. Fong Ming knew that if the little girl the Dean said such things, she would definitely make good on them. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment but couldn't help asking, Dean, was that spiritual liquid really effective? Can it help alleviate your symptoms? The little girl nodded without avoiding the topic. Yes, if I can have a few more sessions like that, I think I'll be able to control it myself in the future. Her voice carried a trace of confidence, as if she saw a glimmer of hope. A few more sessions? Fong Ming couldn't help but smile wryly, his face revealing a helpless expression. He shook his head slightly. His body, along with the reward he had just received for completing a mission, contained only 2 drops in total. Fong Ming's voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret. Fully aware of the rarity and preciousness of the spiritual liquid, and that he only had those 2 drops, which were hardly enough to meet the Dean's needs, the little girl seemed to notice his dilemma and sighed. Her eyes showed a flicker of disappointment but quickly regained their composure. If I could stabilize myself, I should be able to help a lot with the Yi family's seal, at least to strengthen it considerably. The little girl's voice was low and powerful, seemingly casual, but her big eyes kept stealing glances at Fong Ming. Fong Ming was startled again upon hearing this, a complex emotion surging in his heart. This statement seemed somewhat like moral blackmail. He muttered to himself, surprised that such a high-ranking figure would resort to this tactic. The Dean, this spirit liquid is very special. It requires specific materials and techniques to refine. Next time I come over, I'll see if I can refine another drop for you. Fong Ming hesitated for a moment but decided to use a stalling strategy. All right, it's a deal then. As soon as he said this, the little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had been waiting for Fong Ming's words. By the way, it's best not to talk about today's matters. The little girl looked at him deeply, her gaze stern and warning. Though her voice was still clear and pleasant, it carried more weight now. Her eyes fixed on Fong Ming, as if trying to see through his heart. Fong Ming quickly nodded. The student understands. His tone was firm and sincere, fully aware of the importance of this matter. The little girl in front of him might look adorable, like a delicate porcelain doll, but he had seen her terrifying side. The dark, oppressive aura and the powerful, fearsome strength still haunted his mind. Naturally, he dared not relax his vigilance, knowing that revealing today's events could lead to unimaginable consequences. Fong Ming's heart was filled with reverence. he gained a deeper understanding of the little girl Dean's strength. At the same time, he realized that in this mysterious world he was still just a minor existence. He silently resolved to work harder to enhance his strength so he could face various challenges more confidently in the future. Alright, you've just enrolled, and there must be many areas you're unfamiliar with. The little girl slightly lifted her chin, looking at Fong Ming as she spoke slowly. With the gold card I gave you, you can walk around freely, no one will stop you. Her voice was crisp and melodious like a mountain stream flowing by. She gently waved her hand indicating Fong Ming could leave now. The little girl obviously had expended a lot of energy and now she showed signs of fatigue. Her complexion was somewhat pale, her eyes revealing a hint of weariness. Understanding her intent, Fong Ming bowed slightly to express his respect to the little girl Dean, then slowly turned and left the office. Walking out of the building, Fong Ming's feelings were extraordinarily complex. Everything he had just experienced felt like a thrilling adventure, filling his heart with emotion. At last this journey went smoothly without any further mishaps. Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at the sky where the sun still shone brilliantly, making everything that had happened seem like a mere dream. Just then, a message from Wu Liang popped up on his phone. Boss, are you done with your tasks? Should we finalize our accommodation? Fong Ming glanced at the address Wu Liang had sent, found his bearings, and headed straight for it. The dormitory building was quite imposing, its grand architecture gleaming in the sunlight. As Fong Ming approached, he saw Wu Liang and a few freshmen chatting happily together. Their faces were lit up with the vitality of youth and dreams for the future, their laughter echoing in the air. As Fong Ming walked over, his figure caught their attention and the newcomers turned to greet him enthusiastically. President, hello. Fong the Great, hello. Their voices were filled with respect and admiration. Feeling the fervent gazes of those around him, Fong Ming couldn't help but touch his nose, a mix of helplessness and surprise washing over him. How did I accidentally become a celebrity at the academy? He thought to himself. He had intended to keep a low profile, simply wanting to study and grow in the academy, but an unavoidable ranking match and the clash between new and old students had thrust him into the spotlight. Shaking his head slightly, Fong Ming tried to remain calm and nodded to the enthusiastic freshman in greeting. Boss, you finally made it, Wu Liang said, a broad smile on his face. Here's the overall plan for our society, come take a look. He warmly beckoned Fong Ming over in front of the building. Fong Ming approached and saw them discussing something passionately with a sheet of paper in hand. Wu Liang hurriedly passed the paper to Fong Ming. Taking the paper, Fong Ming saw it was a detailed blueprint. The lines were clear and neat with meticulous annotations. Boss, this is the new student society we've just applied for at the academy. We have 2 potential sites to choose from for our base. What do you think? Wu Liang explained eagerly, his eyes filled with hope for Fong Ming's valuable input. Fong Ming studied the blueprint carefully, which showed the surroundings of the dormitory building. Every building and road was clearly depicted, offering a clear overview. Fong Ming's gaze slowly moved across the paper, observing every detail. Just pick one? He asked casually, his tone mixing curiosity with nonchalance. The fees vary depending on the site, Wu Liang explained, wiping the slight sweat from his forehead, his expression slightly resigned. Us freshmen don't have many points, so we're planning to crowdfund, but even then we might only afford a place on the outskirts, so we only have these 2 options to choose from. As Wu Liang spoke, he unconsciously furrowed his brows, seemingly troubled by the current point situation. Fong Ming, upon hearing this, immediately set aside the blueprint he was holding. Then he looked at Wu Liang, his gaze filled with inquiry. What's the difference between the various residences? He asked. The size varies, and so do the small spirit arrays within each residence. Wu Liang sighed softly, his voice tinged with envy as he continued. The better residences have small spirit arrays that can even rival the effects of the Spirit Light Tower. After saying this, a longing and yearning appeared in his eyes, as if he was imagining what it would be like to have such a powerful spirit array. The new students nearby also displayed faces full of longing, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they mentally sketched out that beautiful scene. Fong Ming's expression changed slightly as he earnestly asked, do you want to live in a better residence? Wu Liang gave a wry smile and shook his head. Who wouldn't? Unfortunately, the academy is so strict. Money doesn't matter here, only points do. After talking with the dean, Fong Ming understood the academy's policy, which was to push students to compete and earn points in every aspect. But now he had a special advantage given personally by the dean. Fong Ming smiled slightly, a hint of barely noticeable confidence flashing in his eyes as he looked at Wu Liang. How much do the various residences cost? Wu Liang sighed and slowly explained, the outermost residences are labeled yellow, they can accommodate about 20 people and the spirit energy increase is roughly 10%, the monthly rent in points is about 1,000. These places are quite rudimentary and cramped, just barely sufficient for clubs like ours who are just starting out. There was a hint of helplessness in Wu Liang's tone, seemingly dissatisfied with this basic type of residence yet without any other option, and then, Fang Ming listened intently, unmoved. Next are the mystery residences which can accommodate about 50 people, the spirit energy increase there is 30% and the monthly rent is 5,000 points. These residences are considerably better with more space and denser spirit energy which would be quite beneficial for our cultivation. Wu Liang continued, his eyes revealing a trace of expectation, clearly looking forward to the mystery residences. Fang Ming nodded in understanding. Then there are the earth residences which can accommodate a large club of about 100 people. The spirit energy increase is 50% and the monthly rent is 10,000 points. These residences are quite excellent both in terms of space and energy intensity, meeting the needs of most clubs. Wu Liang's voice rose slightly as though he was describing a highly desirable place. Lastly, there are the heaven residences which can accommodate around 500 people. The spirit energy increase there is 100% and the monthly rent is 50,000 points. Wu Liang's voice was filled with wonder as he described the place. It was truly the dream residence for all clubs. Not only was it spacious and rich in spiritual energy, but it also symbolized a high status. As Wu Liang spoke, his eyes sparkled with longing as if he could already see himself in the prestigious residence. Additionally, he mentioned different residences were protected by various levels of defensive formations. A freshman chimed in at this point. Fang Ming looked puzzled. Defensive formations? Is the academy actually encouraging clubs to attack each other? Sounds pretty intense. Wu Liang looked at Fang Ming seriously and said, right now our points are all quite tight, so the best we can probably secure is the yellow character residence. Wu Liang's eyes filled with resignation. He knew everyone's points were limited and securing a better residence was nearly impossible. Hearing this, Fang Ming shook his head firmly and declared, Wu Liang, let's go for the heavenly character residence. The heavenly character residence. At these words, Wu Liang's eyes widened, filled with shock as if he had heard something unbelievable. His voice changed, thick with incredulity. Boss, are you joking? The heavenly character residence is. Wu Liang's words trailed off incoherently, clearly startled by Fang Ming's statement. Similarly, the faces of the other freshman representatives were filled with disbelief. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion and surprise. Although they believed in Fang Ming's abilities and knew he excelled in many areas, they still found his statement hard to believe. They wondered privately how they, mere freshmen, could possibly afford the heavenly character residence, a place all clubs aspire to occupy, requiring a vast amount of points. Fang Ming simply smiled slightly, his expression filled with confidence and composure. He looked at Wu Liang and asked casually, where do we go to pay the points? His tone was so calm it seemed like he was asking about something utterly mundane. Wu Liang swallowed hard, trying to calm himself. Though hard to believe, he felt a flicker of hope. He raised his hand and pointed towards the dormitory building ahead, saying, it's in the administration hall in that building up front. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, as if waiting for Fang Ming to confirm further. Fang Ming nodded, gestured to the others and said, let's go, we'll all head there together.